A month ago, Lu Zhuo was the presumptive heir of the Lu family conglomerate, until the DNA report shattered his world. He and his arch-nemesis, Huo Qinye, had been switched at birth. The Lu family, desperate and laden with wealth, implored Huo Qinye to acknowledge his true lineage. As for Lu Zhuo, since you all adore that pretentious scoundrel Huo Qinye, I shall unmask his flawless facade. Chapter 1. Bullied by an arch-nemesis. Relax. Why are you biting and crying at the same time? Lu Zhuo was jolted awake by the intense ache coursing through his body. The disorienting effects of a hangover struck him like a blunt force, pounding against his temples. He groped for the water cup on his bedside, only to find emptiness. His blurred vision sweeping across the room. His sausage dog pillow lay pitifully on the floor. Reaching out to retrieve it, he felt a sharp sting in his wrist the moment he moved. He paused, glancing down to find a ring of red marks on his pale wrist, as if it had been roughly rubbed against something coarse or perhaps tightly grasped by another's hand. Before he could process this, something brushed against his calf from beneath the covers. Warm, firm, and undeniably present, Lu Zhuo froze, turning his head abruptly. Huo Qinye lay beside him, sound asleep. The man, usually adorned with a mocking smirk, now had his lips gently pressed together, his breathing steady and deep. His tousled chestnut hair fell across his forehead, accentuating his pale complexion. The bedding only covered his waist, revealing a perfectly sculpted upper body, muscular yet not exaggerated, a physique that would incite envy among men, if one were to overlook the marks adorning his skin. Lu Zhuo, he slowly lowered his gaze, lifting the covers to inspect himself. Then, Huo Qinye, I'll kill you. He lunged forward, wishing to strangle the scoundrel on the spot. Huo Qinye awoke, his eyes barely open, yet instinctively seized Lu Zhuo's wrist and rolled over. Murder is a crime. Are you even human? You dare touch me? Huo Qinye corrected him languidly. You have it backward. It was you who forced me. Pardon? This is my bed, my room. Lu Zhuo, livid, struggled fiercely, only to feel an unusual sensation brush against the top of his thigh. He glanced downward slowly, and then his pupils dilated in shock. Huo Qinye! Huo Qinye's voice was hoarse and sultry, just as you wanted. Lu Zhuo. He glared at the debauched figure before him, his lips trembling with rage, blood vessels creeping into his eyes. Listen to this. Is this even human discourse? He, an alpha, had been overtaken by another alpha. For 20 years, Lu Zhuo had despised Huo Qinye above all. In elementary school, he tugged on a classmate's braids, and class leader Huo Qinye noted it down. In middle school, he skipped class, and student council president Huo Qinye recorded it. In high school, he confessed to the school bell, only to turn around and find she had confessed to Huo Qinye. Finally, he endured to university, relieved to be free of their shared school, only to discover they had been switched at birth. With the revelation of their mix-up, everyone flocked around Huo Qinye, as if he were the true gem deserving of worship. The Lu family's fortune was no longer his to inherit, and the Huo family made no move to claim him back. He felt utterly defeated, overshadowed by Huo Qinye. Truly not blood-related, the audacity grows ever more brazen. Just look at Huo Qinye. Can't you learn from Huo Qinye? Now, he found himself having been with Huo Qinye. Damn it up why what right? Huo Qinye. This name had become a curse in his life that Lu Zhuo felt a gentle pat on his backside. Go take a shower. Chapter 2. Cleanliness can help you too. Dare to discuss me again and see what happens. Can you kindly leave? This is my room, and you do not even bear the surname Lu. Sooner or later, we will become one family. With a gentle touch on the red mark on his wrist, Huo Qinye released him and slowly rose. I shall not be so familiar with you. It is impossible for us to become family in this lifetime. You are merely daydreaming. Lu Zhuo's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Huo Qinye picked up the brown sausage dog-shaped pillow from the floor, its wrinkled face mirroring its owner's dark expression. You were the one who insisted I stay yesterday, and today you turn your back. You truly are heartless. Lu Zhuo had never encountered such shamelessness in Huo Qinye. As a top-tier alpha, what methods could he possibly employ to retain him? Leave. From today onward, I do not know you. Oh, you tore up a stranger's clothes yesterday. How do you intend to compensate? Then go out bare, since you lack shame. Lu Zhuo kicked the pillow off the bed in frustration. Ouch, that really hurt. He heard Huo Qinye chuckle softly, mocking him. "Clean yourself up," Huo Qinye advised. "Leave." With the sound of the door closing, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Lu Zhuo kicked off the covers, enduring the soreness that enveloped his body as he crawled out of bed, each movement tugging at his aching muscles. He dragged his feet slowly toward the bathroom. As the icy water cascaded over his body, fragments of last night's memories began to resurface. Ever since both families discovered the mix-up of their children, their relationship had paradoxically grown closer, although neither had changed their surnames. Lu's parents had invited Huo Qinye to stay for a while. Watching Huo Qinye, the fire within Lu Zhuo intensified. Last night at the bar, when you had slyly presented him with a pill. Even if he is a top-tier alpha, he cannot withstand this pill. I assure you, he will behave disgracefully. Such people value their pride dearly. Give him a little push, and he will not comply. Under the influence of alcohol, Lu Zhuo had carelessly pocketed it. Upon returning home, he encountered Aunt Lin ascending the stairs with a cup of water, and he tossed the pill into the warm water. When the effects took hold, he planned to enter and draw 2 big turtles on Huo Qinye. When he saw Aunt Lin heading directly to his bedroom, his blood ran cold. That was his room, his territory. How dare Huo Qinye sleep in his space? He did not even bear the surname Lu. He stormed in, arguing with Huo Qinye. It was a one-sided argument, with him shouting at Huo Qinye. Then, feeling thirsty, he drank some water, only to find he had closed the door behind him. Leaving? Let us see where you think you can go. Huo Qinye forbade him from leaving. Huo Qinye, the illustrious top-tier alpha, what are you so proud of? Today, I will show you. As the water washed over him, the absurd scenes of last night became increasingly vivid. He had been atop Huo Qinye, tearing his shirt, threatening to show him who was in charge. Yet it was he who ended up begging for mercy, clinging to Huo Qinye, unwilling to let him go. Ah! Lu Zhuo clutched his hair, the cold water unable to wash away his despair. That was not a drug. Incomprehensible, wouldn't you? Draped in a bathrobe, he approached the mirror, his lips chapped and his upper body swollen. As an alpha, his glands were not typically sensitive, yet they throbbed now. At that moment, the phone rang. How is it? The medication is quite effective. Even for someone like Huo Qinye, came the teasing voice of Wenyu. What did you give me yesterday? What serious medication could I provide? Wenyu chuckled. What about the photos? Did you capture anything? What photos? The ones of Huo Qinye. Surely you haven't forgotten the task? That is a drug capable of overwhelming even the top alphas. You wouldn't waste it, would you? No photos taken? Lu Zhuo raised his gaze to meet his reflection. I must take photos, I need to. He tilted his head, pulling Huo Qinye closer, kissing him while murmuring. Huo Qinye placed a phone in Lu Zhuo's hand. His fingers trembled, unable to grasp it steadily, and it slipped from his grasp several times. Photos must be taken. Do you need assistance? Huo Qinye asked kindly. Yes, yes. Lu Zhuo firmly ended the call with Wenyu. He opened the phone's gallery, his fingers gliding swiftly until he confirmed there was nothing amiss, then exhaled slowly. Thank goodness, nothing. He closed the phone, wiping his damp hair anxiously, and as he turned to return to his room, he noticed a torn white shirt draped over a chair. His gaze fell to his phone case, adorned with a cartoon of a brown dachshund. The phone used for taking photos yesterday was white and lacked a case. It belonged to Huo Qinye. A buzz echoed in his mind. In the living room, Huo Qinye was having lunch with Lu Xingyan. Yin inquired, Qinye, did you sleep with Xiao Zhuo last night? Huo Qinye looked up. Yes, he wouldn't let me leave. When drunk, he clings to you. You are the only one with the patience for him. She knew well how spoiled Lu Zhuo had been under her, and Lu Xing's care, prone to explosive temper. In contrast, the Ho family had raised their biological son to be refined and graceful, attending the top medical university in the alliance. The youngest chief researcher at the Biological Research Institute, specializing in pheromones and gene expression, holding numerous patents, truly a child of destiny. The difference between him and her own son, who indulged in debauchery, was stark. Reflecting on this, Yin felt remorseful towards the Ho family. Just then, the door was flung open. Lu Zhuo stormed in, hair disheveled and radiating fury. Ho, Qinye, he gritted through clenched teeth. Give me my phone. I haven't taken your phone. Your phone. Lu Zhuo glared at him. Xiao Zhuo, Yan's voice came from the dining table. tinged with a hint of exasperation. Why haven't you even greeted your parents this morning? Lu Zhuo's chest heaved violently as he spat out, Dad. Mom. He then whirled to glare at Huo Qinye, teeth gritted, extending his hand phone. Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you need Qinye's phone for? Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat abruptly. He could never shout in front of his parents. Your biological son has slept with your false son. He has pictures of us in bed on his phone. Yin glanced at her son's flushed face and couldn't help but chuckle. So what if he had gotten drunk yesterday and ended up sharing a bed with Qinye? There was nothing to be embarrassed about. She paused, looking at Huo Qinye, then back at Lu Zhuo. See, even Qinye, isn't blushing, yet you are. Chapter 3. Once he has had a taste. He would not let him go. Huo Qinye lifted his gaze, trailing it from Lu Zhuo's damp hair to his reddened ears, finally resting on his tightly pressed lips. He had just showered, the lingering humidity clinging to him. The combined scent of sweet orange and mint from the shower gel wafted through the air, refreshing yet intense. Much like his character, explosive yet excessively pure. Who asked blushing? Lu Zhuo's voice tightened, though his ears betrayed him, burning uncontrollably. Give me your phone. Huo Qinye smiled lightly. Lu Zhuo looked at his black long t-shirt, which seemed to have been tailored to fit Huo Qinye perfectly. How dare he wear it? Just as Lu Zhuo reached for his phone, Lu Xing's voice sliced through. Lu Zhuo, you are being extremely rude. Dad, Huo Qinye leisurely placed the phone on the table. It's fine, you can add me on WeChat. Who wants to add you? Lu Zhuo shot up, meeting Huo Qinye's eyes, which sparkled with amusement, reflecting his flustered expression. He swallowed the rest of his words. Resilience. He snatched the phone. What is the password? Lu Zhuo poked at the screen irritably. Huo Qinye replied, birthday. Lu Zhuo pouted as he entered the digits. After all, they shared the same birthday. Upon reflection, he realized that Huo Qinye must have been born a few minutes earlier. He was older. After unlocking the screen, he found the album completely empty. Huo Qinye didn't have a single photo. The anticipated pictures were non-existent. His tense shoulders relaxed. It seemed the drunken memory had indeed been distorted. He huffed at Huo Qinye. You and your classmate have known each other for so long, yet you haven't added each other on WeChat. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. He is technically your brother, Yin remarked with a smile. Lu Zhuo would never add him. The notion of brotherhood was utterly impossible. He slammed the phone on the table and turned to leave. Lu Xing se provingly remarked, no manners. Lu Xing's gaze shifted to Huo Qinye. If I recall correctly, Research Institute personnel aren't allowed to share their phones casually. It's fine. All important documents and photos are hidden. Hidden album. Lu Zhuo abruptly halted. Then his bed photo wouldn't be. Lu Zhuo dashed in front of Huo Qinye. What's wrong? Haven't added me on WeChat? Huo Qinye looked up. Lu Zhuo. Lu Xing reprimanded as he saw Lu Zhuo about to act out. Huo Qinye offered a gentle smile. If there is anything you find difficult to say face-to-face, you can always message me on WeChat. Lu Zhuo felt an overwhelming urge to punch him, to tear apart his gentle and courteous facade. Was he really the aloof male deity? It was utterly absurd. He perceived that Huo Qinye was concealing photographs as a means to threaten him. Lu Zhuo strode away, vowing that Huo Qinye would regret it. With every step he took, a fiery pain shot through his thigh, a reminder of Huo Qinye's recent misfortunes. Qinye, Xiao Zhuo has this temperament. Since you're staying here for a while, your relationship will surely improve, Yin remarked. Huo Qinye turned to look at Yin, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, let's take it slow. He slightly tilted his head to observe Lu Zhuo's departing figure. After crossing this line, he was determined not to let Lu Zhuo off the hook. Upon returning to his room, Lu Zhuo frowned at the disheveled bed, the sheets in a dreadful state. Irritated, he loosened his collar and pressed the intercom. Aunt Lin, young master, how may I assist you? Dispose of all the sheets and pillowcases, he paused, then coldly added now. Immediately, after ending the call, Lu Zhuo felt an overwhelming urge to leave. Grabbing his car keys, he headed out. His sleek black sports car, speeding towards the hotel where Wenyu was staying. By the outdoor pool, Wenyu languidly reclined on a sunbed, his long fingers swirling a champagne glass. Two Omega beauties splashed playfully in the water. Hearing footsteps, Wenyu turned to see a furious Lu Zhuo approaching. Oh, Young Master Lu, who has upset you? Without a word, Lu Zhuo raised his leg and kicked, sending the sunbed crashing to the ground. When you swiftly rolled over, spilling some champagne. Young Master Lu, why are you so irate this early in the morning? Could it be, he widened his eyes, that your plan failed? Lu Zhuo stared coldly at the foolish Wenyu, his voice escaping through clenched teeth. You had me use that drug on a top-tier alpha, then enter his room and take pictures. What were you expecting? Wenyu abruptly grasped the gravity of the situation, nearly dropping his champagne glass. You didn't actually go in, did you? I did. Wenyu's throat bobbed nervously, and he cautiously asked, Are you all right? Not at all. You were with him? Wenyu gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Zhuo immediately exploded with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? No, I wasn't he. Oh. Wenyu raised an eyebrow, elongating his tone, his gaze sweeping over Lu Zhuo meaningfully. What else with that expression? You appear rather disappointed. Fuming, Lu Zhuo plopped down, inadvertently aggravating a tender spot, a sharp ache radiating through him. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and snatched the champagne from Wenyu's hand, downing it in one go. ISNT this out of concern for you? Wenyu shrugged innocently. I also got quite drunk last night. My mind is a jumble. You've always been dim-witted. Lu Zhuo scoffed. Spending all your time chasing girls has clearly turned your brain to mush. Wenyu said non-committally, though his gaze continued to scrutinize Lu Zhuo. But why do you look so unwell? Your voice sounds hoarse too. A sudden jolt of panic coursed through Lu Zhuo, and in a moment of heat, he blurted out, I slept with him. Wenyu nearly spat out his drink, struggling to swallow as he processed the revelation. Brother, do you hear yourself? You slept with Huo Qinye? Seeing Wenyu's incredulous expression only fueled Lu Zhuo's anger further. They were both alphas. Why should Huo Qinye overpower him? He could certainly fight back. Of course it's true. He held his neck high, stubbornly continuing to weave his tale. The notion of a celibate god was mere pretense. After consuming that wretched concoction of yours last night, what then? Desire surged within him, and with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, he playfully squeezed a grape. He was practically begging me to sleep with him. The more Lu Zhuo spoke, the more outrageous his claims became. Out of sheer benevolence, I yielded to his wishes, only for that scoundrel to surreptitiously capture a photograph. He claimed I had coerced him. He quickly downed a glass of champagne and filled his glass again. If my parents discovered I had their son in such a predicament, it would be catastrophic. This is all your fault for your ridiculous idea. Wenyu slightly parted his lips, taking a moment to regain his voice. Incredible, but given that you've already taken him, how can he still act so proud in your presence? Chapter 4. Control with this connection. No matter how formidable Huo Qinye may be, he remains at your mercy. Lazily, Wenyu raised his hand, and a bodyguard behind him promptly offered a freshly poured glass of champagne. Wenyu gently swirled the drink, clinking it against Lu Zhuo's glass. He wouldn't dare to reveal the photo. Wenyu took a sip and chuckled, remarking, a distinguished alpha revealing such a photograph would be utterly shameless. Lu Zhuo tilted his head back and drained his glass, the cold liquid rushing down his throat. Indeed, if that photo were to surface, Lu Zhuo would become the laughingstock of the entire circle. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, displaying an unfamiliar number. Frowning, Lu Zhuo abruptly ended the call. Within 3 seconds, the ringing resumed. How annoying. Who is it? He swiped to answer the call, and a deep voice resonated through the receiver. Do not drink. Huo Qinye's voice was like a bucket of ice water, cascading down his spine. Lu Zhuo's hand trembled, and the phone clattered to the ground, sliding across the tiles. What are you doing? Wenyu raised an eyebrow. The phone lay face up, the call timer still ticking. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo abruptly stood, the chair screeching against the floor. He scanned the surroundings warily. The pool shimmered, and apart from their small group, no one else was present. This area is reserved for us. Who are you looking at? Lu Zhuo snatched up the phone, his fingers pressing down so hard it felt as though he might shatter the screen. Huo Qinye, what the hell do you want? A soft sigh emanated from the other end. Huo Qinye's voice came through the receiver, calm as ever. It seems you've already been drinking. I'll come and get you. None of your business. Huo Qinye's tone remained composed. Send me your address. Lu Zhuo laughed in anger. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Beep. Lu Zhuo watched as the call ended. Come get me? Who do you think you are? He coldly scoffed at the disconnected phone, pouring more wine into his mouth. "I'll drink if I wanna." Ding! Suddenly, his phone vibrated repeatedly. The moment the first photograph appeared, Lu Zhuo's pupils constricted. The image depicted his wrist being firmly grasped by Huo Qinye's distinctly defined fingers at the bedside, the sheets tousled. Puffed. Lu Zhuo sprayed his drink all over Wenyu. "Ah, Lu Zhuo, you're filthy." Wenyu leaned back sharply, while a silent bodyguard behind him produced a handkerchief to wipe his face. Ding! A second photograph followed closely, the camera rising along their intertwined arms, revealing a flushed collarbone. Lu Zhuo fumbled to open the location, tapping 3 times before the message was successfully sent. What on earth? When you squinted, curiosity peaked as he leaned closer to sneak a glance at the phone screen, only to be firmly pushed back onto the lounge chair by Lu Zhuo. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhuo muttered, "I'm going to confront that scoundrel and demand he delete the photos." TSK. I quite wanted to see them. He watched as Lu Zhuo departed, promptly retrieving his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. Astonishing secret. Lu Zhuo slept with Huo Qinye, but don't tell anyone. He reclined lazily, grapes. The bodyguard peeled the grapes, his rough fingers presenting the glistening fruit to Wenyu's lips, watching him enjoy the sweet morsels while he tapped send with his fingertip. Lu Zhuo traversed through the hotel lobby, the corridor's lights suddenly transforming into a blinding and distorted glare. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, each step akin to treading on cotton, utterly disorienting. Just a few glasses of champagne, and yet his head felt heavy. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow from the revolving door, a tall figure approached with measured steps. Lu Zhuo braced himself against the ornate wall behind him, crossing his arms in an attempt to appear less guilty. "Huo Qinye, if you dare to threaten me, you had better delete those photos quickly." Before his words could fully escape his lips, Huo Qinye raised a hand, his cool fingertips gently pressing against Lu Zhuo's forehead. Lu Zhuo jolted as though struck by an electric current, instinctively attempting to push him away, only to have his wrist captured by Huo Qinye's firm grip. The warmth of the alpha's body radiated through their contact, sending a tingling sensation to his ears. "Don't touch me," he protested. Yet his words remained unvoiced as the sound of light footsteps echoed around the corner. "Oh heavens, it's Senior Huo. Indeed, what is he doing here?" A group of omegas clad in haute couture approached from another direction. Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated in alarm. If this scene of him cornered by Huo Qinye were spread. He lifted his leg to flee, only to be halted by Huo Qinye. The alpha's tall figure loomed over him. "Indeed, I am threatening you." Huo Qinye's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, his gaze lingering on the open collar of his shirt, revealing the subtle outline of his collarbone, seemingly marked with bite marks. Therefore, his fingertips grazed the heated skin of Lu Zhuo's earlobe. "You had better." The gentle breeze from the revolving door fluttered the hem of Huo Qinye's clothing. "Behave yourself." Just as Lu Zhuo was about to unleash his anger, a wave of sweet fragrance abruptly interrupted him. Several omegas had gathered around, the mingling sense of perfume and pheromones enveloping the air. "Senior Huo, it's really you." The leading omega's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with delight at this unexpected encounter. Huo Qinye straightened, a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips. "Hello, everyone." Lu Zhuo scoffed, feigning indifference, pretending that the one who had just threatened him was not Huo Qinye. "You look even better in person than in the magazines." The omega's voice trailed off, growing increasingly soft. With a stoic expression, Lu Zhuo strode past them, deliberately bumping shoulders with Huo Qinye. "Are we leaving or not?" This overtly irritable gesture left the omegas momentarily stunned. Huo Qinye smiled. "Excuse me. Let's take my car." Lu Zhuo scoffed. "Who would want to ride in your dilapidated vehicle?" Huo Qinye paused momentarily, turning half his face towards her. "Are you certain?" The 3 words floated lightly in the air. It sent a shiver down Lu Zhuo's neck. 3 minutes later, she strode towards the back seat, slamming the car door with a resounding bang. Huo Qinye observed in the rearview mirror the flush creeping to her ears. "Buckle up." Gritting her teeth, Lu Zhuo yanked the seatbelt and fastened it with a forceful snap. Huo Qinye's fingers drummed lightly on the steering wheel, a sliver of pale wrist peeking from beneath his shirt cuff. "Take your medication first." "How infuriating," Lu Zhuo muttered under her breath, her gaze dropping to a gilded pillbox, a pheromone stabilizer. Huh. Her fingers tightened around the box, producing a sharp crackle. Let us speak plainly. You name your price, photos, videos. After all, you didn't suffer any loss from last night. Chapter 5, Family. Take the medication first. I refuse to. A provocative fire ignited in Lu Zhuo's eyes. What exactly do you intend to do? Let us discuss it after you take the medication. Discuss what nonsense? Lu Zhuo hurled the pillbox at Huo Qinye's head. He tilted his head slightly, and the box landed on his shoulder before sliding to the floor. Huo Qinye silently turned the steering wheel, guiding the black SUV into the underground parking lot of the Biological Research Institute. What are you bringing me here for? Huo Qinye. Just say it. What will it take for you to delete the photos? Spare me your roundabout ways. What do you truly want? Huo Qinye glanced at his watch. Get out of the car. I want to go home. Unless you wish to find yourself in the hospital at midnight, stripped down and lying on an emergency bed, examined by doctors inside and out. Lu Zhuo laughed in a fit of anger. Surely not? Huh. It was merely a one-night stand. I've been with so many omegas and alphas that you couldn't count them on both hands. She spread her palms. Going to the hospital? What a joke. Huo Qinye grasped Lu Zhuo's wrist firmly, leaning into the back seat, one knee pressing against the leather upholstery, which creaked under his weight. Then you are quite remarkable, he said, his gaze heavy upon her. This is my first time. Lu Zhuo's breath hitched abruptly. Huo Qinye's first time? This revelation caught her off guard. He had always been a model student and heartthrob at school, receiving countless love letters. Was he truly a virgin? Moreover, an S-class alpha would typically have a higher demand than an ordinary alpha. Huo Qinye's hand lingered on the metal buckle of the seatbelt, his fingertips brushing ever so slightly against Lu Zhuo's waist. I lack your experience. It's easy to be reckless. Lu Zhuo stiffened in the back seat, Huo Qinye's towering form engulfing her entirely. His voice was soft and intimate, yet his eyes locked onto her like a predator, his penetrating gaze trailing over her lips, her neck, and the rapid rise and fall of her chest. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo wished to retreat, but the only thing behind her was the seatback. Huo Qinye suddenly chuckled lightly, and with a click, the seatbelt was undone. Get out of the car. As soon as Huo Qinye's voice fell, Lu Zhuo realized she had been played. He had done this on purpose. Huo Qinye. She ground her teeth and followed him. Lu Zhuo begrudgingly trailed behind Huo Qinye as they descended the elevator. When Huo Qinye scanned his face for entry into the research institute, he commanded, "Come here." Lu Zhuo stood reluctantly beside him. Standing at such a distance, Huo Qinye cast a sidelong glance, unable to discern your face. Chief Huo, a passing researcher greeted respectfully, casting a curious glance at Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye nodded. This is the first time I've seen you bring someone to the research institute. Who is this? Family member. Who is your family member? Lu Zhuo swiftly stepped in front of the identification device, his entire face displayed on the screen. Don't falsely claim relations. With a beep, the security door opened. Lu Zhuo strode in, planning to find a secluded spot to settle the score. As Lu Zhuo walked through the corridor of the research institute, his peripheral vision was involuntarily drawn to the display walls on either side. The entire wall gleamed with honor certificates, with Huo Qinye's electronic ID photo hanging at the top. The man in the picture clad in a standard white lab coat. Chief researcher of the Alliance Bioinformatics Research Center, Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo's footsteps faltered slightly. While everyone else was attending university, this guy had already attained such a status. He couldn't help but turn back, half in mockery, half in curiosity. What on earth does this shabby research institute study? Huo Qinye suddenly curled his lips into a smile, revealing a grin that could be deemed flawless. We research how to mark an alpha. Although his tone was playful, Lu Zhuo sensed a hint of danger. The glands on the back of his neck spasmed unexpectedly, as if pressed against by invisible teeth. If you really figure it out, be the first to tell me. On that day, I'll mark you, and you'll be begging on your knees. Lu Zhuo scoffed. I need to go to the restroom. Huo Qinye led him into his private lounge within the research institute. Lu Zhuo paid little attention to the room and stumbled into the bathroom. Just as he unbuckled his belt, the door lock suddenly clicked. You! Lu Zhuo hurriedly turned to the side. What are you doing? Huo Qinye leaned against the door frame. Need help? Oh, how kind of you. What could I possibly need your help with in a restroom? Huo Qinye. When did you become such a pervert? Seeing that Huo Qinye had no intention of leaving, he pretended to turn around. Come on, if you come any closer, I'll really urinate on you. If you don't need it, then forget it. The footsteps outside the frosted glass door gradually faded. Just as Lu Zhuo let out a sigh of relief, the next moment, he suddenly doubled over. Ow! Pain surged through him. He gripped the edge of the sink tightly, his knuckles turning pale. This doesn't feel right. Why does it hurt so much just to use the restroom? Huo Qinye! He cried out, his voice trembling from the pain. Did you drug me? The footsteps outside turned back leisurely. Huo Qinye's voice came through the glass, explaining, disruption of pheromones can lead to edema of the urinary mucosa. Considering your drunken state last night and the improper food you consumed, coupled with your lack of proper rest and the intake of alcohol again this afternoon, it's only natural for your condition to worsen. Why didn't you say that earlier? Lu Zhuo gasped, his vision blurring from the pain. It hurts so much. What now? I can't even urinate without agony. His tone rose sharply. Taking the medication you had in the car might alleviate it a bit, Huo Qinye suggested. You could have made that clearer. I told you, but you wouldn't listen. How could you know I would listen if you didn't explain properly? You just want to harm me. Lu Zhuo was drenched in cold sweat, his forehead glistening with the agony of his predicament. You simply wish to take revenge on me, relishing in my discomfort. Seeing me like this brings you delight, does it not? As Lu Zhuo leaned against the door frame to emerge, his knees buckled, nearly sending him to the floor. Where's the medicine? His voice was faint, and the strands of hair on his forehead clung to his pale skin, soaked in perspiration. Huo Qinye regarded him with concern. Lu Zhuo had indulged in both alcohol and that particular medication the previous day. He was non-omega, and his pheromones could not provide the soothing effect he desperately needed. Although he wore a pheromone suppression bracelet, it could not entirely isolate him from his own pheromones. The pheromones of an S-class alpha were burdensome to an ordinary alpha, and without proper rest, he would suffer the consequences. You need to lie down, Huo Qinye urged. Lu Zhuo attempted to maintain his pride, but a wave of dizziness washed over him, compelling him to ascend the bed slowly. He stumbled into the plush bedding, burying his face in the pillow, where he caught a faint whiff of Huo Qinye's scent. He was too exhausted to be choosy now. The mattress dipped slightly on the other side. Huo Qinye's warm fingers brushed aside the hair at the nape of his neck. Your glands are inflamed. Chapter 6. The pain is unbearable. Lu Zhuo lay sprawled on the bed, weakly threatening, if you delete the photos, I will spare you this time. Otherwise. Huo Qinye retrieved the ointment, twisting open the lid. The medication must be applied to the glands. Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist you? Of course. I'll do it myself. Lu Zhuo snatched the ointment, inadvertently straining his aching back as he fell back onto the bed. He squeezed out the medication and applied it to his glands. The menthol's sharp sting exploded within him, akin to 1,000 icy needles surging through the nerves of his glands, causing his vision to darken. Relax. Relax, my foot. If I die, it will surely be your fault. Huo Qinye, what kind of devilish medication is this? Lu Zhuo's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice tinged with desperation. I've never used such a fiery ointment before. You're doing this on purpose, trying to torment me. Lu Zhuo instinctively shrank his neck. Huo Qinye pressed down on the nape of his neck. Stay still. Huo Qinye's large hand enveloped the entirety of Lu Zhuo's nape, gently wiping away the excess ointment. It hurts. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze upon the reddened skin, leaning closer, his lips hovering just an inch from the glands, parting slightly. A cool breath wafted over Lu Zhuo's nape, slowly alleviating the burning sting, gentle as a summer breeze gliding across a lake. He opened his mouth to curse, only to find his throat tight with dryness, his fingers instinctively clutching the pillow. Damn, this feels oddly pleasant. Stop blowing. Lu Zhuo's voice was muffled against the pillow. His ears flushed crimson. Who gave you permission to do that? Huo Qinye's fingertips suddenly applied more pressure, kneading the glands with a deft touch. The pitch of his voice shifted dramatically. Lu Zhuo's entire face flushed with heat, as though all his strength had been sapped away, rendering even his curses feeble. Huo Qinye, you scoundrel. All done. Huo Qinye rose to fetch water, while Lu Zhuo remained sprawled, his gaze falling upon Huo Qinye's phone resting on the desk. Hey, did you back up those photos? How else could you be so brazen as to leave your phone right under my nose. Huo Qinye turned, holding a glass of water, his fingers pinching a white tablet. Open your mouth. Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, and the rim of the cup touched his lips as warm water was delivered to him. He still had the matter of the photographs on his mind, but his eyelids felt too heavy to lift. After taking his medication, he noticed Huo Qinye's long fingers pressing the switch, extinguishing the blinding overhead lights, leaving only an amber night light. Tomorrow would bring reckoning. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo as he drifted into slumber, standing by his bedside for a moment before departing. By midnight, Huo Qinye returned after attending to his tasks. He settled at the edge of the bed to assess Lu Zhuo's condition, finding him still running a high fever. Gently, Huo Qinye propped him up to administer some fever-reducing medicine, then removed his trousers before assisting him back into them. Lu Zhuo, in his stupor, was somewhat cooperative. After completing these tasks, Huo Qinye remained by the bedside, watching Lu Zhuo. The soft glow of the night light illuminated Lu Zhuo's face. Huo Qinye's fingertip glided down from his forehead, traversing his flushed cheeks, finally resting upon those lips. How delightful, how sweet. He pressed his thumb gently against Lu Zhuo's lower lip, which caused him to instinctively turn his head away, prompting Huo Qinye's hand to follow. Lu Zhuo lay there, vulnerable and unguarded upon his own bed. Leaning closer, Huo Qinye's gaze shifted from the quivering tip of Lu Zhuo's nose to his slightly parted lips. Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye lowered his head, capturing those two petals in a kiss, the searing sensation only fueling his thirst further. Lu Zhuo let out a soft hum, and Huo Qinye's hand slipped to the nape of Lu Zhuo's neck, urging him to tilt his head back and part his lips. He intensified the kiss until the person beneath him began to squirm restlessly. Huo Qinye delved deeper into the kiss. Lu Zhuo opened his eyes, greeted by the stark, minimalist decor of Huo Qinye's bedroom. His entire body ached, as if he had endured a night of being haunted, struggling for breath. At that moment, he saw Huo Qinye entering the room with a bag in hand. Which flavor of nutritional liquid do you want? Strawberry, coconut, orange? I want the orange flavor. Huo Qinye extracted a bottle of orange-flavored nutritional liquid from the bag, the plastic packaging crinkling with a crisp sound. Only then did Lu Zhuo realize that the entire bag contained solely orange-flavored options. As he drank the orange liquid, Lu Zhuo remarked, "You're quite stingy. There is nothing else? I feel like I'm starving. Just stick to liquid food for now," Huo Qinye cautioned, "or you'll regret it later if you indulge." Lu Zhuo gulped it down in one go, then looked up at Huo Qinye. "Spit it out. Don't beat around the bush. What do you want from me to delete the photos? And let me remind you, don't think that a few pictures can truly threaten me. It's best for you to know your place." Lu Zhuo tightened his grip on the nutritional pouch. 668 photos. Huo Qinye pulled out his phone and scrolled through it a couple of times. "Do you want to see?" Lu Zhuo's facade of calm began to crack. 668 bedroom photos. Huh. You should consider a career as a photographer. Huo Qinye tucked his phone back into his pocket and strode to the bedside. As shadows enveloped him, Lu Zhuo instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhuo thought rapidly, but momentarily found himself at a loss for a solution. Trying to snatch the phone would be futile. He had backups, so it would be in vain. The mix-up between us was accidental. I never intended to contest the inheritance. Yinning threatened me with those photos. If our parents insist on giving it to me, then there's nothing I can do. I'm a traditional alpha. Lu Zhuo looked up, a perplexed expression on his face. All right. I'm older than you, so I suppose I can let you be the young master," he fumed. His teeth clenched in frustration. "Let us just get along well from now on, shall we?" "Damn it," Lu Zhuo thought. "Once those photos are deleted, I'll show him what I can do." Suddenly, Huo Qinye extended his hand. Lu Zhuo instinctively leaned back, only to have his chin grasped firmly yet gently. The alpha's thumb brushed against the corner of his lips, which carried the scent of oranges, as he spoke in a low voice. "I gave you my first time. Lu Zhuo, you must take responsibility for me. Are you out of your mind?" "Huo Qinye?" Lu Zhuo exclaimed, forcefully swatting his hand away, his knuckles colliding with the other's wrist with a sharp sound. "How am I supposed to take responsibility? You're an alpha, not an omega. Did I mark you? Stop trying to provoke me." Huo Qinye chuckled lightly. "So, does being an alpha absolve one from responsibility? Alphas can be quite fragile too." "Fragile? You, an S-rank alpha. are fragile. Lu Zhuo scoffed. Once I'm better, I'll sleep with you. One time for another, consider a bargain. I don't want anything that's cheap. Huo Qinye retorted. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhuo's eyes flashed with anger. You've slept with others, while I haven tea, Huo Qinye stated. Who has slept with others? Lu Zhuo bit back. What do you propose? Be straightforward. Chapter 7. Special preferences. Don't tell me that after sleeping with you just once, you expect me to marry you. I'm not gay, Lu Zhuo declared. Not necessarily. We could date first, Huo Qinye suggested. Lu Zhuo forced a laugh. Am I the one who is sick, or are you? He smirked, as if he had heard the greatest joke. That's impossible. Huo Qinye maintained a faint smile. Nothing is impossible. Do you remember the school beauty who confessed to you back in high school? Huo Qinye gazed at Lu Zhuo, recalling a vague memory. Lu Zhuo had liked that omega, a sweet strawberry-scented omega, and pursued him for 2 months before he eventually confessed to Huo Qinye. Quite ordinary, yet charming, you know? I like that kind. Today marks our first day together. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Huo Qinye unlocked his phone. The cold light illuminating his perfectly sculpted profile. He calmly scrolled through his album, reporting data as if in a laboratory. 668 photos. Delete 10 each day. His finger paused on a close-up where Lu Zhuo's gaze was dreamy, his lips glistening. Every day, Huo Qinye murmured, his thumb gently caressing the screen. Recalling a moment captured in the photo, Lu Zhuo's breath quickened. Are you trying to toy with me? He instinctively lunged for the phone, but Huo Qinye effortlessly sidestepped him. In the next moment, Lu Zhuo's wrist was caught and pinned against the desk, the hard edge pressing into his waist, sending a shiver through him. Huo Qinye leaned closer, if you insist on thinking that way. Lu Zhuo, feeling the aggressive pheromones of the alpha fill the room, causing the air to thicken and heat up, was incensed. Yet, Huo Qinye merely laughed softly. Lu Zhuo's anger flared further. Do you think I would agree? He abruptly stood up, his knuckles white from clenching. Get lost. It's just a photo, right? Send it, do it now. After all, I'm not the only one who feels embarrassed. So it seems. Huo Qinye smiled and took a step back. Very well. Lu Zhuo crossed his arms. Given your current status, do you not feel any shame in sharing such images? Not at all. Huo Qinye sat down and took out his phone. What do you plan to do with that phone? Huo Qinye, you are an S-class alpha. Do not engage in such childish antics. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye opened his social media, editing the 2 photos sent to him yesterday. Wait, what are you doing? Huo Qinye replied. I am exposing an irresponsible alpha. Lu Zhuo feigned calmness. Go ahead. Let your mentor, classmates, and parents see you sharing such photos. I wonder how you will face them. He shot a glare at Huo Qinye and stormed out. He attempted to intimidate him, but he did not believe he would yield. When he had said that people like them cared deeply about their reputation. If he posted it, Lu Zhuo's pace slowed as he walked down the corridor, a dull pain creeping up from his tailbone. But what if? How would he navigate the circle in the future, and how would he face the omegas within it? Lu Zhuo abruptly turned back and flung the door open, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Huo Qinye was seated at his desk, perusing documents, his slender fingers gripping a light-colored pen, not even bothering to look up at the commotion. His phone screen illuminated with the first post on social media, featuring 2 intertwined hands on a bed, enough to make Lu Zhuo's blood run cold. Huo Qinye, are you insane? Why are you back? Huo Qinye turned off his phone and regarded him with a smile. Delete it. Immediately, Lu Zhuo rushed to grab the phone and input the password. Incorrect password. Please try again. What a nuisance. He had changed the password. The password. Lu Zhuo, enraged, felt like smashing the phone. Huo Qinye rested his chin on one hand, watching him. Huo Qinye. Fine. I will take responsibility. I will take responsibility, but hurry up and delete it. I still have my dignity. Huo Qinye took the phone with one hand, extending the other. What are you doing? Holding hands. Huo Qinye said nonchalantly, as depicted in the photo. Lu Zhuo slapped his hand into Huo Qinye's palm. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, unlocking the screen with his fingers and leisurely deleting the post. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on the screen until the post completely vanished, quickly glancing at the empty list of likes. He let out a sigh of relief and was about to shake off Huo Qinye's hand when Huo Qinye suddenly tightened his grip, holding it firmly. Lu Zhuo felt the warmth of Huo Qinye's fingertips gently caressing the webbing of his thumb. He lowered his gaze to their intertwined fingers. his ears inexplicably flushing with heat. Huo Qinye, when did you develop this habit? Just now. Huo Qinye's fingers were long and elegant, and at that moment, he was slowly toying with Lu Zhuo's fingers. His fingertips brushed gently through Lu Zhuo's fingers, gradually slipping in, raising them. Are you done playing? Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth. Huo Qinye looked up, a hint of pleasure in his eyes. Not yet. Huo Qinye, do not go too far. Too far? Huo Qinye chuckled lightly, his thumb tracing along Lu Zhuo's hand. Do you call it excessive when you hold hands with other alphas and omegas? He paused for a moment, lowering his voice slightly. What you did to me was far more excessive. I was intoxicated. Lu Zhuo felt his ears burning, unable to recall anything. I will help you gradually remember. No. Lu Zhuo struggled fiercely. I have no desire to remember. Having already held hands, it was time to delete the photos. If you dare to play tricks, I mean what I say, delete them tonight. Deleting 10 photos a day would take over 2 months to erase the more than 600 photos, which is far too long. Huo Qinye remarked, you also took quite some time that night. You. Lu Zhuo clenched his fists. How about deleting more in a single day? It depends on your behavior. You're staying at the research institute for the next 2 days, and you still have a fever. After you take your medication, get some rest. Hypocrite. Lu Zhuo sneered coldly. I need to use the restroom. Huo Qinye released his grip, and Lu Zhuo dashed into the bathroom. His right hand felt hot, as if still being held. Lu Zhuo huffed, turning on the tap with his left hand. Hiss. Huo Qinye, did you give me the most expensive medicine? Why does it still hurt so much? The sound of running water abruptly ceased. Wait. Lu Zhuo's voice trembled suddenly. Huo Qinye, I'm bleeding. Lu Zhuo stood before the toilet, his face as pale as death. What the hell did you give me? Huo Qinye entered and took a quick glance. Do you want me to check? Your eyes can't see. You can't see clearly. You have a touch to check if there's any necrosis. Chapter 8. Sharing a bed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Trying to scare me, you liar. Lie down and get your 4. Rest well. Don't let your temper flare. Lu Zhuo pulled up his pants and followed him out. Can you even treat me? Huo Qinye stopped and turned. If not, you should go to the hospital and let them examine you thoroughly. Lu Zhuo bumped into him irritably, throwing himself onto the bed. Hurry up with the 4. I'll give you one more chance. If it still hurts that much tomorrow, I'll report you. What kind of medical genius are you? Soon, someone brought the 4 kit. Huo Qinye leisurely tore open the packaging. As the alcohol swab brushed against Lu Zhuo's hand, he spoke, Indeed, urology is not my specialty. However, his cool fingertips glided over Lu Zhuo's prominent vein. Based on my previous assessment, I think it's somewhat tender. Tender? Lu Zhuo scoffed, catching the underlying meaning in his words. Can you handle 5 omegas in one night? The needle pricked his skin. Lu Zhuo frowned slightly. I can't. I can. Lu Zhuo raised his chin triumphantly. Well, you know, you little virgin. Oh. Huo Qinye slowly infused the medication. This ISN team my first time. Congratulations. You set a new record. Lu Zhuo choked on his words. Damn, it's not a new record. It's only 8 or 9 times. That time when you threw a party, it was 19 times, each time unique. You just placed too much importance on this. Who really cares? Lu Zhuo declared. Once I recover, I'll take you out to have fun, and once you're familiar, you want to be preoccupied with those wretched photos. Huo Qinye released his hand. I'm not interested in playing. TCH, so pretentious. Once you try it, you'll realize it's fun. Huo Qinye looked at him with keen interest. Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it feels nice, enjoyable. Oh. Huo Qinye rose to pour water and set it beside Lu Zhuo before leaving. As Lu Zhuo finally processed the situation, he erupted in frustration. Damn it. Huo Qinye, you scoundrel. Come back here. You dare call anyone amusing? Say it again if you dare, and see if I don't thrash you. Lu Zhuo had been roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. What's going on? Came Wenyu's voice. Still asleep? The party starts at 8, so come over early. I'm not going. What? Is it about the photos? That issue's still unresolved? Wenyu's teasing tone echoed. It's infuriating. I slept with him just once, and now he is crying and begging to date me. Threatening to expose me if I refuse. Calling me an irresponsible alpha. Ha ha ha. What is so funny, Wenyu? This is no laughing matter. Nothing. Ha ha. What happened next? Then he dragged me to the research institute, and Wu Ti let me leave unless I agreed. Really? You were just going to listen to him? He is getting a bit too bold. Come on, the guys are waiting for you. I'm not going. Are you serious? Are you afraid of him? I could round up a few people to tie him up and force him to delete it. It's no big deal. How come I never noticed how clever you are? Better late than never, when you replied, a hint of pride in his voice. He is a prominent figure in the Alliance Research Institute. If you tie him up, we might as well hold hands and waltz in a prison together. Then why not just agree to date him? It's quite impressive. You could show him off far better than your endless bragging. After all, he is Huo Qinye. Get lost. I'm still your grandpa Lu. Lu Zhuo ended the call, his stomach growling with hunger. He opened his contacts and dialed Qi Yao's number, requesting food to be delivered. An hour later, a voice message from Qi Yao came through, tinged with desperation. Boss, the guard refuses to let me in. Lu Zhuo stared at the unremarkable number on his phone, hesitating for 3 seconds before pressing the call button. As footsteps echoed down the corridor, Lu Zhuo, nearly ravenous, fixed his gaze on the doorknob. When the door finally swung open, Huo Qinye appeared, holding a steaming bowl of millet porridge, which he placed on the table. Come, what about my yellow croaker soup? The truffle beef pie? Lu Zhuo trembled slightly from hunger, knowing Qi Yao had brought a food container with at least 6 layers. Huo Qinye leisurely undid his cufflinks. You can't have it. I made him take it back. An alpha who only offers porridge after a night in bed is the most lowly of them all. I'll feed you. Wouldn't that be better? Absolutely not. Who wants you to feed me? Try that again, and I'll be disgusted. Lu Zhuo stood, staring at the unappetizing bowl of millet porridge. I added nutrients for you. But if you want anything else, you'll be in pain both before and after. It won't end well. Stop cursing me. Lu Zhuo sat down and scooped up the porridge, taking large mouthfuls. Just wait. Once I recover, I'll deal with you. As dusk deepened outside, the frosted glass of the bathroom emitted a soft glow. Huo Qinye was bathing within, and Lu Zhuo suddenly realized a pressing question. There was only one bed in this lounge. He noticed last night in his fevered state. Where did Huo Qinye sleep last night? And where did he plan to sleep tonight? Did his request for a relationship also include sharing a bed? Did he expect to share a bed for 2 months? Thus, he incurred a significant loss, and he had no intention of proceeding. He picked up his clothes, preparing to leave, when he recalled those 10 photographs. His hand was compelled, yet he had not witnessed him delete the images. The sound of water from the bathroom abruptly ceased. Lu Zhuo reclined back onto the bed. The moment Huo Qinye opened the door, he beheld Lu Zhuo sprawled across the narrow 150 centimeters by 200 centimeters bed, nearly occupying all available space. Huo Qinye, drying his hair, assessed Lu Zhuo as he walked in, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Lu Zhuo stole a glance and coughed. That photo, it should be deleted, right? Huo Qinye folded the towel and set it down. Wait until I'm lying on the bed. We shall delete them together. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. This bed is so small. How can 2 people sleep here? He sat up. How about I delete the photos, return home to sleep, and come back tomorrow? No need. Though the bed at the Research Institute is a tad small, it can accommodate 2. Huo Qinye approached. I never agreed to share a bed with you. That night, I didn't agree either, yet you insisted. Are you afraid of me? Huo Qinye regarded him. Afraid of what I might do to you? Why should I be afraid of you? Lu Zhuo shifted to the side, declaring, I'll have you know, my mother said I'm older than you, so you ought to call me brother. Huo Qinye observed the space beside him and calmly claimed that territory. The mattress sank slightly, their arms almost brushing against each other. Lu Zhuo felt the warmth radiating from Huo Qinye, along with the fresh scent of body wash. He found himself sharing a bed with his arch-nemesis, Huo Qinye. Perhaps they would even end up holding hands while admiring their shared photos. Chapter 9. If you speak again, I shall kiss you. Typically fearless, Lu Zhuo now felt somewhat uneasy. He recalled a time in elementary school when he and Huo Qinye shared a tent, back when they had yet to quarrel. The mattress trembled slightly as Huo Qinye manipulated his phone. Delete them, Lu Zhuo urged, staring at the ceiling, unable to resist stealing glances at the screen. Huo Qinye's long fingers leisurely navigated the display, selecting a close-up of Lu Zhuo's reddened eyes and deleting it. He then tapped another image, capturing Lu Zhuo biting his lip, and deleted that too. Can't you delete them in bulk? Lu Zhuo snatched the phone, inadvertently brushing against Huo Qinye's thumb. The screen's light illuminating his flushed face. You're doing this on purpose. Lu Zhuo swiftly selected all and deleted the images. Huo Qinye chuckled silently, watching him complete the deletions. Lu Zhuo tossed the phone back to Huo Qinye, mentally noting that there were still 658 photos remaining. For the first time, he regarded 658 as a substantial figure. The two lay without a blanket, Lu Zhuo observing Huo Qinye's long legs just 2 centimeters from his own. He measured, realizing his legs were slightly shorter. At his height of 1 meter 80, Huo Qinye must be around 1 meter 88 or 90. Why did his legs appear so much longer? Suddenly, warm skin brushed against him as Huo Qinye's leg inadvertently nudged him. Lu Zhuo recoiled as if shocked. I am not homosexual. Don't presume that sharing a bed allows for such liberties. Were it not for deleting those photos, I would not be sharing this bed with you. Have you not slept with Alpha? Huo Qinye turned off the bright lights, leaving only a small night light illuminating the room. How can that be the same? Lu Zhuo remarked. People find you far more appealing. Oh, Huo Qinye replied, lying down. Then your taste must be rather poor. Indeed, your taste is exquisite. You set your sights on me. Haven't you? Lu Zhuo felt a surge of pride. Threatening me with photos, scheming against me. I thought you were devoid of desires, but seems you have taken a liking to me. Huo Qinye settled down. I need a rest now. Let us cease the chatter. Am I to simply obey your command of silence? On what ground should I heed your wishes? I insist on speaking. You must have developed feelings for me, hence your constant opposition, witnessing my drunken debauchery. TSK. The so-called abstinent deity is merely. Huo Qinye's palm glided over the inner thigh of Lu Zhuo, causing him to stiffen. What are you doing? The warmth of Huo Qinye's body seeped through the thin fabric, his fingers dangerously lingering at sensitive spots. A surge of primal instincts. Get off me, release me. Lu Zhuo protested, extending his hand. Huo Qinye seized his wrist and pinned him down. Shall I remind you that it was you who intended to drug me? If you wish to remain awake, there are ways to avoid sleep. Huo Qinye, do not restrain me. Huo Qinye's gaze fell upon Lu Zhuo's lips. The thin petals flushed with irritation, slightly parting with each hurried breath, resembling rose petals drenched by a torrential downpour. I yearn to ravage. Speak again, he commanded suddenly, lifting his hand, his thumb pressing against Lu Zhuo's lower lip with a gentle yet unyielding force. I shall kiss you. Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated in shock. You dare? His words trailed off as Huo Qinye leaned in closer, the bridge of his nose nearly brushing against Lu Zhuo's cheek, cornering him within the confines of the bed. Care to guess whether I dare or not? Huo Qinye's breath was scorching, his lips barely grazing the corner of Lu Zhuo's mouth. In the mingling of their breaths, Lu Zhuo's heart raced. You truly like me. You're fabricating excuses to kiss me. Huh? Huo Qinye regarded him intently. Lu Zhuo's eyes, dark as night, were rimmed with a halo of light chestnut, reminiscent of a deer startled by headlights in a midnight forest, clear yet defiant, surely beautiful when in tears. I've suffered losses at your hands, and naturally, I must reclaim them. As for your insistence that I have feelings for you, Huo Qinye smiled faintly, his words ambiguous. Lu Zhuo balled his fists. He knew Huo Qinye's antics were solely to irritate him. Or perhaps you were deliberately provoking me to elicit a response. Huo Qinye, cease your self-adoration. I have no affection for you. Is that so? Huo Qinye moved even closer. Lu Zhuo felt a shiver run through him, his pheromones uncontrollably leaking out. He abruptly closed his eyes and turned away, avoiding Huo Qinye's peculiar gaze. Are we sleeping or not? It's unbearably noisy. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, finally returning to his side of the bed. The night light cast a gentle glow over his distinguished profile, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. He turned to observe Lu Zhuo, whose eyes were tightly shut in feigned slumber. Good night, my foot. As the clock approached dawn, Lu Zhuo's phone vibrated. A message from when you arrived. Hurry up, we're all waiting for you. The second half is about to begin. Lu Zhuo turned to glance at the sleeping Huo Qinye, then scrutinized his phone. Could he perhaps take the device and seek someone to crack the hidden password? With that thought in mind, he sent a message to Wenyu. Come to the Research Institute to pick me up and find a skilled hacker. All right. I've never been to the Research Institute. Wait for me. I'll be there in half an hour. Half an hour later, Lu Zhuo stealthily slipped out with Huo Qinye's phone. As the moonlight was swallowed by clouds, he deleted all of Huo Qinye's photo backups, plotting his next move. He settled into one used flamboyant pink car, allowing himself a moment of relief. The inebriated when you looked at him, amused by his furtive demeanor, unable to suppress a laugh. What is so funny? The man in the hoodie in the front seat powered up a computer, the cool blue glow illuminating his face. He received the phone Lu Zhuo tossed over and whistled, cracking hidden albums and locating backup accounts. Simple enough. Just unlock the password, dare to peek at the photos inside, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. Don't expect a penny. The hacker, with a drawn-out tone, danced his fingers across the keyboard as the screen flooded with code. These omegas at the Research Institute, so high and mighty on the surface, but they've certainly drained your pockets behind the scenes. Lu Zhuo smirked slightly. Indeed, my family's fortune is nearly depleted. After all, the Lu family's assets will eventually belong to Huo Qinye. When you handed him a glass of whiskey, the ice clinking against the glass, to calm your nerves, I brought this for you. I don't drink. At the mere mention of alcohol, Lu Zhuo felt a sharp pain in his front. Suddenly, the hacker exclaimed, "This encryption is intriguing. Wait a moment." He abruptly turned his head, the screen's blue light casting a pallid glow on his face. Who is the owner of this phone? Just a junior staff member at the Research Institute. When you smirked, a junior staff member? Huh, yes, the chief of the institute. No sooner had he spoken than blinding searchlights pierced through the car windows. Alliance Police. Step out of the vehicle. Hands visible. The booming voice of the loudspeaker rattled the glass. Chapter 10. The first love. Lu Zhuo squinted to discern the scene outside as 10 fully armed SWAT officers coldly fixed their gazes upon them. Great heavens. I merely wanted to earn a little money to support my family. Where are you taking me? The hacker cradled his head in despair. When you, inebriated, chuckled softly. Lu Zhuo, you're quite clever, aren't you? At 2:27 a.m., the four were escorted into the police station. As soon as when he was locked inside, his silent bodyguard removed his suit jacket and draped it over him. Now that's a proper bodyguard, Lu Zhuo thought, casting a glance at Qi Yao, who rushed over. Boss. Qi Yao's eyes were red-rimmed, his fingers gripping the iron bars of the detention room tightly. I just inquired a bit. You're being charged with the theft of Alliance secrets. It's just a broken phone from a shabby research institute. That phone is linked to numerous confidential projects under the Alliance's jurisdiction. When you, half asleep, mumbled from beneath the bodyguard's jacket. Hurry and get Huo Qinye here to bail us out. Otherwise, if our families find out, we're done for. Lu Zhuo leaned back against the wall, feeling a dull ache in his lower back, an aftermath of Huo Qinye's earlier antics. Go find Huo Qinye. I need to explain things to him. Suddenly, the boss, Qi Yao, leaned over the railing, and the lady promptly approached. Why did you summon my mother? If you can't handle such a trivial matter, what use are you to me? No, boss, this is not a trivial matter. Moreover, it wasn't my decision. A call was made from here. Because of your actions. Both the Lu and Wen family's companies are under investigation. I've heard that if you're convicted, the sentence could be 5 to 10 years. What? Lu Zhuo exclaimed in disbelief, suddenly realizing the true intention of Huo Qinye. He had been thoroughly schemed against by Huo Qinye. Grasping his head, Lu Zhuo lifted the sleeping When you, half awake and dazed, murmured him. This isn't just a game. He's trying to destroy me. Lu Zhuo's voice echoed in the empty detention center. This bastard intends to send me to prison, pretending to be interested in me while deliberately placing my phone in front of me. When you swayed, indeed, your brain cannot possibly match Huo Qinye's. If he wishes to toy with you, he merely has to lift a finger. If my brother finds out, I'm finished. Don't blame me for betraying you then. You dare. Well, I took the blame for you. Madam. Qi Yao swallowed hard and stepped aside. Mother. Lu Zhuo paused. Yin Yu, clad in a black trench coat and wearing high heels, stood at the door. Now you remember to call for your mother? What did your father say last time? He told you not to provoke Qinye and to get along with him. How did you respond? Lu Zhuo lowered his head. I was wrong. Yin Yu's gaze was stern. Is this something that could be resolved simply by admitting fault? If Qinye doesn't relent, no one can help you. Mother. Lu Zhuo felt a pang of sorrow. How could such a beautiful and kind mother give birth to someone as heartless as Huo Qinye? The moment when you heard a familiar set of footsteps, he fainted completely. Upon seeing Wen Qingtian, the eldest of the Wen family, arrive, Lu Zhuo realized the gravity of the situation. Once Yan Yu and Wen Qingtian began addressing the matter, they were also moved to a different room. Wen Yu's drowsiness vanished entirely. It's over. I genuinely believe you have been with Huo Qinye. He truly intends to ruin you, along with me. Lu Zhuo grimaced at the thought of Huo Qinye's face, filled with animosity. Wen Yu and Lu Zhuo exchanged glances, given the strength of their families. Staying there for even a night was a lack of respect for their family's wealth. However, a day passed with no developments. Until evening, finally, someone arrived, and Lu Zhuo was escorted to the mediation room. Upon entering, he found himself surrounded by white walls and a long table, where Huo Qinye relaxed against the back of his chair. Huo Qinye! Lu Zhuo's furious shout reverberated in the confined space. Huo Qinye slightly lifted his gaze, revealing a faint smile that sent shivers down Lu Zhuo's spine. Wasn't it just a childish prank when I secretly placed a toad in your backpack when we were kids, or when I hid your sneakers in middle school? Those were merely childish antics. Lu Zhuo straightened abruptly. Is this truly your intention? Huo Qinye paused his fingers, lightly tapping his knees. He let out a soft hum. Lu Zhuo was so enraged he nearly laughed. We had clearly agreed to delete the photos. Yet you stole my phone. That was... Lu Zhuo, you lack integrity. I lack integrity? Lu Zhuo laughed in anger. Are you truly so noble as to threaten me with photographs? Threaten? Huo Qinye tilted his head slightly. You consented to the photographs. They're on my phone. For my own admiration. What is the issue? Admiration? Lu Zhuo's voice suddenly rose. You proposed deletion, and I provided conditions. You ought to adhere to them. Huo Qinye traced an invisible line on the table with his fingertip. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze upon him. So now, the agreement is void. What do you mean? Lu Zhuo scrutinized him, knowing he would not only be imprisoned, but also exposed to the photographs. Huo Qinye fell silent. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo strode towards him. I'm here. Lu Zhuo's chest heaved. Is there still room for negotiation? Huo Qinye tapped his fingers on the table. What more is there to discuss? It was wrong for me to take your phone. It was theft. How is it theft? Lu Zhuo glared at him. Today marks the second day of our relationship. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. What's wrong with checking my boyfriend's phone? You claim I'm untrustworthy, yet you uphold your own trustworthiness? Since we agreed to date until the photos were deleted, is it not permissible for me to check my boyfriend's phone? Huo Qinye displayed a rare look of confusion. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Lu Zhuo sensed an opportunity. You have never been in a relationship, have you? Just started? He looked at Lu Zhuo, feeling deceived. No, I didn't deceive you. This is merely being vigilant. Lu Zhuo pulled a chair and sat across from Huo Qinye. Didn't you wish to experience a relationship? Of course, I must engage with you seriously. You see, you are an S-rank alpha. Although you merely wish to toy with me, I am genuinely invested. Huo Qinye concluded, invested in stealing my phone. No, I must correct you. It's not stealing, it's taking. Checking your phone is merely being vigilant. It's common for partners to be interested in each other's phones. You know the password, right? Checking doesn't require hacking into the phone. Lu Zhuo, you're deceiving me. Lu Zhuo unconsciously clenched his thighs, his fingertips digging into the fabric. There was no choice left. He had to reveal his trump card. Chapter 11. Can I do this to you too? Lu Zhuo took a deep breath. Over the years, I've slipped toads into your backpack, hidden your sneakers, and doodled on your notebooks, all to capture your attention. And you have succeeded. In a modest room, without air conditioning, beads of sweat formed on Lu Zhuo's forehead. It was wrong of me to drug you that day, but when I thought about it, you are my mother's biological child, and we are to become brothers. I felt I had no chance and acted with ill intent. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze slightly. What do you mean? I like you. Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson. Huo Qinye raised a hand to his lips, his knuckles concealing the upward curve of his smile. Is that so? Yet you previously said you wanted to kill me, disgust me, and be strangers with me. I was shy and feared your disdain, pretending not to like you. Lu Zhuo's gaze fell upon a pot of green ivy on the table, unable to meet Huo Qinye's eyes. Oh! Huo Qinye's voice held a teasing tone. Young Master Lu's way of being shy is truly unique. You curse. He deliberately paused, also teasingly engaging with his phone. This was another matter entirely. Lu Zhuo tugged at his collar, revealing a rather peculiar little quirk of mine. Huo Qinye's gaze fell upon the collarbone exposed by Lu Zhuo. Under the cold white light, that elongated neck flushed with a slight redness, and the faintly pink marks in the hollow of his collarbone. His breath subtly deepened. What quirk? Lu Zhuo, feeling parched and his heart racing, confessed. I must admit, I am a man of considerable possessiveness. I wish to install a locator on your phone, so that wherever you are, I can see you, putting my mind at ease. You understand, don't you? You can comprehend my sentiments, can't you? He cast a furtive glance at Huo Qinye, whose gaze was profound and heavy. The room fell into an abrupt silence, with sporadic footsteps echoing from outside, further thickening the air within. Lu Zhuo's fingertips instinctively curled. Suddenly, Huo Qinye stood, his tall figure completely enveloping Lu Zhuo in his shadow. The stark light of the mediation room was blocked behind him, resembling the sudden descent of night. Can I not check your location at any time as well? Lu Zhuo tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing with the motion of swallowing. When, of course, he forced a raised brow, ISNT, that how love is. Huo Qinye's thumb gently pressed against his chin, lifting his face with a delicate yet firm touch. All right, but the rules. His fingertip brushed lightly over Lu Zhuo's lips. Must be redefined. If you misbehave, I shan't delete a single photo. His voice was tender. Is this fair? Wasn't it agreed upon to limit it to 10 photos a day? Lu Zhuo protested. Huo Qinye's fingertips delicately pried open the seam of his lips, his fingertip gliding over Lu Zhuo's tongue, akin to a tamer teasing a young beast that had just lost its teeth. Lu Zhuo trembled involuntarily, instinctively wanting to retreat, but Huo Qinye's hand pursued him. His heart raced as if it would burst from his chest, the roar of rushing blood echoing in his ears. This pervert, always knowing how to take advantage of him. Lu Zhuo instinctively bit down on Huo Qinye's finger, the instant his canines pierced the skin. He tasted a hint of blood. Huo Qinye's breath hitched suddenly, yet not from pain. He lowered his gaze to Lu Zhuo's trembling eyelashes. Feeling the warmth and sting transmitted through his fingertips, the darkness in his eyes deepening. Huo Qinye's knuckles curled slightly, brushing against that restless canine tooth, eliciting a deeper bite. Chapter 12. 2 alphas must lock the door. I am administering your medication, Huo Qinye said. Lu Zhuo froze abruptly, his tongue meeting a slightly bitter pill. He instinctively loosened his jaw, and Huo Qinye slowly withdrew his hand. 2 deep bite marks, stained with blood, were glaringly conspicuous on his pale skin. I know, Lu Zhuo exclaimed as he grabbed a bottle of mineral water and took a gulp, his Adam's apple racing up and down. I want to mark you. The moment the pill slid down, Lu Zhuo proclaimed earnestly, my biting you is to ensure everyone knows you are taken, to formally establish our romantic relationship. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, accepting the water bottle from Lu Zhuo's hand, his long fingers leisurely tightening the cap. Understood, but is this also your quirk? Indeed. Lu Zhuo tilted his head, seemingly unafraid. I have quite a few peculiarities, but they might hurt you. You wouldn't mind, would you? The base of the bottle lightly tapped against the tabletop. What a coincidence. Huo Qinye's shadow completely enveloped him. I have my own peculiarities as well. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. What? Huo Qinye replied, you will find out. Wait, he had no desire to know. When a group of people emerged from the police station, when you trailed behind, Wenqing like a little chick, only to be ushered into the car without even casting a glance towards Lu Zhuo. Mom, could you slow down? Lu Zhuo called out to Yinyu, reaching for the car door, but Yinyu shot him a glare that pinned him in place. If it weren't for Qin Yi speaking up for you, turning black into white, the fact that you installed a tracker on his phone would have landed you in prison for several years. What tracker? You discovered that I had a tracker on my phone and intended to assist me, but your methods were rather inappropriate, Huo Qinye clarified. It wasn't Timmy. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on Huo Qinye, realizing he was at a loss for words. Lu Zhuo felt speechless, burdened with an unjust blame. He and T even had the chance to do anything. That tracker was certainly not his doing. You won't be going home. The secondary card has been suspended, and you should refrain from driving. Mom, you don't want me anymore? Yinyu retorted, are you looking for a beating? Your father said he would thrash you if you returned. Stay low for a while. Do you even realize how much trouble you've caused for Qinye? Mom, For the next few days, stick close to Qinye and apologize sincerely. Once your father calms down, the two of you can return together. If Qinye doesn't forgive you, then don't come back. That's not fair, Mom. Then you entered the car, and the bodyguard shut the door. Qi Yao got in the driver's seat. Mom. Lu Zhuo watched the car recede into the distance, and then turned to Huo Qinye beside him. He decided to take a taxi to the hotel. Just as he took out his phone, Huo Qinye snatched it away. What are you doing? Lu Zhuo asked, eyeing him warily. Checking up on you. Lu Zhuo was taken aback as he watched Huo Qinye open his WeChat. One by one, messages began to pop up on his phone. Strawberry. Young Master Lu, I learned to mix drinks, not coming home tonight. Blueberry. Young Master Lu, why haven't you come to the club? Grape. I'm so worried, please reply. You said you liked me. Why are there so many fruity Omega messages? Huo Qinye market. They're all my younger brothers. Oh, Huo Qinye elongated his tone. No wonder I'm asked to call you brother. Turns out I'm one of the younger ones. Lu Zhuo hadn't even considered that angle. However, whether your feelings for me are genuine or feigned, Huo Qinye's voice remained gentle. During our courtship, I advised young Master Lu to maintain his integrity. Lu Zhuo snatched back his phone, his eyes gleaming with pride. What can I say? An alpha like me is simply irresistible. All these messages were from Omegas that when you had added after losing a game, and he had never replied to a single one. Yet, these Omegas incessantly reached out to him with warmth and concern. His stomach growled audibly. Let us go. Huo Qinye started to walk ahead, his car parked across the street. I'm heading to the hotel. Your place is a bit cramped, and I'm uncomfortable there. Huo Qinye said nothing further and got into his car. Lu Zhuo let out a sigh of relief. Huo Qinye drove up to Lu Zhuo, and the window of the passenger seat slid down. Get in, he said. Even in a romantic relationship, one deserves a measure of personal space, don't you think? Lu Xiao, I hope our romantic entanglement is confined to within 2 months. Do not address me in such a manner. Lu Zhuo opened the door and got in, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Let us head to Yunjing Pavilion. I am famished. Huo Qinye turned the steering wheel, and Lu Zhuo glanced at the road. If you're unfamiliar with the route, just use the navigation. Turn left. Huo Qinye followed his instructions and made a right turn instead. What do you mean by that? We're going back to the research institute. Huo Qinye, I've realized you are truly stingy. Do you think I would let you pay? Even if I stopped using my secondary card, I still have money on me. All right? I'll treat you. Huo Qinye drove into the research institute. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but roll his eyes. He attempted to call Qi Yao, but the call went unanswered. He tried ordering takeout, only to find there was none available nearby. The research institute was situated deep in the suburbs, surrounded by numerous sycamore trees, with an imposing cluster of silver-gray buildings. Inside, many researchers donned in lab coats moved about. After parking, Lu Zhuo reluctantly followed Huo Qinye to the cafeteria, which spanned 5 floors. The door frames of the dining hall were adorned with obsidian patterns, and a deep blue pheromone monitoring light glided along the edges. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious and well-lit area, with polished floors and the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. As Lu Zhuo stepped in behind Huo Qinye, the previously bustling cafeteria fell silent for a brief moment. Over 30 pairs of eyes turned towards him. Chief Huo greeted a passing researcher. Huo Qinye responded politely. What would you like to eat? He asked, tilting his head towards Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo's gaze swept over the dishes displayed in the transparent warming cabinet. Roasted turkey leg with truffle asparagus, steamed egg with king crab meat, and pan-seared codfish with caviar. The offerings here were quite commendable, certainly on par with those outside. I'll have that turkey leg and the crab meat next to it, Lu Zhuo pointed out, adding, also a chocolate lava cake, and I'll take orange juice to drink. As soon as he finished speaking, the whispers from several tables around them grew more pronounced. Has Chief Huo brought his family along? Someone murmured. Isn't that the second heir of the Lu family? An alpha in a lab coat lowered his voice, the tone laced with subtlety. I heard he hacked into Chief Huo's phone system, nearly exposing confidential information. You were behind the times, interjected a nearby beta, excitedly tapping his spoon against his plate. It was Chief Huo's phone that had a locator installed. He uncovered it, and reportedly caught an insider. Huo Qinye, carrying their trays, led Lu Zhuo to a window-side table. Lu Zhuo, with a growling stomach, had not had a proper meal in days, and he eagerly focused on the fragrant turkey leg on his plate. Just as he was about to pick up his knife and fork, Huo Qinye naturally swapped their trays. Lu Zhuo gazed in disbelief at the turkey leg he had just carved, the tender crab meat steamed egg, and the molten chocolate cake, which instantaneously transformed into a bowl of golden millet porridge, soft steamed pumpkin, boiled broccoli, and a steaming cup of orange juice. He slowly raised his gaze, his eyes filled with a lingering sorrow. Huo Qinye leisurely sliced into the turkey leg, the knife tip delicately piercing the crispy skin, allowing the savory juices to seep forth. "Are you intent on tormenting me? Tomorrow I can indulge in meat." "I refuse." With a deft twist of his wrist, Lu Zhuo's fork precisely pierced the turkey leg on Huo Qinye's plate, the motion swift enough to catch a glint of silver. He stuffed the morsel into his mouth, savoring the coarse fibers of the turkey meat, imbued with the fragrant char of grilling, a veritable feast for the famished Lu Zhuo. The flavor is quite delightful. No sooner had he spoken than his fork brazenly lunged toward Huo Qinye's plate once more. "You ought to refrain from indulging in meat while nursing that injury." Huo Qinye's knife gently halted Lu Zhuo's fork. The chewing motion of Lu Zhuo subtly paused for half a second. Nonchalantly, he swallowed his food. "It no longer hurts. It's hardly a concern." At that moment, an alpha clad in dark glasses approached. "Chief Huo, could you please review today's research data?" Huo Qinye nodded, handing the keys to Lu Zhuo. "Finish your meal and return on your own." Lu Zhuo mused, "As if I would wait for you." He took the keys and returned to Huo Qinye's room alone. With efficiency, he stripped down completely and indulged in a soothing bath. Upon emerging, he found his soiled underwear too unappealing to wear again, tossing it into the laundry basket with ease before rummaging through Huo Qinye's wardrobe. The closet was impeccably organized, with garments sorted by color and season. In the bottom drawer, Lu Zhuo discovered an unopened black pair of underwear, not from a renowned brand. He tore open the packaging and donned them. The fabric felt relatively comfortable, albeit slightly oversized. Just as he was about to search for a t-shirt, the sound of a key unlocking the door pierced the silence. Lu Zhuo spun around abruptly, locking eyes with Huo Qinye's deep gaze. The man's eyes traced from Lu Zhuo's bare waist down to the noticeably oversized underwear. "Back so soon?" Lu Zhuo dismissed the moment and continued searching for clothes. Suddenly, a click echoed through the quiet room, the unmistakable sound of the door locking. Lu Zhuo was just slipping on Huo Qinye's white t-shirt, the fabric barely grazing his thighs. He paused, turning to the door. "Huo Qinye, why are you locking the door?" Huo Qinye leisurely unfastened the top button of his shirt, retorting, "Do you not lock your door at night? What alpha locks their door to sleep?" He replied, striding towards the bed, revealing glimpses of the black underwear along his inner thighs. Huo Qinye's gaze lingered on that shadow for 2 seconds. "Well, it seems both alphas ought to lock their doors now." Huo Qinye approached Lu Zhuo. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Lu Zhuo instinctively tensed his back. Chapter 13, To Bite. Why should two alphas need to lock the door? Suddenly, why was he feeling a bit anxious? Was Huo Qinye contemplating something untoward? After all, why must they share a bed if they were merely dating? In addition to such antics, what else could one do? Huo Qinye was contemplating his own amusement. His posterior still throbbed. This simply would not do. It was now my turn to bite you. Let me. Damn. He could hear the footsteps drawing closer. Lu Zhuo abruptly turned around, placing his hands against Huo Qinye. "No. Why not? You can bite me, but I cannot bite you. That is simply unjust." "Bite?" Huo Qinye leisurely raised his right hand, his slender finger extending before Lu Zhuo, the clear bite marks evident at the knuckles. "Huo Qinye remarked, "It is my turn to bite you." Lu Zhuo's pupils constricted. "You must not bite, for you are an S-class alpha, and I cannot trust you enough to allow that." "Oh, but Lu Xiao is quite desirable as well, surrounded by so many alluring omega. I have not contacted them." Lu Zhuo's hand pressed against Huo Qinye's chest, his fingertips trembling slightly. Despite both being alphas, he felt as if he were an omega about to be coerced. He would not concede. Huo Qinye grasped his hand. "No, that is unacceptable. If we both bore the same bite marks tomorrow, it would surely lead to scandalous gossip." Yet, Huo Qinye did not allow him to withdraw his hand. He gently caressed Lu Zhuo's fingers with his own marked digits. "There is no such thing as unacceptable." "Wait." Lu Zhuo called out to him. He He gazed at Huo Qinye's teasing expression, feeling a surge of defiance. After all, he was merely a bookish nerd who spent all his time in the laboratory. How could he possibly intimidate him? Would it be permissible to bite in another location? Lu Zhuo lifted his chin, a spark of provocation gleaming in his eyes. In any case, I shall bite you once, and you shall bite me once. A fair exchange. Huo Qinye's gaze deepened. Where? My posterior, Lu Zhuo boldly declared. Huo Qinye stared at him. Noticing his silence, Lu Zhuo pressed on. What? Are you unwilling? I have already mentioned my peculiar preference, allowing you to bite my precious posterior, and yet you fail to appreciate it? If you wish to bite, do so. If not, then be gone. You are enjoying this advantage far too much. Based on his understanding of Huo Qinye, the room was immaculate, clearly indicative of a person with a touch of obsessive cleanliness. The notion of the stoic male deity biting someone's posterior was almost absurd. Should he actually do so, Lu Zhuo would have a good laugh at his expense. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his wrist seized firmly. Huo Qinye knelt upon the mattress. Lu Zhuo's hands pinned behind his waist. After all, Lu Xiao. Huo Qinye's voice suddenly brushed against his ear, revealing a wealth of playful tactics. Following Lu Xiao would undoubtedly teach him much. His long fingers glided along Lu Zhuo's waistline, teasingly tracing circles at the waistband. A shiver coursed through Lu Zhuo, a tingling sensation radiating from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. Lu Xiao, I prefer the left side. Huo Qinye's voice was low and sultry. Perhaps the right side? The edge of his underwear was gently teased by fingertips, only to be deliberately released. The soft sound of fabric snapping back against skin resonated clearly in the quiet room, causing Lu Zhuo's waist to involuntarily quiver. The left side. Lu Zhuo strained his neck to look back, deliberately raising his voice. Give me a substantial bite. He refused to believe that Huo Qinye would truly dare to bite. Hurry. I am anxiously waiting. Lu Zhuo provocatively twisted his waist, counting to 3. If you do not bite, then I shall not allow you to bite at all. As the words 1, 2, 3 had yet to escape his lips, he suddenly felt a chill at his side. Huo Qinye's fingers deftly hooked the edge of his underwear and pulled it down, exposing the left cheek to the cool air. Lu Zhuo's waistline was fully revealed, its perfection accentuated by a tiny, red mole nestled in the indentation. Huo Qinye's breath grew noticeably heavier, his fingertips gently pressing against the mole. I'll let you bite, but not touch. Lu Zhuo attempted to maintain his composure, but he noticed Huo Qinye seemingly drawing closer. Wait, I was joking. No biting on the backside. Bite my arm instead. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, his long fingers suddenly pinching the tip of his rear, neither too hard nor too soft. Lu Zhuo gasped in surprise. Caught off guard. Before he could react, Huo Qinye leaned down to nip at the side of his neck. I won't listen to you anymore. Huo Qinye's voice was gravelly. Lu Zhuo found himself firmly pinned to the bed, akin to prey caught in the jaws of a beast. He could distinctly feel Huo Qinye's solid chest pressed against his back. Struggling to turn his face, he swallowed hard. Could you be a bit gentler? Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain struck him. Huo Qinye's canine teeth slowly pierced his skin, the metallic scent of blood instantly filling the air. Lu Zhuo arched his back in agony, his fingers clenching the bed sheets tightly. He really bit me. He drew in a sharp breath, the glands of the nape of his neck throbbing. The sensation was overwhelmingly humiliating, infuriating. Huo Qinye's tongue languidly traced the bloodied bite mark, savoring the taste of the crimson droplets. He eased his grip, just a bite, and you're already breathing heavily. Lu Zhuo erupted. Huo Qinye, who's breathing heavily? Keep your mouth shut. He snatched a nearby pillow and hurled it at Huo Qinye, who caught it effortlessly and returned it to its place before heading to the bathroom. Are you a dog? You bit harder than I did, and yet you suffer no loss. Lu Zhuo raised a hand to his neck, quickly retrieving his phone to capture a photo of the vivid bite mark. It stood out starkly against his skin. He had to wear a shirt tomorrow. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom, the frosted glass door revealing Huo Qinye's blurred silhouette, his broad shoulders and narrow waist visible through the rising steam. Lu Zhuo stared for a few seconds before spitting out a disdainful sound. He opened his phone to message Wenyu. Lu Baba, come pick me up tomorrow. Wan Hua Tsongwa. Not interested, goodbye. Lu Zhuo attempted to call via video, but no one answered. Such a lack of ambition. He fiddled with his phone, initially intending to wait for Huo Qinye to finish a shower, hoping he would delete the photos from today before going to bed. An hour passed, and Huo Qinye had yet to emerge. This shower was taking far too long. Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo called out. Huo Qinye responded softly. The sound of water ceased, and he emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe. Hurry up, hurry up. Huo Qinye's lips curled into a slight smile. In such a rush? What time is it? Lu Zhuo retorted, delete the photos quickly. I want to sleep. Not deleting them today, Huo Qinye replied, slowly approaching. Why not? You're not keeping your word. When have I ever broken my word? Huo Qinye's gaze slowly traveled from his neck downwards. Chapter 14. Everywhere Lu Zhuo pulled the quilt over himself and quipped, Huo Qinye, do those omegas chasing after you know that you enjoy staring at people's backsides? I doubt it, Huo Qinye replied, switching off the main light. The room was suddenly enveloped in darkness, save for a small cloud-shaped night light casting a gentle glow. Lu Zhuo felt a tinge of embarrassment. He teasingly remarked, Huo Qinye, if I hadn't called a halt, would you really have taken a bite? Time for sleep. You're quite the tease, Huo Qinye. If you genuinely wish to take a bite, all you need to do is ask. I wouldn't refuse you. Huo Qinye leisurely unbuttoned his nightshirt, revealing a lingering bite mark on his collarbone. That day, you pleaded with me, he said, his fingertips brushing lightly over the mark, evoking memories of having tasted every inch of me. He paused, adding with significant intent, everywhere. Lu Zhuo's ears flushed crimson. What do you mean by everywhere? Huo Qinye chuckled. Would you like to see the photos? If you're not inclined to sleep, sleep. In the dead of night, as Lu Zhuo lay soundly asleep, Huo Qinye gently turned his face. Lu Zhuo's eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes, fluttering slightly with each breath. His lips, full and inviting, seemed to beckon silently. Huo Qinye perceived it as an invitation. He softly pressed his lips against Lu Zhuo's, the kiss featherlight. Yet, in his slumber, Lu Zhuo seemed to sense it, unconsciously murmuring and brushing his tongue against Huo Qinye's lips. Huo Qinye deepened the kiss. When Lu Zhuo awoke, he found 2 pills and a glass of warm water on the bedside table. He groaned, twisting his neck and licking his lips, feeling quite parched. At that moment, a sharp cramp surged through his abdomen, causing his complexion to pale as he dashed to the bathroom. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of flushing, were Lu Zhuo's muffled whimpers. As he leaned against the wall upon exiting, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. He hurriedly swallowed the pills with the warm water, regretting indulging in meat. Taking medicine is less preferable than having you not torment me so much that night. Lu Zhuo dozed for the rest of the morning and then took a taxi away from the research institute to his luxury goods store. Young Master Lu, the sales associates greeted sweetly, their voices rising in chorus. Lu Zhuo merely nodded, striding toward the men's section. The thought of having been compelled to wear Huo Qinye's oversized underwear yesterday still irked him. He needed to buy new ones promptly. He decided to purchase 10 pairs for Huo Qinye as well, ensuring he wouldn't take advantage of him. He also bundled up a set of pajamas from that collection. New outerwear, one in every color, and this season's watches. The sales associate beamed, her eyes narrowing into slits as she diligently followed him, taking notes. After a tiring spree, Lu Zhuo took a seat, watching the sales associate pack his purchases. He handed her his card. A short while later, she returned, Young Master, did you perhaps take the wrong card? Lu Zhuo clicked his tongue, realizing his secondary card had indeed been suspended. Fine, let us use this one instead. The machine emitted a shrill error tone. Young Master, Lu Zhuo frowned, switching to yet another card. Payment failed. Let us try again. Payment failure. Lu Zhuo called his mother, but received no answer. He then decided to call Wenyu. My card has been suspended. Wenyu lamented on the other end of the line. I can't even step outside my own door, brother. I've caused you tremendous trouble. It's all because of Huo Qinye. Just deal with him. Wenyu was truly furious. This incident had confined him indoors for the entirety of his holiday. How can I deal with him? You make it sound so easy. In a few days when my brother cools down, I'll have Gu Lin send you something nice. Gotta go, my brother is here. The moment the call ended, an eerie silence enveloped the luxury boutique. The saleslady's sweet smile froze on her face. Mr. Lu, she mustered up the courage to say, "Would you like to choose something else?" Lu Zhuo stared at the balance notification on his phone screen. Available balance, 500,000. This amount barely sufficed to purchase a single bottle of his usual fragrance. "Just charge it to my account." The saleslady's expression turned even more awkward. "Mr. Lu specifically called this morning to inform that all of your accounting privileges." Her voice trailed off into a whisper. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhuo glanced at the items he had just selected, ultimately returning his gaze to his meager 5,000. Forget it. He decided to buy just 2 pairs of underwear. The saleslady, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly scanned the items and packaged them for Lu Zhuo. With the bag in hand, Lu Zhuo intended to grab a meal. But the thought of only 200 remaining in his account made him ponder what he could possibly afford. Just then, a sweet voice rang out. "Mr. Lu." As Lu Zhuo prepared to leave, a saccharine voice called from behind. He turned to see a male omega clad in a pink shirt approaching him, adorned with exquisite eye makeup, casting a flirtatious glance his way. "I sent you dozens of messages last night," the omega pouted, his fingers playfully brushing against Lu Zhuo's sleeve. "You didn't reply to a single one. Is he a grape or a blueberry?" The omega released a hint of his pheromones. "It's a little blueberry." The blueberry omega chuckled. "Mr. Lu, you remember me? Thanks to you, I managed to escape a sticky situation last time. Allow me to treat you to a meal. There's a new Western restaurant upstairs that's quite delightful. Would you be so gracious as to join me?" "No, thank you, Mr. Lu." The blueberry's delicate fingers tightened around Lu Zhuo's sleeve, his eyes glistening with a feigned innocence, a tinge of red adorning the corners. As the sweet blueberry pheromones wafted subtly around them. "Just one meal, I implore you. I've long wished to express my gratitude properly." At that moment, Lu Zhuo's phone vibrated abruptly in his pocket. An unrecognized number flashed on the screen. It was Huo Qinye. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Zhuo swiped his thumb and decisively ended the call. "Mr. Lu," the blueberry noted, seeing Lu Zhuo dismiss the call for him. "Let me repay this favor. Otherwise, it will linger in my mind. Just this once." "Fine." The blueberry's eyes sparkled with delight as he cheerfully led Lu Zhuo toward the elevator. They have bluefin tuna. Lu Zhuo's steps suddenly halted at the corner. Just before the elevator doors, Huo Qinye stood there, leisurely toying with his phone, which displayed the end of the call. Beside him stood the alpha in a white coat from yesterday. The air seemed to solidify in an instant, and Lu Zhuo was uncertain whether Huo Qinye had noticed him. Just as he was about to turn away, he saw Huo Qinye slowly raise his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Lu Xiao, what a coincidence." Chapter 15. The fickle boyfriend. Lu Zhuo's eyelids twitched violently. However, little blueberry's attention was fixated on Huo Qinye, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. He instinctively smoothed his attire. "Lu Xiao, this is also your friend, right?" "Hello." Huo Qinye greeted politely. "You, hello." Little blueberry's ears flushed a deep crimson, her gaze flitting between Huo Qinye's elegant fingers and his well-defined shoulders. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. "I've seen you on television." Beside them, an alpha wearing black-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles. The cover of Science magazine, the live broadcast of the Science and Technology Awards, and last week's. "You are the Huo Qinye who developed the NTXC inhibitor," little blueberry exclaimed, gripping Lu Zhuo's arm in excitement. "Lu Xiao, my grandmother was in the late stages of glandular cancer last year, and she used the targeted drug developed by your team." Her voice choked with emotion. "The doctor said that if it had been half a month later, the clinical effects of the NTXC inhibitor are quite promising. I hope your grandmother recovers swiftly." Huo Qinye replied, his voice steady. Little blueberry gazed at him with gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Huo. Since we are acquainted, how about I treat everyone to a meal?" "Lu Xiao." She tugged at Lu Zhuo's sleeve. "Shall we invite Mr. Huo to join us?" Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. "I wouldn't want to interrupt your date. I still have an important call to make." My phone has run out of battery," Lu Zhuo whispered, discreetly switching off his phone, a smile gracing his lips. "It's not really a date. We just happened to run into each other." In the restaurant, the four were led to a semicircular booth by the window, where a crystal chandelier cast a mosaic of light upon the dark marble table. "Please, take your seats," the waiter instructed. Little Blueberry stood attentively to the side. her gaze wandering between the seats. Lu Zhuo casually pulled out the leather seat on the right, while the bespectacled alpha, Zhang Xian, naturally moved to the left. Huo Qinye did not hesitate and settled directly beside Lu Zhuo. Little Blueberry blinked, hesitating for a moment before sitting next to Zhang Xian, perfectly positioned to face Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye's slender fingers methodically unfolded a linen napkin, the black watch on his wrist contrasting beautifully with his porcelain-like complexion. In contrast to his usual casual demeanor, Lu Zhuo appeared unusually composed, his shirt buttons fastened meticulously below his throat, even his relaxed posture betraying a hint of subtle rigidity. "Do you require assistance with ordering now?" the waiter inquired at the opportune moment. "I've heard the signature Wellington here is quite good," Little Blueberry suggested with a smile. "Very well. I'll have a truffle-steamed egg and cod for the main course. Well cooked," Huo Qinye stated. Once everyone had placed their orders, Little Blueberry noticed the bite mark on Huo Qinye's finger, appearing particularly suggestive against his pale skin. Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances. Huo Qinye caught her gaze and smiled slightly, causing her to blush. "Mr. Huo, may I ask, what is that bite mark on your hand?" Little Blueberry inquired boldly. Lu Zhuo's brow furrowed slightly. Huo Qinye lifted his hand. "This?" "Yes." Beside him, Zhang Xian could not help but adjust his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses shimmering with inquisitiveness. The entire research institute was abuzz with speculation about who had dared to leave such a mark on their esteemed chief. "My fickle boyfriend." "What?" Xiao Lanmei was taken aback. "With someone like you, he still dares to be unfaithful. That is truly excessive." Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. "What do you think?" Xiao Lanmei and Zhang Xian looked towards Lu Zhuo. "What do I think? I think perhaps you are overthinking it." Lu Zhuo hesitated to unfasten his collar, the bite mark on his neck still stinging. "As a top alpha, who wouldn't he be enamored with you? Perhaps I am not fruity enough." At that moment, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. "The food is here. Let us dine," Lu Zhuo announced. Huo Qinye placed a plate of cod in front of Lu Zhuo. "Your stomach has been uneasy these past couple of days. It's fully cooked and not fishy." Throughout the meal, Lu Zhuo endured several jabs from Huo Qinye, while Xiao Lanmei found Huo Qinye to be tender and considerate. No one seemed to perceive the discrepancy between his outward demeanor and inner thoughts. Huo Qinye settled the bill first. Xiao Lanmei, feeling a bit shy, said, "I promise to treat you. Otherwise, I would invite you for afternoon tea." "No need, thank you. I must return to the research institute shortly," Huo Qinye replied, retracting his card into his wallet. "What a pity. Wait for me. My phone is dead, and I cannot call a taxi." If Lu Zhuo remained oblivious, today's photos might not be deletable after all. "Goodbye, Lu Xiao. I look forward to seeing you at the club." In the underground parking lot, Lu Zhuo followed Huo Qinye. "Huo Qinye, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" "I have matters to attend to. Unlike Lu Xiao, I cannot afford to leisurely accompany an Omega on shopping trips." Lu Zhuo playfully bumped Huo Qinye with his bag. "Hey, this gift was bought by your unfaithful boyfriend for you." Huo Qinye halted. "For me?" "Yes, a pair of underwear," Lu Zhuo replied. "My card is frozen by my mother. Otherwise, I would have bought you at least 10 pairs. I spent all my money on underwear for you, and now have none left for meals." Huo Qinye accepted the bag. "By the way, there's another pair in there that belongs to me." "Thank you." Huo Qinye opened the passenger door. "Boyfriend, get in the car." Lu Zhuo huffed and climbed in. "Fortunately, I bought 2 pairs of underwear." Lu Zhuo lazily leaned back in the passenger seat, fiddling with the seatbelt, and turned to Huo Qinye. "How about we go home instead? The dormitory beds at your research institute are far too small." He continued to complain. "I always feel like I'm being pressed down by a ghost at night, unable to move." After a pause, he added, "Moreover, your room is too dry. Every morning I awaken with a throat so parched it feels ablaze." "That's all right. It might be your own anxiety. I'm simply not acclimated to this place." "Huo Qinye, I am completely broke now. How can I date you? You, a top student, hardly need to attend school. Once my break is over, our time together will diminish. While I'm still on holiday, I must make a good impression and strive to end our entangled fate sooner. Tomorrow then." Huo Qinye drove back to the research institute. That evening, Huo Qinye donned a slightly smaller pair of underwear. "Lu Zhuo," a deep voice suddenly resonated, prompting Lu Zhuo to casually lift his gaze from his phone screen to the figure of Huo Qinye standing by the bed, and then he abruptly froze. The man wore only the black underwear he had purchased earlier that day, which was clearly a size too small. The taut fabric distinctly accentuated his well-defined contours, leaving Lu Zhuo astonished. Enough already. Don't flaunt it as if others are unaware of your size. I'll take that as your satisfaction. Chapter 16. Preparing for a kiss. Lu Zhuo huffed in defiance, abruptly sitting up in bed, his disheveled black hair sticking up in several tufts. I never claimed to be satisfied. It's merely superficial. Your technique, Lu Zhuo raised his chin, leaves much to be desired. If it weren't for my good physique, any Omega would be laughing at you. Thank you for your good physique. Huo Qinye glanced at his own underwear, then at Lu Zhuo's matching pair. TCH, why don't you let me have a go? I guarantee you'll realize the disparity. Huo Qinye reached out to turn off the main light. Disparity? That's easily observable. Who has comparing sizes with you? Lu Zhuo's ears flushed, yet he refused to concede, insisting, I'm talking about technique. Do you understand technique? He made a haphazard gesture. While we're in this relationship, I could graciously teach you, Huo Qinye said as he climbed onto the bed. That could work. During the repayment period, Lu Xiao can properly instruct me. What repayment? Lu Zhuo paused in confusion. Huo Qinye didn't respond, merely picked up his phone from the bedside and tapped the screen twice before handing it to him. Lu Zhuo instinctively glanced and instantly flared up. Ah, take it away. Don't let me see. He sprang from the bed as if scalded. In the photo, he was captured with his eyes closed and head tilted back, being kissed by Huo Qinye while thoroughly enjoying it. The battle-hardened Lu Xiao felt shy merely from seeing the photo. Lu Zhuo felt a surge of heat coursing through him, his mind buzzing. Was tonight going to involve kissing Huo Qinye? In such a completely submissive position? You are my sworn enemy. He emphasized, his bravado faltering. Oh. Huo Qinye leisurely scrolled through the screen. When you beg for my assistance, you profess your affection, yet at other times, you're my sworn enemy? He deliberately paused on a particularly close-up photo. Truly heartbreaking. Lu Zhuo, flustered and indignant, snatched the phone back, his fingers frantically swiping the screen. But there's also a photo of us holding hands. I'll choose this one. He swiftly selected a picture of their intertwined fingers, using his other hand to tug at Huo Qinye's. He said just one more would suffice. The moment his fingertips brushed against Huo Qinye's palm, Huo Qinye skillfully caught his hand, toying with it. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. Feigning composure, he selected all the photos to delete, only to realize something was amiss. Wait, why are there only 8 photos? He lifted his gaze suspiciously. You clearly said there were 10. Huo Qinye regarded him silently. Fine, I understand. Lu Zhuo completed the deletion and tossed the phone back. 8 photos it is. It must be due to that little blueberry. Let go. Lu Zhuo struggled to free his wrist, his tone laced with indignation. Instead of releasing him, Huo Qinye tightened his grip. Lu Zhuo lunged forward. Huo Qinye rolled over, pressing down with his knee expertly positioned between Lu Zhuo's legs. Before he could regain his composure, Huo Qinye remarked, at that moment, this is how I held you. As he leisurely entwined his fingers with Lu Zhuo's, their hands interlocking. The warmth from Huo Qinye's palm seeped through their skin, sending a tingling sensation to Lu Zhuo's ears. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find it grasped more firmly by Huo Qinye's slender fingers, which teasingly brushed against his wrist. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo's breath hitched, a blush creeping to his ears. This is becoming rather mundane. Mundane? Huo Qinye chuckled lightly. Then, teach me how to make it more interesting. I thought you were quite adept at this. Lu Zhuo replied, a hint of challenge in his tone. You, Lu Xiao. Huo Qinye suddenly leaned in, his warm lips landing on the side of Lu Zhuo's neck, precisely over the bite mark left from yesterday. Teach me. Lu Zhuo shivered, the sensitive skin igniting under the touch. He clenched his fingers tightly. Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through their bodies. Are you feeling shy? Who is shy? Lu Zhuo snapped, flustered. What if my face turns red tomorrow after a real kiss? What tomorrow? Huo Qinye teased. Just to give you a heads up, tomorrow will be filled with kisses. For someone as experienced as you, Lu Xiao, kissing should be a breeze. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard, of course. Were you unaware of how many Omegas showered me with love letters in high school? Tomorrow, I guarantee you'll be weak in the knees. Is that so? Huo Qinye mused thoughtfully. If that were the case, I would delete 20 photos. Really? 20? Lu Zhuo's eyes sparkled. Well, we could do it now, Huo Qinye said, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhuo's lips. Lu Zhuo gulped. Let's save it for tomorrow. You need some time to prepare. All right then. I look forward to Lu Xiao's kiss. Huo Qinye released Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo's heart raced incessantly. Had Huo Qinye truly never been in a relationship? He found it hard to believe. Huo Qinye, you mustn't call me Lu Xiao. Lu Zhuo reminded him once more. Lu Zhuo, my underwear is quite uncomfortable. Huo Qinye lay back casually. Early in the morning. Lu Zhuo called Wenyu. Lu Zhuo, what is it this time? Wenyu answered dully. Huo Qinye wants me to kiss him. Wenyu perked up. Are you serious? A kiss, and he'll delete 20 photos. Just 20? Does Lu Xiao's kiss only equate to 20 photos? Hearing Wenyu's words, Lu Zhuo realized, indeed, does my kiss only merit 20 photos? It should at least be worth 100, right? I feel like you're being led by the nose, Wenyu remarked. Can he truly lead me? I'll deal with him when I get home tonight. Lu Zhuo ended the call. At the Lu residence, boss, Qi Yao greeted him. Is my father home? Lu Zhuo inquired. Qi Yao shook his head. Mr. Lu is not here. Lu Zhuo sighed in relief, then shot a glare at Qi Yao. You dare to not answer my calls, did you? Boss, madam forbade it. Qi Yao replied, feeling wronged. He was merely a driver and part-time bodyguard with no authority to speak. Remember this, you little rascal, Lu Zhuo warned, glancing at Huo Qinye beside him, who was simply dressed in a white shirt. Don't forget to speak well of me, Lu Zhuo added. Indeed, two individuals entered together. Mom, Lu Zhuo exclaimed with a smile. Calling out to Yenyu, your precious son has returned. Yenyu, seated on the couch, couldn't help but smile at Lu Zhuo's enthusiastic greeting. Though she quickly composed her expression. Mom, Lu Zhuo approached her. I acknowledge my mistakes. You can ask Huo Qinye. I truly made an effort to get along with him and will no longer do anything to trouble you. Seeing his earnestness, Yenyu replied, Mom, you're the best. I missed you terribly. Unable to suppress a laugh, her gaze met Huo Qinye's. Qinye, she acknowledged. Aunt Yen, Huo Qinye responded. Chapter hit. Al bold ki Yen united. She had always held a fondness for Huo Qinye, having known him since childhood. After all, the children had grown up, and she could accept the absence of immediate familiarity. She recalled the early days when both families often mingled, with Lu Zhuo trailing behind Huo Qinye like a little shadow. However, inexplicably during the 5th grade, the little one had burst into tears, throwing his backpack down and declaring, I will never play with Huo Qinye again. We're no longer friends. After that incident, Huo Qinye never visited the Lu household again, and the interactions between the two families gradually dwindled. Let's eat. I prepared your favorite dishes, Lu Zhuo said cheerfully. Mom, since you've made such delicious food, please don't stop my card. I couldn't even afford a shirt today. Your father said not to think about that before school starts. But I want to buy a gift for Qinye. I can't settle for anything cheap. And you wanted us to nurture our relationship. Only with money can I take him out for a meal. What are you talking about? You eat at home every day. Don't use Qinye as an excuse. If your father finds out I've given you the card, I'll be the one getting scolded. Dad wouldn't dare scold you, Mom. No talking at the table. We're observing your recent behavior, she replied sternly. Lu Zhuo discreetly nudged Huo Qinye under the table, hoping he would speak on his behalf. Huo Qinye remained unfazed, nudging him back. Wait, I'm not flirting with you, Lu Zhuo urged. Speak up. He nudged Huo Qinye again forcefully. Huo Qinye gently nudged back. Lu Zhuo, wide-eyed, noticed the fish head on the table and promptly picked it up, placing it into Huo Qinye's bowl. Eat what you need to replenish, he said, the fish brain and eyes. Huo Qinye glanced at the fish head in his bowl. Thank you, he replied, delicately picking the tenderest piece of flesh from the fish lips, its translucent gel shimmering enticingly in the light, and placing it into Lu Zhuo's bowl. Yenyu observed the thawing relationship between the two. At least they were able to share a meal together. After dinner, they chatted for a while before Huo Qinye ascended the stairs. His room was on the same floor as Lu Zhuo's, but separated by a corridor. He returned to his own space. Lu Zhuo persisted in coaxing Yenyu, attempting to soften her resolve regarding his credit card, but she remained determined to withhold it for a while longer. Mom, how am I supposed to treat Huo Qinye to dinner like this? Stop using Qinye as an excuse. Yenyu said, playfully poking his forehead. What did you become so attentive? Realizing he had no hope, Lu Zhuo dejectedly retreated to his own room. As soon as he stepped through the door, Lu Zhuo threw himself onto the soft bed, resting his head on his plush sausage dog pillow. Wait a moment. Did that fellow, Huo Qinye, actually return to his own room obediently? Lu Zhuo curled his lips in disdain and rose to enter the bathroom. He squeezed a generous amount of body wash, creating a frothy lather that filled the air with a fragrant aroma amidst the steam. The moment he heard the door creak open, he instinctively clutched his chest. Huo Qinye, don't even think about peeking while I'm showering. Young master, it's me, came Aunt Lin's voice from outside. Madam bought you new clothes. I've hung them in the wardrobe. Oh, Lu Zhuo replied, awkwardly understanding. The mist obscured the mirror across from the bathtub, revealing his flushed neck and collarbone. What does this mean? Do I really have to seek him out? He murmured. Is this a joke? No way am I going. Grabbing a towel, he dried himself off, thinking, am I insane for being the one to go over and kiss him? After donning his night clothes, Lu Zhuo stood before the sink, brushing his teeth with a fierce determination, gargling for what felt like an eternity. He tugged at the collar of his pajamas, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. After a while, he returned to bed to play some games, and before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock. He glanced at his bedroom door. What is Huo Qinye dawdling about? Finding the unmarked phone number, he dialed it, but there was no answer. It's only 10. Huo Qinye usually goes to bed around this time. He can't possibly be asleep already. Am I here overthinking things while he is off in dreamland? Lu Zhuo continued to call several more times, yet no one picked up. Not answering my calls? What? Am I supposed to go over there myself? As if. Standing before Huo Qinye's door, he raised his hand, hesitating momentarily before knocking firmly. Huo Qinye, open the door. The door was unlocked. Lu Zhuo entered. Why didn't you lock the door today? An alpha not locking the door? It could be locked now. No need. Huo Qinye replied, glancing at his phone as he prepared to climb into bed. I saw you called, but I didn't answer. Huo Qinye looked at his phone. The battery died. I was just about to charge it. I clearly got through, Lu Zhuo thought, knowing Huo Qinye was doing this on purpose. Fine, let us see. What are you doing? Stop pretending. Lu Zhuo's ears flushed with color. He strode forward, gripping Huo Qinye's robe and forcefully pinning him against the desk, causing it to wobble and a pen to roll onto the carpet. Kiss me. Oh, 20 kisses are far too few. I demand at least 100. Huo Qinye chuckled. It seems young Master Lu is quite confident in his kissing skills. Lu Zhuo held his head high, of course. Huo Qinye tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhuo, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I look forward to it. Lu Zhuo's throat tightened, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the seam of his trousers. He didn't want Huo Qinye to perceive his nervousness, yet his heartbeat thundered as if it might burst from his chest. Gathering his courage, Lu Zhuo leaned in and kissed him. At the moment their lips met, he noticed Huo Qinye's eyelashes were alarmingly close, the depths of his dark eyes reflecting Lu Zhuo's slightly dilated pupils. Their breaths mingled, the warmth of the contact causing Lu Zhuo's ears to flush crimson. As he locked eyes with Huo Qinye, a breath caught in his chest, his lips pressed forward, brushing against Huo Qinye's nose. Huo Qinye, captivated by his adorableness, couldn't help but chuckle softly, the vibrations resonating through their connected lips, sending a shiver down Lu Zhuo's spine. Huo Qinye, why are you laughing? Lu Zhuo, flustered and indignant, tightened his grip on Huo Qinye's collar. How dare you mock me? Huo Qinye allowed the teasing, his throat moving as he spoke, still holding onto the remnants of his laughter. Apologies, but this kiss is somewhat different from what I had imagined. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened. What do you mean different? We've kissed. Are you trying to back out now? Not a chance. Well, let us take a picture. Just one. Lu Zhuo protested. This was his first time initiating a kiss, and he believed it deserved a photograph. You said yesterday that you would kiss me until my legs gave way. I was looking forward to it, but it seems I don't feel that way. Huo Qinye observed the blush creeping onto Lu Zhuo's face. To be honest, it's a bit disappointing, quite average. What did you just say? Average. Chapter 18, Devour. For the first time, Lu Zhuo had taken the initiative to kiss someone, and Huo Qinye dared to call it average. No one had ever deemed Lu Zhuo's efforts as average. In a fit of passion, he shoved Huo Qinye onto the desk. Huo If I don't kiss you until you beg for mercy today, I'll write my name backward. Lu Zhuo exploded into another kiss. He nearly collided with Huo Qinye's lips, his canine teeth grazing the lower lip, tasting a hint of blood. His fervor suggested he intended to devour Huo Qinye whole. Huo Qinye let out a muffled groan. Rendered helpless beneath Lu Zhuo's force. Their gazes locked, and Lu Zhuo stared at him with fierce determination. Huo Qinye slightly parted his lips, his tongue flicking against Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened, retreating slightly, only to be firmly held in place by Huo Qinye's warm hand on his waist. Didn't you say you wanted to make my legs weak? Why are you trying to escape after just one kiss? Lu Zhuo trembled, suddenly pushing Huo Qinye away. He feigned composure as he took 2 steps back, his voice betraying a tremor. Why you wait? I just remembered I have something unfinished to do. So I'll let you off today. Huo Qinye had just teased him with his tongue. No, he couldn't allow that. How could he possibly manage such a feat? Good night. Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo slammed his door shut, throwing himself onto his fluffy bedding, burying his flushed face in a dachshund-shaped pillow. He rolled around in irritation. The touch of the silk quilt wrapping around his legs reminiscent of Huo Qinye's hand caressing him. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo sat up, his hair tousled and spiky. The night breeze fluttered through the curtains, casting a swaying shadow on the floor. As he looked at the shadow, it began to resemble himself, pinned beneath Huo Qinye. The contours of Huo Qinye's undulating back. He could no longer remain in this room. Lu Zhuo dashed to the esports room, twisting open a bottle of chilled mineral water. He powered on the computer and logged into the game. In the Thicket is online. Bodyguard in the Thicket is online. Despairing, pure-hearted boy from a breakup is online. As soon as Lu Zhuo logged in, he was drawn into the game by In the Thicket. Upon entering, he heard, "The heartbroken innocent man laments. He actually dumped me. Sob, sob, sob. The heartbroken innocent man laments. How can he say he doesn't love me and just walk away? Sob, sob, sob. Lu Baba. Shinzijin, what madness are you up to now? Wandering through the blossoms. That Omega who relentlessly pursued him ended up dumping him for being too clingy. The heartbroken innocent man laments. How can this be? It was he who professed his affection for me, and it was he who cast me aside. He treated me so well. How can he say he doesn't love me and just leave? My heart aches so much. Sob, sob, sob. Lu Baba. It's a miracle that someone like you can evolve into an S-level alpha. Heaven truly is blind. Wandering through the blossoms. Indeed, how melodramatic. The heartbroken innocent man laments. You're still the formidable Lu Baba. You've even managed to seduce Huo Qinye. You're far more impressive than I am. Sobi, 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 Lu Baba. Wayu. You've let the cat out of the bag. Now everyone knows. Wandering through the blossoms has logged off. The bodyguard of Wandering Through the Blossoms has logged off. The heartbroken innocent man pitifully inquires, Lu Baba, are you still playing games? Lu Baba, get lost. Lu Zhuo couldn't focus on gaming either. How could he quench his thirst when that fire within him refused to subside? Yet, seeing Huo Qinye's smug expression made him resentful. What if he was an S-level alpha? He too would make Huo Qinye weep. In a dream, Lu Zhuo furrowed his brow, faintly sensing a gentle tapping. He groggily opened his eyes, where he was met with Huo Qinye's smiling visage. What's he smiling about? One day, I'll make you cry. Huo Qinye sat at the edge of his bed and, upon noticing that he was awake, gently patted his rear. Time to get up, it's 10 o'clock. Lu Zhuo abruptly yanked the covers over his head, mumbling drowsily, Don't call me. I'm not eating. I want to sleep. Huo Qinye remained unfazed, his fingertips delicately tugging at the edge of the blanket, leisurely pulling it down. No way. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo clung tightly to the blanket, refusing to let go, his eyelids heavy with sleepiness, his voice thick with fatigue. He had stayed up until 3 in the morning, and it was only 10 now. He hadn't slept for long at all. If you keep bothering me, I'll before he could finish. A light pat landed on his backside again. Just what do you think you're doing? Huo Qinye's voice came from above, clearly refusing to relent. Lu Zhuo felt his ears heat up and suddenly flung the covers off, sitting up with his disheveled hair standing on end, glaring at him. You're so annoying. You promised to come back for a date. You deceived me. Lu Zhuo scratched his head, shaking off some sleepiness. Aren't you going to the research institute today? I'm taking a break. How long? For days. Such an extended break. Fine, I understand. Huo Qinye gazed at the unruly tuft of hair atop Lu Zhuo's head and reached out to touch it. Don't mess with my hair. Lu Zhuo swatted his hand away and rolled out of bed, shuffling toward the bathroom in his slippers. As he brushed his teeth, he pondered where two alphas might go on a date and how he could embarrass Huo Qinye. Suddenly, he recalled the haunted house he visited with Wen Yu and Shen Zijin, where Shen Zijin had cried out in fear. How about we head to the amusement park in the West City? Lu Zhuo, with a toothbrush in his mouth, poked his head out, foam clinging to the corners of his lips. You buy the tickets, I'm out of money. Huo Qinye picked up his phone, all right. Just as he opened the ticket purchasing page, a cacophony of wails erupted from outside. Lu Bao. Shen Zijin burst in, his eyes red, resembling a forsaken golden retriever. Lu Zhuo, toothbrush still in mouth, looked bewildered. What brings you here? Lu Bao, woo woo woo. Shen Zijin lunged forward for a hug. I'm heartbroken. And you won't even comfort me. Lu Zhuo firmly held his forehead with one hand, pushing him away mercilessly. You've had at least 3 breakups this month. I don't care. Shen Zijin pouted. You have to accompany me to find Wen Yu. But your brother has forbidden you from going to the Wen family. I'm truly saddened for you. His sentence trailed off as he caught sight of someone sitting on the bed. Huo Qinye leisurely fastened his cufflinks. Hey, Qinye. Long time no see. Shen Zijin greeted. Long time no see indeed. He glanced at the disheveled bed and then back at Huo Qinye, overwhelmed with sorrow. Even Lu Zhuo was no longer a virgin. Lu Bao, I'll wait for you in the esports room. Shen Zijin exited. You two should tidy up a bit. Once he left, Huo Qinye spoke. The tickets are purchased. When shall we depart? Chapter 19. Boyfriend, say something. He is heartbroken. Oh, is it you? Huo Qinye inquired. Not at all. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Then I'll drive. Wait, now that he is here and looking so pitiful. Lu Zhuo suggested, how about we don't go out? If the two of us go, he'll surely follow. Let's just play with him for a bit. I don't play games, Huo Qinye replied nonchalantly. Lu Zhuo's eyes lit up, instantly invigorated. I'll teach you. It's super simple. It's just a shooting game. Shoot, 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 and that's it. He signaled to Huo Qinye. Once he learns how to play, he can easily defeat him. When they arrived at the esports room, Shen Zijin was already in a match. The esports room designed by Lu Zhuo was nothing short of professional. With 4 top-tier computers arranged in an arc, RGB lights shifting colors in sync with the game's sound effects. He powered on the 2 machines at the end and effortlessly created an account for Huo Qinye. What name do you want to choose? What is your name? Lu Baba. Lu Baba's boyfriend. Shen Zijin tilted his head. In the game, Shen Zijin suddenly got shot in the head, and the screen went black. That one do. Lu Zhuo shot him a look. He named him Disaster. This is a medic. Just choose this character and follow my lead to heal me. Oh, heal you. Lu Zhuo guided Huo Qinye through the beginner tasks, quickly leveling him up to level 4. All right, you can stick with this medic character. Lu Zhuo created a room and invited everyone in. Disaster has entered the room. Despairing, pure-hearted male after a breakup has entered the room. Amidst the flowers has entered the room. Everyone unmuted their mics. Amidst the flowers, Lu Zhuo kicked that Disaster out. Disaster, why? In the midst of blossoms, this can only be a 4-player match. My bodyguard is coming in. Brother, you should leave. The room fell silent for a moment. In the midst of blossoms, why isn't this troublemaker left yet? Lu Zhuo kicked him. Troublemaker, boyfriend, say something. In the midst of blossoms, that voice sounds oddly familiar. Lu Biba, he is Huo Qinye. I let him play the medic. In the midst of blossoms, oh, it's Scholar Huo. Then kick that pure-hearted guy out. Despairing, pure-hearted boy. When you've gone too far, why should it be me? We 3 are in the same room. If anyone should be kicked, it's you. In the midst of blossoms, Lu Zhuo and I are in perfect sync. Besides, Gu Lin is the sniper. While Lu Zhuo and I are advancing, Gu Lin protects us. Who do you think is more useful? Troublemaker, the sniper. Shen Zijin turned to Huo Qinye in one of the rooms. Huo Qinye, I didn't say to kick you out. I can also play medic. You're still a novice. Lu Bao, why don't we foreplay and let him practice in novice matches? Never mind, I'll step back. You 4 go ahead, and I'll teach Huo Qinye on the side. System prompt. Lu Biba transferred the room ownership to in the midst of blossoms and exited the room. Lu Zhuo's gaming chair slid swiftly to Huo Qinye's side. Huo Qinye's long fingers hovered over the WASD keys, clumsily maneuvering his character a few steps before stopping to turn. He gradually adapted to walking and running. Can you guide me step by step? I wish to master it quickly. Truly a scholar, wanting to excel in everything quickly, Lu Zhuo teased. Huo Qinye cast a deep glance at Lu Zhuo. Not everything is quick. Chapter 20. Show him some toughness. Lu Zhuo suddenly realized and seized Huo Qinye's wrist. Huo Qinye, it hurts. I'd rather you be in pain. Lu Zhuo spoke sharply, but his grip unconsciously loosened a bit. The game commenced. Lu Zhuo briefly explained the medic's operations, and Huo Qinye quickly grasped it, mastering several basic skills in no time. Qinye, heal me. Hormone gun. Sun Zijin shouted from the side, watching the character's health bar plummet to 0. Press the skill key. Lu Zhuo reminded from the sidelines. Huo Qinye's medic calmly raised his gun, the crosshairs steadily aimed at in the midst of blossoms. A green plus sign appeared above, in the midst of blossoms. It's not him. It's me. Sun Zijin watched helplessly as his health bar reached 0. I'm dying. Wait for the cooldown. Huo Qinye spoke blandly. The next moment, despairing pure-hearted boy collapsed dramatically. The system notification began to loop. Despairing pure-hearted boy. Medic, help me. Despairing pure-hearted boy. Medic, help me. Despairing pure-hearted boy. Medic, I need assistance. Sun Zijin wailed. Qinye, will you save me? You and T do this on purpose, would you? Huo Qinye's medic ambled over. Coming. Lu Zhuo watched the rescue countdown dwindle. You can run. I don't like running, Huo Qinye replied coolly. Sun Zijin, Lu Zhuo, through the flowering woods, burst into laughter in the team channel. Huo Qinye is truly one of a kind. Whether he is here or not makes no difference. Today, I shall take him on a thrilling ride. No sooner had he spoken than the despairing, pure-hearted boy was shot in the head by joy for all. Huo Qinye's medic approached Sun Zijin's lifeless body and stood silently for a moment. Lu Zhuo commanded him, loot his gear. The medic lifted his foot and stepped on the corpse. I don't want to loot. Why not? He asked. I've seen enough. I dislike it. Then why go over it all? Just to see the body. Through the flowering woods. Ha, this is too good. Lu Zhuo had to admire Huo Qinye. After a few rounds, Huo Qinye had mastered the medic's operations. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and stood up, saying, I'll take this call. All right, I'll play for you, Lu Zhuo replied, taking Huo Qinye's seat. As Huo Qinye stepped out of the room, Sun Zijin could no longer contain himself. Whose friends are you two, anyway? I'm heartbroken, and yet you both bully me. When you laughed, relishing his predicament. We've known Qinye longer than you have. If they hadn't fallen out when they were kids, the three of us might have been an unbreakable trio. When you recalled that shortly after Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye had quarreled, Sun Zijin transferred to their school and became Lu Zhuo's new desk mate. It didn't take long for Lu Zhuo to bring Sun Zijin into their games. The two often swaggered up to Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo holding his chin high. What's wrong with an S-Class Alpha? I made a new friend. Besides, S-Class Alphas are better than you. They're more obedient. Lu Zhuo commanded Sun Zijin. Give him a fierce look. Sun Zijin complied, baring his teeth. Huo Qinye merely glanced at them and walked away. You two must have provoked Huo Qinye a lot back then, right? Sun Zijin lamented, Lao Bao. I was protecting you then, and now you're helping Huo Qinye bully me. I'm so heartbroken. All right, I'm just pretending with him. My bond with you is genuine, okay? Lu Zhuo was in hot pursuit of a wounded enemy, his fingers tightly gripping the mouse. Just about to secure the kill when the door creaked open. Huo Qinye entered silently, resting one hand on the back of Lu Zhuo's gaming chair. Oh, I see. The warm breath brushed against Lu Zhuo's ear, causing him to falter, and the bullet grazed the enemy's shoulder, missing the target. Through the flowering woods shouted in voice chat. Lu Zhuo, how did you not kill him? Did you let him go? Lu Biba retorted defiantly. I'm giving him a chance. He feigned nonchalance, shaking his wrist, yet his gaze couldn't help but dart towards Huo Qinye, locking onto the latter's knowing smile. You truly are soft-hearted, Huo Qinye remarked, his fingers lightly brushing the nape of Lu Zhuo's neck, always inclined to spare others. At that moment, Sun Zijin's character scampered over. Lao Bao, I'm here to save you. Are you out of bullets? Use mine. Huo Qinye straightened up, his expression darkening. Lu Zhuo quickly shifted aside. You can play. No need, Huo Qinye replied, picking up a half-drunk bottle of mineral water from the table. I won tea disturb your game. As the door closed, Shen Zijin suddenly shivered. Lu Bao, why do I feel like the air conditioning has turned suddenly cold? Lu Zhuo nonchalantly stood up. I'll go to the restroom. You all continue to have fun. As he stepped outside, he quickened his pace, catching up with Huo Qinye around the corner of the corridor. Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye paused. Lu Xiao, what is the matter? Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally managed to say, I've already drunk from that bottle of water you have. Oh, I don't mind, Huo Qinye replied. Couldn't you just take a new bottle? There is no shortage of water at home. Do you mind? Before Lu Zhuo could respond, Huo Qinye continued. It's too late to mind. I've already had some. Then forget it. Lu Zhuo turned as if to leave. In the next moment, he felt a firm grip on his wrist, neither too light nor too heavy. By the time he realized what was happening, his back was pressed against the cold wall. Huo Qinye's thumb brushed over his pulsing wrist, all for a bottle of water. A chilled bottle of mineral water was gently placed in Lu Zhuo's hand. If you want it, I can return it to you. No need. You can keep it. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Zhuo regretted them. For just a bottle of water, they had exchanged so many meaningless words. His ears burned with embarrassment, and just as he decided to turn away, Huo Qinye suddenly held him by the nape of his neck. Without warning, cool lips pressed against his. Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated, his entire being frozen in place. This was in the corridor. The door to the esports room was still ajar not far away, and downstairs, a servant was cleaning, the faint hum of a vacuum cleaner audible. Yet Huo Qinye appeared utterly unconcerned, his tongue teasingly brushing against Lu Zhuo's lips. Before Lu Zhuo could react, his lower lip was bitten gently but firmly, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo glared at him. Are you a dog? Chapter 21. You truly don't act like a human, not at all. The wall lamps in the corridor cast a warm glow, intertwining the shadows of the two against the wall. Since our interaction is merely a facade, I shall simply collect my dues. Lu Zhuo's breath hitched as the scent of S-class alpha pheromones enveloped him. What you owe me from yesterday and today, Huo Qinye said, his thumb caressing Lu Zhuo's lower lip. Let us settle it now. Now, that is not acceptable. There is no such thing as unacceptable. Huo Qinye cupped his face, their noses almost touching. Why won't you listen to me, ma'am? Huo Qinye leaned in heavily, and Lu Zhuo's back pressed against the icy wall. Lu Zhuo's protests were swallowed by their entangled lips. Huo Qinye's hand slid to his waist, tightening suddenly, his knuckles sinking into Lu Zhuo's skin through the thin fabric, while simultaneously biting down on his lower lip. Lu Zhuo winced, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Biting again, you really are like a dog. After a long moment, Huo Qinye's gaze fell upon Lu Zhuo's glistening eyelashes, and he pulled back slightly. You. Lu Zhuo's clenched fist trembled slightly. Are you trying to provoke me? You've drawn blood. Huo Qinye, just how much do you despise me? Huo Qinye's brow furrowed ever so slightly as he raised a hand to touch the corner of Lu Zhuo's lips. Get lost. Lu Zhuo forcefully swatted his hand away, using his thumb to rub the wound, wincing in pain. He glared at Huo Qinye, his eyes tinged with redness, and exclaimed, What are you biting for? If you think you're a dog, you truly have no regard for your humanity. Frustration gnawed at Lu Zhuo, his teeth itching with irritation. Why are you silent? He touched his still stinging lips. Don't think that just because you have a photo, you can kiss me at will. For every kiss, you'll have to delete 20, no, 30 photos. Understood. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye departed. Was he leaving just like that? A sense of inexplicable gloom washed over him. What was this? Why was he still angry? The one with the photos was indeed the boss, so arrogant. While the wound on his lip throbbed painfully again, the voice of Lu Bao and Shen Zijin echoed from the far end of the corridor. Lu Zhuo jolted upright, rushing back to his room to rummage for a mask. When Shen Zijin pushed the door open, he found Lu Zhuo masked in black, revealing only a pair of guilty eyes. Lu Bao, what is wrong with you? Shen Zijin tilted his head in inquiry. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zhuo pretended to cough a few times. My throat feels a bit uncomfortable. Shun Zijin blinked. When did you become so responsible? Knowing you have a cold and wearing a mask? And making... Lu Zhuo nodded repeatedly, his gaze evasive. Perhaps you should just go home to avoid catching my cold. No worries. I'll stay here with you for a few days. Otherwise, I'll feel lonely going back by myself. He pouted, looking quite pitiful. Huh? Lu Zhuo froze. Shun Zijin scrutinized him. What's wrong? Can't I stay here? I'll just occupy my original room. But I have a cold. What is the big deal about a little cold? I'm not sleeping in the same bed as you. Seeing Lu Zhuo was silent, Shun Zijin suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Lu Zhuo's waist. Why are you abandoning me too? Hoo. No. Lu Zhuo will push him away. You can stay. Just don't be so clingy. It's ridiculous. No wonder those omegas don't want you. Then I'll find an alpha. Shun Zijin blinked innocently. Lu Zhuo glared at him. Keep your distance. I'm not gay. Shun Zijin looked hurt. What do you mean, Lu Bao? You've slept with Huo Qinye. You disdain me? Lu Zhuo felt a headache coming on. He needed to speak with Yu about finding Shun Zijin a new partner. That evening, Shun Zijin went downstairs for dinner. With his curly hair bouncing, he cheerfully approached Yu. Aunt Yin, have you grown more beautiful again? I barely recognized you. Yu chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. You sweet-talking child, where's Xiaozhua? Why isn't he down for dinner? He has a cold, Shun Zijin replied, and said he has no appetite. A cold? He was lively just yesterday, Yu remarked. Linny, go upstairs and tell him to come down for dinner. A cold doesn't he mean he can't eat? I'll check on him after I finish eating, Huo Qinye interjected. Yu nodded. Thank you, Qinye. Lu Zhuo's stomach growled, yet he couldn't eat due to the wound on his lip. That heartless Huo Qinye taught him gaming only to bully him like this. He recalled the medicine when you had mentioned earlier. He needed to show Huo Qinye a taste of his own medicine to prevent him from continuing to take advantage of him. He sent a message to Yu, requesting him to deliver the medicine promptly. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Aunt Lin, you needn't bring me food. I shall descend to dine when I feel hunger, he announced. It's me. The deep timbre of Huo Qinye's voice startled Lu Zhuo, who hastily tucked his phone beneath the pillow. He bit down hard on his lacerated wound, crimson seeping forth as he fixed his gaze on the doorway. I'm coming in. Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye stepping inside. How very polite of you. Huo Qinye's eyes fixated on Lu Zhuo's lips, now even more swollen than they had been in the afternoon. Caught a cold? Yes, my lips have succumbed to a fever, Lu Zhuo replied, lifting his chin defiantly. But, Chief Huo, do you think I should receive a rabies vaccine for this? Huo Qinye approached him. Let me take a look. Do scrutinize well. What manner of dog is so fierce? Lu Zhuo scoffed. Should I not stew him? Huo Qinye's gaze remained steadfast on his mouth under the light. The once beautiful contour of his lips now bore an unnatural hue, with a gash at the left corner. Stew him, and then consume him? Indeed, devour him. Let him bite me. You've already drained him dry. To feast upon him once more is not out of the question. Huo Qinye produced a tube of ointment. I shall apply some for you. No, every time you lose your mind, why must I be the one to take the medicine? Lu Zhuo tilted his head away, his molars clenching painfully. If you refrain from the medicine, you shall also feel the pain. It's all your fault, Lu Zhuo retorted, his voice trembling with indignation. Huo Qinye gently applied the ointment to Lu Zhuo's lips. A chill enveloped the wound, prompting Lu Zhuo to flinch. Be gentle. You bite yourself, yet you do not complain of the pain. What nonsense! It was you who bit me. He looked at Huo Qinye, observing the white tube of ointment in his hand. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Back in 3rd grade, after tumbling off a swing, he had bruised both his lips and knees. Huo Qinye had also purchased the same brand of ointment, kneeling earnestly to apply it for him. Had they not quarreled back then, perhaps, as when you suggested, they might have become good friends. Why don't you delete all the photos? I'll grant you a chance. Let us start anew as friends. Chapter 22. Let's not be friends anymore. Huo Qinye paused, his hand halting upon the cap of the ointment. Silence draped over the room. Lu Zhuo, we have already shared bed. He raised his gaze, his dark eyes piercing deeply into Lu Zhuo's. You, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, abruptly covering his ears, his earlobes reddening fiercely. Huo Qinye, could you refrain from uttering such words so casually? I expected you to speak more than I. Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Lu Zhuo, what? He looked up, glaring back at Huo Qinye, only to freeze upon meeting his gaze. Those eyes were so profound, so heavy, as if they could consume him whole. I cannot be friends with you. The air thickened for a moment. Lu Zhuo stood bewildered, as if pulled back to the summer of years past. 10-year-old Huo Qinye stood at the school gate, the blue and white uniform fluttering in the wind, revealing his slender wrist bones. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, nearly brushing against Lu Zhuo's toes. Lu Zhuo, I no longer wish to be your friend. Do not follow me. Lu Zhuo stood still, watching as the shadow gradually receded from the tips of his toes. The twilight enveloped the surroundings, causing the shadow to fade further, until it ultimately vanished from the pavement. He suddenly realized that the setting sun could indeed deceive. It illuminated parting with such gentleness that one could easily forget the pain. Yet now, as Huo Qinye's shadow once again loomed over him, Lu Zhuo became acutely aware that the wound, once gilded by the sunset a decade ago, had never truly healed. Yes, indeed, we are no longer friends. Lu Zhuo forced a smile, satisfied. Huo Qinye furrowed his brow, reaching out to touch his lips. Lu Zhuo, don't bite your lip. It's bleeding. With a sharp clap, Lu Zhuo swatted his hand away. I know. Are you two arguing? Shen Zijin's voice resonated from the doorway. No, Huo Qinye replied nonchalantly. Not at all. Lu Zhuo retorted fiercely. Shen Zijin clicked his tongue, noting their pallid expressions. Lu Bao, what happened to your mouth? I accidentally bumped it. Lu Zhuo climbed off the bed. All right then. Shen Zijin, sensing the tension, tactfully changed the subject. Shall we play some games together? There's still time. Let's go play, Lu Zhuo suggested, eager to avoid Huo Qinye. He had just momentarily lost his senses. Lu Zhuo, we agree to go out during the day. Huo Qinye stood up. Lu Zhuo scoffed. Once you promise, you can't back out, can you? No. Why not? Lu Zhuo spun around sharply, his nails digging into his palm. Why do you get to decide? Shen Zijin felt the atmosphere was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly closed the door. Listening to the sound of the door shutting, Lu Zhuo felt an overwhelming urge to go out and confront Shen Zijin. No wonder so many Omegas shunned him. He must be lacking common sense. It won't happen again. Huo Qinye stated, can we go out now? No, I'm not going. Inside the car, Lu Zhuo grumpily inquired, where are we going tonight? The amusement park is closed. Don't think I cherish your friendship. I have plenty of friends. If it weren't for you, this paragon of virtue, threatening me with those photos, I wouldn't even want to be in the same car with you. Understood. Huo Qinye turned on the car lights. What do you understand? If push comes to shove? Just say it plainly. How can you delete all the photos at once? Don't you want to end this quickly? I do too. Huo Qinye replied. You slept with me 9 times. Chapter 23. 3 minutes. Lu Zhuo chuckled, his fingertips idly tapping the car window. Huo Qinye, do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Do I look like a fool to you? He glanced sideways. Who would have guessed you're quite the braggart? Someone like you, inexperienced and naive, he scoffed. Huo Qinye grasped the steering wheel. If you want to resolve the photo issue within half an hour, we could always discuss it at a hotel. He scrutinized Huo Qinye's profile, always so composed and self-assured, exuding an air of certainty that he would not dare to act. Did he truly believe Lu Zhuo was afraid of him? Fine, I agree to go to the hotel. Do you think I fear you? Lu Zhuo suddenly burst into laughter, his tongue brushing against the roof of his mouth. If it can be resolved in one night, why prolong it? I wholeheartedly agree. If one night is insufficient, there must be a problem with our chief Hua, correct? Huo Qinye turned his head, his gaze deepening. Are you certain? Lu Zhuo met his gaze. I am certain, though I wonder if you're capable. The Yunding International Hotel, an establishment under the Lu Group. As the two entered the glass elevator, ascending directly to the top floor, Lu Zhuo swiped open the door. The voice-activated lights illuminated the room like flowing silk. They stepped inside, revealing an enormous bed, larger than the 2 beds in Huo Qinye's research institute. Black velvet drapes cascaded from the ceiling, swaying gently in the breeze that wafted in through the window. The deep gray satin sheets accentuated the vibrant red of the rose petals scattered across the bed. You should go take a shower. Lu Zhuo tossed her hair back, exuding an air of familiarity. There's a bathrobe in the wardrobe, with a burgundy one while I grab a bite to eat. The moment the bathroom door closed behind Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo pulled out her phone to check the messages from Wenyu. In the midst of flowers, the medication has already been hastily sprinkled into his bathrobe and underwear. In the midst of flowers, the camera is hidden among the rose petals, ensuring absolute success. The sound of water began to trickle in the bathroom. Lu Zhuo approached the bed, extracting a miniature camera from a handful of red roses. Huo Qinye, you cast me aside once, yet now you dare to provoke me. I'm not so easily trifled with. She adjusted the camera once more. Sitting at the long table by the pool, Lu Zhuo sliced into her steak. Just as she was finishing her meal, Huo Qinye emerged from the room. Lu Zhuo looked up to find him standing at the threshold of light and shadow. The burgundy robe hung loosely at his waist, the silk belt tied in a loose knot that seemed as if it could unravel with a gentle tug. The collar of the robe was wide open, revealing his pale collarbone and chest. Despite radiating warmth from his recent bath, his eyes remained tranquil as a lake. I poured you a glass of red wine. Lu Zhuo offered. Thank you, but I don't really wish to drink. Hey, this is called flirting. Do you understand? It's to help you relax. Huo Qinye placed the wine glass on the table. I am quite relaxed. Are you the one who is tense? The tip of Lu Zhuo's fork scraped against the plate, emitting a jarring sound. Tense? What am I tense about? I've brought many people to this room. You are not the first. Huo Qinye stood by the pool, his gaze sweeping over the shimmering water, his voice low. This is my first time. Lu Zhuo swirled the wine in her glass, scoffing at his words. Your first time? You say? Quite a few, I presume. Indeed. Huo Qinye turned to look at her, his dark eyes profound, primarily with you. I find that hard to believe. Come, have a drink. After tonight, we shall part ways. Huo Qinye remained still. Why the lack of courtesy? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a provocative smile. Are you afraid I will drug you? Huo Qinye's gaze shifted toward her. Lu Zhuo felt her throat involuntarily constrict. She was the one feeling guilty. The drug isn't in the wine. I was merely joking. What would I do that for? Silence lingered. If you choose not to drink, then so be it. Lu Zhuo, feeling guilty, took Huo Qinye's glass and downed it in one go. The icy liquid slid down her throat. Fortunately, the drug was in the bathrobe, and even if Huo Qinye was astute, he would never suspect it. When once mentioned that this medication would induce an overwhelming itchiness throughout the body half an hour later, akin to the sensation of electric shock upon contact. At that moment, Lu Zhuo squinted, envisioning the exquisite torment that would befall Huo Qinye, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the rim of his cup. Since they could not be friends, he would not hold back any longer. Lu Zhuo set down his knife and fork, casting a glance at Huo Qinye, who was draped in a bathrobe. I shall take a shower now, ensuring you experience an unforgettable night. By the time he finished bathing, the effects of a drug would have already taken hold. Huo Qinye regarded him with palpable anticipation. When Lu Zhuo emerged from the shower, he opened the drawer and discovered an unopened box of pills. He consumed one, convinced of the necessity for absolute certainty. The small blue pill rested on his tongue as he washed it down with cold water. 9 times was it? This evening, he intended to make Huo Qinye aware that he must endure 10 encounters, a fitting retribution indeed. Lu Zhuo stepped out of his room. Huo Qinye remained seated by the poolside, bathed in the interplay of moonlight and artificial illumination. The burgundy robe fluttered slightly in the night breeze, revealing his long, well-defined calves. He awaited silently, an embodiment of perfection and aloofness, yet the dark crimson of his attire hinted at a tantalizing allure. Lu Zhuo conceded that Huo Qinye possessed a certain charm. His throat constricted as an unexpected dryness enveloped him. Huo Qinye turned his gaze towards Lu Zhuo, his damp black hair framing his face, the tips of his ears flushed with warmth, and his lips, particularly the bruised portion, were strikingly conspicuous, alongside the marks of bites adorning his neck. I'm done with my shower. Lu Zhuo feigned nonchalance, raising his chin. Come in and witness the prowess of this young master. Huo Qinye rose, the hem of his robe parting with his movement as he approached, his voice low and inviting. All right. Lu Zhuo turned away, oblivious to the fact that Huo Qinye observed him, a seasoned warrior navigating his own tension. A A subtle smile graced Huo Qinye's lips. Lu Zhuo, may I hold your hand? Absolutely not. Lu Zhuo swiftly declined. Do not expect me to treat you with the same gentleness as I would an omega. The room was enveloped in an amber glow, with the aroma diffuser silently releasing fragrant mist from the corner. The king's eyes bed appeared to float amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Lu Zhuo heard Huo Qinye's footsteps closely trailing him, his heart racing to an almost painful rhythm. He pivoted, seizing Huo Qinye's robe and forcefully tossing him onto the bed. With a thud, Huo Qinye landed amidst a flurry of red rose petals, which cascaded down into his hair and onto his collarbone. The burgundy robe opened slightly, revealing expanse of cool, pale skin, an enticing contrast of red and white. Lu Xiao, you are rather rough. Huo Qinye's voice was slightly husky, yet laced with a hint of amusement. Roughness is merely the beginning, Lu Zhuo declared as he lunged forward, his knee pressing between Huo Qinye's legs, only to be securely caught around the waist by him. Slow down. Lu Zhuo smirked. Slow down? That is not an option. His large hand reached out, beginning to explore. He pinched and squeezed, eager to witness Huo Qinye's reaction to the teasing. Yet Huo Qinye merely smiled back at him. Are you intending to tickle me? Huo Qinye inquired. Lu Zhuo paused momentarily, furrowing his brow in frustration. Does it not work? Who has been teasing you? This is foreplay, do you understand? I don't quite comprehend. Huo Qinye's fingertips grazed the sensitive spot at his waist. Teacher Lu, tonight, please enlighten me. Chapter 24, The Itch-Ah. A wave of delightful tingling surged up his spine, causing Lu Zhuo to shudder suddenly, a soft sigh escaping his lips. He hastily pressed his lips together, his ears instantly flushed crimson. Is it itchy here? Huo Qinye's fingertips felt electrifying. Each touch made Lu Zhuo's skin quiver. Lu Zhuo felt perplexed. Why was he the one feeling the itch instead of Huo Qinye? He glanced at their matching bathrobes. It couldn't be. How had he overlooked that? Surely not. Unwilling to concede, Lu Zhuo reached out to touch Huo Qinye. How does it feel? Not bad. Like this, scratching? Huo Qinye imitated Lu Zhuo. Wait, that's so itchy. The sensation was not merely superficial. It radiated from deep within his bones. Huo Qinye, chuckling, repositioned Lu Zhuo, observing him as he squirmed. You seem to be enjoying it. Huo Qinye remarked with a fond smile in his eyes. Lu Zhuo froze, realizing he was responding to Huo Qinye. This must be due to the medication. Yet, with each touch from Huo Qinye, more sensations of itchiness emerged. Something felt amiss. This was far too peculiar. Wait a moment, he said. With all this, is there still something else Teacher Lu wishes to impart? I'm all ears. Just lie down. All right. Huo Qinye obediently reclined, and Lu Zhuo gazed at him. He swallowed hard. The situation was perilous, and he might end up on the losing end. In a sudden rush, Lu Zhuo flipped out of bed, nearly bolting into the swimming pool. Teacher Lu, why are you running? A splash echoed outside. Lu Zhuo had already leapt into the pool. His entire body was aflame with itchiness inside and out, front and back. The icy water instantly enveloped his itching body. He inhaled deeply and sank to the bottom. The underwater realm was serene, filled only with the sound of his heartbeat and the relentless itch. If he believed in warmth, he was a fool. He had been duped again. Every time he was tasked, it never turned out well. Finally, unable to contain his breath, Lu Zhuo resurfaced. He opened his eyes, and through the rippling water, he spotted Huo Qinye at the edge of the pool. He shook his drenched black hair, droplets cascading down his chin. Huo Qinye leisurely crouched by the pool, his elegant fingers skimming the water's surface, sending ripples cascading outward. His gaze, heavy with intent, met Lu Zhuo's. Teacher Lu, are you planning to conduct your lesson in the water? Lu Zhuo fixated on Huo Qinye's fingers disturbing the water, his throat tightening. Those fingertips, glistening with moisture under the moonlight, reminded him of the warmth when they had gripped his waist earlier, intensifying the itch. Then I'll come down, Huo Qinye suddenly declared. Wait. Lu Zhuo instinctively took a step back, causing the water's surface to ripple. Huo Qinye stood, the wine-red bathrobe's sash loosening, the fabric sliding from his shoulders, pooling at his feet. Underwater, Lu Zhuo's eyes widened slightly. Huo Qinye's sculpted physique was outlined against the edge of their matching underwear. Let us call it day. I want to let you witness my prowess just yet. Lu Zhuo abruptly turned his face away, his ears burning with embarrassment. Why? Huo Qinye had already entered the water, parting the currents as he stepped in. I had just witnessed a greeting that failed to continue. I do not wish to grant you any advantage. With that, Lu Zhuo tossed out those words and swam away. Yet before he had swum half a meter, a warm hand suddenly gripped his ankle, pulling him back with considerable force. The water rushed past his ears, and before he could react, Huo Qinye's lips were already pressed against his. The waves thrashed violently, bubbles escaping from their entangled lips. In his struggle, oxygen rapidly depleted in his chest, and Lu Zhuo instinctively grasped Huo Qinye's shoulder. As their lips and tongues entwined, his consciousness began to blur until Huo Qinye, cradling his waist, suddenly lifted him upward. Splash! They broke the surface of the water, Lu Zhuo gasping for air. Droplets clinging to his eyelashes and scattering into tiny points of light under the illumination. Huo Qinye, he rebuked, pressing against the other's chest. But his voice softened from lack of oxygen. Who permitted you to kiss me? Before he could finish his protest, Huo Qinye had already pinned him against the edge of the pool. The cold tiles seeped through his back, yet he still felt a heat within. Do not kiss me indiscriminately, Lu Zhuo warned breathlessly, as droplets cascaded from his chin, landing between their closely pressed collarbones. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze, his eyes fixating on Lu Zhuo's lips, swollen and flushed from the kiss, glistening with droplets. All right, he replied softly, then leaned in to kiss him again. Lu Zhuo pressed his hands against Huo Qinye's chest, pushing him away with all his strength, only to be firmly grasped by Huo Qinye's waist and pulled closer. Splash! Lu Zhuo's eyes widened in shock. Huo Qinye's actions were somewhat domineering, yet during the kiss, he gently soothed the corners of Lu Zhuo's bruised lips. Did you even listen to what I said? I did listen, but I was not indiscriminate. I was quite serious about kissing. Chapter 25. Baby, you're so overbearing. Lu Zhuo realized he could never gain the upper hand in front of Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye's voice was low and smooth. Do you need my assistance, Teacher Lu? Lu Zhuo tilted his head back, his throat bobbing. And no, I don't. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. So do you want help or not? I cannot comprehend Teacher Lu's words. Lu Zhuo, stubbornly sarcastic, retorted, You probably solve your own problems quite often, don't you? Occasionally. Who are you trying to fool? Huo Qinye chuckled again. Lu Zhuo turned his face away in embarrassment and anger. It's not because of you. You are not allowed to laugh. Oh, understood. It really isn't because of you. I accidentally took the wrong medicine. All right. However, if you wish to be with me, you need not resort to drugs every time. It is not good for your health. Do you think I want to? If I don't take something, I feel nothing for you. In that moment of locked gazes, a faint smile graced Huo Qinye's lips. Oh, so you feel nothing. Huo Qinye, step away, Lu Zhuo said, flustered and irritated. Huo Qinye took a step back. All right, then I shall return to my room to wait for you. Do not wait for me. I still want to swim for a while. Lu Zhuo completely submerged himself in the depths of the pool. But the icy water could not extinguish the fire surging within him. The places Huo Qinye had touched felt as if seared by a branding iron. A tingling sensation creeping up his spine, even his fingertips tingling. He attempted to resolve the matter on his own, yet the more he struggled, the more he recalled that person's effortless, low chuckle, ultimately leading him to pound the surface of the water in frustration. It seemed to him that Huo Qinye had done this before. His familiarity with the situation was all too evident. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him. In the room, Huo Qinye turned off the main light, leaving only a dimly lit desk lamp. After a lengthy period, Lu Zhuo entered sideways and made his way to the bathroom. He endured another 30 minutes of icy cold showers, his skin turning a bright red. Yet the heat within him only intensified. Why was he the one suffering while Huo Qinye slumbered peacefully? He abruptly flung open the bathroom door, droplets cascading from his hair onto the floor, and stormed to the bedside, throwing back the covers. Need assistance? Who asked for your help? Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth. I'm here to deal with you. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, effortlessly catching the cold, slightly trembling Lu Zhuo in his arms. All right, Huo Qinye said, wrapping his arms around Lu Zhuo's icy waist. You must be gentle. Gentle? Huh, not a chance. Lu Zhuo leaned down and bit Huo Qinye's neck in a fit of anger. I'm gonna show you a thing or two. That hurt. Exactly what I wanted. Yet, the moment Huo Qinye touched him, he felt as if his strength had drained away. Lu Zhuang's breath hitched as he suddenly recognized how perilous their position was. He was nearly straddling Huo Qinye, who was firmly supporting his lower back, fingers grazing ever so slightly. Huo Qinye, I did not come here to embrace you. Huo Qinye chuckled softly and kissed Lu Zhuo. If you wish to delete the photos, such awareness is essential. Absolutely not. Huo Qinye's lips brushed against his ear. Why so fierce? Because it's not happening. I'm the one who should be sleeping. Shaking so violently. Can you manage? That's none of your concern. At that moment, Lu Zhuang's phone vibrated nearby, illuminating the screen with the name Sun Zijin. Huo Qinye leaned on one side of Lu Zhuang's ear, while his other hand grasped the phone, hovering his thumb over the answer button. Shall I answer? His voice still carried a lingering hoarseness, his breath brushing against Lu Zhuang's reddened ear. Lu Zhuang turned his face away. Do not answer. But it keeps ringing. Huo Qinye nudged Lu Zhuang's tense legs apart with his knee. The vibration of the phone mingled with the subtle sound of fabric rustling, resonating clearly in the dimly lit room. Then why don't you turn it off? It's your phone. I don't dare take the liberty. The phone continued to vibrate incessantly. Feeling cornered, Lu Zhuang's eyes began to redden. And he finally snatched the phone, his thumb gliding to answer. Lu Bao, I'm in a bit of a predicament. I came to stay at your place, only to find you both missing. When will you return? I feel so lonely. Not coming back today, Lu Zhuang interrupted, his voice suddenly shifting pitch as Huo Qinye's lips trailed down his ear, lightly biting his neck, causing him to hastily hang up the call. Huo Qinye's palm covered the back of Lu Zhuang's hand, fingers intertwining, resting at the edge of the pillow. Lu Bao, what a unique nickname. Can I call you baby? Absolutely not. Lu Zhuang's face flushed crimson. Baby, you're so domineering. Chapter 26. The unfortunate Sun Zijin on the other side. Sun Zijin stared at the screen of his hung-up phone. They never returned. What was he still doing here? He exchanged a brief greeting with Yanyu before heading home. The night breeze seeped into his collar, sending a shiver down his spine, and he suddenly realized he hadn't even worn a coat. A sense of grievance surged within him like a tidal wave. Heartbroken, he had no one to keep him company. As Sun Zijin drove, he turned the music up to its maximum volume. Damn Lu Bao, didn't you say we was playing around? Where has everyone gone? Just as he turned a corner, bang, a shadow collided forcefully with his car door. Sun Zijin was startled and quickly drove away. Under the stark glow of the streetlight, a short-haired man knelt on the ground, blood dripping from his forehead and trailing down his jawline, creating a soft sound as it hit the reflective road sign. Sun Zijin froze, his throat tightening. Are you all right? I am not. The man gripped the twisted front wheel of his electric bike, the jagged metal scraping against the asphalt with a piercing sound. Didn't the driving school teach you? When merging from a secondary road to a main road, you must stop and yield. This line here indicates no left turn. His bloodied finger pointed emphatically at the yellow markings on the ground. Sorry. I didn't notice. Sun Zijin glanced at the scattered takeout boxes. You're a delivery person. And what of it? Just because I'm a delivery person, you think you can hit me? No, that's not it. I'll take you to the hospital. The man hastily wiped the blood from his face. Just give me the money. I can go myself. I still have all this takeout to deliver, and I'll have to compensate for the delays. He sized up Sun Zijin, 50,000. Money's not an issue, but are you really okay? You're bleeding quite a bit. Li Chun lit a cigarette. I'm fine. Just transfer the money. He produced a payment code. Sun Zijin scanned it and looked at him, then transferred 60,000. Li Chun stared at the 6,000 that had just arrived. Why did you give me an extra 10,000? Do you pity me? No, that's not it. Primarily, your bike is damaged. I'm buying a new one. It's late, and delivering takeout isn't easy. Let me take you home. No need. I still have to find work. My brother's medical bills can't wait. He propped up the already battered electric bike. How can you work like this? Your face is covered in blood. Let me give you another 10,000. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Li Chun raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter such an innocent, rich second generation today. Am I troubling you too much? I'm a mess. Not at all. The car can be cleaned. Sun Zijin opened the passenger door for him. Li Chun plopped down inside. A limited edition sports car. As Shun Zijin drove, melancholic love songs played in the background. Heartbroken? Shun Zijin sighed. Yes. Li Chun observed Shun Zijin, whose curly hair gave him a somewhat dazed appearance. He took a tissue to wipe his face. You're so wealthy. Did they still look down on you? I don't know. Perhaps they don't like my money. Shun Zijin felt more aggrieved. Clearly, they pursued him, only to lose interest once they caught up, refusing even his money. Li Chun exhaled smoke towards the window. They have no taste. It's astonishing that someone as wealthy and handsome as you, an Omega, could experience heartbreak. If I had a boyfriend as attractive as you, I would cherish him dearly. Afraid he might melt away. Shun Zijin slammed on the brakes. Li Chun, is it too obvious to say that? I am an alpha. Huh? Li Chun was taken aback. Observing the interior of the car adorned in pink, those Omegas lacked discernment. Indeed, I cannot fathom why they suddenly lost interest in me. Shun Zijin, recalling this, felt tears welling up, noting how they kept their distance. Li Chun regarded this glass-hearted yet affluent alpha and said, Do not be disheartened. It's merely an Omega. Do you mind being an alpha? You are such a wonderful person. How about I be your boyfriend? No breakups involved? Shun Zijin looked up at him. What? Do you find me unattractive? No. Do you genuinely wish to be my boyfriend? Absolutely. Just look, it is fate that you collided with me at this late hour. Shall we give it a try? If it doesn't work, we can part ways, though I assure you, I will not be the one to initiate a breakup. Since you were so generous with the money, I can tell you are a good person. Shun Zijin nodded, a smile breaking across his face. Sounds good. I was just hoping to date an alpha. Li Chun fixed his gaze on him. Let us exchange WeChat. But what is it? I do not want to be rejected again. You cannot deceive me. Only I can end this relationship. You cannot. Shun Zijin stared at him. Otherwise, I will be very heartbroken. All right, I agree. Li Chun smiled. No breakups, but I have my conditions. What are they? You see, my situation is not ideal. I have a sick younger brother. If you could provide me with 200,000 each month, I would be able to spend more time with you. Sure. Shun Zijin readily agreed. You should no longer have to work so hard. As he spoke, Shun Zijin transferred another 200,000. Li Chun marveled at how he had earned 260,000 in one night, feeling that making money was surprisingly easy. He patted Shun Zijin's shoulder. Thank you. Darling, I appreciate your intentions. Just draw me off ahead. We haven't reached the hospital yet. No need. I happen to have a friend here who will take me later. We'll connect another day. Very well. Shun Zijin touched his cheek, flushing. Take care, and make sure to go to the hospital. Yes, I will message you. Li Chun exited the car, and Shun Zijin waved goodbye. Farewell, Brother Chun. Who was that? Two individuals approached Li Chun. Fool, let us go. I'm covered in this filthy blood. It's revolting. Shun Zijin felt elated. He was in love again, and it was with an alpha. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains into the room. Lu Zhuo's eyelashes fluttered, and as he groggily opened his eyes, he met the gaze of Huo Qinye, who looked down at him. He stood at the foot of the bed, his long fingers casually gripping a white porcelain coffee cup. The cuffs of his white shirt rolled up to his elbows, revealing several faint pink scratches that stood out distinctly in the sunlight streaming in. In a sudden rush, the memories of the previous night overwhelmed Lu Zhuo. He hastily pulled the blanket over his head. Time to wake up and have lunch. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. No worries. I will wait for you. Don't wait for me. Lu Zhuo could no longer face Huo Qinye. Just leave. The sound of the coffee cup lightly tapping the table echoed. Huo Qinye's footsteps approached. Lu Zhuo hurriedly pulled the blanket tighter around himself, cocooning himself more securely. He felt utterly exasperated. Don't come over. I still want to sleep. Please don't disturb me. Chapter 27. My hands hurt. Is something bothering you? No, Lu Zhuo replied. That's good to hear. However, my arm is sore from being bitten. How about you get up early, Lu Xiao, and give a little massage? Lu Zhuo remained silent. What's the matter? Don't want to admit it? You were the one who insisted on hugging me. I never forced you. I even found it troublesome to cater to your whims. Yesterday, he was calling out like a baby. Today, he feigned an air of elegance, as if nothing had transpired. But Lu Zhuo could not bear to look at Huo Qinye, let alone his hands. The blanket was tugged again. Lu Zhuo instinctively tightened his grip on the fabric. Huo Qinye, don't pull my blanket. All right then. I shall take the delightful little creature from the roses, he teased. The blanket erupted, and Lu Zhuo, with his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, sprang up, pressing his knees against the mattress as he lunged forward. No, give it back to me. Huo Qinye held the camera high above his head, observing as Lu Zhuo fell into his embrace due to momentum. It's too late for this romantic gesture. Huo Qinye, who is being romantic? That is my camera. Your camera? It seems Lu Zhuo enjoys filming little videos. Lu Zhuo pushed his knee against Huo Qinye's abdomen. It's merely a hobby. Is that so wrong? Only you are permitted to film, but I cannot? That is acceptable, but you need my consent to film. Clearly, this is an instance of surreptitious photography, and I shall confiscate it. Why should I allow that? Lu Zhuo attempted to snatch it back. Return it to me. Huo Qinye rose to his feet. If you want it, you must perform well. Now get up and have breakfast. Huo Qinye, by the way, your debts are piling up, so you'd better behave. Lu Zhuo felt irritated. Hurry up and get out of bed. My hand cannot feed you. I understand. I'm getting up. Lu Zhuo yanked the blanket around himself, his bare feet touching the carpet as he dashed toward the bathroom, resolutely avoiding any mention of the previous night. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Understood, darling. Huo Qinye. A damp towel flew through the crack of the bathroom door, landing perfectly on Huo Qinye's face, which he caught effortlessly, as the hot water cascaded over his achy back. Lu Zhuo leaned against the tiled wall, taking a moment to catch his breath. After a while, when Lu Zhuo emerged, he appeared utterly drained, even neglecting the dripping ends of his hair as he collapsed onto the bed. I need to rest a bit longer, he mumbled, burying his face in the pillow. The effort of showering had exhausted him. Huo Qinye picked up the damp towel draped over Lu Zhuo's shoulder, replacing it with a dry one as he sat beside him. Drying his hair. Those medications can keep you energized all night, but they have significant side effects. If used frequently, you may find yourself needing to take them continuously. Oomph. If you still wish to take them, I can procure some better ones when I return to the research institute. I don't want them. I'm perfectly healthy. It's primarily because I am with you that I feel the need for them. I wouldn't require them with anyone else. Oh, so I am the one making you suffer, Huo Qinye remarked, putting away the wet towel. Next time, you ought to assist me as well. Dream on. After a brief respite, they ventured out for lunch together. Walking a line, Lu Zhuo observed the figure of Huo Qinye ahead of him. In his childhood, he relished the moments spent trailing behind Huo Qinye, only to rush forward and startle him. He had always been curious about what had initially incited Huo Qinye's ire. The usually affable Huo Qinye had always been forgiving of his antics. Why then was he now so distant? Lu Zhuo's gaze remained fixed on Huo Qinye's back as an inexplicable irritation surged within him. Huo Qinye, he called out. The man in front halted, turning slightly to await his words. What is it? Lu Zhuo hesitated before finally inquiring. When will you return my camera? A hint of a smile graced Huo Qinye's lips. After our date today. Where shall we go? You have more experience than I do. What do you suggest? Lu Zhuo scoffed softly, his eyes drifting toward the distant shopping mall. I have no desire to visit the amusement park now. How about a movie instead? Huo Qinye nodded in agreement. The electronic screen at the ticket booth displayed the day's showtimes as Lu Zhuo glanced upwards. Romantic film Heartfelt Frequencies, horror film Midnight Call, and drama My Good Brother. He grimaced, pointing to the last option. Shall we choose this one, My Good Brother? Sounds good. After purchasing the tickets, as they prepared to enter, Huo Qinye queried, Why didn't you buy me popcorn? Huh? Huo Qinye observed the couples entering the theater, each boyfriend carrying drinks and popcorn, hand in hand, while Lu Zhuo had only acquired 2 tickets. Do you treat everyone this way at the movies, or is it just me? Chapter 28. Both sets of parents. Lu Zhuo had never been on a date before. He had never bought snacks. He turned his face away, recalling that they usually frequented their family cinema, where everything was provided. Huo Qinye approached the counter and returned with a couple's package, a pair of drinks adorned with heart patterns forming a complete image, a large bucket of popcorn, the sweet aroma of caramel wafting between them. Can't you buy it yourself? Lu Zhuo remarked. Huo Qinye inserted a straw into one of the cups and handed it to him. It's our first time watching a movie together. I wanted to experience the feeling of being cared for by my boyfriend. Lu Zhuo scoffed again. This is hardly our first movie together. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Those childhood memories were likely long forgotten by Huo Qinye. Only he remained, foolishly dwelling on the past. It's different, Lu Zhuo muttered. It all feels the same to me. As the lights dimmed in the screening room and the film's logo appeared, Lu Zhuo realized that this movie was produced by his cousin's company. Couples surrounded them, with a young man in the front row eagerly feeding popcorn to his girlfriend, who leaned affectionately on his shoulder. How sweet. Alpha and Omega were truly meant for each other, while the sight of two alphas together seemed odd. Huo Qinye placed a popcorn bucket on Lu Zhuo's lap. Weren't you the one who wanted to eat? Why leave it here? He whispered, glancing over. Huo Qinye chuckled. My hands are tired. On the silver screen, the camera captured a tender moment between two brothers. Yet Lu Zhuo felt an unusually intense gaze beside him. Turning his head, he met the profound eyes of Huo Qinye. Why are you looking at me instead of the movie? He remarked. Some boyfriends are quite considerate, Huo Qinye whispered, his breath brushing against Lu Zhuo's ear. In response, Lu Zhuo hastily shoved popcorn into his mouth. Then why not seek romance with someone else? The sweet taste of caramel melted on his lips as Huo Qinye leisurely crushed the kernels. I have no desire to. Suddenly, the screen brightened, illuminating Huo Qinye's profile as he turned back after speaking. Lu Zhuo's fingers froze in the popcorn bucket, his heart racing unexpectedly. What did that mean? Did he only wish to fall in love with himself? He scrutinized Huo Qinye, who had nonchalantly reclined in his seat, as if his ambiguous declaration was merely a fleeting line in the theater. Moments later, the film reached its climax. The protagonist lay bloodied in the rain, trembling hands clutching the edge of protagonist B's clothing. The poignant background music swelled, drowning out the line about being brothers in next life. It was heartbreakingly sentimental. Lu Zhuo gulped down a mouthful of soda, the icy bubbles rushing up his nose, igniting a warmth in his eyes. He cursed himself for being so weak, unable to suppress the lump in his throat. Just then, a warm hand suddenly covered his. Do you want to hold hands? He thought, recoiling in disdain. Yet, he stole a glance at Huo Qinye, wondering if he felt any semblance of emotion. Perhaps not. After all, what did friendship mean to him? When they exited, Huo Qinye, observing Lu Zhuo's displeasure, remarked, Next time, let's watch a romance. There won't be a next time. I refuse to watch movies with you again. Lu Zhuo felt a pang of sorrow, struggling to comprehend why the ending was tragic. Had he known, he would have avoided it altogether. I detest tragedies. All right, I'll remember. Huo Qinye replied. What good does that do? Lu Zhuo retorted as he walked ahead. The vibrating buzz of his phone interrupted the heavy silence between them. Glancing at the caller ID, Lu Zhuo answered. Xiao Zhuo, your Uncle Huo and Aunt Lin have arrived home. Please bring Qinye back with you. Came the voice of Yenyu. The titles Uncle Huo and Aunt Lin tightened Lu Zhuo's fingertips ever so slightly. They were his biological parents. Yet they had never invited him back home. After ending the call, he turned to Huo Qinye. Your parents are here, he stated flatly. My mother wants us to return. Huo Qinye, the president of the Alliance Hospital, a king without a crown in the medical field. Lin Mu Yuan, founder of the Ruijing Private Hospital, renowned for turning dire cases into miracles. This illustrious duo in medicine was, astonishingly, his biological parents, while he himself held no interest in pursuing a medical career. Lu Zhuo looked at Huo Qinye, realizing that with such esteemed figures in medicine, it was indeed a surprise that they had produced Huo Qinye, while he, a privileged heir lacking in academic pursuits, was their true offspring, naturally unwanted. Once they were in the car, Lu Zhuo opened his phone. He had a group chat with Wenyu and Shen Zijin, filled with messages from Shen Zijin. Shen Zijin have fallen in love. He is an alpha, an exceptionally cool one. Shen Zijin, he claimed to have fallen for me at first sight. Shen Zijin, he is unlike any other alpha. Wanwat Songhua, congratulations. Let us meet up another day. Shen Zijin, sure. Wanwat Songhua, just don't end up breaking up after a month. Shen Zijin, that one tea happened. He promised me he wouldn't break up. Lu Baba, I bet it LL last a month. Upon seeing a message from Lu Zhuo, Wenyu eagerly called him. Lu Zhuo directly hung up the call. Wenyu, staring incredulously at the disconnected call, turned to Gulin. He hung up on me. Gulin nodded. In the evening, outside the Lu family villa, Lu Zhuo abruptly stopped. The garden was in full bloom with European roses, their rich fragrance wafting through the night air. Yet it could not suppress the turmoil of bitterness surging within him. They all adore you. He gazed at the warm light seeping through the entrance, his voice taut, asking why he called me back. To serve as your backdrop? Jealousy. Who is jealous? I simply find it troublesome. Lu Zhuo lifted his chin. Indeed, young Master Lu shall not be anyone's mere adornment. The two entered the living room, one after the other. They were sipping tea, and upon seeing the pair, Yin raised an eyebrow and smiled. You're finally back. On the sofa, Huo Qinye and Lin Muyuan sat side by side, both adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, though Lin Muyuan appeared much more amiable. Aunt Lin, Uncle Hua, Lu Zhuo greeted, his voice slightly strained. Lin Muyuan smiled gently and beckoned him. Xiaozhu, it has been quite a while. Come here. The moment those words fell, Huo Qinye and Huo Qinye exchanged a fleeting glance. Compared to Huo Qinye's aloofness, Lin Muyuan was exceedingly warm towards him. After some light conversation, the meal quickly shifted its focus to Huo Qinye. Discussions on research and academia ensued. Topics far beyond Lu Zhuo's comprehension. He excused himself upstairs, utterly disinterested. At 9 in the evening, by the villa's entrance, the night breeze carried the fragrance of the roses. Just before getting into the car, Lin Muyuan suddenly turned and gently cupped Lu Zhuo's face. Xiaozhu, you are more obedient than I imagined, Lin Muyuan said, her gaze tender. Come over to stay at our home sometime. Annie will make you some soup. All right. Lu Zhuo nodded, catching a glimpse of Huo Qinye in the passenger seat. Huo Qinye merely cast him a fleeting glance, not continuing Lin Muyuan's sentiment with any pleasantries. Mom, let us get in the car, Huo Qinye called to Lin Muyuan. After their vehicle departed, Yin ruffled Lu Zhuo's hair. Good son, what's wrong? Are you not happy? You and Qinye both have 2 sets of parents. We all love you dearly. Lu Xing snorted disdainfully. I might not love you all that much, indulging in pleasures daily. Just wait until I set you straight. Dad, I've been very well behaved lately. Lu Zhuo protested. I've been getting along well with Huo Qinye. Can I not? What can't you do? Lu Xing interrupted. If you fail any courses when school starts, you can forget about using your car for the entire semester. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened. Aren't you the one who dotes on me the most? Not anymore, Lu Xing replied, turning to head inside. Yin chuckled softly, linking her arm with her husband's, then turned to Lu Zhuo and said, if you have any questions, you may consult Qinye. I heard from Aunt Lin that Qinye received his doctorate in the groundbreaking paper on glandular gene editing in Nature ABO, and he accomplished this remarkable feat at merely 20 years of age. He is truly extraordinary. However, I'm not in the same field as him, and I have no interest in medical research. Yin winked playfully, but Mother believes that Qinye possesses an exceptional intellect. In fact, she often thinks that you are the biological child of your father and me, considering that our academic performance during our school days was rather lackluster. Lu Xing interjected. There is a saying that children born to exceptionally intelligent parents often do not inherit that brilliance. Perhaps you all find me lacking, he chuckled. Yin couldn't help but laugh in response. 2 days passed without a visit from Huo Qinye to the Lu residence. In the group chat, Three's company, Shen Zijin messaged, shall we gather to meet my new boyfriend? He'll bring friends along. Who is free? Wan Hua Tsongwa replied, I'm unavailable. My brother won't allow it. Lu Baba requested the address. Wan Hua Tsongwa responded, Lu Baba, darling, you haven't spoken to me in 3 days. Shen Zijin shared the location, pheromone restricted zone. Lu Baba replied, on my way. Wan Hua Tsongwa lamented, Lu Baba, what happened? Did you stop loving me so suddenly? Lu Baba urged, reflect on your actions. Lu Zhuo had Qi Yao drive him there. As he pushed open the door to the private room, the raucous laughter abruptly ceased. Shen Zijin, sporting curly hair, leaned halfway off the sofa, grinning as he waved, Lu Bao, over here. The room was thick with smoke. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, surveying the room filled with gluttonous gazes. Beside Shen Zijin was a man with a buzz cut, his black t-shirt taut against his bulging muscles, accentuating his well-defined shoulder blades. A cigarette pinched between his fingers glowed a vivid red in the dim light, with an uneven collar revealing a glimpse of his collarbone. Lu Bao, this is my boyfriend. Li Chun, Shen Zijin introduced. Li Chun lifted his eyelids, nodding at Lu Zhuo. Hello. Greetings, Lu Zhuo. The surrounding onlookers regarded him with glimmering eyes. Lu Zhuo observed their attire, some in distressed jeans, others adorned with peculiar chains on their wrists and necks. He sat down, raising an eyebrow and smirking at Shen Zijin. Your new boyfriend is quite distinctive. Indeed, Shen Zijin nodded. He is unlike anyone else. Li Chun leaned against Shun Zijin, their shoulders brushing. There's nothing extraordinary about me. It's just that you're a good person. Absolutely, chimed in a silver-haired Omega nearby. Brother Chen's boyfriend is truly wonderful, bringing us to such an exclusive VIP place. Otherwise, we might never have the chance to visit such venues. He then turned to Lu Zhuo. I am an XIN. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Lu Zhuo chuckled lightly, having encountered many such Omegas before. Noticing that an XIN seemed a bit embarrassed by Lu Zhuo's indifference, he thought, after all, he is the scion of a wealthy family. Does he look down on others? Lu Zhuo surveyed the room, filled with extravagant characters, pondering where Shun Zijin had found such a gathering. Could this be a setup? He mused. You must be feeling the sting of heartbreak, are you not? The sound system in the private room suddenly erupted into a cacophony of wails, as one red-haired individual seized the microphone and belted out high notes, nearly piercing Lu Zhuo's eardrums with his discordant voice. I'm leaving, he declared, rising to his feet. Shun Zijin grasped his wrist with a pleading gaze, imploring, don't go. All of our friends are here. If you leave like this, Li Chun will think you don't like him. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze upon Shun Zijin's innocent yet nearly foolish eyes and sank back onto the couch. 10 minutes. He conceded, resuming his seat. At that moment, an Omega named Anshin approached with a glass in hand, the metallic chain on his wrist jingling softly. Young Master Lu, have a drink, he said, his smile sweet and inviting, his fingertips teasingly caressing the rim of the glass. The icy blue liquid swirled within the cup as Lu Zhuo accepted it, a smirk gracing his lips. Thank you, Anshin. Indeed, Anshin replied sweetly, fluttering his eyelashes. He was well aware of the identity of the person before him, the heir of the Lu Corporation. If he could secure a connection with such a prominent figure, his future would be worry-free. You are quite adorable, Lu Zhuo remarked, swirling the drink. Where do you work? I'm still in university, Anshin replied with a smile. A college student. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Which university? Just an ordinary one, Anshin responded. Every ordinary institution has a name. What is your major? I could come pick you up to hang out one day. Li Chun chuckled, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Anshin, be honest. He fixed his gaze on Lu Zhuo, though his words were directed at Anshin. There is no shame in not attending university. We grew up poor and couldn't afford it. I'm sorry, I just didn't want to embarrass Brother Chun, Anshin admitted. Shun Zijin observed Li Chun, who was 5 years his senior. Here is an idea. If you both wish to continue your studies, I will fund your education and help you prepare gradually for your exams. Laughter erupted among the others in the private room. Where did our boss find such gems? They are simply delightful, one remarked. Anshin chimed in, sister-in-law, you're too kind. Shun Zijin chuckled. You are all Li Chun's friends, and thus, you're my friends as well. Sister-in-law? Lu Zhuo gazed at the tall Shun Zijin, a top-tier S-class alpha being referred to as such. He patted Shun Zijin on the back. You're quite something. He truly could not comprehend Shun Zijin's motives. Li Chun appeared older than them. This group clearly sought to take advantage of free food, drink, and funds. Chapter 30. Cheating with a boyfriend. Lu Zhuo's gaze playfully roamed over Anshin, his fingertip lightly tapping the rim of the glass, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. You're rather to my taste. How much would it cost to keep you? Anshin's breath hitched, his throat constricting. I am not that kind of person, he stammered, his voice faltering. Oh, then never mind. Lu Zhuo replied lazily, reclining back, his long legs crossed. I already have a boyfriend. I just want to have a little fun outside. He chuckled lightly. If it works out, splendid. If not, I won't force anyone. The air hung heavy for 2 seconds. 200,000, Anshin suddenly spoke, his voice low and bashful. For a month. He gazed intently at Lu Zhuo's handsome face. He was not only attractive but also wealthy, and he could earn money. Lu Zhuo let out a scoff. The wine glass was placed back on the coffee table with a soft clink. Hey, Shun Zijin. Shun Zijin, engrossed in a game of dice with Li Chun, turned around in confusion. At that moment, Lu Zhuo's phone vibrated unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. It was peculiar that the call came at this juncture. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and stood up. I need to take this call. The companions in the private room exchanged frantic glances with Anshin, who smiled and followed him out. At the end of the corridor, Lu Zhuo answered the call. and Huo Qinye's deep voice resonated through the receiver, soothing like warm water on his battered eardrums. "Where are you?" In that instant, Lu Zhuo found Huo Qinye's voice remarkably pleasant. At the Forbidden Zone bar, leaning against the intricately carved wall, he continued, "Shun Zijin has a new boyfriend, accompanied by a group of people, all here to swindle money. I'm heading out now, waiting at the entrance." Lu Zhuo paused. "So soon? Are you following me?" Huo Qinye remained silent. "Hold on. I need to give Shin Zijin a heads up. He has an S-class alpha. He doesn't need your concern." Lu Zhuo stepped out first, intending to introduce Huo Qinye to that group later. Upon exiting, he noticed Huo Qinye's black SUV parked directly in front of the VIP space. A third of the window lowered, revealing Huo Qinye lightly tapping the steering wheel. That was quick. He must have been tailing him. He intended to confront him about it. Just as he was about to approach, a hand suddenly clasped his arm. "Young Master Lu, are you leaving already?" Anshin leaned in, the cloying scent of her inferior perfume mingling with her alluring pheromones, as she had yet to finish her drink. Lu Zhuo's eyelids flickered, noticing that Huo Qinye had ceased tapping the steering wheel. This was unfortunate. "Let go." Lu Zhuo directed his gaze towards Anshin. Her expression turned slightly awkward. "Didn't we agree earlier? You mentioned 200,000. I haven't accepted yet." Lu Zhuo retorted. "Is that the price your elder brother is charging as well?" Realizing the disdain in Lu Zhuo's eyes, Anshin understood. "Young Master Lu, I'm only willing to accompany you because of your handsome appearance. Even if you don't pay, I would still be inclined. My brother genuinely likes your sister-in-law. Please don't speak carelessly." Having known each other for merely a few days, she spoke of genuine feelings. Likely having swindled money from his brother. "Tell that guy, Li Chun, to break up with my brother, otherwise, young Master Lu, are you threatening us?" Anshin glanced at Lu Zhuo. "So what if I am?" At that moment, Huo Qinye approached and stood beside Lu Zhuo. Upon seeing Huo Qinye, Anshin realized that there was someone even more handsome behind him. "Let us go," Huo Qinye instructed. "Are you his boyfriend?" Anshin inquired. "That's none of your concern." "We're leaving." Lu Zhuo turned away. "Young Master Lu, you have such a handsome boyfriend yet still seek pleasure elsewhere, being stingy while wanting to play." Chapter 31. Truly pretentious. "And you're the heir of the Lu group. How pretentious." Anshin scoffed. She didn't want to offend these wealthy young men. But Lu Zhuo was simply too condescending. He even dared to inquire about their elder brother's price. That handsome guy in the white shirt. She turned to Huo Qinye. "Young Master Lu just mentioned he has a boyfriend, yet still desires to keep someone on the side, asking me if I would agree to 200,000. The night breeze abruptly stilled. Lu Zhuo remarked, "I was merely testing him. A pauper who cannot even produce 200,000, yet he shamelessly seeks a mistress? Truly, he has no sense of dignity." He deliberately edged closer to Huo Qinye, saying, "Handsome, do not reconcile with him. Such wealthy scions often harbor unsavory secrets." Lu Zhuo observed Anshin attempting to sidle up to Huo Qinye. He stepped forward and pushed him slightly, dared to utter another word. "Can you swear you haven't claimed you would support me?" Anshin retorted defiantly. "And what if I did?" Lu Zhuo scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at him. "You are worth only 200,000? I wouldn't even accept you for free. Your odor is unbearable." "You!" Anshin's eyes instantly reddened. Suddenly, Huo Qinye interjected. "You should return to the car." Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes and turned, slamming the SUV door with a resounding bang. Through the windshield, though he could not discern what Huo Qinye had said, he observed Anshin's expression shift from provocation to astonishment, ultimately bowing his head, murmuring an apology. Then, Huo Qinye retrieved the card from his shirt pocket and handed it over. "Huh." Lu Zhuo laughed in exasperation. "What now? He even offers to support him." Lu Zhuo prepared to disembark, but at that moment, Huo Qinye approached. Anshin remained there, watching him. Huo Qinye opened the car door, and Lu Zhuo's irritated voice rang out. "Huo Qinye, are you selling smiles? You treat everyone with such tenderness. Did you not hear what he just said about me?" Huo Qinye fastened his seatbelt with one hand, replying, "I heard." "Then why do you still give him money?" "It is not money." Huo Qinye started the vehicle. "It is a reservation card for our research institute's experience." Amidst the crunch of tires over fallen leaves, he continued. "His pheromones are mixed with metabolic byproducts of class A catalysts. His glands can only last another 3 months. If he is willing to participate as our experimental subject, He can receive treatment without any cost. Is he ill? Yes. Huo Qinye looked at him, and an uncomfortable silence enveloped the car. I have no idea. Even if he is ill, they cannot deceive him. Lu Zhuo protested. Shen Zijin is so innocent. This entire group harbors ill intentions. I think the most innocent one here is you, Huo Qinye responded as he drove. Wait, I'm going back. You should accompany me to see the situation for yourself, so you won't think I'm overreacting. Huo Qinye pressed the accelerator, driving away. Huo Qinye, Shen Zijin will be thoroughly devoured by them. Lu Zhuo still felt uneasy, dialing Qi Yao to check on Shen Zijin and keep an eye on his boyfriend. Once the call ended, the cabin was filled only with the soft hum of the air conditioning. Huo Qinye suddenly spoke. Are you so worried about him? How can I not be? Those people are like wolves with glowing green eyes. A wealthy, obedient, clingy top alpha, yet he neglects his omega. Just then, a traffic light turned red. Huo Qinye slowly applied the brakes. Perhaps the one with the problem is him. You don't understand. He is genuinely kind, albeit a bit annoying. As the green light illuminated, Huo Qinye pulled the car to the side and came to a halt. Why are you stopping again? Lu Zhuo inquired. Chapter 32, Bathing Together Indeed. I do not comprehend him. He is your dear friend. It is truly enviable that you clandestinely indulge in infidelity behind your boyfriend's back for him. The neon lights outside the car window flickered across Huo Qinye's prominent nose, his tone gentle and warm. That sounds odd coming from you. Huo Qinye, you remarked. Nothing much. You may interpret it as my sense of disappointment. After all, Lu Zhuo casually mentioned a 200,000 yuan allowance while hesitating to purchase 20 yuan popcorn for his boyfriend. That was merely a jest. Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. I am unbothered by it. Since my boyfriend is so concerned about that naive top alpha, I shall escort you there now. The night is deepening, and you must also be cautious. All right, I won't go. I have already sent Qi Yao. Returning now would be rather awkward, Lu Zhuo replied, turning away from Huo Qinye's gaze. Drive us home. In the reflection of the window, Lu Zhuo unconsciously stared at Huo Qinye's hand gripping the steering wheel, only to quickly avert his gaze back outside. The number of pedestrians dwindled, and the streetlights grew increasingly distant. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo sat up straight. This is not the way home. Indeed, Huo Qinye replied, veering into a dimly lit avenue, heading towards the Research Institute. When did you mention going to the Research Institute? Just now. Huo Qinye maintained his focus on the road ahead. The Research Institute. Lu Zhuo followed, visibly displeased. The bed in your Research Institute is far too small. I cannot get accustomed to it. Then when Lu Zhuo has ample funds, he may procure a larger one for me. I would change the bed for you. Why don't you purchase a house and sleep there daily? I have no money. Feigning poverty. You have no funds? Not to mention that the Lu family's future wealth will also belong to him. You wish for me to support you? Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo stepped forward to strike him. Are you finished? My funds are not meant to support someone like you. You hardly listen to others. I would prefer to support a compliant omega. Huo Qinye ceased his retorts, merely casting a deep glance at Lu Zhuo. The two returned to Huo Qinye's room. Let us bathe. Understood. It is your obsession with cleanliness. Lu Zhuo began to shed his clothes, and after a while, peered out from behind the bathroom door, half of his damp head visible. Wait, you didn't bring me to the Research Institute just to sleep with me, did you? Huo Qinye unfastened his cuffs. Lu Zhuo slammed the door shut. Inside the bathroom, steam enveloped the air, and droplets of water slowly slid down the glass. As Lu Zhuo swept his wet black hair back, the droplets cascaded from the tips, and the bathroom door swung open. He turned abruptly, and through the misty vapor, he saw Huo Qinye stepping inside. What are you doing in here? Are you spying on me while I bathe? I am not done yet, Lu Zhuo murmured. No need to spy. We shall bathe together. Huo Qinye's gaze swept over him before he closed the door behind him. Who wants to bathe with you? Lu Zhuo scoffed, raising his hand to grab the shower head. Aiming it directly at Huo Qinye. Leave. Wait until I finish before you come back in. The warm water burst forth, instantly soaking Huo Qinye's white shirt. He glanced down at his dampened garment, his long fingers leisurely unfastening the first button, his voice a low rasp. Your water has soaked my clothes. Lu Zhuo's Adam's apple rolled slightly. Fine, I'll wash. It's a hassle. He was too lazy to argue and quickly wrapped a towel around his waist. I don't want to wash with you. He scoffed coldly and stepped toward the door. Just as he took a step, Huo Qinye's hand had already grasped his wrist, with just the right amount of force to prevent him from breaking free. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhuo struggled, but could not escape. "Just to check up." "Check what?" Lu Zhuo glared at him. "I'm not your lab rat. Let go." No sooner had he spoken than Huo Qinye tightened his grip. Lu Zhuo was caught off guard. His back pressed against the cold porcelain tiles, the contrasting sensations sending a shiver down his spine. "Huo Qinye." He raised his hand to push against Huo Qinye's shoulder, his fingertips sinking into the damp fabric of his shirt. "Let go, I finished washing." Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow. "Really? I still sense the scent of omega pheromones." "Stop talking nonsense." Lu Zhuo struggled again. "Today's photos are taken in the bathroom." Huo Qinye's voice was low, his finger tracing along Lu Zhuo's wristbone. "You're talking rubbish." Lu Zhuo looked up. "I don't remember us bathing together that night. Let me help you recall." Huo Qinye chuckled softly, his fingertips coated with a bit of shower gel, which he rubbed in his palm, the foam spilling between his fingers. Lu Zhuo followed his gaze to his hand, warmth flooding his cheeks. "No need. I don't want to remember it all. I'm leaving. You can wash at your own pace." Huo Qinye leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Lu Zhuo's ear. "Lu Xiao plays so freely outside, yet here with me, you suddenly become innocent." "What do you mean?" "Fine, I enjoy playing with others, so what?" Anger ignited in Lu Zhuo's eyes. Huo Qinye's hand had now gently grasped the back of his neck, his thumb pressing against his pulsing vein. "Not much. I just enjoy playing with you." Huo Qinye kissed him. The kiss was assertive, his lips grinding against Lu Zhuo's, his tongue prying open his mouth, advancing deep within. Lu Zhuo instinctively tried to retreat, but was pinned against the slick tiles, with no escape. "You secretly took photos of me in the hotel and drank with an omega. I need to settle the score today." "You can't settle scores like that." Lu Zhuo glared upward, water droplets rolling down his damp lashes, fury evident in his reddening eyes. Huo Qinye's breath hitched as he gazed at Lu Zhuo's flushed lips, his eyes filled with anger yet lively. Even the droplets falling from his hair seemed enticing. "This is how I settle the score." He leaned down to nibble on Lu Zhuo's lower lip, where the wound had yet to heal, unable to resist biting down again before soothing it. Lu Zhuo's breath became erratic, a low whimper escaping his throat. "You bastard." Huo Qinye's palm pressed against the back of his neck, fingers caressing as water dripped down their entangled lips, indistinguishable from hot water or saliva. Lu Zhuo's legs began to weaken, his knees trembling slightly. Just as he was about to gasp for air, Huo Qinye allowed him a moment to breathe. "Bastard. You bit me too hard." They continued kissing, still deepening the kiss. He turned his head to evade, but Huo Qinye held his chin, pulling him back, his fingers gently brushing over his swollen lips. "Huo Qinye, have you had enough of kissing?" Lu Zhuo was growing impatient. "Not yet." Huo Qinye gazed intently at him. "You beast. Who chases after someone to kiss them? Let me out." Lu Zhuo glared at him. "Not yet," came Huo Qinye's low, husky voice. Chapter 33. A normal reaction amidst the swirling mist. Huo Qinye insisted on thoroughly cleansing him. With hands lathered in foam, he patiently washed Lu Zhuo's hair, the soft, sticky sounds of their interaction filling the air. Lu Zhuo lowered his gaze, droplets mingling with suds trickling down the corners of his eyes. "This is so annoying. I can wash my own hair." Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo averted his eyes. "This is completely abnormal." He turned to leave, but found himself ensnared by the foam. Resolutely, he faced away from Huo Qinye, his damp shoulder blades tense amidst the fog. Huo Qinye's hands faltered momentarily. "You are inviting me," he murmured hoarsely. Upon realizing their current position, Lu Zhuo's ears flushed with heat. "I didn't mean it that way." How foolish he felt, turning his back while in such a state. "Don't get carried away. I'm leaving." Huo Qinye grasped his wrist, pressing him against the wall with the lingering moisture. That night, Huo Qinye lowered his head, his nose brushing against Lu Zhuo's flushed earlobe. "I was merely helping you. That was your choice." Lu Zhuo's breath quickened. "Besides, you threatened me, and I reluctantly shared a bed with you." Huo Qinye chuckled softly. "Since it was all a threat, what's one more time?" After tidying the bathroom, he emerged with damp hair, the main light in the room extinguished. He switched on a small nightlight, casting a warm glow by the bedside. A mound of blankets stirred. With Lu Zhuo curled within, his back turned to him. "Are you angry?" Lu Zhuo remained silent, feeling the heat radiating from the skin on his inner thighs. His ears burning as well. Most troubling was his own lack of resolve, allowing Huo Qinye to manipulate him so easily. Once the photos were deleted, he would make this rascal beg for mercy. "I have a gift for you. Who cares about your worthless gift?" Lu Zhuo buried his face into the pillow. His voice muffled. "Today his task is done. Be quiet. No one is allowed to speak. Don't you want a little camera?" Lu Zhuo's hand shot out from beneath the covers, fingers splayed. "Give it to me." Huo Qinye chuckled, capturing his wrist. "Gotcha, Huo Qinye." Lu Zhuo abruptly threw off the blanket, sitting up with disheveled hair and wide eyes. "Return my camera." Huo Qinye raised his other hand before him, revealing not the camera, but a velvet box. As the lid popped open, a circular black diamond stud gleamed against the dark fabric, its thorn-like platinum base coiling around it. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. He had pierced his ears during his rebellious high school days, but had left them empty out of inconvenience. "Put it on." Huo Qinye released his wrist and took the earring. "I refuse to wear it. It's hideous." Before he could finish, his earlobe was pinched gently between two long fingers, kneaded with a teasing touch. "You don't want a camera anymore?" "Huo Qinye, is this your only trick?" A PhD and a chief, yet utterly unremarkable. "Indeed, I am your sworn rival. Naturally, it is amusing to tease you." "Oomph." As the earring pierced the long-unused left ear hole, Lu Zhuo felt a shiver run through him. The sensation was akin to a gentle bite from an ant, a tingling pain laced with an unfamiliar itch. His earlobe instantly flushed, blood rushing to that spot, causing the cold metal to quickly absorb his body heat. "During our courtship, you are forbidden to remove it." Such demanding requests. Lu Zhuo averted his gaze, the black diamond swaying slightly with his movement, refracting a dim glow under the light. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, then returned Lu Zhuo's small camera from behind him. Lu Zhuo caught it and inquired, "You didn't make a backup, did you?" Huo Qinye reclined lazily, a smirk playing on his lips. "No." He turned his face, gazing at Lu Zhuo under the warm glow of the nightlight. "You still have so many photos on your hands, more than enough." Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes. "I haven't even watched the videos inside. Should we take a look together to confirm I didn't pick the wrong camera?" "Dream on. You want get the chance." Lu Zhuo snickered coldly, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, unhesitatingly selecting to format it. Huo Qinye observed his actions. "What a pity." "Not all." Lu Zhuo tossed the cleared camera aside. "By the way, you arrive at the bar rather swiftly today. Have you been following me?" "I didn't have anyone tail you. I merely installed a tracker on your phone." Lu Zhuo picked up his phone, exclaiming, "When did you do that?" "You're quite the creep. How excessive." "Creep? Didn't you say it's quite normal for couples to have trackers on each other?" "I respect your peculiarities, and besides, with someone as charming as Lu Zhuo, I need to keep a close watch to feel at ease." Lu Zhuo tilted his head into his fox-like grin, lamenting, "I have to endure this for another 2 months?" Huo Qinye replied, "You must behave well. I don't want to catch a whiff of any other Omega's pheromones." "Huo Qinye, you're truly homosexual. Do you not like Omegas?" Huo Qinye looked at Lu Zhuo and replied with a smile, "Perhaps I am not homosexual. It is merely that you, Lu Zhuo, are too enchanting." "Oh, how sarcastic. It's clearly you who revels in tormenting me, deriving pleasure from my discomfort." Chapter 34. Rules of Sleeping at Night. Let us just sleep. Huo Qinye shut his eyes. Reluctantly, Lu Zhuo lay down, staring at the ceiling for 3 seconds before lifting his long legs and pressing them heavily against Huo Qinye's. He even intentionally sank his knee down further. Huo Qinye slowly opened his eyes. "The bed is too small." Lu Zhuo curled his toes. "With legs this long, I can't keep leaning against the wall." Huo Qinye turned to his side, watched him for a moment, then embraced him, pulling him closer. "Then I'll make some more room for you." "Let go." Lu Zhuo struggled. "No, this is fair." Huo Qinye closed his eyes with a slight smirk. Lu Zhuo, both furious and flustered, squirmed in his embrace like an agitated cat. Huo Qinye paid him no mind, silently tightening his hold. "Huo Qinye, let me go. Are you trying to suffocate me? It's too hot. Let me go. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Huo Qinye, if you keep this up, I'm going to hit you." Lu Zhuo threatened him with a glance. "I'm not joking. I truly intend to take action." Huo Qinye lowered his head and sealed his lips with a kiss. This unexpected kiss took Lu Zhuo by surprise. His eyes widened, and all insults were lodged in his throat. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow and kissed him again, deliberately lingering for a few extra seconds. We had established a rule. You disturbed me. Lu Zhuo fumed, questioning why he was the one to set the rules. Perhaps it's because I possess photographs. Clenching his fist, Lu Zhuo felt exasperated. After an indeterminate amount of time, the room finally fell silent. In the cafeteria of the Research Institute, Lu Zhuo had been dining there frequently of late. The food suited his palate quite well, and he swiped Huo Qinye's meal card repeatedly. Just as he settled by the window, his chopsticks barely moving, he heard a burst of laughter nearby. He lazily lifted his gaze and spotted Huo Qinye, surrounded by several team members entering the room. Today, he wore a light blue shirt, and the hem of his lab coat fluttered slightly with his steps, accentuating his tall and upright figure, making him stand out in the crowd. Chief Huo, your partner is over there. Zhang Xian nudged his black-rimmed glasses, casting a meaningful glance toward the window. Huo Qinye followed his gaze, and Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, resting his chin on one hand while the other idly stirred the soup in his bowl. Huo Qinye smiled subtly. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating Lu Zhuo's profile, casting a small shadow from his lashes, and his ear studs were adorably in place, exuding a languid charm. Chief Huo, may we join you at your table? Jiang Yu, eyes sparkling with excitement, lowered her voice. Your partner is extraordinarily handsome. Does he have a boyfriend? Zhang Xian adjusted his glasses slowly. I saw him on a date with an Omega before. Jiang Yu, undeterred, insisted. We should inquire. I've been single for so long. It's time to take the initiative. After placing their orders, the two made their way directly to Lu Zhuo. Hello, handsome, Jiang Yu beamed. Her lab coat, S-name tag reading Jiang Yu, Omega. We are members of Chief Huo's team. Would you mind dining with us? She inquired cheerfully. Lu Zhuo retracted his gaze, a casual smile gracing his lips, his eyes slightly curving. Of course, I wouldn't mind at all. With such a beautiful Omega accompanying me, this meal is bound to be more delightful. Zhang Xian and Jiang Yu took their seats opposite him. She leaned forward eagerly. I heard you and Chief were classmates before. How did you become his partner? She blinked, her curiosity ablaze. Lu Zhuo leisurely picked up a piece of fish, a playful smile dancing on his lips. You should ask your Chief Huo that. He insisted on having me as his godbrother, and being soft-hearted, I reluctantly agreed. Huo Qinye settled beside Lu Zhuo with his tray, the sleeve of his lab coat brushing against Lu Zhuo's hand. Then you are quite impressive. Jiang Yu let out a giggle, quickly covering her mouth. Her eyes darted between the two, and mustering her courage, she asked, Does the godbrother know what our chief's boyfriend looks like? He never brings him to show us. And I heard he is quite the flirt. Zhang Xian discreetly kicked Jiang Yu under the table, nudging his glasses. This girl was far too bold. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow and turned to Huo Qinye, speaking with utmost seriousness. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but your little boyfriend seems quite handsome and has a pleasant temperament. If you can't hold on to him, it's rather unfair to label him as fickle. Jiang Yu, brimming with excitement, nearly knocked over her bowl of soup. Is that true? You really have a boyfriend? Chief, you must introduce him to us someday. Who could possibly steal away our institute's heartthrob? And how can our chief not keep him in check? Meet him? Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo. Zhang Xian and Jiang Yu's gazes simultaneously fixed on Lu Zhuo. Clearing his throat, Lu Zhuo felt his ears flush under their scrutiny and feigned calmness, saying, Whether we meet or not depends on my elder brother's advice. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze slightly, noticing a drop of water splattered on Lu Zhuo's fair hand. He leisurely took a tissue and dabbed at it for her. As for my relationship with him, Huo Qinye raised his eyes with a smile. You know it best. Lu Zhuo suddenly gulped down a large sip of orange juice and placed the cup on the table, producing a crisp sound. Can I ask what our chief is usually like in a romantic relationship? Well, Lu Zhuo teased. Our chief is rather clingy, always trailing behind, seeking kisses and hugs. Is that true, Chief? Can someone really enchant you to such an extent? Jiang Yu's curiosity piqued. Perhaps. Huo Qinye leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly as his gaze settled on Lu Zhuo's face. Jiang Yu grasped Zhang Xian's arm, visibly thrilled. Elder brother, please help us out by bringing him over. Anyone who can charm our chief to this degree must be extraordinarily handsome. Jiang Yu clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. The whole institute is eager to meet him. Lu Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. All right, I'll ask him another day. Just then, Jiang Yu leaned in closer. Do you have a girlfriend? Me? Lu Zhuo chuckled suddenly. About to say no. He has a boyfriend. Huo Qinye took a sip of orange juice, affirming, right? Lu Zhuo huffed. Yes. I have one, all right? Indeed. It seems all handsome men are taken. Jiang Yu sighed, then perked up. Your boyfriend must be quite handsome as well. My boyfriend? Lu Zhuo leisurely set down his cup, and under the expectant gazes of everyone, he enunciated slowly, very, very ugly. The dining table fell into an abrupt silence. Ugly? Very ugly? Jiang Yu and Zhang Xian echoed in unison, their expressions mirroring disbelief. Indeed, Lu Zhuo rested his chin on his hand, smiling innocently. Not only is he ugly, but he's also quite fierce. He has many rules, a bad temper, and tends to threaten people. Zhang Xian adjusted his glasses. Then why are you still with him? Jiang Yu also wore an incredulous expression. Is that true? I can't believe it. If he is truly as terrible as you describe, yet you still stay with him, wouldn't that be true love? Huo Qinye chuckled softly. So is true love, then? Absolutely not. Lu Zhuo's voice abruptly rose. What true love? At most 2 months. He held up 2 fingers in front of Huo Qinye. We will definitely break up. The air suddenly thickened. Jiang Yu and Zhang Xian exchanged glances, quietly lifting their plates and standing up. So he is a scumbag, Jiang Yu murmured softly, stealing a glance at Huo Qinye. At least our chief is dependable. The two shared polite smiles before moving to the next table. Lu Zhuo opened his mouth to argue, but upon turning his head, he noticed Huo Qinye's shoulders shaking suspiciously. What are you laughing at? Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth, lowering his voice in warning. If you keep laughing, I will. Huo Qinye calmly tidied his plate, an unmistakable amusement lacing his voice. Is my elder brother so concerned about whether I laugh or not? He is nothing like my gentle and considerate boyfriend. Huo Qinye strode away leisurely, his long legs carrying him effortlessly. Bastard, Lu Zhuo muttered under his breath. With no one to accompany him that afternoon, he took Huo Qinye's car out for a drive. As he maneuvered the black SUV slowly out of the Research Institute's gates, a deep rumble of an engine suddenly approached. A matte black motorcycle executed a graceful drift, coming to a halt at the entrance of the institute. The slender figure on the back slowly removed their helmet, revealing a familiar face, An, the Omega he had encountered at the bar. His hair was tousled from the helmet, accentuating his pale complexion. The man in the front, removing his helmet with a rugged flair, sported short black hair that stood upright. He leaned on one foot, clad in a leather jacket that hugged his slender waist. This was Shun Zijin's new boyfriend, Li Chun. He certainly had an intriguing aura about him. Li Chun glanced over, their eyes meeting, and he raised a hand in greeting to Lu Zhuo. He appeared somewhat cocky, yet he seemed to be living off someone else's success. As Lu Zhuo drove away, he caught a glimpse of Huo Qinye exiting the institute, instructing someone to escort An inside. Li Chun then called out to Huo Qinye, and the two stepped aside to converse, after which Li Chun pulled out his phone. Lu Zhuo sat up straight. It was likely a WeChat QR code. Huo Qinye did not strike him as the type to casually add people on WeChat. Just then, Lu Zhuo saw Huo Qinye scan the code. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Zhuo's mouth, but the fire in his eyes only intensified. Huo Qinye hadn't even taken the initiative to add him on WeChat yet. Dating? What a joke. He knew Huo Qinye disregarded his words. He had already called them frauds. What was the purpose of adding WeChat? Both Huo Qinye and Shun Zijin were S-class alphas. Was it true that S-class alphas were drawn to such individuals? Unbeknownst to him, the car had turned back. A blaring horn pierced the air. Lu Zhuo abruptly swerved the steering wheel, the tires screeching against the pavement before the vehicle came to a halt. The window slowly descended. The black diamond stud in Lu Zhuo's earlobe reflected a cold glimmer in the sunlight as his gaze swept between the two, finally landing on Huo Qinye's phone, which he had yet to put away. What is the matter? Huo Qinye looked at him. Li Chen had accepted the friend request and tucked his phone away. Give me your phone. I'm out of money. Transfer some to me. Huo Qinye handed over his phone, and Lu Zhuo took it, finding himself on the WeChat interface. The first contact was the newly added Li Chun, represented by a dark avatar. He quickly tapped on the notes, typing the word fraud before adding his own WeChat and initiating a transfer. Wait a moment. Lu Zhuo frowned. Why is your balance only 5,000? He disdainfully tossed the phone back to Huo Qinye, then transferred some money from his card. His salary had not yet arrived, and he would have to wait a few days. Penny pincher, is that all you have, 5,000? Where's your money? Surely, you can't be so easily deceived just after adding someone on WeChat. I'm out of funds. Where did it go? Lu Zhuo instinctively pressed for answers, his hand resting on the car window frame, suddenly realizing he was overstepping, and quickly amended, "You miser." With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove off. Huo Qinye received the phone, gazing at the conspicuous label, scammer. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips. He glanced at Lu Zhuo's WeChat profile. It featured a photo of Lu Zhuo wearing sunglasses, chin slightly raised, flashing a V sign at the camera. Cool, yet endearing. He pocketed the phone and turned to Li Chun, saying, "I shall take my leave now." "All right, goodbye," Li Chun replied, leaning against the motorcycle, his fingers toying with a silver lighter, his gaze following the receding white silhouette. Huo Qinye. Did he recognize him, or did he remain oblivious? Lu Zhuo wandered through the mall and then called Shun Zijin. "What's up?" Shun Zijin sounded in good spirits. "So, what is this about Li Chun asking how much money you gave him? He didn't ask for any money." "Really? You're dating, and you didn't give him a little pocket money?" "Of course I did." "How much?" "It's not much. 300,000. 300,000? You've only been dating for a few days. How can it be that much? Are you Shin the big spender?" "He used to deliver takeout. He has a sick younger brother. I don't want him to struggle too much." "Is that younger brother safe?" Lu Zhuo picked out a set of pajamas. Glancing at the price tag of $4,999, he promptly returned it to the rack. No, his brother is still in the hospital. With the way Li Chun carries himself, he can't possibly be just a delivery boy. "Shun, use your brain a little." He hung up on Shun Zijin. Opening WeChat, he stared at Huo Qinye's cloud icon. So cliched and simple. He changed the note to 610. There were still 610 photos left to delete. He awaited the moment that number turned to 0 for complete liberation. "Young Master Lu, do you still want these pajamas?" A nearby sales assistant inquired respectfully. "No, the color doesn't suit my taste." Lu Zhuo purchased a few sweet treats before returning to the research institute. Once back in his room, Lu Zhuo immediately called Qi Yao, requesting that he send over some clothes from home. He stood with arms crossed before the wardrobe, frowning as he stared at the neatly hung garments of Huo Qinye. His custom-made clothes were crammed alongside Huo Qinye's crisp white shirts. His gaze flitted back and forth between their clothing. Then, Lu Zhuo retrieved a towel from the bathroom, twisting it into a rope-like strand. He tied a firm knot between the hangers, creating a stark division in the middle. Chapter 36. Making the boyfriend feel wronged after completing this task. He stepped back to admire his handiwork. The white towel resembled a boundary, perfectly bisecting the wardrobe. When Huo Qinye returned from his experiment, Lu Zhuo had already finished showering and was lying on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he lazily lifted his eyelids and cast a sidelong glance at Huo Qinye, who was unfastening his cufflinks. Both were S-class alphas. Lu Zhuo deliberately turned his phone, feigning nonchalance as he remarked that Shun Dada's new boyfriend, the one he had added on WeChat today, had gifted him 3 million in pocket money over the span of 5 days. Huo Qinye approached the wardrobe to fetch his pajamas, his gaze lingering on a particular item for a brief moment. He untied his towel with one hand, their clothes brushing against each other. "I made my boyfriend feel wronged. I'm working hard to earn money." "What does that even mean?" Lu Zhuo turned over, presenting his back to him. "I have no interest in that meager salary of yours." "Understood." Huo Qinye's voice mingled with the sound of the bathroom door closing. As the water began to flow, Lu Zhuo irritably raked his fingers through his hair. "How foolish. Can't you decipher the meaning behind my words?" His eyes caught sight of the white phone on the desk, and he swiftly rolled out of bed. Huo Qinye had once again changed his phone password to Lu Zhuo's birthday. After unlocking it, Lu Zhuo discovered his WeChat pinned at the top, with a bold label reading, "Boyfriend." He let out a soft snort, his fingers deftly altering the label to Master. Scrolling down, he found Li Chun. "Humph. Even after being labeled a fraud, he deliberately reverted the name back. Lu Zhuo pouted, changing the label back to fraud. Just then, a new message popped up. Fraud. Can I arrange a meeting with you? Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes dramatically, tossing the phone back to the foot of the bed. When Huo Qinye emerged, towel drying his hair, he found Lu Zhuo lounging on the bed with his legs crossed. Someone's trying to reach you. Huo Qinye picked up the phone, glanced at the message, and began to respond. Lu Zhuo stole a furtive glance, unable to resist speaking up. He is Shen Zijin's boyfriend, a con artist. Why did you add him? He asked if he could have your contact. Huo Qinye replied, placing the phone back on the desk. Do you give your number to everyone who asks? No. Lu Zhuo sat up straight. Then why did you add him? Do you find him attractive? Or do you have money to spare for him to swindle? Huo Qinye listened to the displeasure in Lu Zhuo's voice. Neither. I can't even afford to support a boyfriend, let alone have money for someone to con me. Then delete him. Huo Qinye turned to look at him. Lu Zhuo's gaze flickered momentarily before he shot him an incredulous stare. Shindata isn't as cunning as you two. You both better be aware and not muddle things up. Huo Qinye's eyes swept over the phone screen where Master lay. He turned back to Lu Zhuo with a smile. I assure you, I am quite aware. Lu Zhuo found himself momentarily entranced by the smiling contours of Huo Qinye's brow and eyes, as if transported back to elementary school. Back then, Huo Qinye was exceedingly popular, always surrounded by classmates, yet somehow able to notice Lu Zhuo's subtle moods immediately. The vivid memories began to unfold. Why do you explain problems to others? Young Lu Zhuo, fuming, slammed his pencil case onto the desk. You never care about my poor grades. Always focused on others. Am I still your best friend? You're not allowed to help others anymore. If you do, I'll one-T speak to you. I teach you, but you never listen. At that time, Huo Qinye looked at him with his head tilted in a similar manner, though it was in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a golden edge upon his eyelashes. It's none of your business, Lu Zhuo remarked as he dragged his chair, producing a creaking sound. If you don't speak, that's your problem. Huo Qinye was amused by Lu Zhuo's obstinate demeanor and pulled out his notebook from his bag. So shall I speak now? Yes. Lu Zhuo quickly moved his chair closer, deliberately nudging Huo Qinye's arm with his elbow. In truth, he could not recall what Huo Qinye had said. He only remembered that the sunlight was splendid that afternoon, and Huo Qinye's slender, fair fingers danced across the draft paper with distinct knuckles. His voice was soft yet clearer than any sound in the classroom. Lu Zhuo gazed at him. Don't want to listen anymore? Huo Qinye smiled at him. Are you hungry? Not at all. Lu Zhuo poked his finger. Qinye, let us just play together. Chapter 37. Slap. Lu Zhuo gazed at Huo Qinye before suddenly realizing a stark truth. They were no longer children. The obedient class leader who had dutifully explained problems to him had vanished long ago, the year they had fallen out. What was he doing? Like a petulant elementary student, trying to prove something in this manner? If I find out what you two are doing behind my back. Lu Zhuo's voice turned cold. For Shundatu, I won't spare either of you. Huo Qinye reached out to turn off the main light, leaving only a dim yellow night light by the bedside. He stood against the light at the edge of the bed. What do you mean by not sparing me? I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Lu Zhuo clenched his fists. Oh, Huo Qinye's voice held a hint of amusement. All for that innocent and lovely Shindatu? Yes. Lu Zhuo held his head high. Yes, my best friend, my very best. I see. Huo Qinye replied nonchalantly. You've said that many times. Lu Zhuo noticed that Huo Qinye looked slightly displeased, which eased his heart a bit. It's good that you know. He turned over, facing away from Huo Qinye, ready to sleep. He felt the mattress dip behind him as Huo Qinye's breath enveloped him from behind. Lu Zhuo instinctively tensed his body. Huo Qinye lay still, seemingly engrossed in chatting on his phone. Aren't you going to sleep? Lu Zhuo grumbled, tugging at the blanket. That phone is so bright. It's impossible to sleep. Huo Qinye turned to his side. You're so noisy. Lu Zhuo kicked him lightly. Although his phone was on silent, the fingers pressing on the screen still emitted sounds. Lu Zhuo felt a surge of unexplainable anger. He had never seen Huo Qinye text anyone late at night, yet ever since adding that fraud, he couldn't stop chatting. Was he discussing a date? Or perhaps the time to meet? Suddenly, he turned around, just in time to see Huo Qinye turn off his phone and casually place it on the bedside table. I get it. Lu Zhuo glared at him fiercely. Huo Qinye met his gaze and chuckled lightly. you look a bit fierce. Did you delete the photo? Yes, I deleted it just now. It was quite decisive today. Huo Qinye remarked. After all, I cannot compare to Shun Zijin in wealth, nor can I possess his innocent charm that brings you joy. It is not this that troubles me. Lu Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Huo Qinye reached out to grasp the tips of his fingers, gently caressing his knuckles. Then what is it that concerns you? A shiver coursed through Lu Zhuo's fingertips, causing him to instinctively withdraw his hand, as if jolted by an electric shock. I do not care about anything. Just refrain from being bothersome. He lay down, pulling the quilt with a rustle. The mattress dipped slightly behind him as Huo Qinye enveloped him from behind. Lu Zhuo clenched his teeth. Release me. I am weary. Why would you embrace me if you were tired? Lu Zhuo wrestled momentarily. I just wanted to hold you for a moment. His ears flushed with heat, and in a moment of impulsive clarity, he blurted, 22 photos. No, 30 photos are required for a hug. Let us add a new rule. Every night, I shall hold you as you sleep. On what grounds? I do not consent. Lu Zhuo protested. Who told you your boyfriend is unattractive with so many rules and enjoys making threats? Lu Zhuo challenged, attempting to pry Huo Qinye's hand away. We're no longer the best of friends. Huo Qinye replied softly. Why should I acquiesce to you? Lu Zhuo lay flat, placing his feet upon Huo Qinye's legs. Then I shall not grant you ease either. Later that night, Lu Zhuo tossed restlessly in his sleep, his brow furrowing. In a dim laboratory, he beheld Huo Qinye standing at the workstation, turned away from him. Li Chen appeared at the doorway, clad in a black leather coat, revealing a snug black tank top beneath. Chief Huo certainly knows how to choose a thrilling rendezvous location. Li Chen's voice dripped with honeyed malice as his fingers glided over the instruments on the table. Huo Qinye approached Li Chen, who provocatively brushed his fingers over the buttons of Huo Qinye's lab coat, methodically unfastening them. What are you doing? Lu Zhuo shouted, but found himself unable to produce a sound. He watched in horror as Li Chen unbuttoned Huo Qinye's coat, exposing his pale skin. Huo Qinye's hand rested on Li Chen's waist as they slowly leaned toward one another, their lips nearly touching. Huo Qinye, how dare you? Lu Zhuo jolted awake, his heart racing as though it might burst from his chest. He surveyed his surroundings, where Huo Qinye frowned slightly, his sleepy eyes focusing on him. In the next instant, Lu Zhuo slapped Huo Qinye hard across the mouth. You lecher, you've grown bold. Lu Zhuo trembled with rage. Huo Qinye was momentarily stunned. Tasting blood. Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye grasped his hand. What is wrong? Noticing something was amiss, Huo Qinye felt the heat radiating from Lu Zhuo's palm. The dense pheromones filled the confined bedroom, thickening the very air to a stifling warmth. Lu Zhuo's heat period had arrived. With a swift motion, Lu Zhuo straddled Huo Qinye's legs, violently tearing open his sleepwear, fingers urgently exploring the bare expanse of his chest as if seeking reassurance. Each caress sent tremors through Lu Zhuo, his breath laden with an unusual intensity. Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye grasped his trembling wrist. Lu Zhuo raised his gaze, his eyes glistening with an unnatural hue of red. His rapid breaths resonated distinctly in the silent bedroom. Huo Qinye slowly sat up. Was it a nightmare? Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on Huo Qinye's swollen lips. Noticing his stare, Huo Qinye sighed, it doesn't hurt. Lu Zhuo lowered his eyes, his long lashes casting shadows beneath them, and after a moment, he raised his gaze once more to fixate on Huo Qinye's mouth. Huo Qinye coaxed him. I'll fetch you some water. After soothing Lu Zhuo back to sleep, Huo Qinye donned a pheromone isolation bracelet, rose, and poured a glass of warm water infused with a calming agent specifically for alphas, which he then offered to Lu Zhuo. After drinking, Lu Zhuo curled up in the blankets and looked at Huo Qinye. What's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Lu Zhuo murmured ominously. If you dare to kiss someone else, I will hit you next time. With that, he turned away, disregarding Huo Qinye. During the day, Huo Qinye took Lu Zhuo back to the Lu residence. Yanyu observed the bruised corner of Huo Qinye's mouth and remarked, Oh dear, Qinye, what happened to your lips? Just an accidental bump. It's nothing serious. Mom, Lu Zhuo weakly interjected. Yanyu discerned that Lu Zhuo was in his sensitive period. You should go rest in your room. He hasn't been a bother to you, has he? Not at all, Huo Qinye replied. Lu Zhuo watched Huo Qinye prepare to leave and declared, "Tonight, I want that chocolate lava cake from your research institute. If you crave cake, mother can have someone make it. Qinye, you go about your business." "All right," Huo Qinye replied, casting a glance back at Lu Zhuo as he departed. Once Huo Qinye vanished from his sight, Lu Zhuo felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Xiao Zhuo, Yin Yu called, noticing Lu Zhuo's distraction. "Mom, I'm going upstairs to rest." Lu Zhuo ascended silently, his gaze landing on the dachshund plush on his bed as he lay down atop it. Indeed, no alpha would willingly endure their sensitive period alongside another alpha. Lu Zhuo tugged at the plush's ears, and after a while, he glanced at his phone, contemplating summoning Huo Qinye back. They were in a relationship, after all. During this sensitive period, he ought to be with him. Why should he run away? Lu Zhuo picked up his phone to dial Huo Qinye, only to discover that it was turned off. In frustration, he hurled the phone across the room. At that moment, a sound came from outside the door. Lu Zhuo sat up, wondering if he had returned. "Guoming." "Yes, young master." Tang Qi entered. Tang Qi was an A-grade, strawberry-scented omega, who released soothing pheromones before closing the door behind her. "Madam sent me to attend to you, young master." The omega's pheromones were far more effective than calming agents, providing a comforting sensation. Wealthy families often kept omegas and alphas specifically to cater to those in their sensitive or heat periods. However, Lu Zhuo had never availed himself of such services. It seemed his mother believed him to have matured. "Young master." Tang Qi approached and knelt down, slowly extending her hand. Lu Zhuo's attention drifted back to the phone he had thrown. Memories of Huo Qinye's sensitive period during their childhood surfaced. Back then, during gym class, when Huo Qinye's sensitive period struck, the pheromones he released drew the other omegas in the class irresistibly toward him. Lu Zhuo observed the unsuspecting omegas that had gathered around, as well as the alphas eager to engage in conflict. He issued a warning to those present before seizing Huo Qinye's hand and making a swift exit. The school nurse was absent from the infirmary, leaving only the two of them inside. Huo Qinye's pheromones overwhelmed Lu Zhuo, causing him considerable discomfort. "You should step outside," Lu Zhuo suggested as Huo Qinye donned a suppression bracelet, significantly masking his pheromones. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Zhuo, though cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "No, I want to stay with you," he insisted, taking a bottle of mineral water. Halfway through, he realized he should offer it to Huo Qinye first, his mind clouded by the intoxicating influence of Huo Qinye's sensitive period pheromones. He extended the bottle, saying, "Qinye, you drink first. We can wait for the teacher." Huo Qinye accepted the water, sipping it slowly. Just then, the teacher arrived, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. "This student, you should step outside," the school nurse directed Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo shook his head. "It's fine, I want to stay with him." "You are not an omega. Your presence will only make him more uncomfortable. Please leave." "Why?" "I refuse to go. I am his best friend, and I want to be here for him. He is in a sensitive period. And what of it? He needs to be with me. That will ease his discomfort. Why won't you listen? Please leave." "Teacher, please don't be harsh with him. I want him to stay with me. I'm not uncomfortable. Just give me a shot of the suppressants, and it will suffice." "Thank you." The school nurse observed Huo Qinye's pale, trembling lips. Children these days are so stubborn. With that, the nurse turned to fetch the suppressants. Lu Zhuo helped Huo Qinye onto the bed, saying, "Qinye, when my sensitive period arrives, you must stay with me too." Chapter 38. The unmet needs. Lu Zhuo stated earnestly, "I don't want to be just an omega. We are best friends and must be together during our sensitive periods." Huo Qinye managed a faint smile. "What does that smile mean? Are you agreeing or not?" All right. But Qinye, your lips are so pale. You want to die, will you?" Lu Zhuo fretted, tears welling in his eyes. "I want tea." Huo Qinye reassured him, lifting a finger to gently touch Lu Zhuo's. "Just stay with me. That's all I need." The school nurse approached to administer a shot to Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo glared at the seemingly stern nurse. "Please be gentle with the injection." Although he is an S-class alpha, he fears pain as well. The nurse glanced at Huo Qinye, whose complexion had worsened, then at Lu Zhuo. "You should really leave. Staying here will only make him more uncomfortable." Lu Zhuo lowered his gaze, realizing the predicament. Two alphas in their sensitive periods could not remain together. He watched as Tang Qi morphed into Huo Qinye before him, his slender hand brushing against Lu Zhuo, preparing to release strawberry-scented pheromones. In truth, he detested the scent of strawberries, not liking it at all. Lu Zhuo pressed his hand against Tang Qi's forehead. "Leave, young master?" Tang Qi was bewildered, not understanding where he had gone wrong. "Let me serve you. It will only cause you discomfort otherwise." "Leave, young master?" Tang Qi stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Despite his body's evident reaction, why was this happening? She spoke cautiously. "After reaching adulthood, the sensitive period is quite challenging. If this continues, you will suffer greatly, young master. Please leave." Lu Zhuo tightened the loose waistband of his pants and stormed into the bathroom, turning on the cold water and letting it cascade over his head. The icy water washed over his heated skin, yet could not extinguish the surging warmth within him. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. "I told you to leave," Lu Zhuo exclaimed angrily. However, the footsteps did not retreat. Instead, they drew closer. "Do you not comprehend my words? I demand you to leave." Lu Zhuo shouted, but upon seeing the visitor, he froze. Huo Qinye stood quietly in place. Water droplets rolled down Lu Zhuo's eyelashes as he turned back to splash cold water on his face. When he turned again, it was still Huo Qinye. "The cake has been left outside," Huo Qinye remarked, gazing at the drenched Lu Zhuo. "But you likely have no desire for cake at the moment, do you?" In a fit of anger, Lu Zhuo seized the shower head and aimed it at Huo Qinye, the cold water instantly splattering onto him, soaking his white shirt. "Get out!" Huo Qinye advanced against the cold water, droplets cascading from his hair, trickling down his jaw, and finally dripping onto Lu Zhuo's collarbone. Huo Qinye's long fingers covered Lu Zhuo's hand that held the shower head, gently turning the temperature to warm. The steam quickly enveloped the bathroom. "Do you not feel cold?" Taking a shower with cold water during the sensitive period. "Do you wish to fall ill?" "That's none of your concern." Lu Zhuo averted his gaze. Huo Qinye continued to wash him with the warm water. "Is it that strawberry-flavored omega who has displeased our young master?" "Indeed," Lu Zhuo replied, fixating on Huo Qinye's water-soaked eyelashes, realizing he had not been adequately attended to. Huo Qinye swept his damp bangs aside, revealing his expressive, dark eyes. The warm water washed away the foam. Huo Qinye's voice mingled with the sound of water. "Then shall I take care of it?" Lu Zhuo stood, staring at him defiantly. "No, I do not want you." Huo Qinye placed the shower head down and brushed his hand against the nape of Lu Zhuo's neck. Chapter 39. Lu Zhuo. Hurry. Huo Qinye's other hand caressed his cheek. "Move away." Just as he finished speaking, Huo Qinye leaned in and kissed him softly. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened in surprise before he attempted to pull away. "Let go, or I shall hit you." His hand tightened around Huo Qinye's drenched shirt, the fabric making soft sounds against the water's flow. When Huo Qinye's tongue brushed against his palate, Lu Zhuo shuddered. "Do not be angry. Grant me a chance," Huo Qinye murmured. In the misty bathroom, Lu Zhuo sat on the edge of the wide bathtub. Huo Qinye leaned closer, his long fingers resting on the marble countertop beside him. His white shirt was thoroughly soaked, clinging transparently to his form, outlining his toned waist and abdomen. In the steamy atmosphere, his features appeared exceptionally profound. Lu Zhuo's gaze uncontrollably drifted to Huo Qinye's collar, where two undone buttons revealed a patch of skin reddened from the steam, with droplets sliding down his collarbone into the deeper shadows. Huo Qinye noticed his gaze, a slight smirk gracing his lips. His lips descended to Lu Zhuo's taut abdomen, his tongue lightly grazing the quivering skin caused by rapid breaths. "Who said I would grant you a chance?" "Leave," Lu Zhuo retorted, his fingers brushing through Huo Qinye's damp hair. Huo Qinye remained silent, his sharp teeth grazing lightly against his waist. He raised his hand to gently wipe his face, then wrapped the trembling body of Lu Zhuo in a towel. "My dear, you truly do not allow me to serve you," Huo Qinye could not help but remark. Lu Zhuo found himself at a loss for words. By the time he regained his composure, he was already nestled in the fluffy blankets, his bones softened by the warm water, even his fingertips too lethargic to move. The lava cake on the bedside table emanated a rich cocoa aroma, with chocolate sauce slowly seeping from a small cut, spreading deep brown streaks across the porcelain plate. Huo Qinye emerged from the bathroom. "Would you like a bite?" Upon recalling his earlier pitiful demeanor, Lu Zhuo felt a twinge of disdain for himself. Yet, as he gazed at Huo Qinye's face, an inexplicable sense of delight surged within him. He felt utterly content. He had no desire to eat, especially since so much time had passed. The cake was hardly fresh anymore. It takes about an hour and a half to get from the research institute to the Lu residence. I wanted you to be comfortable during your sensitive period, Huo Qinye remarked. Lu Zhuo turned away. Who asked you about that? I'm going to sleep. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly, hearing footsteps heading towards the door. Lu Zhuo turned back, his gaze fixed on Huo Qinye, who was resting his hand on the doorknob. I'm just going to grab some clothes. You mustn't lock the door. You need to sleep with me during this sensitive period, Huo Qinye stated. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhuo pulled the blankets over himself. What a bother. When Huo Qinye emerged from the guest room dressed, he coincidentally encountered Yu, who was bringing a warm glass of milk upstairs. Yu gazed at her own son, marveling at how she could have given birth to someone so handsome. Qinye, she called. Yes, what is it? The Omega, who just came to comfort little Zhuo, was crying incessantly. I came upstairs to check on him and see what was going on. And you even specially returned to bring him cake. Yu observed Huo Qinye. It wasn't a special trip, he replied. Time flies so quickly. Yu looked towards the door at the end of the corridor. I still remember when little Zhuo first entered his sensitive period. He must have been about 10. He had just had a quarrel with you and declared he would sever ties. Yet in the middle of the night, he was crying and calling your name. You didn't see his pitiful state. She chuckled, shaking her head. No amount of coaxing worked. However, I'm quite curious, Qinye, you are not the type to become angry easily. Why did you stop playing with little Zhuo back then? He was genuinely heartbroken for quite a while. It changed him completely. Yu had even invited them to her home in hopes of reconciling the two children, but Huo Qinye had refused to come. I can't recall, he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Let me take the milk to him. He asked fine, and I will take care of him. Yu handed the glass of milk to Huo Qinye. All right then, your father will be home for dinner tonight as well. Is that agreeable? Yes. With a cheerful disposition, Yu descended the stairs. Although Qinye had not yet changed his address, he still acknowledged them. In the room, Lu Zhuo was completely wrapped in the blankets. His ears perked. Upon hearing footsteps stop at the bedside, he immediately turned over, presenting the back of his head to the outside. Huo Qinye looked at the lump beneath the covers, gently lifting the corner of the blanket to reveal Lu Zhuo's tousled hair. Drink some milk before you sleep. I don't want to. A muffled sound emanated from beneath the covers, accompanied by the distinctive nasal tone characteristic of a sensitive period. Do you wish to be fed? I have already stated that I shall not drink. Suddenly, a corner of the blanket was flung open. Indeed, it was time to be fed. Lu Zhuo seized the cup and tilted his head back to drink. It is finished. He placed the empty cup in Huo Qinye's hand and burrowed back into the warmth of the blanket, declaring that he intended to sleep. Huo Qinye unexpectedly tugged at the quilt. What now? Lu Zhuo's head popped out in irritation. Huo Qinye's fingertip gently brushed against the corner of his mouth. I wanted to see if you were hiding beneath the covers, shedding tears. What on earth would I be crying about under the blanket? Lu Zhuo swatted his hand away, clearly annoyed. Huo Qinye chuckled softly as he rose, and Lu Zhuo's gaze followed his retreating figure. He watched as Huo Qinye carried the empty glass into the bathroom, the sound of running water soon echoing through the half-open door. Lu Zhuo observed his long fingers meticulously rinsing the cup's interior. After a few seconds of staring, he turned away. Shortly thereafter, the sound of water ceased. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo held his breath, hearing footsteps approaching. The mattress sank slightly as Huo Qinye's fingers wove through his hair. Sleep now. Lu Zhuo let out a soft grunt. Before long, 2 days had passed. Taking advantage of Huo Qinye's absence at the research institute, Lu Zhuo summoned Qi Yao. Boss. Qi Yao regarded the cool and aloof Lu Zhuo, adorned with sunglasses, and inquired about their destination. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on Qi Yao for a moment. Boss. Lu Zhuo had spent the last 2 days in Huo Qinye's company, feeling as though he had become a mere pawn. He found himself unable to hold his head high before Huo Qinye, especially on that day when merely thinking about Huo Qinye's intentions left him flustered. In retrospect, he believed he was unwell. Surely, he must have consumed something that had exacerbated his condition. To the hospital? Which hospital? The best one. Qi Yao drove them to the Alliance Hospital. Lu Zhuo, donned in sunglasses and a mask, exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Qiao nervously trailed behind him, clutching a registration slip for the Alpha Sexual Function Control Department. Boss, Qiao hesitated. Are you certain it is I who is unwell? Lu Zhuo shot him a cold glance. If I say you are, then you are. Boss, when did you start having issues in that regard? If you dare to utter a word of this, I absolutely will not. Lu Zhuo dismissed him with indifference. His eyes, scanning the waiting area, filled entirely with alphas, some wearing solemn expressions while others were absorbed in their phones, a subtle tension lingering in the air. What number are we? 31. 31? Lu Zhuo frowned, only then noticing the number 10. How long must they wait? We're the last number. We nearly couldn't even register. This is too slow. Boss, this is not a private hospital. Everything must follow protocol, unless you have a significant connection here to pull some strings. Lu Zhuo snorted, suddenly recalling that his biological father was seemingly the director of this hospital. He almost forgot about that. Let us switch to another hospital. No, boss. The specialists here are well-versed in treating alpha-related issues. I have researched it online. Chapter 40. Unable to persist much longer. Fine. Fine, we shall wait then. Lu Zhuo took out his phone and began to play. In the group chat, Three's company, Huo Qinye. I have been behaving well these past few days. My brother has let me out. Are we meeting tonight? Shenzi Jin, yes. 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 Let me show you my new boyfriend. Huo Qinye. Looking forward to it. What do you say, Lu Baba? Huo Qinye, Lu Baba must come. I've missed you dearly. Huo Qinye. I've organized everything. It's all familiar faces. Waiting for you at the usual spot. Lu Zhuo did not respond. He had to wait until he finished seeing the doctor to know whether he felt like going out. After 2 hours of waiting, Lu Zhuo lost patience. Never mind, I won't look anymore. Come on, you're still young. This issue shouldn't be delayed. It's already the 27th. All right, fine, I'm thirsty. All right, you wait there and don't run off. I'll get you some water. People want to wait for you if you miss your turn. Lu Zhuo watched Qiao jog off to buy him water. At that moment, the sound of a couple arguing broke the relative calm, likely due to the number of patients who had left. Their quarrel was particularly jarring. The Alpha, with red-rimmed eyes, gripped the Omega's wrist tightly. I'm having surgery next week. The doctor said there's a 60 success rate. I'll get better, don't abandon me. The Omega shook his head. Let us just end it. I can't accept this. I can't find an Alpha with a shorter time frame than you. 1 minute? Even if you have the surgery, 3 minutes? No, I can't live like this. Find an Omega who doesn't care about this. Lu Zhuo thought, 1 minute. His fingertips unconsciously tapped on his knee as he silently calculated. In these past few days, had he withstood a minute in Huo Qinye's presence? Could it be that he truly was too young for this? At that moment, the intercom suddenly blared. Patient 31, Qiao, please proceed to consultation room 3. Patient 31, Qiao, please proceed to consultation room 3. Patient 31, Qiao, please report to consultation room 3 immediately. Lu Zhuo steeled himself and walked into the consultation room, fully armed with a mask and sunglasses. The elderly expert adjusted his glasses. Qiao? Yes. You're still shy, even after coming this far? The expert tapped on the keyboard. Now describe your symptoms. Lu Zhuo felt a lump in his throat. I just can't last too long. What specific duration? 1 minute? 3 minutes? Lu Zhuo's voice grew increasingly faint. The expert suddenly frowned. The medical record states you're 23? I filled it out incorrectly. I'm 20. Is it like this at 20? The expert clicked his tongue, the sound of the pen tapping against the desk resonating sharply. Lu Zhuo felt a tightening in his chest. Can still be treated? Let us check the glands. The cold gloves touched the back of his neck, causing Lu Zhuo to stiffen. No issues on the surface. Do you have a fixed Omega? No. The one I've been with recently is an Alpha. Oh, please step behind the curtain and lower your pants to your knees. Lu Zhuo mechanically walked towards the examination bed, as his fingers grazed the waistband of his pants. A voice rang out, Uncle Fong. It was Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo's hand trembled, causing his pants to slide down to his ankles. How could he follow him here? This was too much. He pulled up his pants, preparing to confront the situation. Qinye? The elderly expert turned in surprise. What brings you here? I happen to be passing by. Huo Qinye shook the document bag in his hand, and said that his father had asked him to bring some materials for you. Lu Zhuo let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was not about him. Through a gap, he caught sight of Huo Qinye's shoes, only 30 centimeters away from him. Uncle Fong, would you care to join me for a meal? No, I still have a patient. Expert Fong suddenly turned towards the curtain. Wait for me 5 minutes. I have a monograph to give you. All right. Just as Lu Zhuo felt completely at ease, Huo Qinye remarked, Uncle Fong, this Qi Yao is my friend. His issue in this regard isn't serious, is it? Although premature ejaculation at such a young age is uncommon, rest assured, since he is your friend, I will ensure he receives proper treatment. Then I must trouble you, Uncle Fong. Lu Zhuo held onto the curtain. Qi Yao, Uncle Fong has treated many like you. So do not worry, you will be fine. Huo Qinye, wait, he must not have seen me. It seems he thinks I am Qi Yao. Yes, it must be that. After the footsteps faded away, Expert Fong entered. Ah, you are little Huo's friend. It's nothing to be shy about. I will take care of you, and you will be well in no time. Lu Zhuo draped his coat over his head. I won't look. What? Wait, stop. I truly won't look. I have no issues. Thank you, doctor. Goodbye. Upon exiting, Lu Zhuo saw Huo Qinye standing not far away and quickly turned to run in the opposite direction. Boss, you are going the wrong way. I am here. Qi Yao's voice echoed from behind. Lu Zhuo froze, his pace quickening. Boss, you're going the wrong way. Huo Qinye could not help but laugh at Lu Zhuo's retreating figure. When Lu Zhuo returned to the car, he exclaimed, Ah? Qi Yao was startled. Boss, what happened? Is it serious? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get me into trouble? Did you not see Huo Qinye standing there? Why were you shouting my name so loudly? Boss, I didn't notice he was there, and I didn't even call your name. Qi Yao protested, feeling aggrieved. Lu Zhuo smiled at Qi Yao. Boss, please don't look at me like that and laugh. It makes me feel uneasy. Why can't you be as clever as Gulin? Boss, isn't Gulin mute? Of course, he wouldn't shout names. Shut up. Who said he is mute? I think you should be the mute. You never do anything right when I ask you. Lu Zhuo was exasperated, unsure if Huo Qinye had witnessed it. At that moment, Lu Zhuo saw Huo Qinye's car trailing behind them in the rearview mirror. Boss, should we greet him? Qi Yao honked twice. You go ahead. Stop honking. I need to change bodyguards. Lu Zhuo was infuriated and headed to the bar. Yes, don't change bodyguards. I love you. Lu Zhuo still intended to find Wen Yu and the others to unwind. He was utterly frustrated. Boss, what now? Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye's car persistently following them. Rather than seeing a doctor, why not let Huo Qinye take a look at you? I hear the medications from their research institute are worth their weight in gold. Your issue would surely be trivial there. Be quiet and drive. Just as Lu Zhuo thought that Huo Qinye's car would follow them indefinitely, it vanished around the corner. He glanced at his phone, yet no messages arrived. It was quite bothersome. Qi Yao, sitting beside him, dared not utter a word. Upon arriving at the Forbidden Zone bar, they were greeted by old friends. Young Master Lu, you're here. Others called out to Lu Zhuo. Wen Yu, noticing Lu Zhuo's displeased expression, beckoned him over. Lu Zhuo wrapped his arms around Wen Yu. Ah, be gentle. You're choking me. Qi Yao and Gu Lin settled together, with Qi Yao lamenting, Brother Lin, my life is truly miserable. Gu Lin seemed to ignore him, shifting slightly away. Brother Lin, doesn't Wen Xiao treat you well? He seems rather amiable, Qi Yao persisted. Leaning closer, Brother Lin, Lu Xiao said you're clever. Could you teach me how to win Wen Xiao's favor? And by the way, are you really mute? Gu Lin remained unresponsive. Wen Yu from across the room cried out, Who has upset our young Master Lu? It surely isn't me. Is it Huo Qinye? I can offer you another strategy. Please be quiet. If you suggest another strategy, I fear I might not survive. Lu Zhuo interjected. What's the matter? My advice is golden. You haven't utilized it yet to deal with Huo Qinye, have you? Or has he turned the tables on you? Lu Zhuo chuckled. How could that be? Am I someone he could conquer? What a joke. I am too skilled. He is the one who has entangled with me. When you leaned in with a mischievous grin, isn't that precisely what you desire? Sleep with him 10 or 8 times to regain the grievances of the past. Huh, I have no feelings for him, Lu Zhuo said, loosening his collar. It's purely an act of charity. When you laughed, would you like my potent aphrodisiac? 1 pill guarantees an entire night of ecstasy. Get lost, I don't want it. And where did you acquire such things? Have you tried them yourself? Of course. They were exhilarating, When you replied, raising an eyebrow. You ought to inquire among those omegas about whose skills in bed are unmatched. Lu Zhuo gazed at Wenyu, who was half a head shorter than him, not quite believing it. Suddenly, Wenyu lunged and seized his wrist, exclaiming, "That ear stud of yours is the limited edition Aurora Black Diamond from the Alliance. It must be worth at least 20 million. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. 20 million? Huo Qinye doesn't possess that much money. It's fake. He casually swirled his drink. Fake? Wenyu's voice rose sharply. The diamonds I handle rarely fall below 10,000. And this caliber of brilliance and clarity, and you claim it's fake? Lu Zhuo scoffed lightly. It's merely mediocre. Yet, his lips betrayed him, curling upward uncontrollably. I'm just wearing it for fun. Don't like it? Wenyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's just a worthless rock. Lu Zhuo twirled the ear stud. It's worth less than the red diamond I tossed at the auction last time. Wenyu pulled out his phone, displaying a magazine image. Sell it to me for 23 million. He pointed at the screen, showing a perfectly identical ear stud. I've sought connections for this series of diamonds, but failed. I could transfer the money to you immediately. Who wanted money? I can't just take it from you. Wenyu looked at Lu Zhuo with delight. I've been searching for the right ear stud since we got our piercings together, and seeing you where this one looks stunning. Who said I would give it to you? I'm not selling. Wenyu gazed at Lu Zhuo's smug expression. Did you not just proclaim that it was all a ruse and that you disliked it? You were even reluctant to sell it. When did our esteemed Lu Zhuo become so miserly? Is it perhaps a gift from Huo Qinye? Lu Zhuo feigned calmness as he sipped his drink. Him? A mere pauper. The last time I asked him for some pocket money, he only gave me 5,000. Ha ha ha. Wenyu chuckled. Now that is truly stingy. Given that he is involved in patent research, he must be able to sell quite a bit. Who knows? Lu Zhuo replied with a grin. Let us toast. And please refrain from fussing over your so-called rejuvenating elixirs. With your frail physique, you won't be flaunting it for long. At that moment, Shen Zijin and Li Chun made their entrance. Wow, so handsome. Wenyu's eyes sparkled. Hello, handsome. Lu Zhuo glanced over. What is so handsome about him? Li Chun raised his hand in greeting. Hey. His gaze then fell upon Lu Zhuo, who naturally noticed. Shen Zijin approached and sat down beside him. Lu Bao. Lu Zhuo smiled at Shen Zijin. Are you aware that your new boyfriend has been out with Huo Qinye? Shen Zijin turned to Li Chun. You want to meet Qinye? Yes, I do. Lu Bao, why don't you invite Qinye out? Let us all hang out together. Shen Zijin suggested with a grin. Lu Zhuo's eyelid twitched slightly. Indeed. Lu Xiao, I heard you reconcile with Qinye. You should bring him along for some fun. Yes, Lu Xiao. Let us have Qinye join us. It's been ages since I've seen him, and he is quite the prominent figure now. Others in the private room chimed in. Only you, Lu Xiao, could possibly persuade him. Lu Zhuo surveyed the crowd before him, a flicker of irritation flashing through his mind. Why should he summon Huo Qinye for their amusement? Surely, he would be unable to call him out. Li Chun lifted his glass. I doubt Chief Huo enjoys these sorts of gatherings. Indeed, he doesn't particularly disliking strangers. And even more so those alphas who insist on dragging him out despite having a boyfriend. Lu Zhuo remarked, raising an eyebrow at Li Chun. If he is averse to strangers, it stands to reason that he is not particularly fond of those he knows either. Li Chun poured himself a glass of wine. Who truly knows anyone, though? Shen Zijin inquired. So, is Qinye coming or not? Not coming, Lu Zhuo set down his glass. He didn't harbor any affection for Li Chen's comment about truly knowing someone. Could anyone truly claim to understand Huo Qinye better than he did? They had grown up together. Even their quarrels had more depth than those of a mere acquaintance. Let us invite him for some fun, Wenyu suggested. You were once so heartbroken over him. Now that you have leverage, why not toy with him a bit? Lu Zhuo opened his phone. At that moment, a notification appeared. Huo Qinye had transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Salary. Lu Zhuo's heart raced, his fingers hovering over the screen for a few seconds, his left ear, where he wore an earring, feeling slightly warm. He quickly typed a response. Lu Baba, such a paltry sum. It barely covers the cost of a single bottle of wine. What a miser. Suddenly, when you leaned in, Chief Huo even submits his salary. He whistled. Lu Xiao, your methods are impressive. Lu Zhuo locked his screen and scoffed. Who cares about his meager salary? It's merely a game. Once I grow bored, I shall discard him. Sound good. Wenyu Dao. Let him experience the taste of being toyed with and abandoned. Naturally, A group of individuals reveled until nightfall. At that moment, someone announced their departure. Lu Zhuo, I must take my leave. My partner is urging me to return. I shall treat you another day. They jested at Alpha, who had left, as if none among them were without a romantic companion. Lu Zhuo glanced at the time. Huo Qinye retired by 10 o'clock. He and T urged himself to leave either. Was T had said that they would sleep together each night? He stepped out to the restroom. Catching sight of his reflection in the mirror, the black earring adorning his left ear. Surely he and T spent all his money on that earring. Never mind. It would be wise to return early, lest he concoct yet another excuse to refrain from deleting the photos. He sent a message to Qi Yao, requesting him to come and drive. Qi Yao, astonished, replied, "Boss, you're leaving so early? All right, I'll be out in a moment." 10 o'clock was hardly early. Ever since being with Huo Qinye, he had taken sleeping earlier. Returning at this hour would likely invite another round of snide remarks. As Lu Zhuo exited the restroom, he collided with an omega, a sticky scent wafting through the air. Lu Zhuo's brow furrowed, an omega in their heat period. The suppressants in the omega's hand slipped and fell to the ground, causing him to tremble as he bent to retrieve them. Lu Zhuo glanced down, then continued on his way. The omega grasped his pant leg, pleading, "Could you please help me pick that up?" Lu Zhuo clicked his tongue in annoyance, bent down to retrieve the item, and tossed it back to him. "Thank you." The omega clutched the suppressants and staggered into the restroom. Lu Zhuo strode away, only to encounter a shadow lurking around the corner. Li Chun, cigarette pinched between his fingers, languidly regarded Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo approached with purpose. "Lu Xiao, quite the flirt. Even while visiting the restroom, you managed to attract omega pheromones." Lu Zhuo chuckled. "We are not acquainted. Step aside. Perhaps we shall become familiar. I wish to inquire. When will you tire of Huo Qinye and cast him aside? What business is that of yours?" Lu Zhuo glared, perceiving Li Chun as a serpent poised to strike. "I'm merely queuing in advance. I wish to play with him as well." Lu Zhuo's eyes widened, and he struck Li Chun with a forceful punch, the wind from his fist connecting with Li Chun's face. "You dare utter that again?" Chapter 42. The whole family what? Only you, Lu Xiao, are allowed to play, while others are not. By your merit. Do you believe you are worthy? Lu Zhuo seized Li Chun by the collar. Li Chun met his gaze. "I may be unworthy, but you are even less so. Lu Zhuo, you are the least deserving among us." Li Chun pried Lu Zhuo's grip away. "Valuable Lu Xiao, in consideration of Huo Qinye and Shun Zijin, I shall overlook your punch this time, but allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Return cleanly, for he despises the pheromones of an omega in heat. Who do you think you are? Do you know him so well? Even if I return like this, he will still cling to me." Li Chun turned back, his eyes dark and brooding. "You may attempt to find out." Lu Zhuo had Qi Yao escort him home. He went directly to his room, where the lights were still on. Lu Zhuo forcefully pushed open the door, revealing Huo Qinye seated on the sofa in his room, his slender fingers flipping through a medical tome acquired from a hospital specialist, bathed in the warm glow of the lamp. The collar of his dark blue pajamas was slightly ajar, exposing a delicate collarbone. Huo Qinye, glancing at Lu Zhuo standing at the threshold, smiled and remarked, "If you're feeling unwell, you ought to refrain from drinking." "I'm not ill. I merely accompanied Qi Yao for a consultation." "Very well. If you feel any discomfort, I can examine you without the need to seek far and wide." "How delightful that sounds. Go take a shower. The water is prepared for you." Huo Qinye closed the book. Lu Zhuo studied Huo Qinye, whose pristine demeanor made him feel nauseated at the thought of Li Chun's intentions towards him. Huo Qinye was for his amusement alone. Even if he were to lose interest, no one else could lay a hand on him. Approaching Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo teasingly remarked, "I and T realized you were so considerate. Have you been fixated on your location all night, yearning for me?" Before he could reach Huo Qinye, his hand was halted midair by the book Huo Qinye had just closed. "What's this? You can touch me, but I cannot touch you. Go take a shower." Lu Zhuo distinctly sensed Huo Qinye's demeanor turn frosty. Huo Qinye rose and walked towards the door. "Huo Qinye, I shall be out shortly. Though I may be a tad late, it hardly signifies poor behavior, does it? If you're not staying, then the photo must still be deleted." Wait. I only had drinks with when you and the others. Any other scents are mere accidental residues." "Understood. Rest early." Huo Qinye closed the door. Lu Zhuo stood in stunned silence. What is this? Not comprehending, he hastily discarded his clothes and hurried to the bathroom. After several washes with shower gel, he emerged only to find Huo Qinye absent from the room. As he lay on the bed, staring at his dachshund-shaped pillow, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Was he to spend the night alone? His anxiety grew, suspecting Huo Qinye had no intention of deleting the photo. After contemplating, he took his dachshund pillow and knocked on Huo Qinye's door. Huo Qinye, have you meddled with my pillow? Did you leave shoe prints on its ears? How childish. Silence echoed from within. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo pushed the door open, finding the room engulfed in darkness. He switched on the light, only to discover Huo Qinye was nowhere to be found. Descending the stairs, he encountered Aunt Lin, the house devoid of any presence save for her. Where is Huo Qinye? Young master, he left shortly after you returned. What is amiss? Yin Yu, clad in pajamas, descended the stairs, frowning at the commotion. What are you shouting about at this hour? Have you driven Qinye away? Who has upset him? Lu Zhuo glanced at the clock. It was 10:40. He had hurried back, yet Huo Qinye had left. What did it mean? Could it truly be due to the pheromones of an omega lingering on him? Had he not explained that it was merely an accidental contamination? Xiao Zhuo, Yin Yu, noticing Lu Zhuo's troubled expression, furrowed his brow. I am off to bed. Returning to his room, Lu Zhuo gazed at the sofa where Huo Qinye had recently sat, knowing he had been waiting for him in his pajamas. The last time he was infused with the reassuring pheromones of an omega, he had even assisted himself in bathing. Could it truly be, as Li Chan suggested, that this was due to the pheromones of an omega in their heat period? The following afternoon, Lu Zhuo sought out Huo Qinye at the research institute, only to be informed that Huo Qinye was on sick leave. How could he take sick leave when he seemed fine just yesterday? Lu Zhuo inquired of Zhang Xin. It must be the sensitivity period. Our chief typically does not come to the institute during this time. Is the sensitivity period particularly arduous for an S-class alpha? Lu Zhuo pondered, perplexed. Logically, the discomfort experienced by S-class alphas during their sensitivity period should be significantly less severe, warranting no need for absence. We're not certain about that, Zhang Xin replied. Upon returning home, Lu Zhuo busied himself on the living room sofa. When Yin Yu inquired about Huo Qinye, he replied, he seems to have taken sick leave. Sick leave? What ails him? I do not know. I did not ask, Lu Zhuo replied, engrossed in his phone. Shouldn't you show some concern? During your sensitivity period, it was Qinye who took care of you. Now that he is unwell, you ought to check on him. I have long forgotten where his home is. You rascal, how heartless. I shall accompany you to visit him. Fine, Lu Zhuo said, putting away his phone. That evening, Yin Yu and Lu Zhuo made their way to the Huo residence. This was Lu Zhuo's first visit to the Huo home as an adult. Had I known you were coming, I would have had the kitchen prepare more dishes. Lin Mu Yuan greeted them, her silk shawl fluttering gently in the night breeze. Yin Yu grasped her hand. No need for that. We have already dined. We heard that Qinye is unwell, so we came to see him. Qinye? He is not at home, Lin Mu Yuan replied with a smile, ushering them inside. Lu Zhuo surveyed the Huo villa, its European-style outdoor lamps casting a warm glow. He looked up toward the third floor, recalling the floor-to-ceiling window where he and Huo Qinye had once played Ludo. Upon looking again, he found no window in sight. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Lin Mu Yuan said. I will call Qinye. Moments later, she returned with a smile. Qinye said he will be home later. If you have no other plans, why not stay with us tonight? That would be no trouble, Lin Mu Yuan continued. Qinye's room is on the third floor, Xiao Zhuo. You may go wait for him there. All right, I shall go wait for him, Lu Zhuo replied. Feeling no need for formality with Huo Qinye and rather eager to see his living quarters. Upon entering Huo Qinye's room, Lu Zhuo found it to be spacious and impeccably clean, yet surprisingly austere. The bedroom, adorned in shades of gray and white, featured impeccably arranged sheets and a long desk cluttered with medical texts, devoid of any superfluous decorations, not even a single piece of artwork. Lu Zhuo questioned whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong room, as this space felt less inviting than Huo Qinye's research lab. Where could he possibly be during his sensitivity period? Surely he wasn't off seeking an omega? At that moment, the sound of the door opening drew Lu Zhuo's attention. and he turned to see Lin Mu Yuan standing there. "Aunt Lin," he greeted. Lin Mu Yuan entered with a glass of milk. "I noticed you hadn't had tea downstairs, so I brought you some milk instead." "Thank you," he replied. "There is no need for such formality. If I am not mistaken, you must be my child. It brings me great comfort to see you flourishing." Lin Mu Yuan extended the milk towards him. "I fear I may have disappointed you. I am not as astute as Huo Qinye, who seems to excel in everything." "Not at all. I believe you are quite wonderful as you are," Lin Mu Yuan remarked. "Had your father been less stringent with Qin Yi during his childhood, perhaps his personality would have been as lively as yours. You used to get along so well with Qin Yi. It's puzzling how you ended up quarreling." Lu Zhuo chuckled softly. "I can hardly recall. Perhaps it was a matter of him not allowing me something, and I reciprocated, which naturally led to conflicts. If our families had spent more time together, we might have discovered the mix-up long ago." Lin Mu Yuan observed, "You bear a certain resemblance to—" "Indeed, you closely resemble your father." Lin Mu Yuan stepped closer, particularly noting those beautiful eyes. "Uncle Huo does not seem to favor me. Do not take it to heart. He is simply quite strict, but he is undoubtedly a good father. In time, you'll come to understand. Now, do drink your milk." Lin Mu Yuan glanced at the clock. "Qin, you should be returning shortly." Lu Zhuo nodded and took a sip of the milk. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance, and Huo Qinye appeared at the door. "Qinye has returned, just in time," Lin Mu Yuan remarked, looking toward Huo Qinye. "Mom, you fell ill and didn't come home. Had it not been for Aunt Yan's visit, I would have been unaware of your discomfort. I am quite well. A friend encountered some trouble, and I went to assist." "Is that so? Then you two carry on with your conversation." Lin Mu Yuan descended the stairs. Once Lin Mu Yuan departed, Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo. "It was my mother who insisted on seeing you. I could only reluctantly oblige." "I am fine." Huo Qinye stood at the doorway. Lu Zhuo set down the cup in his hand. "I shall take my leave now. I would not have come if it weren't for my mother." Huo Qinye turned and walked away, his silhouette elongated by the corridor's light. Lu Zhuo instinctively clenched his hand and followed suit. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Mu Yuan was there. "Why are you all coming down? Aren't you staying?" "No need, Aunt Lin. I cannot adjust to that room of his, so I shall return home. Let Qinye drive you. Your mother has just left." "No need. I'll wait." Huo Qinye stood by the entrance with the car keys in hand. "I will drive you." Once in the car, Lu Zhuo remarked, "There is no need to be so insistent. I'm not demanding you drive me." He cast a sidelong glance at Huo Qinye's tense jawline. Huo Qinye remained silent, merely starting the car and driving off. "I intend to take you home." Lu Zhuo detected a hint of fatigue in his voice. "If you feel unwell, just drop me off. Should you faint, I would be quite unfortunate." "Very well. I'm feeling a bit dizzy." "Dizziness? Are you in a sensitive phase?" "Pull over. I shall drive." Lu Zhuo turned to look at him. Huo Qinye halted the vehicle, turning to glance at Lu Zhuo. "It seems I must trouble my boyfriend." Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze upon Huo Qinye. "Just a moment ago, you acted indifferent towards me. Now, you refer to me as your boyfriend. Why not say it in front of your mother?" "Can I?" Huo Qinye reached out and brushed his fingers against Lu Zhuo's. Lu Zhuo's fingers felt as if they had been scorched. "No." The two of them switched places, with Lu Zhuo taking the wheel. Home or the research institute? Huo Qinye remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly to gaze at him. Those calm and composed eyes appeared particularly profound in the flickering light. "Speak. Have you lost your voice?" "To the research institute." When Lu Zhuo realized that he was driving Huo Qinye to the research institute instead of being taken home, he was taken aback. "Naturally, it's because a caring boyfriend knows I'm unwell and is sending me back. Why don't you let your friend take care of you? You went to help him. Yet when you're unwell, you don't ask him to look after you." Lu Zhuo slammed the cup onto the table. "Which friend are you talking about? Do I know him?" "No." "Oh, is he your good friend?" Lu Zhuo opened the wardrobe, noticing his clothes were mingled with Huo Qinye's shirt. "Just an ordinary friend," came Huo Qinye's voice from behind. "All right then." Lu Zhuo took his pajamas. "Is an ordinary friend worth going out for at this late hour?" "That's not why I went out." "Then what were you doing out last night? Causing me to get scolded by my mother?" Lu Zhuo closed the wardrobe door with irritation. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo as he circled around before finally posing the question he had in mind. Chapter 43. Huo Qinye's explanation: "You have the pheromones of a feverish omega." which makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but roll his eyes. During my sensitivity period, I didn't seek an omega. How could I possibly do so after that? He pushed Huo Qinye away. Do you underestimate me? Since we agreed to remain faithful for 2 months, I can certainly uphold that. I am not doubting your fidelity. It is merely that pheromone affecting me. In what way? Did you go looking for an omega last night? Lu Zhuo inquired. No, it's just the omega pheromones on you that caused me some physical discomfort. Lu Zhuo was momentarily stunned. Huo Qinye realized he had overreacted slightly. He chuckled softly. Go take a shower. If I ever upset you again, please do not respond in such a manner. It would make me quite uncomfortable. Why? Lu Zhuo asked, puzzled. Is there something wrong with your body? Huo Qinye gazed into Lu Zhuo's eyes, dark and sparkling, like the brightest star in the night sky. He was concerned for him. Perhaps it is because I'm attracted to alphas. Huo Qinye leaned closer to Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo, I cannot accept omega. Lu Zhuo unconsciously clenched the pajamas in his hands. Are you frightened? Is it still repulsive to you? Huo Qinye's voice lowered. Lu Zhuo suddenly raised his head. Enunciating each word, I knew it. You were gay. You were pretending before, claiming it was a normal reaction. I sensed something was off at that time. Huo Qinye suddenly chuckled, his eyes curving into a gentle arc. Even being gay entails normal desires. He took a step forward, his fingertips gently brushing across Lu Zhuo's brow, especially when it's directed at such an attractive boyfriend. Of course, Lu Zhuo instinctively lifted his chin. If it weren't for you, I would have been the most handsome guy on campus. As soon as his words fell, Huo Qinye's hand had already caressed his cheek. What are you doing? Lu Zhuo exclaimed, resembling a spooked cat. It's truly beautiful. Are you out of your mind? Such flattery is unnecessary. I warn you, I am not homosexual. Lu Zhuo retreated into the bathroom, his heart racing at Huo Qinye's compliment. Although he had heard such words before, they felt entirely different when spoken by Huo Qinye. Later that evening, as they lay in bed, the lights dimmed. Filled with curiosity, Lu Zhuo nudged Huo Qinye with his foot. You said omega pheromones make you uncomfortable. Does alpha pheromone ignite a burning desire in you? Not at all. Oh, really? Lu Zhuo felt a tinge of disappointment. Others might not be affected, but in your case, it does. Is that true? Do you take me for a fool? Lu Zhuo didn't believe he was charming enough for such claims, but he was genuinely intrigued. Alpha pheromones could not possibly affect another alpha. They would only incite conflict, not intimacy. You give it a try. Lu Zhuo released a hint of his pheromones. What do you think? Do you feel anything? Huo Qinye lightly touched Lu Zhuo's fingertips. Not enough. You can give me a bit more. Really? What if it excites you to the point of attacking me? I won't hit you. Huo Qinye chuckled, his long fingers playing between Lu Zhuo's. I would want to sleep with you. Chapter 44. Curing his ailment, Lu Zhuo observed that Huo Qinye was not wearing a suppression bracelet, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Do you truly think I am foolish? His pheromones thickened in the air, weaving a provocative web. Huo Qinye gazed at him, and Lu Zhuo felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Before he could retreat, a warm hand suddenly gripped the nape of his neck. Darkness enveloped him as Huo Qinye's lips descended upon his with fervor. A muffled sound echoed as Lu Zhuo's back collided with the wall, swallowed by their entwined breaths. Huo Qinye's canines grazed his lower lip, leaving a slight sting as if in punishment. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo's fingers clutched the front of Huo Qinye's shirt, the soft fabric crumpling in his grasp. When Huo Qinye finally released him, both were left breathless. Lu Zhuo's lips trembled slightly. What madness is this? They say there would be feelings. I take it as an invitation from you. Who invited you? Lu Zhuo stammered. Moreover, we need to settle some accounts. Huo Qinye's thumb pressed against Lu Zhuo's swollen lips. Huh? Lu Zhuo blinked in confusion. What accounts? I put in considerable effort during your sensitive period. Once it passed, you turned your back on me. Who turned their back on whom? You. Huo Qinye fixed his gaze upon him, returning late, drinking, knowing full well you reeked of omega pheromones. Yet you returned to deliberately make me uncomfortable. How was I to know it would bother you? That's just twisted. Lu Zhuo shot back. Now you know. Huo Qinye spoke almost against Lu Zhuo's gland, causing him to shudder. You need my help. Lu Zhuo called out. You truly are twisted. Let me go. Lu Zhuo's fingers unconsciously tangled in Huo Qinye's hair, unsure whether to push him away or pull him closer. You breathe so heavily. Huo Qinye withdrew slightly, gazing at the unfocused eyes and moist lips of the person in his embrace. Lu Zhuo's mouth felt numb, rendering him speechless, while his palm burned with an intense heat. Be quiet and kiss me quickly, he urged. Didn't we agree that not everything needs to be rushed? In the latter half of the night, Huo Qinye kindly examined Lu Zhuo's condition. Let me see if there is really something wrong, he suggested. You should treat it properly. What does it mean to only treat it halfway? Lu Zhuo retorted. Huo Qinye replied, well, give it a try. Lu Zhuo stared at him, feeling suspended in an awkward limbo. How could one be so mischievous? I will calculate the time and see if my treatment is effective, Huo Qinye continued. Lu Zhuo turned away, sensing a hint of efficacy, yet discomfort washed over him. He flipped back around. Huo Qinye wore a smile as he regarded him. You can't possibly want me to assist you, can you? Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson. He remained silent, glaring at Huo Qinye in indignation. Huo Qinye reached out, and Lu Zhuo's throat bobbed, a sense of inexplicable anticipation rising within him. However, Huo Qinye merely pinched his inadvertently pouted lips, saying, I am merely settling accounts with you, not trying to make you comfortable. Seeing Huo Qinye teasing him ignited Lu Zhuo's irritation. He suddenly lunged forward, exclaiming, this is unreasonable. The two spent 2 days together. Lu Zhuo, utilizing Huo Qinye's funds, installed a computer in his room. With a week remaining before school commenced, Lu Zhuo found himself leisurely lounging, while Huo Qinye seemed to embody the industrious model. He touched his ear stud, pondering whether the entire expenditure had gone towards this. Surely not, he mused. Yet, Huo Qinye would not have purchased a counterfeit, would he? With that thought, Lu Zhuo couldn't resist removing the ear stud to inspect it closely. The black gem shimmered under the light, pure within and smoothly polished at the edges. At that moment, Huo Qinye entered, presenting Lu Zhuo with a chocolate lava cake. Lu Zhuo was startled. Huo Qinye placed the small cake beside him and inquired, what is wrong? Did you buy some counterfeit ear stud? My ears are hurting. Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo's earlobe, seeing no apparent issue. Where did you buy it? Were you deceived? Huo Qinye gently pressed his fingertip against Lu Zhuo's earlobe. That shouldn't be the case. Let me massage it for you. Lu Zhuo dodged, saying, don't take advantage of me. He unwrapped the cake and took a bite, announcing, I want to be coming the day after tomorrow. We're going to the mountain to soak in hot springs. All right, Huo Qinye replied, his expression not betraying disappointment. But if you insist on coming, I could take you along. 2 days later, the villa hotel halfway up the mountain was shrouded in a thin mist. Lu Zhuo pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window, and the fresh mountain air enveloped him. He and Huo Qinye arrived together, and when he was lazily lounging by the hot spring, feeding Gulin chilled grapes. Upon seeing them, Wen Yu's eyes sparkled. You're finally here? Qinye, are there any other S-class alphas like you in your research institute? Introduce a few to me. Lu Zhuo chuckled as he slipped into the pool, the warm water enveloping him instantly. What's the matter? Can't an omega satisfy you anymore? He splashed a handful of water at Wen Yu. How about I introduce you to my cousin on WeChat? Please. Wen Yu exaggeratedly shivered. I can't compare to that playboy of yours. If my brother finds out I'm entangled with the Yin family, especially your cousin, he'll surely have my skin. With your courage. Do you even dream of being with an alpha? Wen Yu's gaze darted between them before he suddenly smirked. Isn't Lu Zhuo extraordinary? A scholar. But how are his skills in bed? Wen Yu. Lu Zhuo abruptly sat up, splashing water all over Wen Yu's face. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Zhuo was taken aback, realizing that while he knew Wen Yu could be flirtatious, he had not anticipated this level of audacity. Shut your mouth, or your brother will deal with you. You brought the scholar here. Are we still playing tonight? Wen Yu teased. Those omegas are eagerly anticipating Lu Zhuo's arrival. Lu Zhuo momentarily forgot about that. Every time they visited the hot springs to unwind, Wen Yu would playfully seek out numerous omegas for hide and seek around the hotel. The last omega hidden would receive a reward of 500,000. However, any omega caught along the way faced playful punishments, kisses, hugs, or being swept away to a room if there was chemistry. Of course, Lu Zhuo never participated in such games. He preferred to soak in the hot springs and nap, occasionally placing bets on who would win. It depends on my mood. By the way, Shen Zijin and the others are coming tonight. when you mentioned. What was that about you needing to deal with his boyfriend? To scam a little money from him. After all, Shen Zijin isn't lacking funds. And you're acting like you care for him. Chapter 45. He is playing you Lu Zhuo since the gaze of Huo Qinye resting on him from behind, clearly disapproving. He leaned against the edge of the bath. As long as Shen Zijin finds me agreeable, that's sufficient, when you chuckled. It's rare to see someone who has broken up with him. Let him have his fun to avoid another bout of tears. I believe he wants more than just to scam money. When you teased, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lu Zhuo caught a glimpse of Huo Qinye beside him and swallowed his words. It's nothing. Huo Qinye handed Lu Zhuo a glass of water. I prefer grape juice. Lu Zhuo requested. Huo Qinye promptly replaced it with grape juice. Leaning against the edge of the pool, Lu Zhuo sipped through a straw. Did you know Lichen before? I don't remember. You don't remember? Lu Zhuo found Huo Qinye's response peculiar. What does not remembering mean? To know someone is to know them. To not know is to not know. Ah, I'm done soaking. I need to go back and rest so I won't be tired tonight, when you interrupted. Gu Lin assisted Wen Yu as he exited, draping a new bathrobe over his shoulders. You two enjoy yourselves. See you tonight. Once when you departed, the vast hot spring was left with just the two of them. You can wait for me in the room tonight, Huo Qinye suggested. I wasn't brought out just for fun. We're all omegas. What is the point of your fuss? I want to be with you. Lu Zhuo considered bringing Huo Qinye along, but hesitated, especially with Li Chen also attending. What if the two of them hit it off? He and Shen Zijin were no longer at odds. Had it not been for your insistence, I would not have brought you along. You wanted this and that. Just stay in the room. Oh, if one were unaware, they might think I hold some leverage over you, as if you were the one threatening me. After both had soaked in the hot spring, they returned to their room. The warmth of the springs seemed to linger on their skin as Lu Zhuo sank into the plush bedding, half of his face buried in the pillow. He lazily turned over, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the window. Huo Qinye sat at the desk by the floor-to-ceiling window, his long fingers gently tapping on the keyboard. Outside, the dusk deepened, the distant mountains appearing like ink, the last rays of the setting sun gilding his white shirt with a golden hue. The tranquility resembled a serene oil painting. If only he were truly a painting, I could hang him wherever I pleased. When delighted, I could take a glance. And when discontented, I could tuck him away in a cabinet. Before long, the sound of Huo Qinye closing his laptop was faint, yet it resonated like a drop of ink dispersing in water, suddenly bringing that still oil painting to life. Lu Zhuo unconsciously furrowed his brow. What was he contemplating? Huo Qinye rested his elbow on the table, propping his chin with one hand, looking rather despondent. Lu Zhuo turned his face away. The black diamond earring brushing against the pillow. Don't cause trouble for me tonight, or I'll lose face. What manner would grant you face? I'd like to learn. Lu Zhuo pondered. Something cute and endearing. Could you demonstrate that for me? Huo Qinye approached, sitting at the edge of Lu Zhuo's bed. For instance? For instance. Lu Zhuo sat up cross-legged, clearing his throat. Lu Xiao, I beg of you. If you plead like that, perhaps I might take you out for some fun. Huo Qinye contemplated seriously. How about it? Show me how you plead. Let me hear. Huo Qinye leaned closer, raising his gaze slowly. I beg you. You are far too unappealing like this. It won't work. Lu Zhuo felt a surge of joy at his compliance. He crossed his arms. I think you should just stay obediently in the room and wait for me. All right. I understand. What have you understood? Share it with me. Huo Qinye opened his phone. So tonight, if you delete the photos, you must also act cute towards me. Only then will I delete them. Huo Qinye, you can't do that. I'm merely trying to learn from you. Huo Qinye stated. I need to observe how to act cute so I can master the skill. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Why resort to violence? It's about acting cute, not hitting. Huo Qinye laughed and dodged. No evading. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Zhuo's playful assault had left Huo Qinye's hair in disarray, and seeing his appearance, Lu Zhuo couldn't help but laugh. I'll answer the door. Wait until I deal with you. Lu Zhuo slipped on his slippers and went to open the door, revealing Shen Zijin standing outside. Lu Bao, I thought you wouldn't arrive until later tonight. Lu Zhuo slowly opened the door, only to see another figure behind Shen Zijin. He instinctively tried to close the door, but was stopped by Shen Zijin. Wait. Why are you closing the door? We're having dinner together. Lu Zhuo glanced at the person behind him, Li Chen. Shen Zijin said, Lu Bao, fine, I get it. Lu Zhuo returned to put on his shoes. And Huo Qinye had also tidied himself up. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze upon him, and then tossed his coat into his hands. Let's depart. Thank you, my boyfriend, he said with a huff. Upon stepping outside, Lu Zhuo cast a warning glance at Li Chun. Shen Zijing pulled Lu Zhuo aside. Lu Bao, what you've done is not commendable. What do you mean? You struck Li Chun, didn't you? You were willing to turn against me for him and come to me with this nonsense. He is my boyfriend. If you have something to say, address it directly to me, Shen Zijing lamented. He had added Huo Qinye's contact information, hoping to entice him. Shen Zijing asserted, not everyone is enamored with Huo Qinye. He himself has confessed as much. Do you not believe me? Lu Zhuo regarded Shen Zijing with skepticism. What sort of enchantment has he cast upon you? Regardless, what is yours cannot be taken away by others. When you speak ill of others, could you not stand so close? Li Chun remarked, his brow raised in disdain. Huo Qinye, observing the two from a distance of 2 meters, could not suppress a chuckle. You wish to entice me? He quipped, turning his gaze to Li Chun. He claims he will toy with you and discard you once he grows weary. But fret not, that is simply his nature. Li Chun fixed Huo Qinye with an intense stare. I can assist you. Not at present. You would do well to keep your distance from Shen Zijing. Lu Zhuo watched as they exchanged banter behind him. Hand over my clothes, he demanded, extending his hand. Huo Qinye approached and helped Lu Zhuo don his garments. Why be so fierce? If you're to speak ill of someone, at least do so quietly. I merely speak the truth. Oh, you believe he wishes to entice me. Hence your violent outburst? Lu Zhuo responded, no. Li Chun interjected, yes. Shen Zijing added, it seems so. Lu Zhuo, now thoroughly incensed, stormed off. The three of them appeared to be in cahoots, leaving him feeling like an outsider. As Lu Zhuo turned a corner, he collided with Wen Yu, who regarded Lu Zhuo's displeased visage. Who has dared to upset our Lu Xiao? I shall avenge you. Lu Zhuo replied, those three behind me. When he glanced back, very well, today you shall witness my prowess. On my turf, no one shall dare bully you. Really? Do you underestimate me? Follow me, Wen Yu declared, snapping his fingers. What is the plan? Lu Zhuo inquired. Wen Yu flashed a mischievous grin. Shen Zijing has spent so much money, yet hasn't he even kissed. Today, I shall let him indulge. Together, Lu Zhuo and Wen Yu made their way to the surveillance room. He overheard the voice of a waiter through Wen Yu's walkie-talkie. Mr. Shen, Mr. Li, our young master has instructed you to remain in this room for a while. You may exit when the game commences. And what of him? Li Chun asked of Huo Qinye. Mr. Huo intends to remain with Lu Xiao. Lu Zhuo observed as Shen Zijing and Li Chun entered the suite. Chapter 46. He fears the dark. Wen Yu lazily raised his hand, and Gu Lin presented a crystal glass filled with champagne to his fingertips. Just wait for the show to unfold, Wen Yu remarked, swirling his drink. Lu Zhuo chuckled softly. Even if you confine them until dawn, it would be futile. Shen Zijing is but an innocent young man. I did not expect to hear you mock him, Wen Yu replied, taking a sip of his wine. Rest assured, I have arranged for some delightful enhancements to be placed in their room. Again, Lu Zhuo impatiently tapped on the control panel, exclaiming, why does this wretched drug never seem to run out? I would hesitate to share it with just anyone. Wen Yu blinked, replying, well, I truly appreciate it. As Lu Zhuo's gaze swept across the surveillance screen, he abruptly halted. Huo Qinye's figure had vanished. The image shifted, revealing Huo Qinye entering the elevator alone. Haven't you always wanted to teach him a lesson? Wen Yu's fingers glided over the control panel, suddenly pressing the red button. The elevator jolted to a stop on the 4th floor. How about this? Let's keep him confined for half an hour, a lesson to remember. Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye's silhouette on the monitor, unable to suppress a smirk. In the footage, Huo Qinye slowly lifted his head, his eyes seemingly piercing through the screen, looking back at him with a hint of exasperation. How's that? Your brother treats you well, doesn't he? When you drape an arm over Lu Zhuo's shoulder, adding, let's lock away anyone who displeases you. Indeed, it was time to teach him a lesson. Just moments ago, he appeared quite jovial while conversing with Li Chun. Suddenly, the entire control room plunged into darkness, the monitors extinguishing. What? Lu Zhuo frowned. Oh dear, at this hour. Wen Yu's voice resonated in the gloom. The game begins now. There's a 20-minute hiding period. Once they're hidden, we'll make our move. 20 minutes? Lu Zhuo sprang to his feet, the chair screeching against the floor. No, we cannot afford a power outage. Don't be difficult. When you said leisurely, let them conceal themselves first. Hurry. Lu Zhuo placed a hand on Wen Yu's shoulder, the glow from his phone illuminating his taut jawline. Restore the power. What on earth is going on? When you switched on a flashlight he had prepared earlier. He.s. afraid of the dark. What? When you didn't quite catch Lu Zhuo's murmur. Huo Qinye is afraid of the dark. Hurry up. Lu Zhuo. You must be joking. He.s. an S-class alpha. You claim he fears the dark? I'm not joking. Noticing the change in Lu Zhuo's complexion, when you promptly retrieve the walkie-talkie, but only static crackled in response. This can't be happening. Gulin, go check what's wrong. Gulin turned to leave. Sit down, Wen Yu reassured. Gulin will be back in 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes? Lu Zhuo, is it necessary to be so anxious? Isn't this just perfect? You've always wanted to see him humiliated. Let us see if he cries in fear. Just as those words left his lips, Lu Zhuo snatched Wen Yu's flashlight and strode out, his footsteps echoing hurriedly in the corridor. In third grade, the school organized a drill for an earthquake in the newly constructed evacuation training center, and the children scattered in a cacophony of chatter. Lu Zhuo was squeezed into a dilapidated model car among the simulated ruins. Just as he closed the plastic door with a bang, the alarm blared unexpectedly. Evacuate immediately. A teacher's voice called from afar. As Lu Zhuo prepared to join the throng, a foam brick suddenly fell from above. He exaggeratedly collapsed to the ground, calling out, Qinye, I'm injured. Huo Qinye knelt beside him, his fingertips lightly brushing over Lu Zhuo's forehead, which bore no mark of injury. If we don't leave now, we'll be buried here. What if it were a real earthquake? Lu Zhuo suddenly grasped his hand. Would you wait for me? MHM. Their small hands clasped together amidst the plastic foam debris. The corridor ahead resonated with the laughter and chatter of other children, as if it were merely an exhilarating game. Suddenly, the entire space was engulfed in darkness. The simulated vibration device emitted a more intense roar, and Lu Zhuo instinctively surged forward, only to find that Huo Qinye's hand felt as heavy as lead. What's wrong? He turned back, barely able to discern Huo Qinye's rigid silhouette in the gloom. The announcement crackled through the air. Due to a sudden power outage, please refrain from running, dear children. Lu Zhuo felt the fingers gripping his tremble, cold sweat swiftly dampening their joined palms. Qinye? He touched the curled-up curve of Huo Qinye's back. In the next moment, a potent wave of pheromones erupted, choking Lu Zhuo's throat. Huo Qinye released his hand. You go first. What? It's too dark for me to leave. Where's your hand? Hold on. You go first. The intensity of Huo Qinye's pheromones escalated, instinctively instilling fear in Lu Zhuo. He had never felt this way before. Suppressing the impulse to confront Huo Qinye, he called out, Qinye. Just as he intended to grasp Huo Qinye's hand again, he heard, Don't touch me. Lu Zhuo's hand froze. Qinye, what's wrong? Don't be afraid. It will be all right soon. Look. At that moment, the overhead light flickered on. The blinding brightness caused Lu Zhuo to squint. See, I told you. However, when he turned to Huo Qinye, he found him curled up, his head deeply buried in the crook of his arm, his entire being taut, resembling a frightened animal. Qinye. Lu Zhuo cautiously crouched down and gently poked his arm. The light was on. Huo Qinye remained still. Lu Zhuo inched closer, grasping his hand. Qinye? Huo Qinye finally lifted his head slowly, his eyes rimmed with red, the strands of hair on his forehead damp with cold sweat, clinging to his skin. His gaze appeared unfamiliar, a mix of wariness and fear. Lu Zhuo's heart tightened, and without a second thought, he embraced him. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Huo Qinye's body tensed momentarily. Then, as if he could no longer hold on, he leaned heavily against Lu Zhuo's shoulder, his breathing rapid and erratic. Lu Zhuo awkwardly patted his back, soothing him softly. It's all right, it's all right. Before long, the teacher hurried over, taking Huo Qinye to the infirmary. Later, Lu Zhuo sought out Huo Qinye in the infirmary, where he lay weakly. Qinye, I'm sorry. Why apologize? If I had walked faster, I could have kept up with the teacher, and you wouldn't have been so scared. Seeing him silent, Lu Zhuo sat beside him. Are you afraid of the dark? There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm afraid of snakes and bugs too. You always protect me. Next time you come in my house, I'll keep all the lights on. I won't let anyone know you're afraid of the dark. Lu Zhuo rushed up to the 4th floor in one breath, his lungs burning and his throat parched. He barely caught his breath before throwing himself at the elevator door, his hand striking the cold metal. Huo Qinye! Bang! 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 The muffled sound echoed through the pitch-black corridor. Are you in there? Yet the elevator remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Panic surged through Lu Zhuo, the beam of his flashlight shaking violently. He rose on his toes, peering through the crack of the door. Huo Qinye, are you inside? Answer me. Yet, no response echoed back. Impossible, he murmured to himself, the flashlight illuminating the 4th floor number. Indeed, it was this elevator. Just moments ago, Huo Qinye had clearly entered here. Chapter 47. Acting cute Huo Qinye. He called out again, his voice trembling slightly this time. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the depths of the elevator, akin to the scraping of metal. Lu Zhuo froze, his heart racing as though it would leap from his chest. Are you all right? Huo Qinye, say something. Shall we go stargazing later? Huo Qinye. At that moment, the overhead light flickered on, the blinding white glow dispelling the darkness. The elevator doors slowly opened with a mechanical hum, revealing Huo Qinye's figure before Lu Zhuo. He leaned against the mirrored wall, his left hand casually resting on the railing, while his other hand held a phone. Huo Qinye slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of emotion, calmly regarding the panting Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo's chest heaved violently, his throat dry and painful. Can't you hear me calling? He gritted his teeth, anger lacing his voice. Huo Qinye averted his eyes, his thumb brushing against the screen, extinguishing the flashlight on his phone. Outside and inside the elevator, only the sound of their intertwined breaths remained. I heard you. Huo Qinye stepped out. I heard you. Yet you do not respond? His gaze lingered on Lu Zhuo's reddened knuckles, and he spoke softly, afraid of the dark, unable to speak. Lu Zhuo chuckled in exasperation, his eyes sweeping over Huo Qinye's phone screen, which had just been aglow, accusing him of fabricating tales. You rushed over, worried about me, didn't you? Worried about you? Nonsense. Lu Zhuo tugged at the collar of his sweat-soaked shirt. I can't accompany you to gaze at the stars. I'm feeling a bit unwell. What do you feel unwell? Lu Zhuo looked up. Dizzy, and my heart feels uneasy. Huo Qinye raised a hand to massage his temple. I feel as though I cannot catch my breath. Could you support me? You're even more useless than before. Yes, I've been bullied, and no one is left to protect me. Serves you right. Huo Qinye swayed slightly, and Lu Zhuo instinctively moved forward as Huo Qinye embraced him, his weight pressing down on Lu Zhuo. My legs have gone weak. Huo Qinye's warm breath brushed against Lu Zhuo's ear. Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth in embarrassment. An S-class alpha with weak legs? Truly disgraceful. Once again, I've embarrassed you. You no longer wish to play with me, do you? That is why you locked me in the elevator. I told you they were going to play a game. It's not my fault you ended up trapped inside. Go enjoy yourself. I can return alone. When you observe the two on the monitor. TSK, why does it feel so wrong? Gulin, is this how bitter rivals behave? Why are they embracing? Am I the villain here? At that moment, when you saw Li Chun and Shun Zijin emerge from the monitor, when you was taken aback, what is going on? He watched as Shun Zijin and Li Chun began a fight. When you rubbed his temples, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Let us head home. Lu Zhuo supported Huo Qinye as they made their way back to the room, his phone in his pocket vibrating incessantly. He chose not to answer it, prioritizing Huo Qinye's return to the room. How does it feel for an S-rank alpha to be so weak? If this were to be revealed, who would still admire you? Lu Zhuo unceremoniously deposited Huo Qinye onto the bed. I don't require anyone's admiration, Huo Qinye replied, settling in. I wish to have some water. I'm parched. Lu Zhuo cast a glance at his phone. It was repeatedly buzzing with calls from Wenyu, undoubtedly having observed him assisting Huo Qinye. He dismissed it. Huo Qinye attempted to rise. What are you getting up for? Lu Zhuo pushed his shoulder gently, urging him back down. I'm thirsty. Could you please pour me a glass of water? Noticing Lu Zhuo's lack of movement, Huo Qinye gazed at him, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. I beg you. You're so helpless. Begging for a glass of water, Lu Zhuo teased. Huo Qinye leaned against the pillow, tilting his head slightly, behaving like a pampered boyfriend. Such pretense. Lu Zhuo stood up to fetch a glass, conceding, since you are pleading, I shall reluctantly pour you a glass. Huo Qinye watched him, noting the sleeves of Lu Zhuo's shirt rolled to his elbows, a smudge of dust upon his arm, and the fine beads of sweat glistening at the nape of his neck under the light. Lu Zhuo filled the glass and placed it firmly on the bedside table, stating brusquely, "Drink." "Thank you." Huo Qinye sipped leisurely, the movement of his Adam's apple noticeable as he swallowed, his gaze fixated on Lu Zhuo's face. "I'm glad you're here." Lu Zhuo crossed his arms, standing at the side of the bed. "The flashlight is bright enough to serve as a spotlight. Do you truly think I am blind?" Huo Qinye chuckled softly, returning the cup to the bedside. "Yet I still fear. No wonder you favor alphas. What Omega would seek out an alpha who fears the dark? It seems only you do not find me repugnant." "Who said that?" Lu Zhuo's eyes widened, as if someone had stepped on his tail. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could that be? Lu Zhuo glanced toward the door, discovering Wen Yu and Gu Lin waiting outside. He opened the door. "Pardon the interruption." Wen Yu raised an eyebrow, surveying the room. "It appears a scuffle has broken out. We need Qinye to mediate." "Who?" "Sun Zijin and his boyfriend." "Is the effect of this drug so potent? He didn't even utilize it. I told him to adjust it, but he insisted it was unnecessary." Before long, the two emerged and began a fight. I observed Sun Zijin was losing. How disheartening for a benefactor in this day and age. Lu Zhuo heard footsteps behind him. "Why are you up?" Huo Qinye adjusted his watch and tidied his clothes. "Your innocent friend is in a brawl. I'm accompanying you to see." Lu Zhuo shot Huo Qinye a glance, noting he hardly resembled someone who was dizzy. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they spotted Sun Zijin, clutching his swollen face, looking utterly pitiful. "Wah!" Lu Zhuo, and when you approached. "Are you all right?" Sun Zijin wailed louder. "You dare to bully him." Lu Zhuo confronted Li Chun. Li Chun, lighting a cigarette, shot him a sideways glance. He is being unreasonable, and yet he still dares to cry. Aye. Sun Zijin looked even more grieved. He had seen Wen Yu's message. He did not wish to take such medication. He wished to take his time, perhaps starting with a kiss. However, Li Chun directly instructed him to remove his trousers. What was going on? "I lost the fight. If I lost, then so be it." Lu Zhuo glanced at Li Chun. It was evident that he had undergone training. How could Sun Zijin, someone who had never faced hardship, possibly contend with Li Chun? "You want to sleep with me?" When you lamented how times have changed. The S-level alphas no longer wish to toil. They simply desire to lie flat. Lu Zhuo laughed in exasperation. He gives you money to spend, only to end up being the one you sleep with. Even if he cries, he remains an S-level alpha. Chapter 48. Capture them all. What is it with the S-level alphas? Do they need friends to back them up in bed? Are they breaking up? Li Chun raised an eyebrow. "No," Sun Zijin promptly replied, shaking his head. Li Chun approached. "Then why aren't you getting up? Those who don't know would think I'm bullying you when it's clearly you being unreasonable." Sun Zijin touched his slightly swollen face. "I'm afraid of pain." Lu Zhuo, and when you had never felt such embarrassment. As the only S-level alpha among the trio, Sun Zijin's tearful demeanor was simply appalling. More disgraceful was the fact that he was being pinned down and beaten by an A-level alpha, yet dared not express his anger. "What are you all doing?" A voice suddenly boomed. There stood their playful companion, Li Quixin, brandishing a massive water gun at the end of the corridor, flanked by a throng of Omegas and Alphas wielding water guns. "You've kept us waiting, and you violated the game rules. Wen Shao, you know the consequences of breaking the rules." With a grand gesture, Li Quixin commanded, "Charge at them. Show them some color." Dozens of streams of water erupted forth. When you quickly ducked behind Gu Lin. "Wait, let me explain." He wiped his face in a fluster. "Who agreed to a water gun battle? This is utterly childish. You left us hanging for half an hour, and now you're the target. We'll take care of you today. Once we catch you, ha. Li Quixin, just wait." When you hastily fled, Lu Zhuo understood that their playful antics would surely lead to some teasing if caught. He took off running, catching a glimpse of the Omegas spraying water at Huo Qinye, his white shirt becoming soaked. Their excitement amplified. Some Omegas recognized Huo Qinye, while others simply found him handsome. Directing their water at him, Lu Zhuo seized Huo Qinye's wrist. "What are you standing around for? Are you waiting to be embraced from both sides? Chase! Chase! Chase!" Gu Lin, and when you had long since vanished, and there was no sign of Li Chun either, leaving only Xin Zijin, who had just wallowed in sorrow, unprepared to flee as he was surrounded and bound by a group. Wait for me. Xin Zijin felt more aggrieved than ever. Li Quixin flashed a mischievous grin. Capture them all. In the cramped corridor, footsteps approached like a rising tide. Lu Zhuo gripped Huo Qinye's wrist, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had intended to return to his room directly, but Li Quixin's crew had already flanked them from both sides, leaving no avenue for retreat. This rascal had the most tricks up his sleeve. This way. He abruptly pushed open a slightly ajar door, only to discover that the lock was irreparably damaged and could not be secured. TSK, Lu Zhuo muttered under his breath, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the room before ultimately landing on the wardrobe in the corner. Without further ado, he seized Huo Qinye and strode towards it. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow, seemingly uninclined to cooperate. However, before he could voice his reluctance, Lu Zhuo had already thrust him inside, following suit and shutting the wardrobe door behind them. With a thud, the door closed, plunging them into darkness as the corridor light was completely cut off, leaving only the sound of their breaths in the confined space. The wardrobe was narrower than anticipated, with Lu Zhuo's back pressed firmly against Huo Qinye's chest. He could distinctly feel Huo Qinye's heartbeat, steady and powerful, thumping against his spine. Yet, his thoughts were solely focused on the outside, vigilantly peering through the door cracks to see if anyone approached. What would happen if they were caught? Lu Zhuo stared intently outside. Strip them all. He deliberately aimed to frighten Huo Qinye. At that moment, outside, Li Quixin's voice, laced with a teasing tone, rang out. I just saw 2 people slip in. Search room by room. Let me see who's in there. Could it be your young master Lu? Lu Zhuo listened to his mocking tone as footsteps drew nearer. Instinctively, he held his breath, his body tensing up. A faint beam of light filtered through the wardrobe's cracks, illuminating the contours of Lu Zhuo's profile. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on Lu Zhuo's flushed earlobe. Lu Zhuo was increasingly anxious. Suddenly, Huo Qinye leaned down, his lips barely brushing against Lu Zhuo's ear. His deep voice, enveloped in warm breath, whispered, Have you ever been caught before? Of course not, Lu Zhuo replied, startled to find himself completely enveloped in Huo Qinye's embrace. The damp fabric of Huo Qinye's shirt clung to his back, its chill seeping into his skin. Yet unable to extinguish the sudden heat rising within him, he instinctively tried to retreat, but Huo Qinye held him firmly by the waist, pulling him back against his chest. Hush! Moving around will get us discovered. I don't want you to be caught. Lu Zhuo's clenched teeth clicked together, his ears burning as if they could bleed. I should have left you behind. I shouldn't have brought along this dead weight. It's the dead weight that wanted to accompany you. Huo Qinye wrapped his arms around Lu Zhuo's waist. Thank you, my boyfriend, for taking me to play this game. Lu Zhuo felt an even greater warmth engulf him. Was this truly some kind of enjoyable game? However, from Huo Qinye's tone, there seemed to be a hint of delight. It was merely a childish game, a group of people acting foolishly. Under normal circumstances, he would have no interest in participating. As a child, he and Huo Qinye used to play hide and seek, and they were always the first to be caught. For Huo Qinye could never conceal himself in dark, odd corners. This place had a bit of light. He glanced back at Huo Qinye, who looked at him with a gentle demeanor. The next moment, his boyfriend smiled and said, You're truly wonderful. Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson, his fingers digging into Huo Qinye's arm. Shut up. Stop being so sarcastic. Just as his words faded, footsteps approached the door. Lu Zhuo could distinctly hear the crisp sound of Li Quixin's leather shoes against the floor, even counting the number of steps he took as he lingered in front of the wardrobe. He swallowed unconsciously, feeling quite stimulated. Huo Qinye tightened his arms around Lu Zhuo's waist, who was entirely oblivious to him, causing a subtle smile to flicker in Huo Qinye's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of the cabinet door handle being pressed startled Lu Zhuo, making him tremble and press his back fully against Huo Qinye's chest. Through the 2 layers of soaked shirts, he could feel the rapid beating of a heart, unsure whether it belonged to Huo Qinye or himself. It was over. Boss. A distant voice suddenly called out, announcing that Lu Xiao's phone was ringing over in the corridor. The pressure on the cabinet door abruptly vanished. Through the gap, Lu Zhuo caught a glimpse of Li Zhuo's hurried departure, realizing that his phone had indeed been left outside. Huo Qinye silenced the call he had made to Lu Zhuo. The tension in Lu Zhuo's shoulders finally eased as he exhaled a long breath. Lu Zhuo, Huo Qinye's voice came from behind. Lu Zhuo turned his head, still unprepared, when a kiss gently landed on his lips. The kiss was sudden yet tender. At the moment their lips met, Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated, and he found himself momentarily breathless. Huo Qinye's arms remained wrapped around his waist, the warmth of his palms seeping through the wet fabric, scorching his skin. In that embrace, Huo Qinye captured Lu Zhuo's lower lip, their warm breaths intertwining. Chapter 49. You can no longer be first. Huo Qinye's kiss was soft, his warm tongue tentatively brushing against Lu Zhuo's lips. That slight, moist sensation coursed through the back of Lu Zhuo's neck like electricity, sending shivers down his spine. Lu Zhuo instinctively turned his head away, but Huo Qinye's long fingers grasped his chin, gently stroking his jawline and turning him back. Before he could finish, Lu Zhuo suddenly realized that the cabinet door had been completely pushed open. A cool night breeze brushed the back of his neck, waking him slightly. He elbowed Huo Qinye in the chest and nimbly darted out of the cabinet. Standing a couple of steps away, Lu Zhuo vigorously wiped his lips, glaring at Huo Qinye with a hint of indignation. Huo Qinye, is this how you repay kindness? Huo Qinye observed the flush in his ears and replied, It's hard not to be moved when protected by a boyfriend. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. What did you say? Huo Qinye stepped closer. You heard me. It's difficult for anyone not to be moved by me. Lu Zhuo's heart raced uncontrollably. Well, if the heart doesn't move, it dies. Lu Zhuo gazed into Huo Qinye's smiling eyes. Huo Qinye couldn't help but laugh aloud, and as Lu Zhuo, both flustered and fuming, led him back to the room, their laughter mingled with shouts echoed along the way. Nevertheless, they returned to the room without incident. After taking a shower, Lu Zhuo lazily sank into the soft bedding. Bored without his phone, he thought about the raucous drinking party outside, but felt too lethargic to move. Huo Qinye was in the bathroom tidying up the clothes they had changed out of, while Lu Zhuo casually grabbed Huo Qinye's phone from the bedside table. After unlocking the screen, he pouted at the lack of games on it. He downloaded a shooting game he enjoyed, but his gaze inadvertently drifted to his chat application. As Lu Zhuo opened his contact list, he raised an eyebrow. Among the 60 contacts, aside from a few elders, all were neatly arranged names. The only exception was his own entry, which had been altered to read boyfriend, and it stood out as the sole star-marked friend at the very top. A smile involuntarily crept upon Lu Zhuo's lips as he recalled the expression on Huo Qinye's face when he had mentioned feeling a flutter of emotions, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of his phone. Indeed, it was quite natural for this individual, an alpha with an inclination towards the same sex, to harbor feelings for him. If he truly did have affection for Lu Zhuo, would he weep like Shen Zijin when they parted ways? This thought inexplicably lifted Lu Zhuo's spirits. The mere notion of Huo Qinye shedding tears for him was something he could boast about for a lifetime. You seem quite prepared. Huo Qinye's voice resonated from nearby. Lu Zhuo looked up to see him approaching. Prepared for what? He queried. To act cute, Huo Qinye replied, settling himself at the edge of the bed. It's your turn. With a swift motion, Lu Zhuo attempted to rise from the bed. When you call me to hang out. Yet, Huo Qinye seized him. You can run from the monk, but not the temple. Are you planning to delete that photo? If you keep playing these tricks, I'm not as easy to handle as you think. Huo Qinye, I've been exceptionally well-behaved today, and you're adding extra conditions? Truly heartless of you. Lu Zhuo retorted as they sat facing each other. Huo Qinye remarked, I wish to learn from you. Everyone else is acting cute with me, and I'm not skilled at it. You got the wrong person. Lu Xiao is merely being modest. You, Huo Qinye, if you scold me, I want to delete the photo. Huo Qinye took his phone, saying, You said it yourself. Acting cute is effective. Lu Zhuo realized that Huo Qinye was employing all his sly tactics against him. Please, I beg you. Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes sarcastically. The kind and upright Chief Huo. I feel somewhat threatened. Huo Qinye shook his head. Enough already, Huo Qinye. You should be grateful that I'm here with you while I have so many friends downstairs. Yes, you have quite a few friends. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze. Lost in thought, This statement inexplicably pricked Lu Zhuo's heart, stirring a wave of unbidden emotions within him, memories of neglect rising to the surface. What's wrong? Huo Qinye? Are you having regrets? Regrets won't change anything. I will never place you first again, nor do I crave your presence. In the early days of their fallout, he had sought reconciliation with Huo Qinye. Indeed, he had harbored resentment for a few days. However, he pondered whether his temper had been too rash or if he had erred in some way. Typically, Huo Qinye wouldn't lose his temper with him. Perhaps on that occasion, Huo Qinye was simply having a bad day, and he ought to be more understanding and accommodating. Regardless, Lu Zhuo managed to console himself. During physical education class, after finishing a game of soccer, Huo Qinye went to wash his face at the sink, while Lu Zhuo grasped 2 bottles of room-temperature mineral water and approached him. Huo Qinye bent over at the sink, the sun reddening the nape of his neck, droplets of water tracing the line of his jaw into his collar. Lu Zhuo observed him for a moment before initiating conversation. For maintaining a cold war with him was unbearably uncomfortable. Here you go. Lu Zhuo placed the bottles on the counter. The faucet was abruptly turned off. Huo Qinye straightened up and said, "No need," before walking away. Huo Qinye, his new desk mate, running from a distance, pressed a bottle of water into his hand. "Here, it's chilled. Thank you." "No need for thanks. We're friends." Lu Zhuo stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the solitary bottle of water before him. The sun suddenly felt scorching, burning his eyes. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo's gaze fixated on the abandoned bottle of mineral water, and he seized it, hurling it with force. It struck Huo Qinye's back with a dull thud. He halted in his tracks. "Lu Zhuo, are you crazy?" Huo Qinye's new desk mate scolded him. Huo Qinye neither assisted him nor turned back. Beneath the sunlight, the bottle that had hit Huo Qinye fell to the ground and rolled into the drainage ditch. A silent defeat that went unnoticed. "Why are you silent?" Lu Zhuo scrutinized Huo Qinye, who remained quiet. Huo Qinye replied softly, "I'm feeling sad, unable to speak." Lu Zhuo inched closer, examining him intently. Was he genuinely sorrowful, or merely feigning it? "Yes, I am nearly in tears." Huo Qinye lifted his gaze. Their eyes unexpectedly met, and Lu Zhuo felt a jolt in his heart. Huo Qinye's eyes appeared gentle at first glance, yet were shrouded in an indescribable melancholy. "Pretend, go ahead and cry. Let me see. If I truly cried, you wouldn't see it." Huo Qinye chuckled, lightly tapping his hand. "If I saw it, I would capture it on my phone and mock you daily. Then I shall not let you off the hook today." "You're not being coy. You keep threatening me." Huo Qinye shook his head. "Today, you receive a score of 0. 0? On what basis?" Lu Zhuo protested. "I only spoke a few truths, and I received 0. Who supported you when your legs were weak? Who poured you water when you were thirsty? Who brought you here to enjoy this?" "That would be you," Huo Qinye replied. "Then why give me 0? This way, you will have room for improvement." "What if I don't wish to improve?" Lu Zhuo retorted in silence. "Then we shall stay together, and I will gradually urge you towards progress." "Dream on." Lu Zhuo lay down, kicking out with his foot. Huo Qinye caught his foot. "You have quite the strength. Stronger than you." "Oh, really? Have you recovered?" "Huo Qinye, dare you mock me, you weakling." The next day, Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye went out for a meal. Lu Zhuo, weary, rested his head on the table. "Please bring me some meat." Opposite him, Shen Zijin approached with a troubled expression. Huo Qinye ordered their meals. Shen Zijin spun around them. "Qinye, may I ask you a question? Will you answer honestly?" "Go ahead." After a moment, Huo Qinye placed a neatly cut steak in front of Lu Zhuo and sat down to eat. "I'm tired. I want to eat while lying down." Shen Zijin took a deep breath. "Qinye, does it hurt?" Lu Zhuo raised his gaze. "What are you talking about?" He turned to Huo Qinye. "Are you injured?" "I didn't notice anything. Last night, your skin felt smooth." "I don't know what you're referring to," Huo Qinye replied. "I mean that. Since you're also in S class, I want to ask you, does being on the receiving end hurt? I don't want to break up with Li Chun, but I can't accept it right now." Lu Zhuo straightened his posture and exclaimed, "Shen Zijin, are you out of your mind?" Huo Qinye smiled gently. "It doesn't hurt. It feels quite pleasant." Lu Zhuo tilted his head. "Really?" Shen Zijin's eyes brightened. "Indeed," Huo Qinye nodded. Lu Zhuo shot a glare at Huo Qinye. "You better not be speaking nonsense." "Shen Zijin, you need to be realistic. You are an S-level alpha. How can you?" "I am willing. Huo Qinye interjected, glancing at Lu Zhuo. You wouldn't look down on me. Lu Zhuo gritted his teeth, try to pretend one more time, and see what happens. At that moment, Li Zhuo approached. Lu Zhuo. He strode over and sat beside Shun Zijin, directly across from Huo Qinye. He placed Lu Zhuo's phone on the table. Well, yesterday you didn't even want your phone. Which Omega were you having fun with? Just as Lu Zhuo reached for his phone, Li Zhuo swiftly snatched it back. I retrieved your phone for you. You ought to thank me properly. Let's have a drink together later. It's been ages since we last met, and I was dying to see you. I thought you would come down yesterday, but I waited forever. With so many Omegas around you, you still had time to think of me. Hand over the phone. Li Zhuo eventually returned the phone to Lu Zhuo, propping his chin on his hand while observing him. If you were to accompany me, I wouldn't need 100 Omegas. You should go enjoy yourself with your Omega. At this moment, Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo. I heard there are monkeys in this mountain. Yes, indeed. They seem to be golden monkeys, rather cute. Some of them can be temperamental and throw stones. Would you like to see them? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, suddenly imagining a group of monkeys pelting Huo Qinye with stones. I can take you to see them. They're as clever and spirited as you. What is so interesting about monkeys? They're just a few wild ones, Li Zhuo chuckled. Lu Zhuo, I've just modified a new GT3 RS for you. It has a 4.0L horizontally opposed 6-cylinder engine, going from 0 to 103. 2 seconds, with a suspension tuned specifically to your liking. Would you like to go? There's a night rally tonight. Lu Zhuo felt tempted. It had been ages since he last drove, especially a race car, since it had been confiscated. However, Huo Qinye wanted to see monkeys. Forget it, I want to go. My mom would surely scold me if she knew I was driving. When did you start caring about that? Li Zhuo remarked. Recently, I've been well fed. Lu Zhuo wiped his mouth and glanced at Huo Qinye. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll go see the monkeys. Li Zhuo was speechless. Are we really going to see monkeys? How boring. On the path, after dinner, Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo walked ahead, followed closely by Shun Zijin, Li Chun, and Li Zhuo. The evening sun cast its golden rays through the gaps in the leaves, elongating their shadows. Aren't you bored? Why did you all follow? Lu Zhuo glanced back at the trio. Li Zhuo quickened his pace to walk alongside Lu Zhuo. I'm here to keep you company. 5 alphas gathering to see monkeys. How amusing, Lu Zhuo quipped. Upon reaching the monkey observation point, they spotted a golden monkey leisurely perched on a rock, cradling an unknown wild fruit and nibbling at it slowly. Upon noticing their presence, the monkey paused, its dark, curious eyes surveying them before it clapped its hands. Li Zhuo wore a perplexed expression. Are we the spectators of the monkeys, or are the monkeys observing us? How is it that only one remains? This is utterly boring. I believe I shall take my leave. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Li Zhuo turned to depart. Lu Zhuo, feeling similarly disenchanted, regretted mentioning their visit to see the monkeys. Just as he contemplated leaving, he noticed a glimmer of interest in Huo Qinye's eyes. You may go ahead. I wish to stay a while longer, Lu Zhuo informed Li Zhuo. Then do hurry, Li Zhuo replied, waving his hand before swiftly vanishing down the forest path. The figures of Li Chun and Shun Zijin also faded from sight. Lu Zhuo strolled over to Huo Qinye, following his gaze towards the golden monkey. Is it truly so captivating that you can watch a single monkey for an extended period? Have you never been to a zoo? No, Huo Qinye replied. Is that so? You jest, Lu Zhuo teased. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Surely my considerate and gentle boyfriend has realized that I merely wish to spend time with you. Who goes on a date to observe monkeys? Lu Zhuo retorted. Oh, how then should one properly date? My boyfriend has declared he will no longer accompany me to the movies. At that moment, the golden monkey, while nibbling on food, reached out with its tiny hands and tugged at Lu Zhuo's pant leg. Good boy, Lu Zhuo said, affectionately patting the monkey's head, his peripheral vision catching Huo Qinye's gaze. Eat slowly. This gentleman, he paused dramatically, won't snatch your food. Huo Qinye responded playfully. Indeed, I shan't take from it, but mustn't take my boyfriend from me. Huo Qinye clasped Lu Zhuo's hand. What are we doing in broad daylight? After receiving a 0 yesterday, we must make an effort today. Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes dramatically. I knew you would resort to threats. Indeed, who could resist the charm of Lu Xiao? If I don't keep a watchful eye, someone else may lay claim to you. Do you not find this awkward? Lu Zhuo glanced around anxiously, fearful of being seen. Two alphas holding hands. This was no longer childhood. Fortunately, only a solitary monkey was observing them. It's still daytime, Lu Zhuo reminded. Chapter 51. Entangled. Huo Qinye pondered seriously. If you wish to engage in activities reserved for the evening, it is certainly not out of the question. Huo Qinye. Yes, I am here. Huo Qinye led him forward, and Lu Zhuo felt somewhat stiff being guided. Huo Qinye could not suppress a laugh. He recalled how, under the cover of night, he had been far less reserved in their affections. Yet here they were, holding hands like clandestine lovers. It was amusing to think of who had once boldly taken his hand in childhood, now grown yet shy. Accompany me for a stroll. It has been ages since I felt this relaxed. Lu Zhuo responded, You're quite busy at the research institute. Surely, you do not need to exhaust yourself. You are not lacking in wealth, though perhaps Chief Huo has grander aspirations. If I were not occupied, my mind would wander aimlessly. Is that so? What would you ponder? About you. Huo Qinye glanced over, musing, I often think, who else is my boyfriend spending time with? Will he forget me? Lu Zhuo observed the gentle smile gracing Huo Qinye's lips. You speak as if it were a reality. Yes, once I return to school, I may not come back, and I could easily forget you in no time. The journey from school to the Lu residence and the institute took nearly 3 hours. With a house nearby, he need not make the commute. Naturally, the two would see little of each other. Huo Qinye remained silent. By the way, do you only need to visit school occasionally? Well, essentially, there's no need to go. You progressed through your university courses so swiftly. Why did high school take you so long? Why not skip grades like others and head straight to university? Huo Qinye did not respond to Lu Zhuo. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting fragmented patterns of light upon his sharply defined profile. His gaze fell upon a magnificent tree not far away, where vibrant vines wound their way up the trunk, their tender green tendrils gently quivering in the morning breeze. This strangler fig, Huo Qinye suddenly spoke, appears harmless in its seedling stage, but once given the opportunity, it will entwine itself around the tree indefinitely. As Lu Zhuo approached, he observed the newly sprouted aerial roots penetrating the crevices of the bark. It truly has ensnared itself. He remarked, Yes, it has indeed. Remember to send me a message, Huo Qinye said, pinching a small green leaf. It depends on the situation. If I'm in a good mood, I shall message you. Li Zhuxin awaited Lu Zhuo midway, having stood there for quite some time. Since when did Lu Zhuo develop a fondness for monkeys? I heard when you mentioned that Lu Zhuo has recently started dating someone. Surely, that person surnamed Huo cannot be his boyfriend. Li Zhuxin turned back to search for Lu Zhuo. He witnessed Lu Zhuo tossing a leaf onto Huo Qinye's head, laughing at him, and their hands intertwined. Li Guxin froza momentarily. Lu Zhuo is holding hands with an alpha. This scene was utterly shocking. By the time he regained his composure, the two had vanished. Doesn't Lu Zhuo prefer omegas? If alphas are an option, does that mean I have a chance? He had always presumed that Lu Zhuo's preference for omegas was the reason he had never confessed his feelings. When Lu Zhuo returned, his pants and shoes were splattered with mud, and several unknown blades of grass clung to his hair tips. So dirty, he muttered as he brushed off his pant legs, though his tone betrayed little disdain. Li Zhuxin lounged lazily on the sofa in the lobby, his hair shimmering in the twilight. How curious. When did our Lu Xiao become so patient with wild monkeys? I have no choice, Lu Zhuo shrugged, casting a pointed glance at Huo Qinye beside him. This monkey is so clingy, pulling at my pant legs and crying, begging me not to leave. Is he that bothersome? Li Guxin skinta, twirling the car keys with his fingertips. Tomorrow, I'll have when you clear all the monkeys from the mountains, to prevent those insensible wild monkeys from fixating on our Lu Xiao. Ha. Lu Zhuo chuckled as he turned to Huo Qinye. That makes some sense. It's a good idea. Let us see if he dares to cling to anyone again. Huo Qinye reached out, plucking a fragment of leaf from Lu Zhuo's hair, his fingertips brushing lightly against his ear. Perhaps it's just that Lu Xiao is too popular. Li Zhuxin stood up and approached them, his hand poised to rest on Lu Zhuo's shoulder, but Huo Qinye was quicker to pat Lu Zhuo's shoulder first. Lu Zhuo glanced at Huo Qinye's hand. It's dirty. His gaze drifted over Li Zhuo's hand suspended in mid-air, prompting a light chuckle from Li Zhuo as he retracted his hand. Let's go. Huo Qinye pressed the elevator button. Lu Zhuo waved to Li Zhuo. I'm heading back to change my clothes. I'll wait for you to come down for a drink. Just then, the elevator doors closed. Upon returning to his room, in the bathroom, wait, who said we were going to take a shower together? As evening descends, the opportunity arises to indulge in one's desires, as Huo Qinye suggests. What do I wish to do? Lu Zhuo gasps. Anything you desire. Lu Zhuo soon realizes Huo Qinye possesses an undeniable penchant for kissing him. His lips always gently press against Lu Zhuo's, his tongue skillfully prying open the barrier of teeth, deepening the kiss. Entwining their mouths until Lu Zhuo's tongue tingles and his breath grows erratic. Only then does Huo Qinye reluctantly pull away. Yet before Lu Zhuo can regain his composure, Huo Qinye leans in for another kiss. At this moment, Lu Zhuo subtly lifts his gaze, meeting Huo Qinye's fathomless stare, those dark eyes seemingly intent on consuming him whole. Huo Qinye is an adept kisser. Huo Qinye, you truly enjoy kissing. Lu Zhuo breathes, his voice husky. You must have kissed many others before. Huo Qinye cradles his face with one hand, his thumb softly caressing the corner of Lu Zhuo's lips as he murmurs, I have only kissed you. Huo Qinye believes that kissing is a form of entrance. He yearns to re-enter Lu Zhuo's world, to be remembered, to become the foremost in his heart. Lu Zhuo gazes into Huo Qinye's eyes, reading the unambiguous desire within. His heart instinctively leaps, and he awkwardly averts his gaze. Stop it, this is not like you. You taught me well. As Huo Qinye's kiss descends once more, they find themselves rolling on the bed after their bath. When Lu Zhuo tilts his head to evade him, fearing his lips might swell from such fervent kisses, he contemplates how he might still enjoy himself later. With a low, irresistible voice, Huo Qinye asks, what are you hiding from? His knee gradually presses between Lu Zhuo's legs, causing his breath to hitch. Lu Zhuo's voice trembles. The final note of his words crushed beneath Huo Qinye's deepening kiss. Huo Qinye's hand glides down along Lu Zhuo's waistline. With a teasing laugh, Huo Qinye's heated palm moves slowly upward, resting against Lu Zhuo's taut abdomen. Do you not complain about my singular talent for kissing? Lu Zhuo's ears flush crimson, and though he opens his mouth to retort, he is met with a playful bite. Huo Qinye, has anyone ever told you how provocative you are? Huo Qinye looks up, his expression seemingly innocent. No, you are the first. He lowers his gaze, observing, Lu Zhuo appears quite spirited. I'm always spirited. No matter to whom, Lu Zhuo asserts. Yes, I am aware. His gaze inadvertently drifts to Huo Qinye's lips. Those elegantly shaped, slightly pale lips, now glistening with moisture under the soft glow of the lights, captivate him momentarily. What do you desire? Huo Qinye's voice, laced with a hint of seduction, draws Lu Zhuo's attention. Lu Zhuo quickly turns his face away. I want nothing, please stop. Huo Qinye gently parts his lips. Truly nothing at all? Lu Zhuo's breath quickens. His gaze, as if magnetically drawn, returns to those alluring lips. Their shape is distinct, the corners naturally upturned, exuding a cool demeanor and silence. Yet when they smile, they radiate an inexplicable warmth that entices. How could lips be so perfectly formed? Lu Zhuo swallows hard, unable to suppress the instinctive motion of his throat. Chapter 52. The satisfaction given by Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye observes Lu Zhuo's reaction with keen interest, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He gently brushes his fingertip against Lu Zhuo's lips. Lu Zhuo bit his lip, captivated by the allure of Huo Qinye's lips, which seemed to be enchanted, drawing his gaze irresistibly. Those delicate lips parted slightly, as if silently enticing him. The piercing ringtone of his phone abruptly shattered the intimate silence. It was Li Zhuo. Lu Zhuo, jolted back to reality, mechanically pressed the answer button. Wait a moment. He gestured to Huo Qinye to hold on. Huo Qinye narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. In the past, Lu Zhuo would never have made him wait, now for another man. He was left in suspense. Hello? Lu Zhuo's voice was taut. What is the matter? Haven't you changed yet? It's taking too long. Li Zhuo's voice crackled through the receiver. We're all waiting for you. You can't bail on me again today. Huo Qinye regarded him with an intense gaze, contemplating how to make Lu Zhuo stay. Lu Zhuo nearly dropped his phone. Staring into the depths of the man's eyes, his throat tightened. "I'm not coming. Don't wait for me. I'm busy." He abruptly tossed the phone aside. For a fleeting moment, he was oblivious to the world around him, overwhelmed by the satisfaction that Huo Qinye had bestowed upon him. The following day, Li Zhuo finally encountered Lu Zhuo, his face beaming with a smile, his eyes sparkling with pride as he conversed with Huo Qinye. "Lu Zhuo," he called out, "you finally decided to come down." Lu Zhuo, lost in thought, remained oblivious, his mind lingering on Huo Qinye. Just recalling the scene from the previous day made his toes curl. Huo Qinye had done that for him. It was Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo felt he could forgive him a little now. Who else could make Huo Qinye cater to him so devotedly? Huo Qinye lowered his gaze, noticing the uncontainable joy radiating from Lu Zhuo, and couldn't help but smile. "You seem quite pleased. It appears you are very satisfied." "Lu Zhuo," Li Zhuo strode over, exclaiming, "How many times have I called you?" "Huh?" Lu Zhuo turned around with a smile. "Hi." Li Zhuo's expression soured slightly. "Lu Xiao, you are quite busy, aren't you?" "Not really." Observing Lu Zhuo's cheerful demeanor, Li Zhuo felt a pang of jealousy. "Being with Huo Qinye makes you so happy, doesn't it? Let us have lunch together later. After that, you can accompany me, right? You haven't test-driven the modified car yet." "I'm not going. I'm not going." Lu Zhuo noticed Wen Yu approaching in a leisurely manner, with Gu Lin carrying his clothes. "Wen Yu, oh my, our Lu Xiao is positively glowing," Wen Yu remarked as he approached. "I suppose that will have to suffice." Wen Yu observed Lu Zhuo's smug expression. "What is he looking so pleased? Just a trivial matter." Meanwhile, Shun Zijin emerged, looking forlorn. "What is wrong with you?" Wen Yu inquired, casting a glance his way. One smile, one tear. "Your little Chunga?" Wen Yu asked Shun Zijin. "He left last night." "Well, he has gone." "So what? It's not like you want to see him again." Wen Yu arranged for lunch to be prepared. Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye sat together, with Li Zhuo taking a seat beside Lu Zhuo. Throughout the meal, Li Zhuo persistently engaged Lu Zhuo in conversation. "I really don't have time. My mother is calling me for dinner tonight. If I go racing again, I want to make it in time. Then come sit with me. Let us postpone it. Once the school semester begins, we will have plenty of time to enjoy ourselves. There is no need to rush." Lu Zhuo cast a glance at Huo Qinye, who was quietly eating, his mouth moving rhythmically. Lu Zhuo felt a secret delight. Huo Qinye turned his head. "Why are you just watching me eat?" "Because you're captivating," Lu Zhuo replied with a smile. "Why not let me watch?" When you noticed that Lu Zhuo seemed a bit more flirtatious today, even teasing Huo Qinye. "Let us take our time. We can enjoy our meal first." "Going home?" Li Quixin raised an eyebrow. "Do you two live together?" "Yes," Lu Zhuo nodded. "I am his honorary older brother." "Right, little brother?" Huo Qinye pierced a piece of broccoli with his fork and offered it to Lu Zhuo. "Indeed, brother. Please enjoy your meal." Shen Zijin blinked, feeling more grieved, and withdrew to a corner. Wen Yu, seeing his pitiable state, followed him. "What's wrong? What happened to your medicine? How did you come to this conclusion? If you want it, you'll have to pay this time." Wen Yu chuckled. Shen Zijin replied, "I'll let him have it. I was willing yesterday, but he didn't even notice." "Oh, woe is me." Shen Zijin felt that his dignity as an S-level alpha had been tarnished. When you couldn't help but laugh. "Really? Come on, brother, just let it go. It's not worth it." Lu Zhuo observed Wen Yu laughing heartily, and, after consuming the broccoli Huo Qinye had given him, couldn't resist joining in the fun. "What's going on? Did that obnoxiously bother you again?" Wen Yu relayed Shun Zijin's words to Lu Zhuo, who burst into laughter with him. "Honestly, brother, just part ways. Money can't buy you happiness." In comparison, Huo Qinye seemed quite fond of kissing him, and he was quite skilled at it. When you scrutinized Lu Zhuo, "Hey, your expression suggests you are rather pleased." "What? No way. Once I finish eating, I'm going home." Li Quixin felt a pang of unease. He looked at Huo Qinye. "What is your relationship with Lu Zhuo? Are you truly just older brother and younger brother? I saw you holding hands." Huo Qinye smiled at him. "You can ask him yourself." In the afternoon, the group dispersed to return home. Li Quixin caught up with Wen Yu Wen Xiao. "What is up? It seems you didn't enjoy yourself fully this time. Let us play together next time." "What is Lu Zhuo's relationship with Huo Qinye?" Wen Yu chuckled. "You noticed too?" He is someone Lu Xiao cannot forget. If they truly reconcile, I might have to take a step back. When you shook his head, forget it, let us go home. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Li Quixin instructed someone to investigate Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye drove them back to the Lu residence. As they stepped into the living room, they spotted Lin Muyuan and Yin Yu seated on the sofa, a stack of photographs spread out before them. Lin Muyuan looked up and smiled gently. Qinye Xiaozhuo, you're back. Lu Zhuo approached Mom, Aunt Lin. His gaze fell upon the photographs, all showcasing strikingly beautiful omegas, some smiling, some shy, and a few artistic shots. He raised an eyebrow and sat down on the armrest of the sofa. You're not planning another matchmaking session, are you? Yin Yu smiled as she picked up a photograph. These are all carefully selected by me and Aunt Lin. They come from good families and possess commendable characters. It will be beneficial for you to meet and interact with them. Many are from your school. Mom, I'm still young, Lu Zhuo interjected. With my looks, I shouldn't need to go on blind dates. Why not? You're always out and about. The good omegas might be snatched away, Lin Muyuan remarked, her gaze drifting to Huo Qinye. Qinye, come here, she called. No need, Huo Qinye replied, turning away. Qinye, come over. With so many omegas, surely there's one that catches your eye, Lin Muyuan insisted. Lu Zhuo looked up, sensing a stiffness in Huo Qinye's posture. I'll pick first, he exclaimed, gathering the photographs. Huo Qinye glanced at him. Just don't try to take them from me. A hint of relaxation eased Huo Qinye's furrowed brow. You all take your time. I'll head upstairs first. Qinye, Lin Muyuan called out, your father misses you. He expects you home tomorrow at noon. Understood. Huo Qinye's figure faded around the corner of the staircase. Lu Zhuo pretended to peruse the photographs. This one has lovely eyes. That one has a charming demeanor. It's so hard to choose. Little Zhuo is quite understanding, Lin Muyuan remarked with a smile to Yin Yu. Qinye has grown up. He is not as obedient as he was in childhood. Yin Yu chuckled. As children mature, they inevitably develop their own thoughts. They can't always heed our wishes, and I believe Qinye is quite well behaved. Indeed, Lin Muyuan elegantly sipped her red tea, the fragrance wafting through the air. His father tends to be a bit strict, but we hope for him to mature and establish a name in the medical field. Do you often take him out? Lu Zhuo inquired, glancing at Lin Muyuan. When he was younger, yes, but not frequently. He wasn't fond of going out. Has he been to the zoo? Lin Muyuan smiled. Of course, although we are busy, we still make time for him. Lu Zhuo responded with a thoughtful "oh," focusing intently on the photographs. Yin Yu and Lu Xing often took him out, fulfilling his desires almost magically overnight. Though they appeared strict on the surface, they were deeply affectionate, and for so long. They had not officially announced the mix-up. Many remained unaware of the truth. All of this was meant to belong to Huo Qinye. Yet here he was, still occupying the affection of his parents. Lu Zhuo gazed at the smiling omegas in the photographs, his interest waning. He ascended the soft carpeted stairs, stopping in front of Huo Qinye's door, where a warm light seeped through the crack. He tiptoed, pausing at the threshold. The door was slightly ajar. Through the gap, he glimpsed Huo Qinye's tall figure by the floor-to-ceiling window, the light accentuating his striking silhouette. His white shirt was casually rolled up, revealing defined arms. He held a glass of water, sipping it slowly. Come in, Huo Qinye said. Lu Zhuo entered. You seem upset. It can't be because I wouldn't let you choose an omega, can it? Huo Qinye set down glass. No, it's because I chose. Huo Qinye fell silent. Coughing lightly, Lu Zhuo remarked, given your performance yesterday, I must admit, I was not entirely convinced. Huo Qinye chuckled. It is evident that you're quite pleased. Do not get ahead of yourself. I would only rate you a single point. Huo Qinye accepted this score with a sense of expectation, recognizing that both of them had ample room for improvement. I can continue this evening, he added. Chapter 53. The big brother Lu Zhuo felt a flush of embarrassment. You are quite mistaken if you think that with your current performance, there is any opportunity for continuation. Huo Qinye tilted his head slightly and laughed. Lu Zhuo continued. We should head down for dinner shortly. Your mother has left. Huo Qinye glanced below, noting that Lin Muyuan's car had departed. He pondered whether it was merely his own perception, for although Lin Muyuan appeared gentle, her presence seemed to cast a subtle and distant aura around Huo Qinye. In the dining room, Yin Yu was arranging the dishes. Under the glow of the crystal chandelier, Steam rose from the array of culinary delights laid upon the table. Your father's company called an impromptu meeting, Yin Yu said with a smile. It will be just the three of us today. She gestured towards the shopping bags in the living room. I bought new clothes for both of you. Let Aunt Lin take them upstairs for you to try on. Thank you, Mom. Lu Zhuo leaned in for a closer look, noting that the styles were all to his liking. Yin Yu served Huo Qinye a bowl of soup. Did you enjoy yourselves these past 2 days? Very much. Lu Zhuo interjected, lifting his chin with pride. I made sure to take good care of him. Yin Yu placed a shrimp into Lu Zhuo's bowl. I was asking Qinye. By the way, is there a particular dish you prefer? She turned her gaze towards Huo Qinye, her eyes shimmering with gentle warmth. Or is there anything you avoid? Not really. I am open to all, Huo Qinye replied with a smile. Yin Yu's gaze lingered on him for a moment as she softly inquired, Qinye, I don't believe I've ever asked how you are faring at the Huo household. Are you happy? Your mother mentioned that your father has quite high expectations of you. Lu Zhuo unconsciously tightened his grip on his chopsticks, recalling the desk in Huo Qinye's room, cluttered with medical tomes, the cool-toned bed linens, and an overall oppressive ambience. Not too bad, Huo Qinye responded calmly. It's not excessively strict. That is good to hear. Yin Yu serve him a piece of rib. Make sure to share anything with your mother. Absolutely. Lu Zhuo placed a hand on Huo Qinye's shoulder, feigning maturity as he patted it. Big brother will look out for you. Huo Qinye glanced sideways. Is that so? Of course. Lu Zhuo straightened his posture, a mischievous grin on his face. What? Afraid that your big brother won't care for you? Yin Yu was amused by her son's antics, and the atmosphere at the dining table instantly lightened. After some time, they ascended the stairs. Lu Zhuo tried on the new clothes, selecting the one that he felt suited him best. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he smiled contentedly and decided to show off in front of Huo Qinye. As he pushed open Huo Qinye's door, he found him engrossed in a book. You truly are a diligent student, Lu Zhuo remarked, eyeing the shopping bag on the sofa. Why not try on a new clothes your mother bought you? I already did. They are my size. Huo Qinye closed his book and turned his attention towards Lu Zhuo, his hair appearing meticulously styled. He donned a dark green waistcoat, its silk lining shimmering with a pearlescent glow. The outer layer, crafted from wool, was both structured and supple, elegantly accentuating Lu Zhuo's slender yet not frail waist, lending him an air of aristocratic charm. He caught sight of Huo Qinye's gaze. I'm just wearing this casually. It's not even the most flattering piece, he remarked. Quite the contrary, Huo Qinye chuckled lightly. It suits you remarkably well. Well then, if nothing I wear looks good, you should try it on too. Observing Huo Qinye's lack of movement, he casually approached and selected a deep blue shirt, pressing it into his embrace. Try this on. Typically accustomed to seeing Huo Qinye in a white shirt, he picked a satin fabric adorned with dark patterns, the collar and cuffs intricately embroidered with fine silver threads. It would undoubtedly enhance his appearance. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow at him, but did not refuse. He stood up and unfastened the buttons of his original shirt. Lu Zhuo intended to tease him a bit, but when Huo Qinye donned the new shirt, his words caught in his throat. The dark satin clung to Huo Qinye's form, the silver threads glimmering subtly under the light, accentuating his broad shoulders, while a glimpse of his pale collarbone peeked from the partially open collar. As Huo Qinye casually fastened the cufflinks and raised his gaze, his eyes, set against the dark fabric, appeared like jade steeped in ink. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. It's just average, he averted his eyes, feigning indifference. It's nothing special. You should stick to white shirts. These clothes are best kept at home, not for going out. Understood, my boyfriend. What? At home. I'm merely your older brother. Lu Zhuo impulsively retorted. You should call me brother. Huo Qinye regarded him in silence, a smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. And at night in bed, you'll still call me brother? Huo Qinye feigned innocence. Did I say something wrong? Brother. Get lost? Lu Zhuo huffed, storming away. After removing his clothing, Lu Zhuo glanced toward the door before stepping into the shower. In the steamy bathroom, he adjusted the water temperature to a higher setting. His skin soon flushed with a delicate pink hue. He dispensed a generous amount of body wash, creating a rich lather that he massaged from his neck downwards. He recalled Huo Qinye's words about continuing the conversation later. Hastily, he lowered the water temperature, his movements unconsciously becoming more vigorous as he scrubbed a bit longer. Turning off the water, he grabbed a towel to dry his hair. At that moment, he heard the sound of a door opening. Rushing to the mirror, he tidied his hair, and upon realizing what he was doing, he deliberately tousled it again, creating a disheveled look. He patted his face with both hands to bring himself back to reality, reminding himself not to lose himself to a man's fleeting desires. With a serious expression, he stepped out to find Huo Qinye awaiting him in a deep gray silk nightgown, already settled on the bed. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. "You're here so early. Can't a person have a bit of personal space? It's still early, and I don't typically go to bed this early." Huo Qinye looked up at him. "Once you start school, you'll have plenty of personal space." Lu Zhuo realized the truth in that statement. It was unlikely he would be running home every day. This thought caused an inexplicable heaviness in his chest, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Well, that makes me quite happy," he replied stiffly, glancing at his phone to find it was only 8 o'clock. He opened the drawer to reveal 2 gaming consoles, selecting one to take to bed, where he sank heavily against the pillow, declaring, "I shall play a game." The console sprang to life, casting a shadow beneath Lu Zhuo's lashes. The sound of his fingers tapping the buttons echoed, as if to assert his earnest engagement in the game, rather than being preoccupied with the almost imperceptible gaze of the person beside him. Huo Qinye's shoulder pressed against him, warmth seeping through the thin fabric of his sleepwear. Huo Qinye watched as Lu Zhuo's car on the screen deftly overtook several opponents, gliding through curves with effortless grace. Chapter 54. Good night, impressive. Huo Qinye's voice was a whisper close to his ear. Lu Zhuo's fingers faltered, causing the car on the screen to momentarily veer awkwardly. Suddenly, crash. The car collided with a barrier, and the screen erupted into flames. Flustered, Lu Zhuo frantically pressed the buttons, his ears flushing with heat. "Why are you so close?" Huo Qinye admitted fault. "My bad. Don't watch me play. If you want to play, I have another one." Lu Zhuo retrieved the newly purchased console from the drawer and tossed it over. Huo Qinye picked up the identical console, declaring, "I don't know how to use it." "Foolish." "Very well, I'll teach you." Lu Zhuo set down his console and powered on Huo Qinye's, revealing a plethora of pre-downloaded games. "Go ahead and play." Huo Qinye experimented with it, while Lu Zhuo returned to his racing game, catching a glimpse of Huo Qinye selecting Sweet Adventure, showcasing 2 figures holding hands on its cover. Lu Zhuo diverted his gaze, focusing intently on his own racing. Huo Qinye suggested, "We could play this together. Who would want to play with you?" Lu Zhuo retorted, eyeing the couple's cooperative game, which required teamwork to advance. A rarity indeed. "Have you played with anyone else?" "Not at all, just what I read online." "Then it's perfect for us." "If you disagree," Lu Zhuo's expression reflected a sense of coercion. Fine, I understand." He closed his racing game and opened the cooperative game. "This requires coordination, so don't hinder me. Otherwise, we might be stuck for ages." Soon, their avatars stood side by side. As Lu Zhuo's character stabilized, he noticed Huo Qinye's avatar immediately circling him, emitting heart-shaped bubbles. Boring. Wherever Lu Zhuo's character ventured, Huo Qinye's followed closely, twirling around and releasing heart bubbles whenever Lu Zhuo paused. "This game requires us to complete tasks separately. What good is it for you to follow me? Go, step on that switch and let me pass first." After circling Lu Zhuo once more, Huo Qinye's character finally jumped to activate the switch. Lu Zhuo was at a loss for words, while Huo Qinye remained earnest in his gameplay, his character persistently orbiting him. "Such a tease," Lu Zhuo commented. The two worked in tandem to clear 5 or 6 levels, and Lu Zhuo glanced at the time. 9:10. Huo Qinye appeared engrossed in the game, his long fingers nimbly maneuvering the buttons. Lu Zhuo felt a slight urge to relieve himself, unable to contain it any longer. He tossed the gaming console aside, exclaiming, "I'm done." He stretched exaggeratedly, declaring, "I'm utterly exhausted from playing games with you. Let us turn off the lights and sleep." Huo Qinye glanced around the room, now left alone in the game. "Very well," he conceded, switching off the main light. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness, save for the warm yellow glow of the small lamp by Lu Zhuo's bedside. Huo Qinye dimmed the light to its lowest setting, and as he lay down, his arm naturally encircled Lu Zhuo's waist, his palm resting against his taut abdomen. "You've worked hard, my boyfriend." It's good that you know," Lu Zhuo replied, but before he could finish, he suddenly felt warm breath against his ear. "You smell delightful." Huo Qinye's nose grazed his flushed ear. Lu Zhuo abruptly pulled the blanket over half his face, stammering, "Let us sleep. Don't make noise." His heart raced. A feather-light kiss brushed against the nape of his neck. "Good night." Behind him, Huo Qinye fell silent. Is this truly good night? Lu Zhuo pondered, waiting a while longer until he was certain that Huo Qinye had indeed bid him good night. With a flick of his wrist, he shoved Huo Qinye's hand away and, in a huff, climbed out of bed to head to the bathroom. At the Huo residence, Huo Qinye arrived home around noon. Huo Ji was seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. "Father," Huo Ji remarked, closing the paper. "Have you finished your work at the Research Institute? Your mother asked me to return for a while." Mu Yuan, Qinye is back. Lin Mu Yuan descended the stairs. "Finally back. It's become quite difficult to see my son these days. Qinye, with matters at both school and the institute, it's only natural that you're busy." "Busy? I heard you were out having fun with Xiao Zhuo." Lin Mu Yuan replied with a gentle smile. "Indeed. You've been living at the Lu residence for quite some time. Why not invite Xiao Zhuo to stay with us?" "He is unwilling." "Then let it be. There is no need to force it," Huo Ji interjected. "Let us prepare for dinner. But I wish to bond with my own son. Can't you think of a way to help?" "I did not prevent Qinye from returning to the Lu residence." "Mu Yuan, I've noticed Lu Zhuo has quite the temper. If he doesn't wish to come, then so be it," Huo Ji declined. Qinye spoke up. "I believe he will return." Lin Mu Yuan insisted. "Mother wishes to make an impression. Perhaps if he and I spend time together, he'll become more obedient." The Lu family's disciplinary methods seem flawed, resulting in his unruly behavior. Under my guidance, he would undoubtedly excel like Qinye. Huo Qinye glanced at his phone. "Father, there's a matter at the Research Institute. I must take my leave." "Qinye, please take a leave of absence," Lin Mu Yuan said coldly. Soon, the days leading up to the start of the school year arrived. When you called Lu Zhuo, they had arrived at the school ahead of schedule. Their group had purchased apartments in the same building, predominantly inhabited by acquaintances. Lu Zhuo resided on the top floor, the 9th, while Wen Yu occupied the 8th. Shun Zijin the 7th, and Li Xiuxin had recently purchased the 3rd floor at a high price. "Only you remain," Wen Yu's voice came through the phone, accompanied by the cheerful clinking of glasses in the background. "We're all gathered, having come early to throw a party." Lu Zhuo leaned back on the sofa. "I'll see how things go. There are still some matters at home." After ending the call, he glanced at the clock on the wall. Huo Qinye hadn't contacted him in 2 days, while Li Xiuxin invited him daily. Qiao efficiently packed his belongings for him. "Boss, what time do we leave today?" "Who said we're leaving today?" Lu Zhuo casually scrolled through his phone screen. Qiao paused for a moment. "Aren't we usually there 2 days in advance to hang out with Wen Xiao and the others?" "Bored of it, I suppose." He was interrupted by Lu Zhuo. At that moment, an unregistered number appeared on the screen. Lu Zhuo stared at it for a few seconds, and just as the ringtone was about to end, he answered. "What is it?" "I'm waiting for you downstairs." The deep voice of Huo Qinye made Lu Zhuo rise from the sofa. He quickly walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. In the sunlight, Huo Qinye leaned against the car door, seemingly sensing his gaze, and looked up. Lu Zhuo abruptly closed the curtains and hung up the phone. "Have you packed everything?" "I'm heading to the school soon." Qiao stared in disbelief at his boss's sudden change in attitude, hurriedly zipping up the suitcase. "Done." Lu Zhuo adjusted his collar in front of the mirror and leisurely walked down the stairs. He approached Huo Qinye and raised an eyebrow. "Chief Huo, you're not the only busy one. You should schedule an appointment with me in advance. I'm on my way to the school now. Happy Children's Day to the little ones. I hope the new book receives your support. 5-star reviews would be appreciated." With a hint of arrogance, Lu Bao said, "You won't come for a wash?" Chapter 55. Who is harder to please? Qiao trotted over with his suitcase and greeted Huo Qinye. "Can I put in your car?" Huo Qinye pressed a button, and the trunk opened. He casually opened the front passenger door and glanced at the still motionless Lu Zhuo, gently tapping the car door with his fingertips. "Get in. 3 hours. Are you going to drive me?" All right then, if he wants to be the driver, let him drive." "Okay." Qiao felt this job was getting easier by the minute. Even the driving was taken care of. "Wait, am I going to be out of job?" Once the luggage was stowed away, Lu Zhuo climbed into Huo Qinye's car. "Seatbelt," Huo Qinye instructed. Huo Qinye drove steadily, and the two engaged in casual conversation, with Huo Qinye even preparing some snacks for him. "Huo Qinye, Have you really never been in a relationship? You already know to prepare these things. Lu Zhuo glanced around. There were cakes from their cafeteria kept cool with ice packs, and several treats he adored. He wasn't particularly pleased. Logically, someone who had never been in love wouldn't be thoughtful enough to prepare these. Moreover, Huo Qinye's kissing skills and other talents left him somewhat at a loss. No, I've told you, you're the first, and in what? Lu Zhuo pressed for more details. You used to bring me things. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. He remembered. Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye had always sat together, and he had specifically asked Yan Yu to speak with the teacher to ensure they were seated together. The benefits of sitting with Huo Qinye were numerous. He kept his desk tidy when Lu Zhuo's was a mess. He would help clean up. If Lu Zhuo fell asleep, he would cover him with clothes. During cleaning duties, he would assist with the chores. Whenever it came to homework, he was the first to copy. And if Lu Zhuo didn't want to, Huo Qinye would imitate his handwriting to do it for him. There's truly no one better than him. However, at that time, Huo Qinye had little pocket money, never brought food, and had never been seen purchasing anything. Lu Zhuo carried imported snacks in his backpack. He would share with others, but he reserved the best for himself and Huo Qinye. He would read novels and play games, and water would appear at his beck and call. A mere flutter of his eyelids would bring snacks to his lips. Naturally, when Huo Qinye was doing homework, he would also feed him treats. Huo Qinye ate very little. In fact, he was even pickier than Lu Zhuo. He simply did not voice his preferences. He disliked animal entrails and avoided vegetables with long stems. Lu Zhuo was aware of the original and lime-flavored potato chips. The lime flavor was slightly more appealing, and he would be inclined to indulge in an extra piece. He consistently chose orange-flavored candies. He enjoyed seedless grapes and preferred to drink room temperature mineral water after exercise, while icy ice cream could only be sampled in small bites. In truth, Huo Qinye was quite difficult to please. Often, he would not express his dislikes, making it hard for others to discern. Yet, Lu Zhuo could see through him and was reluctant to share these details with anyone else. This made him feel special to Huo Qinye. During that time, he eagerly looked forward to school, as it meant being together with Huo Qinye. This brought him joy for an entire day. However, when Shun Zijin replaced him, Shun Zijin proved even more temperamental, pestering him with incessant questions that left his head spinning. It was also during this time that Huo Qinye began to inscribe his name in a little notebook distributed by the teacher. All privileges gradually began to fade away. Chapter 56. Pregnancy. Although this was merely a commonplace occurrence in the eyes of others, neglecting homework and whispering during class warranted being noted. Yet at that moment, Lu Zhuo felt that while others could be remembered, Huo Qinye should be exempt. Unbeknownst to him, he transitioned from wanting to reconcile with Huo Qinye to finding fault with him at every turn, deliberately seeking to upset him. When you would often tease him, suggesting he was consumed by love turned to hatred. Reflecting on it now, he found it rather childish. Lu Zhuo scoffed, indeed, raising a white-eyed wolf that might bite. He adjusted his seat, donned a sleep mask, and decided against conversing with Huo Qinye. Recollections of the past soured his mood. Nightfall enveloped them. The half-open window allowed the night breeze to drift in, carrying the fragrance of unknown flowers that softly brushed against his cheek. Lu Zhuo would drowsily open his eyes, realizing they had arrived at his residential community. He turned to glance at Huo Qinye, who was quietly gazing at him, his elbow resting on the windowsill. The gentle glow of the streetlight filtered through the car window, casting a tender outline of his cool features, with a halo of light casting delicate shadows beneath his lashes. Awake? Huo Qinye's voice was softer than the night itself. A slight thrill coursed through Lu Zhuo's heart. He thought Huo Qinye's gaze was so gentle, reminiscent of the early days of their relationship. No matter what they did, he would always look at him with such quiet affection and tenderness. He must have been a bit dazed from sleep, as he raked his fingers through his hair, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Why didn't he wake me? I missed my appointment with Wen Yu. Upon glancing at the time, which read 8 o'clock, Huo Qinye replied, my apologies. I shall treat you to a meal. Do you have any money? Lu Zhuo inquired. I have 2,000 left, came the retort, pretending to be poor. No, I'm merely waiting for Lu Zhuo to support me. With a playful smile, Huo Qinye exited the vehicle and went around to the trunk to retrieve a suitcase. The metallic handle glinting coldly under the streetlight. Wait, Lu Zhuo grasped the handle. How did you know I reside in this neighborhood? The night wind tousled his hair. Did Xiao inform you? Or was it my mother? Which way do we go? Huo Qinye asked, glancing towards the depths of the community. Lu Zhuo accepted the suitcase. What's the matter? Now that school has resumed, shouldn't I have some personal space? You should head back, Huo Qinye replied. Lu Zhuo tugged at the suitcase and turned to leave, but after a few steps, he glanced back. He saw Huo Qinye still standing there, the light casting a soft golden halo around him. Goodbye, Lu Zhuo called, not looking back as he dragged the suitcase forward. It was 8 o'clock when he would head back, and he would arrive home by 11. He hadn't had dinner yet. After all, it was Huo Qinye who insisted on accompanying him. Suddenly, the wheels of the suitcase caught in the crevice of the stone pavement, causing Lu Zhuo to feel a surge of irritation. At that moment, a hand reached out and lifted his suitcase. Boyfriend, could you shelter me for a night? Huo Qinye's voice whispered in Lu Zhuo's ear. No way. I tend to get sleepy at night. You could simply call for a ride. Huo Qinye suggested. I'd rather save this money to treat my boyfriend to dinner. He countered logically. You're such a hassle, Lu Zhuo relented, releasing the suitcase as Huo Qinye pulled it along to keep pace. Upon reaching the small villa, laughter and merriment erupted from the 8th floor terrace. Wen Yu's party was ablaze with light, and shadows danced within. Lu Zhuo had no intention of joining. The elevator took them directly to the 9th floor, where Lu Zhuo's room was spacious, with a floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the entire campus bathed in moonlight. He had already arranged for the cleaning staff to tidy up, and everything appeared immaculate. As Lu Zhuo slipped into his slippers, he noticed Huo Qinye still standing. Realizing he only had one pair of slippers, Lu Zhuo reflected that he usually went to Wen Yu's place for meals and seldom entertained guests at home. Then perhaps you shouldn't wear slippers. Come on in, he said as he walked. If you're staying the night, you'll need to buy your own toothpaste, toothbrush, and slippers. You can't very well sleep beside me in the nude. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly. All right. After uttering those words, Lu Zhuo absent-mindedly bit his lip, questioning why he had tacitly assumed Huo Qinye would sleep with him. Huo Qinye, however, seemed perfectly at ease as he opened his suitcase and began hanging his clothes in the bedroom wardrobe. Leaning against the doorframe, Lu Zhuo observed him organize his belongings with practiced ease and couldn't resist teasing. So diligent? Yes, I want to make a good impression. What for? Lu Zhuo asked. To support me. I assure you, Lu Xiao will not be at a disadvantage. Whoever I support will surely excel. Hurry up, I'm starving. The two made their way downstairs, where a plethora of delightful eateries awaited near the school, bustling with students who had arrived early. The food court was already alive with chatter, filled with returning students crowding the various establishments, creating a lively atmosphere under the night sky. With your 2,000 yuan, we can only squeeze in here to eat. Huo Qinye leaned closer and whispered in his ear, I feel sorry for my boyfriend. As long as you know, was the reply. Along the way, numerous couples held hands, basking in their sweet affection. Lu Zhuo, feeling somewhat guilty, maintained a slight distance from Huo Qinye. Shall we have some milk tea? That tea shop seems to have a promotion, Huo Qinye inquired. Lu Zhuo glanced over. The young couple entering the shop was enjoying half-price signature milk tea. Are you foolish? We are both alphas. They will only assume we are good friends, and one tea offer you the discount. At that moment, another pair of alphas walked by, sharing a kiss at the shop's entrance. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and the shopkeeper granted them half price. It seems it's not entirely impossible, Huo Qinye said, his tone tinged with anticipation. No way. Lu Zhuo blushed. Asking him to kiss Huo Qinye in public would be utterly mortifying. Just then, two Omegas approached. Hi there, handsome. Are you also here for the milk tea? Would you like to share an order? It could get us half price. Me with you, her with him. Lu Zhuo reflected on how he had fallen to the point of needing to buy discounted milk tea. Tomorrow, he would have to persuade old Lu to invest in a tea shop here, selling half-priced beverages daily. What do you think? One Omega looked at Huo Qinye with eager eyes. Huo Qinye smiled gently. I'm sorry, my boyfriend is quite strict. The two Omegas gazed at Huo Qinye with disappointment, then turned their attention to Lu Zhuo. I'm not his boyfriend. Please don't misunderstand, Lu Zhuo interjected. I'm fine with accompanying you to buy. Huo Qinye remained silent. Thank you, handsome, Lu Zhuo then accompanied one of the Omegas to purchase milk tea. On the way, Lu Zhuo regretted his decision. Yet he still bought Huo Qinye a cup of room-temperature fresh squeezed orange juice and ordered a signature milk tea for himself. While waiting for the tea, the Omega asked Lu Zhuo, "Does he really have a boyfriend? My friend still wants to add him on social media." "He does. His boyfriend is quite fierce. If he finds out he is with another Omega, things could get ugly." "Oh." The Omega shook their head, lamenting, "What a pity. Do you think they'll last long? Will they break up? Maybe we should add him first, just in case." "His Omega is pregnant," Lu Zhuo replied, his expression unchanging. "There is probably no chance left." Oh, I'm so sorry." Lu Zhuo turned to fetch the milk tea. The Omega hurriedly messaged their friend across the table. When the Omega, who had wanted Huo Qinye's WeChat, saw the message, their hope was utterly dashed. "No wonder. Your Omega is pregnant. I'm sorry, seeing you so young. I thought you were still single." Huo Qinye smiled. "It's all right." Once Lu Zhuo retrieved the milk tea, he noticed Huo Qinye laughing and chatting with the Omega. He truly could smile at anyone. Striding over, the two Omegas waved goodbye to them. "Didn't you say you had a fierce boyfriend? You seem to be having quite a good time chatting with that Omega," Lu Zhuo remarked, thrusting the fresh orange juice against Huo Qinye's chest. Huo Qinye chuckled, grasping the milk tea cup. Indeed, she is quite a lovely person. It had only been a brief moment, yet he had already discerned her kindness. Now he realized the charm of an Omega. "Do you regret not exchanging contact information?" "Yes, she is very considerate, informing me about what to watch for now that my boyfriend is expecting." Lu Zhuo froze momentarily. Huo Qinye glanced at his abdomen. It should still be under a month, so rest is essential. Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson. "Huo Qinye, just leave." Huo Qinye burst into laughter, lightly tapping his milk tea cup. "You should drink less of that when it's cold. We wouldn't want to catch a chill, would we?" At that, they ventured to a hot pot restaurant, the only nearby establishment that didn't require a queue. They ordered a inyang pot, the bubbling broth on the induction stove, with the spicy red oil pot simmering with peppers and the clear soup adorned with a few goji berries. Huo Qinye placed the freshly sliced beef into the pot for Lu Zhuo, then looked up at him, who was still poking at his bowl. "Are you still angry?" "Shouldn't I be the one upset? What is there to be angry about? You claimed you had no boyfriend. It's only a matter of time before you part ways. It's better that no one knows." Lu Zhuo replied curtly, "Not necessarily." "What do you mean, not necessarily?" Lu Zhuo stared blankly at Huo Qinye, contemplating the notion that they might not break up after all. "Do you wish to continue this relationship with me? Your performance isn't up to par. If you can't delete the photographs, naturally, you're meant to be with me," Huo Qinye replied with a smile. "Over time, what is fake can become real. Dream on." Lu Zhuo lowered his gaze, idly stirring the dipping sauce in his bowl. The thought of something fake turning genuine, of persisting in a relationship with Huo Qinye, caused Lu Zhuo's heart to skip a beat. Yet he quickly regained his composure. "I cannot afford to engage with someone like you. You could turn on me at any moment." Huo Qinye fell silent. Just as Lu Zhuo assumed he would not respond, he said, "That will not happen again." After finishing the hot pot, Lu Zhuo's lips were tinged red from the spice. He bit into a piece of chilled watermelon, and Huo Qinye watched him eat, providing him with a tissue once he finished. Sated and refreshed, they proceeded to a nearby shopping mall. Huo Qinye pushed the shopping cart into the supermarket, and Lu Zhuo felt a sense of novelty. He had not often visited a supermarket. Most of the supplies at home were prepared in advance or delivered directly. This was indeed his first experience accompanying an alpha on a shopping excursion. Under the fluorescent lights of the supermarket, Huo Qinye halted at the daily necessities section, purchasing toothpaste, toothbrushes, and slippers. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," Lu Zhuo observed as Huo Qinye paused, his gaze fixed on a pair of couple S slippers. "Don't even think about it. I would never wear such ugly things." Lu Zhuo casually grabbed a pair of plain gray slippers and tossed them into the cart with a clatter. Huo Qinye lowered his eyelashes. "All right then," appearing somewhat disheartened. As they turned to the sleepwear section, Lu Zhuo noticed shelves filled with matching couple S sets, most priced around $200 to $300. They may not be the most comfortable, but they would suffice. Lu Zhuo directly selected the most expensive set for Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye then steered the cart towards the produce section. "Still browsing? Let's head home." Lu Zhuo quickened his pace to keep up. "We need to buy some ingredients for breakfast." Huo Qinye picked up a piece of broccoli. Lu Zhuo blinked in surprise. You really can cook? Indeed, Huo Qinye replied. Turning to look at him, the overhead lights of the supermarket cast a small shadow beneath his eyelashes. Does that score any points? The meals prepared by my family's housekeeper are far superior to yours. Lu Zhuo couldn't help but lean in closer to examine the selections Huo Qinye had made. One piece of broccoli, 2 ears of corn, and a few tomatoes, though not too many of each. Since Lu Zhuo had no classes in the morning, he usually indulged in sleeping in, eliminating the need for the housekeeper to come and make breakfast. When he finally woke up, he would go directly to Wen Yu's place, where Gu Lin could cook anything, and he merely had to follow Wen Yu to enjoy ready-made meals. A few Omegas nearby pushed their shopping carts closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Oh my, those 2 alphas over there are so handsome. If only the one in the white shirt were my boyfriend. He looks so husband material. He should be kept at home. Should I go ask for his WeChat? He might still be single." Lu Zhuo gently nudged Huo Qinye with the shopping cart. "Could you hurry up? My legs feel like they're about to break." He glared at the innocent orange in Huo Qinye's hand. "What is so special about this fruit that I, the young master, must accompany you in selecting it?" Huo Qinye chuckled softly, placing the orange into the bag. "It's the last one." As they neared the checkout after almost finishing their shopping, Lu Zhuo called out to him, his voice unusually hesitant. "Wait, didn't you forget to buy that?" Huo Qinye's gaze darkened, his eyes landing on Lu Zhuo's flushed earlobes. "Which one?" "The one we need for tonight," Lu Zhuo replied, exasperated that he had to remind him. Huo Qinye appeared momentarily stunned, his Adam's apple moving silently. Lu Zhuo felt his ears burn under Huo Qinye's intense stare. "So, are you buying it or not? It's for your use anyway." "All right," Huo Qinye said as he proceeded to the checkout. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why he wasn't going to buy it despite their previous agreement. Was it a matter of finances? His home lacked table lamps and night lights, which was rather inconvenient. He turned back to the shelf and selected the most extravagant children's monster nightlight, its claws and fangs adorned with glowing effects. He paid for one, just as Huo Qinye emerged from the checkout. Lu Zhuo displayed his newly acquired nightlight. "I certainly don't want to sleep with the overhead light on all night." Huo Qinye regarded the ugly yet endearing nightlight and suddenly realized he had completely misunderstood the situation. A subtle smile graced his lips. "It's quite adorable." "What with that expression?" Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes, not satisfied. Huo Qinye took the shopping bag, his fingertips unintentionally brushing against the back of Lu Zhuo's hand. "How could I be?" His voice carried an unmistakable hint of amusement. "Thank you, boyfriend. I really like it." Lu Zhuo huffed lightly, "Just as long as you know." Upon returning home, Huo Qinye slipped on his slippers. At that moment, the plastic bag containing their items suddenly tore with a loud rip. Several items tumbled out, and the orange rolled away. "They say cheap goods are of poor quality. Even the bag isn't sturdy," Lu Zhuo remarked as he squatted to pick them up, only to touch a slippery little box. Upon closer inspection, he found a box of orange-flavored condoms mixed among the fruits, adorned with playful citrus designs on the packaging. Lu Zhuo blinked, thinking he might have misread the situation. Holding the small box, he stood up and laughed in disbelief. "Is the supermarket so thoughtful now? Buy oranges and get a free pack?" Huo Qinye realized that when he mentioned the nightlight, he had already completed the purchase. There was no turning back now. He replied, "It's not a gift." Lu Zhuo's ears flushed crimson. In a fit of anger, he picked up an orange and hurled it at him. "When did you buy this?" The orange was deftly caught by Huo Qinye, who rubbed its skin with his fingers. "You said you would need it at night." He paused before adding, "I just picked it up while checking out." Lu Zhuo trembled with fury, recalling that Huo Qinye, who was afraid of the dark, had specially bought the nightlight. Yet here he was, consumed with thoughts of how to take advantage of him. With a swift kick, he sent the orange rolling away and stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door with a thunderous crash. Huo Qinye stood outside for a moment, tidied up, sliced some oranges, and then knocked on Lu Zhuo's door. "Go away. You're not allowed to sleep in the same room as me today," Lu Zhuo's muffled voice replied. It was only on the night he was under medication that they had truly shared a bed. The days spent together had been a mutual exchange of assistance. Yet mostly it was Huo Qinye aiding him. However, that didn't imply they were. Lu Zhuo instinctively clutched his head, feeling an overwhelming heat wash over him. The moment Huo Qinye entered, A pillow flew towards him. Stay away. Don't even think about it. Lu Zhuo stood by the bed, his chest heaving, his ears nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Huo Qinye caught the pillow and gently placed the glowing green monster night light on the bedside. The light cast shadows on Lu Zhuo's indignant profile, resembling the grimacing creature in some uncanny way. My mistake. I misinterpreted my boyfriend's intentions. Huo Qinye's voice was low as his fingers brushed over the nightlight switch, causing the monster's eyes to flicker. My boyfriend kindly bought me a light, yet I thought it was a sign we were moving closer. Closer? It's impossible. You're gay and I'm not. Who spends all day thinking about such bizarre things? Lu Zhuo interrupted, his voice trembling. How could he truly consider such a thing? The words lingered on his lips, but were swallowed back, leaving only his flushed earlobes. Huo Qinye offered him a slice of orange. Try it. I don't want to. Lu Zhuo rejected, pushing his hand away. I'm going to find you to hang out. The moment he stepped forward, his wrist was firmly grasped. Huo Qinye's palm was warm against his skin. Lu Zhuo froze. What are you doing? Let go. I didn't mean anything by it. If you're against it, I want to pursue it. Won't pursue it. I see you're quite eager. You're bold to think that just because you have a little leverage over me, you can do as you please. Lu Zhuo crossed his arms defiantly. If you're truly angry, I would be more cautious. Huo Qinye gently stroked Lu Zhuo's wrist. Don't leave. We want to do anything today. Seeing Huo Qinye's apologetic demeanor, Lu Zhuo's irritation subsided a bit. This only proved his allure. It was normal for Huo Qinye to have feelings for him. Fine, fine, Lu Zhuo sighed, looking up with an expression that suggested he was at his wit's end. Huo Qinye leaned closer. Just a kiss. Chapter 58. Wanted to kiss a little longer? Huo Qinye's hand gently caressed the nape of Lu Zhuo's neck, his fingers weaving into the soft strands of hair as he lowered his lips to kiss him. The kiss was gentle, like a feather brushing against the lips, fleeting and ephemeral. Lu Zhuo stood frozen in place, his cheeks instantly ablaze. What kind of kiss is this? Thank you for yet another gift you have bestowed upon me. Who has given you this? Lu Zhuo turned his head away, insisting, I have not given anything. It was merely a small night light worth 20-some yuan. Once he departs, it will be discarded. Lu Zhuo's chin was gently turned back by a long finger. He gazed into Huo Qinye's eyes, which were astonishingly tender. I like it very much. He was momentarily taken aback. Huo Qinye leaned in for another kiss, no longer merely teasing. As Lu Zhuo recoiled, Huo Qinye's lips pursued him. By the time he regained his senses, the room was shrouded in darkness, save for the little monster that seemed to writhe with life. They had already rolled onto the bed. Lu Zhuo lay back against the soft mattress, his breath uneven. His heart raced painfully as he pressed his palm against Huo Qinye's chest. Wait. His voice trembled. Did we not agree to just a single kiss? Why do you not keep your word? Huo Qinye firmly grasped his wrist, lowering his head to place a kiss on the flushed bone of his wrist, his warm lips brushing against the pulsing vein. It is a kiss, not merely a peck. Tomorrow night, I will not see you. I wish to indulge in more kisses. Huo Qinye, if you wish to kiss, then do so. But must you utter such cheesy words? It feels so strange. What is strange about it? Huo Qinye's lips lingered near Lu Zhuo's ear. I see others in love express such sentiments. Perhaps it is I who spoke inappropriately. Not at all. It is entirely inappropriate. What is inappropriate? Teach me. You expect me to teach you everything? Aren't you a top student? Why can't you learn on your own? Lu Zhuo scolded him. Then I shall have to resort to self-study. The ambience in the room became increasingly intimate. Lu Zhuo, in a haze, thought that Huo Qinye truly needed no lessons in romantic expressions. He was inherently a troublemaker, and should he pursue further learning, who could withstand it? Warm, soft kisses fell upon his waist. Lu Zhuo gazed at Huo Qinye, whose white shirt had unknowingly come undone at the top 2 buttons, revealing a pale, restrained skin. Huo Qinye's Adam's apple bobbed. Good heavens, Lu Zhuo could think of nothing at all. The entire night passed. Huo Qinye looked down at Lu Zhuo, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, and couldn't he resist kissing him again, eliciting a dissatisfied murmur from the one in his arms. Huo Qinye glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock, indicating breakfast was no longer necessary. At that moment, he heard the sound of the door opening. Huo Qinye's lips brushed against his ear. Baby. The whisper was so soft that only he could hear. Your family has guests. Lu Zhuo felt utterly unmotivated to move, as if still ensconced in a dream, floating in a daze. Who is your baby? Until Lu Bao. Shinzijin's voice called from outside. Lu Zhuo elongated his response. It's 10 o'clock. Our Lu Xiao is becoming increasingly busy. Li Zhuxin's voice followed. Lu Zhuo snapped awake, a jolt propelling him from the bed. He dashed to the door, gripping the handle tightly as it was being turned, hastily locking it. Locking the door? Wen Yu's voice suddenly rose in pitch. What does this mean, Lu Xiao? Lu Zhuo, clad only in his shorts, pressed against the door, having forgotten that Wen Yu possessed the code to their home. Huo Qinye sat up, his gaze fixed upon Lu Zhuo's fair back, adorned with suggestive red marks. The black fabric clung to his curvaceous form, tautening slightly with each anxious movement of its owner, resembling a thief caught in the act. Lu Zhuo, what is the matter? Is there someone hidden in this room that you wish to keep from us? The noise was unbearable. I drove all night yesterday. Please refrain from bothering me. Hurry up. We'll be waiting for you outside. You go wait at Wen Yu's place. I'll be there shortly. Lu Zhuo's heart raced. Li Zhuxin plopped onto Lu Zhuo's sofa, declaring, No, we will wait here. How many times have we arranged this, and you never showed up? Lu Zhuo turned his head, and Huo Qinye took a sip of water from the bedside, casting a profound glance in his direction. Just as Huo Qinye was about to speak, Lu Zhuo dashed over and covered his mouth with a finger. Shh. The warmth of Huo Qinye's tongue unexpectedly grazed his palm. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo recoiled as if electrocuted, lowering his voice. Do not speak. Am I truly that disgraceful? Huo Qinye whispered. Last night, you said I was wonderful. When did I say that? You did. Huo Qinye stood to dress. Lu Zhuo grabbed his arm. Do not leave. They are outside. If they see you coming out of my room, it will be hard to explain. Haven't you been with many alphas and omegas? Will they truly be shocked? It's different. In what way? Am I not good enough for you? Is being with me something to be ashamed of? Huo Qinye replied. Lu Zhuo noticed Huo Qinye's obstinate demeanor. No. I just have a thin skin, all right? Aren't you supposed to have lunch with them? I suppose so. Lu Zhuo had already stood them up several times. Now, they had come looking for him. Understood. You go ahead. I will lock the door when I leave. Huo Qinye dressed and headed to the bathroom. Lu Zhuo followed, brushing his teeth alongside him. He noticed the suggestive red marks on his neck and realized he needed to change clothes. The room fell into a momentary silence. Lu Zhuo hastily washed his face, the cold droplets cascading down his chin. He dried his face and said, I will step out first. Message me when you're ready to leave. Huo Qinye replied, his gaze heavy upon him. Lu Zhuo felt a strange sensation within him. He was reluctant to leave Huo Qinye behind. As he hesitated, he approached the door. Wait, what is it? He turned around immediately. Should Huo Qinye insist on him staying, he would be left with no choice. Just then, Huo Qinye leaned in and kissed him. The cool mini flavor of toothpaste spread between their lips. The kiss was gentle, yet made Lu Zhuo's heart skip a beat. I cannot bear to let you go. That cannot happen. They're all waiting for me. Understood. Farewell. Boyfriend. Huo Qinye released him. I know you have many friends. Naturally, you will not think of me while having fun. Huo Qinye's fingertip lightly grazed the corner of his lips, but I will think of you. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. After a pause, he managed to utter, If you wish to think of me, then so be it. There is nothing I can do about it. Lu Zhuo strode out, pushing open the door, where three individuals turned to look at him. Oh, our Lu Xiao is truly busy. Li Zhuxin peered into the room. Thank you, dear ones, for the gifts that have propelled me onto the gift leaderboard. The rating for my newly released book has just begun, and it will surely rise in time. I am grateful for your unwavering support. Chapter 59. I miss you. Li Zhuxin's gaze fell upon an exceedingly ugly little monster nightlight perched on the bedside. In the next moment, Lu Zhuo firmly closed the door, exclaiming, You all are truly bothersome. You stayed up so late yesterday and still managed to rise early today. When you cast a glance at Lu Zhuo's neck, teasingly commenting, I see why you're lacking energy. You must have exerted quite a bit last night. Lu Zhuo absent-mindedly touched his neck, explaining, I was about to change clothes when I forgot after being kissed by Huo Qinye. What? You can have fun, but I can't? I'm leaving. Li Zhuxin expressed a hint of suspicion. When you interjected, that's not the case. He doesn't even allow me to stay overnight. How could he possibly hide someone? All right, I'm absolutely famished. Lu Zhuo urged them out, retrieving his shoes from the shoe cabinet, with Huo Qinye's shoes resting beside his. He glanced back at the closed bedroom door. What's wrong? When you leaned in, curiosity etched on his face. Who's in the bedroom? What do you mean? What's wrong? Lu Zhuo pushed him aside, insisting they leave swiftly. Li Zhuo invited them to a high-end restaurant, and the four of them settled at a table. Lu Zhuo checked the time. It was 11 o'clock. He sent Huo Qinye a message. I am outside now. The dialogue box indicated that the other party was typing, and soon a brief reply appeared. I'll head out shortly. Those succinct 3 words left Lu Zhuo feeling a weight in his chest. He flipped his phone face down on the table, absent-mindedly poking at the foie gras on his plate with a silver fork, its delicate fat seeping out. Yet he felt no appetite. Not to your liking? Li Zhuo pushed a glass of red wine towards him. Shall I get you a lamb chop instead? No need. I'll just nibble, he replied, when his knife and fork lightly clinked against his plate. Surely, it's not that you think we disturbed your sleep? Lu Zhuo found himself in a peculiar state of mind, pondering what Huo Qinye might be eating at that very moment. Indeed, I was in the midst of sweet dreams when you all aroused me. Since you're awake, let us go karaoke later. Many Omega schoolmates will be joining us. When you added with a grin, brimming with anticipation. I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll head back after eating, Lu Zhuo stated. That one tea do. Today, we simply cannot let you leave, Li Zhuo insisted. The group then launched into a lively party. Omega schoolmates danced fervently on the dance floor. Li Zhuo leaned closer to Lu Zhuo, suggesting, Is there anyone you fancy? Let him come over to keep you company. Lu Zhuo surveyed the crowd briefly, but found none who compared to Huo Qinye. Not interested. You enjoy yourself. How can an Omega be disinterested? Should I find you an Alpha to entertain you? Li Kushin scrutinisa a Lu Zhuo. If you have issues, seek help, Lu Zhuo retorted, kicking Li Zhuo aside. Go play and leave me be. At that moment, a message from Huo Qinye popped up on his phone. Boyfriend, I have arrived at the research institute. Li Zhuo glanced at Lu Zhuo, who was fixated on his phone, and couldn't help but peek at the screen. Who is this 550? A creditor. A creditor? Surely not. Who could you possibly owe money to? None of your business. Lu Zhuo chuckled as he tucked his phone into his pocket. As the night wore on, having spent much of this time with Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo began to feel drowsy around 10 o'clock. The cacophony of music was a source of discomfort for Li Quixin, causing a throbbing headache. He ascended the stairs alongside Lu Zhuo, inquiring, Is it possible for me to stay at your residence for the night? The party on the 4th floor was announced to me in advance. Lu Zhuo dismissed him curtly. No, seek out when you instead. Li Qixin raturta. When you has a bodyguard living with him, it would be far better for the two of us to share space. Absolutely not. With that, Lu Zhuo shut the door, effectively locking Li Quixin out, and then proceeded to change the password for the entrance. Li Quixin felt a pang of injustice. Lu Zhuo was being excessively callous. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuo surveyed the empty room before changing into slippers and heading for a shower. He noticed the slippers purchased by Huo Qinye from the supermarket, which were entirely incongruous with his own. In a fit of disdain, he discarded all of Huo Qinye's belongings into the trash, disliking the presence of others' possessions within his domain, particularly that hideous little monster nightlight. That was hardly a gift. If he were to present a gift, it would surely be something of the utmost quality. Once he had cleared Huo Qinye's items, Lu Zhuo reclined upon the bed, stretching out his limbs, relishing the spaciousness he had long been deprived of. It was about time. He buried his face into the pillow, lamenting the discomfort of sharing a bed with another alpha. With a decisive motion, he turned off the light. In that instant, darkness surged forth like a tide. Absent the eerie glow of the night light and the sound of another's breathing, only the faint hum of the air conditioning remained. This should have been his most familiar sleeping environment. As Lu Zhuo tossed and turned, he suddenly found the double bed to be excessively large. In the midst of his restless movements, his phone rang. With a sense of lethargy, he reached for the phone, glancing at the screen. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the caller. Slowly, he accepted the video call. What is it? I was about to fall asleep, and you woke me. Lu Zhuo's tone carried an undertone of reproach. My apologies for disturbing you. My boyfriend, came Huo Qinye's gentle voice from the other end, causing Lu Zhuo's ears to flush slightly. What do you need? Is there something on your mind? Despite the enveloping darkness, he could see Huo Qinye on his side of the call. Huo Qinye sat on his bed, Nothing in particular, just wanted to see you. What on earth, Huo Qinye? Are you out of your mind? Lu Zhuo tossed the phone aside, unwilling to gaze upon Huo Qinye's visage. Is it wrong to wish to see my boyfriend? Huo Qinye countered, not at all. I merely miss you. Ah, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, Huo Qinye, if you utter such word again, I shall strike you. He heard a soft chuckle from Huo Qinye's side and hastily ended the call, his heart racing in the darkness of the room. Sleep eluded him entirely, to the point where he nearly missed the opening ceremony. During the meeting, he managed to doze off briefly, only to awaken to the mischievous grins of Wenyu and the others, who departed before he could gather himself. An alpha clad in a white shirt stood before him, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Wenyu and Li Quixin had retreated a few meters away, wearing expressions of amusement as they observed the scene. May I trouble you for a few minutes? The junior asked, nervously tugging at the hem of his shirt. What is it? I have liked you for a long time. Lu Zhuo, still groggy from sleep, momentarily struggled to comprehend, responding instinctively. I see. Will you go out with me? Absolutely not. It was because the younger studentess' eyes were reddened. Am I an alpha? Of course. Lu Zhuo decisively stood up and strode towards Wenyu and the others by the door. Wenyu placed his hand on Lu Zhuo's shoulder, proclaiming, Our Lu Xiao is irresistibly charming. He deliberately raised his voice. Even the alpha junior is confessing. Nonsense. Lu Zhuo wrapped his arms around him. How could I possibly resemble a homosexual? If I were, you'd be the first. A wish fulfilled, when you grinned mischievously. Li Quixin also joined in. Lu Zhuo, I'm also capable. Chapter 60. A prearranged meeting. Lu Zhuo felt goosebumps rise as he walked toward Shen Zijin. You should act a bit more normally, Shen Zijin remarked. I've developed a liking for alphas now. You've fallen for that fraud, Lu Zhuo retorted. Shen Zijin shook his head. Lu Bao, you Haven T spent time with him. He is actually a great person. That evening, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of Li Quixin's home, the night was deepening. The group was gathered around a table, engaged in boisterous chatter over board games, when suddenly, Lu Zhuo's phone screen illuminated with a video call from Huo Qinye. He stood up to leave. Li Quixin blocked his path. It's only 10. Why are you leaving again? The creditor is calling. I must return to take the call. What? Li Quixin was speechless, watching Lu Zhuo walk away without looking back. What creditor? What debts do you owe? I can pay them for you. No one can truly pay it off for me. Upon returning home, Lu Zhuo leisurely took a shower and only answered Huo Qinye's second video call. He languidly sank into the sofa, the camera capturing just half of his face. What now? Does Chief Huo have so much free time every day? There is still time for a check-in. Lu Zhuo scoffed, flipping the camera to reveal the empty living room. Do you see clearly? It's just me. Good. Then come out the day after tomorrow for me. What? Just because you prearranged doesn't mean I'll be available, Lu Zhuo replied. Good night. Huo Qinye ended the call. Lu Zhuo got up, wearing his slippers, and entered his room. He gazed at his slippers, pondering, have I worn these too long? Perhaps it's time for a new pair. By Friday, Lu Zhuo's class was competing against another class in a basketball match. On the court, Lu Zhuo executed a swift spin to dodge his opponent. Swish! A three-pointer cleanly went through the net. The sidelines erupted with excitement as Omega's students embraced one another, squealing in delight. Lu Zhuo casually wiped the sweat dripping from his chin, his gaze meandering over the cheering crowd when it suddenly froze. Huo Qinye was lounging lazily against the railing of the stands, his white shirt's sleeves casually rolled up, revealing his defined, fair arms. Upon noticing Lu Zhuo's gaze, a smile graced his lips, his eyes radiating warmth that seemed to pierce through the cacophony of the court. With a momentary lapse in focus, Lu Zhuo nearly got hit in the chest by a pass from Li Quixin. What are you daydreaming about? Li Quixin inquired, following Lu Zhuo's line of sight. It's that Huo Qinye. Subsequently, Li Quixin observed that Lu Zhuo was energized, playing with fervor that surpassed his earlier performance. He effortlessly sank three-pointers, while the surrounding alphas and omegas erupted in cheers. The entire court reverberated with shouts of Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye stood observing Lu Zhuo on the court. The corner of his white short-sleeved shirt was lifted by the wind, revealing a taut waistline. At the moment he leaped to shoot, the sunlight accentuated his sculpted muscles, and the three-point shot traced a graceful arc, rendering him dazzlingly captivating. The victory was utterly without suspense. Li Zhuo was the first to rush over, wrapping an arm around Lu Zhuo's shoulders, exclaiming, "What a win! You were merciless. Leave some face for the other side." Lu Zhuo instinctively glanced around, noticing the railing was deserted. Was it an illusion? A deep voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Lu Zhuo turned abruptly, discovering Huo Qinye had quietly approached his side, holding a bottle of open water. "You arrived quite early." Lu Zhuo feigned nonchalance, shrugging as he accepted the water and tilted his head back to drink. His Adam's apple bobbed with each swallow, droplets cascading down his chin. Huo Qinye took the towel from Wen Yu's hands and gently placed it on Lu Zhuo's damp hair, his fingers rubbing through the fabric. "You played exceptionally well." Of course, Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, pride evident in his expression. "Did you not see all those Omegas cheering for me?" Indeed, Huo Qinye's gaze lingered on Lu Zhuo's flushed face, observing intently. "Your brother is quite considerate." Amidst the crowd, he was too excited to notice how naturally Huo Qinye had been drying his hair. By the time he felt embarrassed, Huo Qinye had already draped the towel over his shoulder. "Take a seat and rest," Wen Yu suggested while sipping water, with Gulin also attending to Lu Zhuo's hair. "Qinye, you are too kind. Why not dry my hair too?" Wen Yu teased with a smile. Lu Zhuo scoffed, "Sure, if you think Gulin is inadequate. Let him serve me. I've long wanted to poach him." Wen Yu raised an eyebrow, playfully stroking Gulin's chin. "Tonight, he will attend to our young Master Lu." Feeling overshadowed by Wen Yu's banter, Lu Zhuo sank into a seat, exhausted. An empty spot beside him was quickly occupied by Li Zhuo, who leaned his head against Lu Zhuo's shoulder. "Ah, I'm so tired. Let me lean on you." Huo Qinye's gaze shifted towards them, prompting Lu Zhuo to push Li Zhuo away. "Don't lean on me. It's suffocating." "What is the matter? Where's the heat? You used to let me lean on you. Why not now? When did I ever let you lean on me? Stop talking nonsense." Lu Zhuo stood up, unable to meet Huo Qinye's gaze. His throat felt parched, and he grabbed the water cup, gulping down a mouthful. Huo Qinye approached, hanging the towel from Lu Zhuo's shoulder on a nearby rack, his expression inscrutable. "Shall we head home?" Huo Qinye inquired. "Yes, I'm tired. Let us eat together." "Lu Zhuo, your brother is also our brother. No need to be formal." Li Zhuo called out loudly, raising an eyebrow at Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye chuckled, turning to Lu Zhuo. "What shall we do? Because of you, someone won't be my brother." Lu Zhuo shot a glance at Li Zhuo. "You have unrealistic expectations. Don't presume familiarity. Not everyone can be his brother." Li Zhuo interjected, while when you leaned in, "Brother Lu, are you in need of another younger brother? Get lost. I shall take my leave now, as my younger brother has arrived and requires my attention." "So, will Huo Qinye be staying here?" Wen Yu inquired with a smile. With a sudden crunch, Li Chu's water bottle was crushed in his grip. Wen Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, teasing, "What are you thinking? I wouldn't dare claim Huo Qinye as my brother. What makes him so special?" Li Chu was unconvinced. Wen Yu replied, "When did your judgment falter so? Even if Huo Qinye were willing, Lu Zhuo would never consent." Meanwhile, Lu Zhuo was about to discard the empty bottle when Huo Qinye interjected, "Don't waste it. There's still a sip left." Lu Zhuo shook the bottle, the sound of water faint. Huo Qinye took the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and naturally offered it to Lu Zhuo's lips, urging, "Finish it." "How troublesome. Having to manage you," Lu Zhuo said, lowering his head to drink the last sip. After sealing the cap, Huo Qinye turned towards the trash bin. Once he disposed of the water bottle, he glanced back at Wen Yu and said, "Yes, I'll be staying here. Do remember to visit." Entering the small dark room, significant revisions had been made, but it had yet to be released. It would be best to check for updates daily, otherwise some chapters might be altered unexpectedly. Chapter 61. "I want to chase Huo Qinye." Li Chu uttered a curse. Wen Yu chuckled, "Why such a strong reaction, brother? What is the nature of their relationship? Don't tell me you still can't see it. It's quite evident." "What? Speak up." Li Chu could no longer contain himself, questioning how he could be staying here, especially since Lu Zhuo had previously denied him residence. "It's not as if I could stay here myself," Wen Yu retorted. Li Chu's discomfort grew as he recalled the mark on his neck. When Lu Zhuo boarded Huo Qinye's car, he noticed the chocolate cake from their research institute that Huo Qinye had brought, perfectly chilled in an ice bag. Lu Zhuo opened it, exclaiming, You came all this way just to deliver cake? Not quite. I just fear my boyfriend would forget to show his face, Huo Qinye replied. Upon arriving at Lu Zhuo's community, Huo Qinye carried several items as they exited the vehicle. Why did you buy groceries again? Lu Zhuo asked. Last time, you didn't get to eat the meal I promised to cook. Whose fault is that? Huo Qinye smiled. As they ascended to the apartment, Lu Zhuo slowly entered the passcode, glancing at Huo Qinye, who appeared to be preoccupied. Once inside, Lu Zhuo opened the shoe cabinet, revealing 2 identical pairs of slippers. I told my mom you'd be visiting. She insisted on buying us matching ones. Huo Qinye retrieved a pair of slippers. They actually suit us quite well. Suit us? They're hideous. Lu Zhuo scoffed before heading off to shower. Huo Qinye ventured into the kitchen, opened a refrigerator, and found some purple and green grapes. He washed them and placed them in a fruit bowl. When Lu Zhuo emerged, Huo Qinye had prepared freshly squeezed orange juice, setting on the coffee table beside the bowl of grapes. He then sat down beside Lu Zhuo, saying, "These grapes were air freight from abroad by my mom. Be sure to try them later. If she asks, I wouldn't want her to think I consumed them all by myself." Lu Zhuo tossed him a game controller, and the television displayed the game they had previously played, Sweet Adventure. "I want to accompany you on a date. I'm utterly exhausted, so I'll just stay home and play games." As Huo Qinye picked up the controller, his phone suddenly vibrated. He approached the window to answer the call. "Where are you? What's the matter?" Huo Qinye's voice turned slightly somber. Lu Zhuo, sipping on juice, glanced at him and noticed the tension in his jawline, a hint of coldness in his brow. Sensing Huo Qinye's inclination to turn, Lu Zhuo quickly shifted his gaze. After a while, Huo Qinye ended the call and walked back in. "Don't tell me you still have unfinished business?" "No." Huo Qinye glanced at the game controller in his hand, guiding the character in the game to run beside Lu Zhuo, emitting heart-shaped bubbles. "There is nothing more important than spending time with my boyfriend." Lu Zhuo felt a warmth rise to his ears. "Don't be ridiculous." He pressed the buttons vigorously, warning that if he fell behind, he would surely be scolded. The two played for a while when Li Zhuo called. Lu Zhuo pressed the speakerphone button. "What's up? What do you need?" "Invite your brother over for dinner at my place." "Not going." "Isn't that a bit rude?" Huo Qinye's game character fell into a trap once again. "This is difficult," he murmured, a rare hint of frustration in his tone. Lu Zhuo shot him a glance, quickly dismissing Li Zhuo's call and silencing his phone, tossing it aside. He took Huo Qinye's controller, teasing, "Aren't you supposed to be a genius? Can't you handle such a simple game?" Lu Zhuo skillfully maneuvered his character to leap over the traps. "Did you have any hobbies besides studying when you were younger?" Huo Qinye's gaze shifted from a screen to Lu Zhuo's profile. "I had some." "Oh, like what?" Lu Zhuo inquired, focused on passing a challenging level without looking up. "Playing with you." Lu Zhuo seized his own controller, lifting Huo Qinye's character high above before tossing it into the water. "You're a liar. Trying to sweet-talk me now? I'm not so easily deceived. Go cook. If it's not delicious, there won't be a next time." Meanwhile, Li Zhuo, who had just been hung up on by Lu Zhuo, felt increasingly miserable. "Li Xiao, what's wrong? Who made you upset?" 2 Omegas accompanied Li Zhuo. "Yeah, Li Xiao. What's going on?" Li Zhuo stood up, sensing that something was amiss. Had he known Lu Zhuo favored alphas, he would have confessed his feelings earlier, preventing someone else from getting ahead of him. At that moment, one of his subordinates brought in Huo Qinye's background investigation. Li Zhuo casually flipped through it, raising an eyebrow. No wonder he is so familiar with Lu Zhuo. The resume on the paper was nothing short of dazzling. Huo Qinye's parents were ordinary doctors 20 years ago, but now one presides over a prominent hospital, while the other founded Ruijing Medical. Furthermore, the 3 families Lu, Lin, and Shun had all invested in Ruijing Medical and held shares in it. A medical prodigy? Li Zhuo tapped his fingers on the page, listing the patents. Such numerous research achievements can't come without a solid foundation. He glanced over at Wen Yu and Shun Zijin, who were chatting in the living room, and walked toward them. "Lu Zhuo isn't coming." Wen Yu smirked, showing no surprise. "I told you not to call. Is Huo Qinye truly more significant than the 3 of us? What makes him so remarkable? I heard they were rivals during their school days. Lu Zhuo should hold him in disdain. Is he angry merely because Huo Qinye is ignoring him?" Wen Yu remarked, "From my perspective, it seems Huo Qinye intends to return and appease Lu Zhuo. They appear much closer than before. Could Lu Zhuo's temper allow for forgiveness? When you chuckled mischievously, even if he doesn't wish to forgive, he will have to. Why is that? Li Quixin inquired with great curiosity, finding it hard to believe. Based on his understanding of Lu Zhuo, if someone disregarded him and then sought reconciliation, he would certainly not acknowledge that person. How could they possibly be affectionate again? This requires a lengthy explanation. I treated for a month. So don't keep me in suspense, Li Quixin declared boldly. Our Lu Zhuo, in a drunken stupor, ended up in bed with someone. He must take responsibility. Li Quixin paused, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Are you saying Lu Zhuo slept with Huo Qinye? Are you sure you haven't mistaken the details? When you replied, I initially thought the same, but later realized I was overthinking. When this incident first arose, Huo Qinye had both Lu Zhuo and me taken into custody. If it had been pursued legally, we might have faced 4 to 5 years. Fortunately, Lu Zhuo spoke on his behalf and admitted fault, which kept us out of trouble. Li Quixin laughed, his mood lifted considerably. I knew it. Lu Zhuo can tolerate him. Humph. What does Li Zhuo intend to do? You seem a bit off. Li Quixin nodded vigorously. I have a brilliant idea to rescue our Lu Zhuo from his plight. Oh, I shall sacrifice myself and pursue Huo Qinye. Chapter 62. No one dislikes Lu Zhuo when you and Shun Zijin looked at Li Quixin in confusion. What do you mean? Since it was initially our Lu Zhuo's fault. Fine, I shall make a sacrifice and flirt with Huo Qinye. When he falters, Lu Zhuo will have an excuse to bid him farewell. If I confess to Lu Zhuo at this time, should he err, Huo Qinye would undoubtedly be relentless. This is my thinking. My skills are certainly superior to Lu Zhuo's. Securing Huo Qinye should be effortless. Li Quixin confidently ran his fingers through his hair, as if Huo Qinye were already utterly captivated by him. When you couldn't help but applaud, clever, truly ingenious. Shun Zijin nodded. Who knew it could be played this way? Li Quixin's confidence soared. Lu Zhuo finished the steak and light vegetables prepared by Huo Qinye, leaving nothing behind. Chief Huo, your culinary skills are quite average. I can also fry a steak. What score would you give me? Lu Zhuo turned his face away, holding up 2 fingers. At most 2 points. Surprisingly, Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Not bad, there's improvement. His eyes sparkled with delight, as if those 2 points were an impressive score. Umph, Lu Zhuo huffed lightly, turning to nestle into the sofa. The sounds of the game echoed in the living room, yet he could still hear the water running in the kitchen behind him. Unable to resist, Lu Zhuo glanced back once more. Huo Qinye stood before the sink, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. Droplets of water cascading down his wrist. Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo called, tilting his head and deliberately elongating his tone. What score do others give you? Huo Qinye turned off the faucet and dried his hands, responding, I'm not sure. He glanced at Lu Zhuo, a faint smile gracing his lips. I've never cooked for anyone before, so my high score so far is 2. Indeed, Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Your culinary skills are so lacking that I would only grant you 2 points out of pity for your efforts. After tidying up the kitchen, Huo Qinye prepared to take a shower. As he stepped into the bedroom, his pace faltered slightly. The monstrous night light that once adorned the bedside table was gone, replaced by an exquisitely crafted forest-themed lamp in deep green, topped with an adorable cartoon dachshund, its lampshade embossed with a gold logo from a certain brand. Huo Qinye surmised it must have cost a pretty penny. Seeing Huo Qinye linger at the doorway, Lu Zhuo explained, the previous lamp was too ugly and clashed with the decor of my home, so I had my mother buy a new one. Thank you, my boyfriend, Huo Qinye replied. Not my purchase, but my mother's. Don't get ahead of yourself. Once you move out, I will dispose of it. Don't throw it away, even if you don't want it. Keep it for me. Upon entering, Huo Qinye noticed the new sleepwear Lu Zhuo had bought for him, softening his heart further. He thought to himself, no one could possibly dislike Lu Zhuo. That night, as the lights dimmed, Huo Qinye gently embraced Lu Zhuo and peacefully drifted into slumber. Lu Zhuo listened to the rhythmic sound of Huo Qinye's breathing, unable to resist glancing at him, realizing how exhausted he truly was from driving. He reluctantly decided to hold him for a moment. At that moment, Huo Qinye's phone lit up. Lu Zhuo reached for it, unlocking the screen. He felt entitled to check in on him. You must return tomorrow. Lu Zhuo scrutinized the unlisted number. The tone of the message was irksome. Who spoke to Huo Qinye in such a manner? Not coming back, too busy. Given that Huo Qinye was here, it was evident he had no desire to engage with this individual. When the caller attempted to reach him, Lu Zhuo promptly hung up. Then, a photograph was sent from the other end. Just as Lu Zhuo was about to open it, Huo Qinye placed his hand over the phone, obstructing his view. Why aren't you sleeping? He inquired. Your phone disturbed me. Huo Qinye took the phone back and powered it off. This is better. Someone called you, Lu Zhuo remarked. It's inconsequential. Lu Zhuo sensed urgency from the caller. I just replied to their message. I saw it. Thank you, my boyfriend. Now let us sleep. I'm quite exhausted. Huo Qinye's voice was laced with fatigue. Lu Zhuo had intended to ask more, to uncover what sort of photo had been sent. But upon hearing Huo Qinye's weariness, he refrained. The following morning, around 10, Li Zhuo and others rang the doorbell. Lu Zhuo awoke with a frown. Noticing that Huo Qinye remained deeply asleep, his arm securely wrapped around Lu Zhuo's waist, his forehead resting against his shoulder, breathing steady and warm. Huo Qinye's lips were a pale hue, imbued with an unguarded softness. Lu Zhuo instinctively placed his hand upon Huo Qinye's ear, observing him in silence for a moment. Just as he was lost in thought, Huo Qinye's eyelashes fluttered. Lu Zhuo hurriedly attempted to withdraw his hand, only to be grasped firmly. Huo Qinye pressed his fingertip back against the skin behind his ear, whispering, I like it. His voice, low and husky, blended with the languor of morning, brushing against the heart like a feather. The doorbell rang from outside, its sound growing distant. Upon regaining his composure, Lu Zhuo forcefully withdrew his hand, stating, Don't do strange things with someone else's hand. It's time to get up. Huo Qinye watched as Lu Zhuo gathered a pillow and a blanket, making his way out. Once dressed, Huo Qinye leaned against the doorframe, observing Lu Zhuo bustle about. Lu Zhuo tossed the fluffy blanket and pillow onto the sofa, then, to enhance his credibility, lay down and rolled around a few times, leaving evident imprints in the fabric. What are you looking at? Lu Zhuo retorted, You slept here last night. Huo Qinye played along. Indeed, I absolutely did not hold you while sleeping. Lu Zhuo huffed, slowly opening the door. What brings you here? Li Zhuo, and when you entered. Where's Shen Zijin? Lu Zhuo inquired. When you replied, he's about to enter a sensitive period, so his family took him back. Li Zhuo glanced around and noticed the signs of someone having slept on the sofa. Lu Zhuo, you let your brother sleep on the sofa? That's rather excessive, he remarked, shaking his head. He doesn't like sleeping in beds. Well, the sofa outside is quite comfortable, Huo Qinye added. That simply won't do. Huo isn't just a brother. From now on, I'll call you Qinye. Lu Zhuo, this is rather inconsiderate of you to make him sleep on the sofa. Li Zhuo approached Huo Qinye. My place is spacious. I'll give you the best room. No need to squeeze onto the sofa. That's all right, Huo Qinye replied, noting Li Zhuo's unusual enthusiasm today. How can it be all right? With your long legs, sleeping on such a short sofa cannot be comfortable. Li Zhuo chuckled, helping Huo Qinye fold the blanket. Lu Zhuo glared at Li Zhuo. Why are you so concerned about his comfort? Just a casual concern, Li Zhuo smiled. By the way, Qinye, I'm Li Zhuo, a university classmate of theirs. I didn't get to greet you properly last time. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Chapter 63. The Sea King Lu Zhuo squinted, his gaze sweeping over Li Zhuo's attire for the day. The pink t-shirt had a slightly low neckline, revealing his collarbone, while the sleeves were slightly rolled up, and the light-colored jeans clung to his long legs. His hair was evidently meticulously styled, with the ends gently curled. The scent of his cologne lingered in the air, a fragrance he donned whenever he sought to allure an omega. This aroma wafted towards Huo Qinye as Li Zhuo leaned in slightly. Lu Zhuo remarked, while Huo Qinye's lips curled into a polite smile, Hello, Huo Qinye. His voice was deep and gentle. Lu Zhuo rolled his eyes in response. Li Zhuo insisted on inviting them for a day of sea fishing on his yacht. The yacht sliced through the azure sea as they sat chatting and sipping drinks. Li Zhuo held 2 glasses of champagne, intentionally leaving 3 buttons of his shirt undone, allowing the sea breeze to reveal glimpses of youthful exuberance. Qinye, would you care to try this? He inquired. I'm afraid I don't drink, Huo Qinye politely declined. Just one drink. It's a rare occasion for us to gather. Observing Huo Qinye's evident aversion to alcohol, Li Zhuo refrained from pressing him further. Lu Zhuo, intending to offer Huo Qinye a fruit juice instead, was interrupted when Lu Zhuo snapped his fingers, summoning a servant who soon arrived with several glasses of freshly squeezed juice, mango sorbet juice, Sunny King grape juice, and blood orange juice, all made from air-freighted fruits. Choose freely. And if it doesn't suit your palate, we can easily swap it out. Orange juice, please. No need to be so formal. Lu Zhuo smiled brightly from across the table. When you, finding the scene entertaining, thought it a welcome distraction from his recent boredom. Li, you're unusually courteous today. Lu Zhuo remarked, eyeing him. After all, he is your younger brother. We must extend our hospitality. The gentle waves lapped against the yacht, producing a rhythmic sound. Lu Zhuo often joined them for sea fishing during his leisure time, but this was his first outing with Huo Qinye. He aimed to impress Huo Qinye. Have you never fished before? Allow me to demonstrate. Sure, Huo Qinye responded with interest. Lu Zhuo positioned himself half a step behind Huo Qinye. Just watching is not enough. Come, you should give it a try. I'm not very skilled at fishing, Huo Qinye admitted. No worries. I'll teach you how to cast a line. Lu Zhuo handed Huo Qinye a custom fishing rod. Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye's clumsy movements, his gaze shifting away to Lu Zhuo's fishing rod. My hut, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, annoyed, as his fishing hat was swept away by the wind. Huo Qinye turned to see the green fishing hat blown to the ground. He approached, picked it up, brushed off the dust, and helped Lu Zhuo put it back on his head. You should just sit back and relax, Lu Zhuo suggested. Lu Zhuo smacked his lips. Lu Zhuo, I'm not chastising you, but you shouldn't command your brother so. If your hat falls, just pick it up yourself. Now that we're here, you can't let Qinye just watch you fish. Come on, Qinye, let me teach you. Lu Zhuo pulled Huo Qinye closer, thrusting the fishing rod into his arms. No need, Huo Qinye protested. Now that we're here, merely watching Lu Zhuo fish would be dull. Come on, Qinye. It's quite simple. Your wrist should exert this motion. His fingertips lightly tapped the inner side of Huo Qinye's wrist. Don't apply too much force. Let the line cast naturally. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened. Huo Qinye, I need water. Go pour a glass for Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo called to the waiter. Raising an eyebrow, don't be shy. I have plenty of attendants on board. Huo Qinye gazed out at the sea, his eyelashes casting a small shadow in the sunlight as he attempted to cast the rod. The line arced gracefully through the air. Well done. Lu Zhuo praised with a smile. It's quite simple. Isn't it? You cast so far on your first try. You have a natural talent. The next sea fishing champion could very well be you. Just 2 meters away, Lu Zhuo's fishing rod suddenly plunged downward. He pulled the line with force, and a silver base was yanked out of the water, its tail splashing violently. Lu Zhuo swiftly removed the hook, while Li Quixin, who usually cheered for him, had already become engrossed with Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye was oblivious to him. Look, the bobber is moving. There's a fish on the line. His hand rested on Huo Qinye's fishing rod, feeling the tension, and he gently reeled in. Lu Zhuo tossed the newly caught fish into the bucket with a resounding thud. Huo Qinye turned his head, impressed. You caught one so quickly. That's impressive. Even amidst his busy schedule, he still managed to compliment me. You truly have it hard. I can't compete with the Sea King by your side. He reattached the bait with considerable force, the hook glinting coldly in the sunlight. Li Qixin, why isn't your Omega with you today? Li Quixin replied, I don't need an Omega to accompany me. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Qinye, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water. Li Quixin signaled for juice to be brought to Huo Qinye. Thank you. No need to be so polite. I can accompany you in whatever you wish to do. Li Quixin raised an eyebrow. Oh, you can accompany me in anything. Huh? Lu Zhuo imitata a Li Qixin stuna. No. Lu Zhuo, what do you mean by that? If I accompany your brother, you wouldn't be pleased? Don't worry. I'll take care of your brother. I promise to make him happy. Li Quixin raised his brows, exuding confidence. All right, you two enjoy yourselves. Lu Zhuo set down the fishing rod and went to drink with Wen Yu. TCH. Lu Zhuo plopped down onto the sofa. Wen Yu observed the flustered Lu Zhuo as he returned. Lu Zhuo, has your enthusiasm for fishing waned? They're just being affectionate. What affection? Isn't it just normal fishing? With Qinye here, I can't just let him watch you have fun. He'll get bored. When he took a sip of his drink. Also, don't blame me for not warning you. You're acting quite strangely. What is strange about me? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting to the two individuals in the distance. You seem rather jealous. When you stated slowly, how could that be? Who is jealous? You're acting just like you did when you were a child. Whenever someone played with Huo Qinye, you'd be displeased. I'm not upset because Huo Qinye is here. It's because Li Quixin isn't fishing with me. At that moment, Li Quixin was over there cheering for Huo Qinye. Qinye, who would have thought you were a scholar, so adept at everything. Today's catch depends on you. When there were no fish caught, Li Quixin helped him rebait the hook, encouraging him to continue fishing. It's those fish that don't understand. Your emotional value is fully replenished. When you remarked quietly, don't you think our Li Xiao resembles the little you, who used to follow Huo Qinye around, thinking he could do no wrong? Huo Qinye must enjoy playing with someone so straightforward. Li Quixin is nothing like me. I never babbled around Huo Qinye like he does. When you couldn't be bothered to argue, Lu Zhuo was far more intense in his childhood than Li Quixin was now. If you weren't an alpha, I'd suspect you wanted to marry Huo Qinye since childhood. What do you mean I've wanted to marry Huo Qinye since childhood? It was Huo Qinye who couldn't be without me. He insisted on being my friend. Oh, you previously mentioned that he has never been in a relationship. For a suave individual like Li Zhuo, winning over Huo Qinye would be a matter of mere moments. Perhaps Huo Qinye would cease to linger around you, and you could liberate yourself in advance. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the other end of the deck. Huo Qinye was attentively listening to Li Zhuo, a gentle smile gracing his lips, the sea breeze lifting the hem of his shirt, appearing to engage in delightful conversation. Lu Zhuo felt a twinge of displeasure. Huo Qinye had a look that suggested he was easily deceived. Rather than being fooled by others, it would be preferable for him to be deceived by Lu Zhuo himself. The realization dawned upon Lu Zhuo, who wishes for an early conclusion. I have yet to toy with his emotions. I aim to make him dependent on me, only to cast him aside later, allowing him to experience the sting of unrequited devotion. Lu Zhuo stood up. When you enlightened, inquire, so what will you do? Be kind to him, just as I did before, Lu Zhuo replied earnestly. I want him to confess his feelings for me. Lu Zhuo clenched his fist, and then, I shall shatter his heart. When you felt a bit out of sync with his friend's fervor, just don't be the one left sobbing in the end. Don't blame me if I mock you then. Impossible. Just wait until I delete the photos, Lu Zhuo retorted. All right, let's make a bet. When you said with a raised eyebrow and a smile, Lu Zhuo gathered his composure, adjusted his attire, and descended. Huo Qinye had already caught 3 fish. Lu Zhuo approached him. How is it going? Only 3? No big fish? It's all right. I'm here to teach him. He is doing quite well for a first attempt. Li Zhuo remarked. Lu Zhuo cast a glance at the obsequious Li Zhuo. When he was calling for you, Li Zhuo raised an eyebrow. What is it? He didn't say, just that you should go up and chat. After Li Zhuo departed, Lu Zhuo propped his elbow on the railing beside Huo Qinye, leaning slightly, their shadows intertwining on the deck. Are you having fun? He asked, his voice mingling with the sound of the waves. Huo Qinye's lips curved upward slightly, yes. His gaze drifted to the horizon where the sea met the sky, his eyelashes gently swayed by the sea breeze. It's not just because of the ocean, he continued, but also because of the person standing beside me. Thank you, my boyfriend, for taking me out. I'm really happy. It's not me who accompanied you. It's Li Zhuo who diligently taught you to fish. To be honest, Li Zhuo embodies the alpha type you adore, straightforward and charming. Lu Zhuo felt a surge of annoyance. Still happy? Ha! You didn't even spend time with me. No, that's not it. I saw you laughing with him. Did I interrupt your moment? Was I an unwelcome arrival? Not at all. Huo Qinye replied. He is your friend. So, you're trying to charm my friend? Lu Zhuo pondered the image of the two together, a fire igniting within him. He had intended to have a sincere conversation, yet his words twisted unexpectedly. Huo Qinye's gaze fell upon him. Lu Zhuo recognized that his words had crossed a line. Huo Qinye set down his fishing rod. No, he is your friend. I've heard people say that if one does not get along with their boyfriend's close friends, it can easily lead to a breakup. Lu Zhuo was taken aback. I yearn to spend time with my boyfriend, yet I fear that getting too close might provoke his ire, compelling me to maintain a distance in public. As Huo Qinye gazed at Lu Zhuo, he reflected on being merely the sofa-sleeping younger brother. After a few exchanges, Lu Zhuo felt as though he were the one in the wrong. Yes, I understand that your friends hold great significance for you. I know I cannot compare to them. Sooner or later, you will part ways with me, but please do not misunderstand my intentions, all right? That was not what I meant. It's all right. I want to mention our relationship to Li Zhuo. You need not worry about me inadvertently revealing it in front of them. I'm not concerned about that. Fine. I misspoke earlier. I apologize. Lu Zhuo huffed. I am not angry. Huo Qinye smiled. Could you teach me how to fish? It seems rather enjoyable. All right then. Everything you do seems intriguing. I am curious about your usual activities. His voice mingled with the sound of the waves. I wish to try everything you enjoy. As the sea breeze gently caressed them, Lu Zhuo suddenly felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. How absurd. He was the one attempting to flirt with Huo Qinye, yet he found himself flustered. Why was his heart racing so? He deliberately lifted his chin, sporting a roguish smile. Before being with you? He casually twirled the fishing rod in his hand. Typically, we take an omega out to sea, share some tender moments when the mood strikes, and indulge in merriment. Would you like to try? Lu Zhuo's voice took on an ambiguous lilt, eager to see Huo Qinye's reaction. Suddenly, the fishing rod plunged violently, and the reel screamed as it released the line furiously. It's a big one. Don't pull too hard. Lu Zhuo pressed his palm against Huo Qinye's hand, applying a gentle force to help him control the line. It's a tuna, Lu Zhuo exclaimed. We must tire it out. The surface of the sea erupted into a cascade of silver waves as the bluefin tuna broke through the water, sunlight glinting off its sleek body with a chilling metallic sheen. The fish's tail thrashed violently against the water's surface, splashing salt water onto both of them. Lu Zhuo was oblivious to the drenching exhilaration coursing through him. Look at this. Had I not protected you earlier, you might have been dragged into the water as a novice. Huo Qinye smiled at him. Indeed. Lu Zhuo shook his wet hair, droplets glistening as they ran down his brow. I'll go change clothes. He kicked the fish's thrashing tail on the deck. I'll leave this to you. Huo Qinye followed Lu Zhuo below deck, the narrow corridor echoing with their footsteps in unison. You truly are fortunate. On your first fishing trip, you've caught such a magnificent specimen. We can enjoy sashimi tonight, Lu Zhuo said with a smile. Huo Qinye reached out, his fingertips brushing against the damp water behind Lu Zhuo's ear. Are you feeling good now? Chapter 65. I desire what they have, of course I feel great. We seldom catch fish of this size when we go out to sea. Huo Qinye, you are remarkably lucky, Lu Zhuo replied, glancing back. At that moment, Huo Qinye reached out and touched his fingertip. What are you doing? You said you were in a good mood. Huo Qinye repeated. Yes, what's wrong? Is it not allowed for someone to be in a good mood? Then why don't you kiss me? Lu Zhuo blinked, feeling the damp fabric clinging to his back. You're dirty and smell of fish. Understood, Huo Qinye replied with a slight smile. As long as you know, don't keep asking for this and that. You're not a cute omega. The instant the bathroom door lock clicked, Lu Zhuo was captured by Huo Qinye's kiss, infused with the salty scent of seawater. The shower head, having been accidentally knocked open, poured warm water over them, drenching both completely. Lu Zhuo gasped for breath, turning his head slightly, only to be kissed again. Huo Qinye's eyelashes brushed against Lu Zhuo's heated eyelids. Just because you're not a cute omega doesn't mean I can't kiss and cuddle you when you're in a good mood. It's unfair, he lamented. Water droplets cascaded from Huo Qinye's eyelashes, and Lu Zhuo hazily imagined them as pearls from a mermaid's tail. He was startled by his own fanciful thoughts, only to be gently kissed on the Adam's apple. Huo Qinye's tongue caressed the protruding cartilage. I want that too. Li Quixin and when you instructed the crew and chef to prepare the fish. Huo Qinye is incredibly lucky. Did you see? He was having a delightful chat with me. When you laughed, that means you're quite impressive. Of course, perhaps tonight I'll. Li Quixin raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. As they conversed, they went to shower and change clothes, coincidentally meeting Lu Zhuo, who had just finished showering. Lu Zhuo was lowering his head to dry his hair. We should go shower too. Uh-huh. Lu Zhuo mumbled in agreement, striding away. He was parched, his lips swollen from kissing. Unconsciously, Lu Zhuo placed a hand over his mouth. Huo Qinye rarely asked for anything. Was he feeling jealous over those omegas? The corners of Lu Zhuo's mouth involuntarily lifted. It seemed he didn't need to make a move. Huo Qinye already had feelings for him. On the yacht's terrace sofa, Lu Zhuo lounged lazily. allowing the sea breeze to tousle his half-dry hair. He squinted at the sinking sun in the distance, his fingertips absent-mindedly stroking his phone. Suddenly, the screen lit up with an unknown number. Lu Zhuo furrowed his brows and did not answer. But moments later, the same number flashed again. He stared at the digits, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had seen it on Huo Qinye's caller ID. Hello? He pressed the answer button. Xiao Zhuo, it's me, Aunt Lin. A gentle voice came from the other end. Aunt Lin? His voice unconsciously grew tense. Is there something you need? Nothing serious. Just wanted to ask how you've been lately. Come by my place when you have time. All right, I'll visit when I can. Lu Zhuo tapped his fingertips on his knee. A brief silence fell on the line. Aunt Lin asked, Is Qinye with you now? Lu Zhuo's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Huo Qinye, who was slowly approaching. What? What did you say, Annie? The signal here is poor. I asked if Qinye is with you. My friends and I were frolicking on the sea when Lin Muyin abruptly ended her call. Huo Qinye settled beside Lu Zhuo, who sipped on some chilled grape juice. Your mother just called me, inquiring if you were here, he remarked. What did you say? What could I possibly say? My friends and I hardly concern ourselves with you. Their hands rested casually on the sofa, and Huo Qinye's fingers grazed Lu Zhuo's fingertips. He responded softly, his voice lighter than the sea breeze. If you dare to go on blind dates with an omega behind my back, you must delete all the photos. Otherwise, it will be farewell for us. Huo Qinye tilted his head back. What if you go on a blind date? I will go on a normal blind date. How domineering. I refuse to consent. If I find out you're getting cozy with an omega, what then? Lu Zhuo crossed his arms defiantly. You won't delete the photos? Childish trickery, Huo Qinye retorted, playfully touching his ear, noticing the earrings he gifted were still adorning him. I won tea, Lu Zhuo chuckled. I will recreate every moment captured in those photos. Lu Zhuo stiffened. Huo Qinye, dare you? Go ahead and try. Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow, smirking. Li Quixin arrived gracefully, resembling a peacock in full display, his floral silk shirt shimmering extravagantly under the sunset. His meticulously styled hair danced lightly in the sea breeze. He squeezed in beside Huo Qinye, his thigh nearly brushing against his knee. Qinye, he drawled, the final syllable lingering. Today is all thanks to you. Lu Zhuo chuckled. Li Quixin, who are you trying to impress dressed like a tropical fish? Do you not understand the freedom of aesthetics? Li Quixin winked at Huo Qinye. Do you also find it too flamboyant? Both turned their gaze towards Huo Qinye. As long as you like it, he replied nonchalantly. At the dining table, Li Quixin pushed a vegetable salad toward them. Try this. I know you researchers are particular about health. Huo Qinye took a bite. Li Qixin, what exactly are you up to? Just say what you need. Why are you being so attentive to him? Lu Zhuo scrutinized him. Li Quixin blinked innocently. Am I not caring for your brother? Besides, Qinye seems like a person of great depth. Huo Qinye chuckled, while Lu Zhuo's expression darkened as he served Huo Qinye some fish. Indeed, very profound. Qinye, have you found a girlfriend? Li Quixin asked deliberately, what do you like? Our Lu Xiao has a preference for cute omegas with ample bosoms and slender waists. Li Quixin, are you out of your mind? Lu Zhuo glared, what are you saying? Huo Qinye's gaze lightly fell on Lu Zhuo. Is that so? Indeed, Li Quixin blinked, who ordered 3 omegas at last year's birthday bash. Those lovely creatures could barely walk afterward, praising Lu Xiao's prowess as they exited. Wu Yu, what a spectacle, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, his eyes wide, perplexed by Li Quixin's antics. Don't speak nonsense. Li Quixin waved his wine glass like a delicate butterfly. Oh, your brother won't spill any secrets. We are all family now. It is well known that Lu Xiao enjoys a playful lifestyle, unlike my own straightforward demeanor. Lu Zhuo was directly amused to the point of laughter, his knuckles cracking as he exclaimed, Li Zhuxin, why on earth are you bringing him down like this? Qinye, what is your preference? Li Zhuxin inquired. A sudden hush fell over the dining table. Huo Qinye turned his gaze towards Lu Zhuo, his lips parting slightly as he replied, I enjoy someone who knows how to have fun. Chapter 66. Shen Zijin, you are so well behaved. Several pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed upon Lu Zhuo, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. Why are you looking at me? If you keep babbling nonsense, Li Zhuxin, I might just hit you. Li Zhuxin felt perplexed, wondering how the conversation shifted from Huo Qinye's words to a threat aimed at him. Meanwhile, Shen Zijin was on his way home, seated in a car. Uncle Wang, just stop here. he said, tapping the driver's seat. He exited the vehicle, glancing towards a flower shop in the distance. The driver rolled down the window. "Young master, your father mentioned. Uncle Wang, after I finish my business, I will call you," Shen Zijin interrupted. The flower shop's wind chimes jingled melodiously. As Shen Zijin leaned down, the hood of his sweatshirt slipped from his shoulders, revealing his slightly curled hair. His gaze wandered amidst the vibrant blossoms, ultimately resting on a bouquet of pink tulips, which he instructed to be wrapped. He then made his way to the vicinity of Li Chen's home, standing at the alley's entrance with the pink tulips in his arms. Reminiscent of the times he had waited for Li Chen here before. Sister-in-law? A buzz-cut individual spotted Shen Zijin from afar, immediately recognizing him as the affluent boyfriend of their leader. "Xiao Ding," Shen Zijin replied, scrutinizing him carefully. "Yes, it's me. Our Chengge has gone to collect debts and won't be back for a while." "That's all right. I'll wait for him here." Xiao Ding hesitated. "How about you call Chengge?" "No need." Shen Zijin shook his head. "I wish to surprise him." Xiao Ding couldn't help but think that college students were indeed romantic. He waited until 9 in the evening. Li Chen arrived clad in a snug black t-shirt and green cargo pants, flanked by his subordinates wielding baseball bats. "Li Chen," Shen Zijin called out joyfully. "Isn't that sister-in-law?" Li Chen extinguished the cigarette in his hand. "You all head back first." The subordinates dispersed. Shen Zijin approached with a confident stride. "These are for you, Li Chen." Li Chen glanced at the flowers Shen Zijin held, accepting them with one hand. "Thanks. How long have you been waiting?" "Not long, just arrived." Shen Zijin noticed blood smeared on Li Chen's hand. "You're hurt." "Just someone else's blood," Li Chen replied nonchalantly. "What brings you here?" "Nothing in particular, just wanted to see you." Li Chen scrutinized Shen Zijin. "You've seen me, what now?" "Well, good night. Rest early and don't overexert yourself. If you run low on money, I can transfer you more." Li Chen stared at Shen Zijin, baffled. Was he genuinely foolish or merely pretending? What did he seek? Was it truly Li Chen himself? Xiao Ding had texted him, stating he had been standing there since 6. For 3 hours, just to deliver flowers. "Since you're here, let me treat you to a meal." "All right," Shen Zijin replied, his spirits lifting as he followed Li Chen. They conversed about various happenings at school, yet it seemed Li Chen was not particularly interested. Shen Zijin stood at the entrance of Li Chen's modest 40-square-meter abode, his white sneakers starkly contrasting against the aged wooden floor. Li Chen placed the pink tulips on the dining table, deftly shedding his blood-stained shirt and tossing it into the washing machine. His sun-kissed back bore numerous scars. Finding a place to sit, Li Chen entered the bathroom, and shortly after, the sound of rushing water echoed through the air. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged, his black tank top clinging to his still damp body, droplets cascading down his neck and pooling at the collar. He opened a refrigerator and retrieved 2 cans of chilled beer, tossing one to Shen Zijin, who fumbled to catch it, the cold aluminum can immediately beating with condensation, dampening his palm. Li Chen deftly popped the tab with one hand and tilted his head back, taking a generous swig. Shen Zijin had just seen the social media post from when you and the others. He spoke up. "They went sea fishing today. Do you like that? Should we go together next time?" "No. Qinye is going too." "Hey, fool," Li Chen called out. "What on earth are you thinking? Didn't you hear what your friend said?" "I heard." Shen Zijin gazed at the beer in his hand. "It's nothing. I just hope you're happy." Li Chen paused momentarily, then approached Shen Zijin, scrutinizing him for a moment. He reached out and ruffled his hair. "You must be a fool. You're far too obedient. After all this time together, I've noticed you have no demands of me. How can you be so submissive, so naive? You remind me of my younger brother. Considering you brought me flowers and are so compliant, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm not infatuated with Huo Qinye. He helped me when we were younger." Li Chen confessed, wanting to prevent Shen Zijin from being manipulated. "He helped you? In what way?" Shen Zijin inquired, curiosity piqued. "That's a secret. But just tell your friends not to bully him. Lu Bao wouldn't bully him. If he does, I'll beat him up." "Don't hit him. Hit me instead," Shen Zijin replied, gazing at Li Chen. Li Chen playfully punched his forehead. "Fine, I'll hit you." After finishing his beer, "You want to boil some noodles?" Shen Zijin followed, watching Li Chen prepare the meal, which looked quite appetizing. Li Chen picked up an egg and playfully tapped it against Shen Zijin's head before dropping the liquid into the pot. "Stop looking for conversation." Li Chen took another egg, and Shun Zijin leaned in closer. Li Chen fixed his gaze on him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Xiao Chungu, is my head impressive? I can help you now. Li Chen snapped back to reality, his focus on Shun Zijin's face. With a playful yet firm motion, he cracked the egg against Shun Zijin's forehead. When Shun Zijin finally left Li Chun's home, he was elated. Li Chun had accepted his flowers, cooked him noodles, and even ruffled his hair. Shun Zijin called Uncle Wang, intending to have him wait at the corner for him. Uncle Wang, I'm here, just then. His phone was roughly snatched away as 4 individuals closed in. Wealthy young ruffians. A man with dyed blonde hair toyed with his phone. How about transferring $1 million to have some fun with the boys? Shun Zijin looked at the 4 men, resolute that his money could not be given to anyone else. It was solely for Li Chun. No, please return my phone. I want to go home. Go home. Without money, you still wish to return? Transfer $1 million. Or today you want to leave empty-handed. At that moment, Shun Zijin's phone rang. It was a call from Uncle Wang. Those individuals pressed the call button. Shun Zijin reached into his pocket to take a pill, but in the next instant, another person snatched it away from him. If you don't transfer the money, we'll strip you bare and sell your photos to the tabloids. Shun Zijin watched as his pill was crushed beneath a boot. I'm quite happy today, he murmured softly, almost to himself. Indeed, you are happy. Why not allow us a taste of joy as well? I heard you fancy Li Chun. Are you engaging in a homosexual relationship? Is it you who pursues him, or he who pursues you? They expressed disbelief that Li Chun had such tastes. Considering his haughty demeanor, perhaps he had already been taken advantage of by their boss. In Chapter 67, he would not be fond of it. Indeed, when he was younger, his brother had been ill and had sought help from various sources. Perhaps he had been kept by someone back then. The 4 hooligans laughed lewdly. Shun Zijin raised his gaze to them. What are you looking at? Hurry up. The streetlights flickered around them, and the air was thick with pheromones. As if all the oxygen had been siphoned from the alley, the expressions of the 4 ruffians frozen on their faces. Was he not just a foolish rich kid? How could he still be an S-class alpha? When Uncle Wang arrived with bodyguards, he found Shun Zijin standing quietly in the pool of blood, his slender fingers dripping crimson. Young master? Uncle Wang's voice trembled. The alley was suffused with a metallic scent of blood. 3 thugs lay crumpled on the ground like rags, while the only conscious one crawled on the ground, dragging a serpentine trail of blood. His right arm was twisted, the bone protruding from his elbow glimmering ominously under the streetlight. Shun Zijin stepped on the nearly severed wound, applying slow pressure. The thug's scream caught in his throat, transforming into a broken whimper, blood staining Shun Zijin's white shoes. If I misbehave, Xiao Chen will not like me. A hint of distress crossed his face. The thug's teeth clattered against the ground, splattering blood. Could an apology lead to forgiveness? Certainly not. Uncle Wang paused at the alley's entrance. In the shadows, the bodyguards silently sealed off the exit. Young master, Uncle Wang hurriedly attempted to wipe the blood from Shun Zijin's hands with a wet tissue. No need to clean it. It's all stained now. Young master, let us handle this. You should return home. I will not be returning today. When Shun Zijin raised his gaze, the ferocity in his eyes had not yet faded, yet his lips curled into a compliant smile. Uncle Wang nervously swallowed hard. Young master, your sensitive period is not suitable for being out here. Shun Zijin glanced back at the bodyguard who was preparing to discreetly administer a tranquilizer. The bodyguard took a step back in fright. The wristband. Shun Zijin extended his hand, and Uncle Wang quickly slipped it on for him. Tell grandfather that I shall return on my own in a couple of days. A knock resounded at Li Chun's door, rousing him from his drowsiness. Frowning, he opened the door to find Shun Zijin, drenched in blood, stumbling towards him. Xiao Chun. Li Chun was embraced by the filthy Shun Zijin. Li Shen Froza. The overwhelming scent of blood mingled with a faintly familiar pheromone. Xiao Chun, I'm so scared. Someone is bullying me. Li Chun was wide awake, his entire being frozen in place. He felt a sense of disorientation as he reached out to touch the face of the person before him, scrutinizing closely. Li Chun gazed at Shun Zijin. This was not his brother. It could not possibly be his brother. Xiao Chenggu, he heard him call out. Who allowed you to address me like that? Xiao Chenggu, I'm in so much pain I feel so unwell. Shun Zijin, seemingly oblivious, called out once more. Li Chun caught the faint scent of pheromones in the air. Shun Zijin was in his sensitive phase, his emotions heightened, even with a suppression bracelet. It could not completely block the release. Why did the pheromones during his sensitive phase resemble those of his brother so closely? Where are you hurt? Where does it ache? Li Chen's eyes reddened. My shoulder and my back, it all hurts terribly. He led Shun Zijin into the shower, turning on the handheld shower head to wash away the blood on his hands. The familiar scent of pheromones made Li Chen's fingers tremble ever so slightly. Chapter 68. I want you to be mine. The blood washed away into a pale red stream, meandering across the tiled floor. Shun Zijin sat on a small stool in the corner of the bathroom, clad only in his underwear. Raise your hands. Li Chen's voice was low. Shun Zijin obediently spread his arms wide, resembling a well-behaved golden retriever. The warm water cascaded over his skin. Shun Zijin wrapped his arms around Li Chen's waist, his palms resting against his taut abdomen, burying his face in Li Chen's midsection, his voice muffled. Xiao Chunge. Li Chen Baozha momentarily. What happened? A few people tried to stop me and rob me, but I refused. My money is only for Xiao Chunge. Li Chen lowered his gaze. The Shun Zijin before him seemed to transform into a small child, clinging to him. Xiao Chunge, when I grow up, I will earn a lot of money for you, so you won't have to work so hard and can spend more time with me. Xia Tianyi. Xiao Chunge. Shun Zijin tilted his head back. Li Chun squeezed a body wash into his hand, the bubbles spreading at his fingertips as he cleaned the blood-stained hair of Shun Zijin. So foolish. After the shower, Li Chen found his own tank top and oversized shorts for Shun Zijin to wear. While he dressed, Li Chen made a call to check on the situation. Just as he hung up, he felt a warm presence against his back. Shun Zijin rested his chin on his shoulder. Xiao Chunge. All right, you're all cleaned up. Let us go home. No, I want to stay here. I want you to keep me company. Shun Zijin's voice trembled, as if he were on the verge of tears. Li Chen glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. Fine, let him stay for the night. Upon hearing Li Chen's consent, Shun Zijin's gaze deepened, and he sweetly said, Xiao Chunge is the best. In the next moment, soft lips gently brushed against Li Chen's ear, like a feather caressing his skin, bringing warmth. Li Chen's body stiffened slightly. He turned and pushed Shun Zijin away, coldly commanding, go to sleep. He turned off the lights. Li Chen reclined on the narrow sofa, the leather creaking softly with his movements. In the darkness, the pheromones of Shun Zijin silently spread around them. He lifted his arm to cover his eyes, attempting to avoid thoughts of the past. Xiao Chunge, are you asleep? Shun Zijin called out softly. Li Chen did not respond. In the darkness, the bed sheets rustled softly. Shun Zijin, barefoot, stepped onto the icy floor and reached for the edge of the sofa. Xiao Chunge. His voice was thick with an unusual heat. What is wrong? Before a response could come, Shun Zijin pressed against him, his feverish cheek nestled in Li Chen's neck. Xiao Chunge, I feel so unwell. Li Chen's palm met his damp forehead, the temperature of Shun Zijin's body alarmingly high. There were no suppressants at his home. You should lie down for now. I will have someone bring you the suppressants. Li Chen found it uncomfortable to have such a large presence weighing down on him. Shun Zijin shook his head, his hair brushing against Li Chen's chin as he clumsily grasped Li Chen's hand, guiding it to the nape of his neck. I don't want suppressants. Please help me, Xiao Chunge. His voice, thick with tears, was both soft and hoarse. I truly feel terrible. The familiar pheromones enveloped him, and Li Chen, though aware that he was not his brother, felt his heart soften involuntarily. Xiao Chunge, I desire your pheromones, but I'm not an omega. Pheromones won't be of any use to you. Li Chen attempted to push him away, but Shun Zijin was entangled around him, making it impossible. I just want your pheromones, Xiao Chunge, don't leave. Shun Zijin trembled as he cried, his damp cheeks rubbing against Li Chen's neck. Li Chen, feeling slightly annoyed, gave a light slap to the back of Shun Zijin's neck. Shun Zijin shivered, a sweet, muffled whimper escaping his throat. Xiao Chunge. The sound jolted Li Chen awake, and he firmly grasped Shun Zijin's wandering hips, rolling him away. Shun Zijin's breath was heated, his fingers slipping beneath Li Chen's shirt, caressing his waistline, pleading for Xiao Chunge's aid. Li Chen's gaze darkened as he realized Shun Zijin's intentions. He suddenly turned his head and bit down hard on Shun Zijin's ear. Shun Zijin tensed, his breathing growing rapid. Shout, Chungu, amimum. His voice was soft and sticky, igniting a new excitement within him. I like it so much. Chapter 69. The best of the best. 4 days later, Li Quixin sought out Lu Zhuo. Give me Huo Qinye's WeChat. You shouldn't waste your time, Lu Zhuo replied. How can I be wasting time? There's no man I can't handle. Li Quixin raturta uncumbinsa. He truly believed that he could win over Huo Qinye, a man who appeared aloof yet harbored a restless spirit. If this continued, Lu Zhuo would surely be drained by him. It must be just a matter of time. Lu Zhuo observed his confidence. Then you should just ask him yourself. All right, next time he comes around, I'll ask him. Lu Zhuo thought to himself that he wouldn't let them play together next time. When you sat down beside Lu Zhuo, Shun Zijin's sensitive period is quite prolonged. He still hasn't shown up today. He truly is an S-class alpha. By the way, what is Huo Qinye's sensitive period like? They say top-tier alphas during their sensitive periods are like fighter jets, the creme de la creme. Can your little frame satisfy Huo Qinye? When you wore a teasing expression. Of course, I can without pause, Lu Zhuo replied with pride in his eyes. In the outside world, one earns their own respect. Lu Zhuo recalled a childhood physical education class during which Huo Qinye's sensitive period had manifested. Huo Qinye lay feebly, while Lu Zhuo leaned beside his bed, gently tapping Huo Qinye's fingers. Huo Qinye grasped his hand, and the two engaged in quiet conversation. That scene lingered in Lu Zhuo's memory, even to this day. During his sensitive period, Huo Qinye was particularly frail. When you scrolled through his social media feed, wait, this pertains to the research from the Alliance, doesn't it? Lu Zhuo leaned in closer. It was a post from their former classmate, Li Hao. He was also the new desk mate of Huo Qinye after they had separated their desks, often teasing him in jest. How do you have his WeChat? I can't recall. His father works at the Research Institute, right? There's an award ceremony today, and he attended as well. When you open a photo, revealing Huo Qinye, look, he mentioned he would stay there with his father for 2 weeks. Li Hao sat to Huo Qinye's left, dressed in a crisp white shirt, while Zhang Xian on the right conversed with Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo scoffed, what are you showing me? I have no interest whatsoever. Oh, no interest? Didn't you say that Huo Qinye can't live without you? When you quipped, I once heard that Li Hao has been secretly in love with Huo Qinye. Let's hope Huo Qinye doesn't find someone else first. He is an alpha. Indeed, but so are you. When you blinked, regarding Lu Zhuo with bemusement. Lu Zhuo ignored him. Would he really dare seek someone else behind my back? I'd make sure Huo Qinye wouldn't survive it. They waited for school to end, and on their way back to the small house, they spotted Shun Zijin arriving in a car. Shun Zijin stepped out of a black sedan, the hood of his white sweatshirt obscuring half his face. Upon hearing their calls, he turned, the setting sun illuminating his injured profile. His right ear was wrapped in pristine white bandages. A purplish bruise marred the corner of his eye, and the corner of his mouth bore a small dark red scab, as though he had been bitten fiercely. Unable to contain himself, when you burst into laughter, my goodness. Shun Zijin, who on earth did this to you? Who has the audacity to strike the heir of the Shun family? Lu Zhuo couldn't help but approach, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized him. You didn't go looking for that black pair during your sensitive period, did you? Lu Bao, he has not a black pair. Shun Zijin winced slightly as he spoke, his mouth aching. Lu Zhuo observed another bruise peeking from his collarbone and laughed unkindly. He gave Shun Zijin a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly impressive. Uncle Wang, you can head back now. Uncle Wang drove away, and the four ascended the stairs together. Come over to my place for a meal. When you suggested, I've had Gu Lin prepare food. All right. Li Xiuxin was not particular. After dinner, Lu Zhuo and Shun Zijin sat together as Shun Zijin ordered flowers on his phone. Are you sending him flowers? He seems to enjoy spending money. Shun Zijin ordered pink tulips for Li Chun, arranging for daily deliveries. Lu Bao. Shun Zijin looked up, seriousness etched on his face. The bruise at his eye shimmering faintly under the light. He is someone I truly care for. Lu Zhuo, who had just teased Li Chun, paused. All right, I understand. I won't speak ill of him anymore. If you like him, that's fine. After all, you have a means. That injury on your face was caused by him. Wasn't it? Shun Zijin rubbed his ear, reflecting, it was my fault for not handling things properly. He bit me, and it didn't hurt at all. It is said that when one loves another, they leave a mark on them. This is his mark on me, and I cherish it deeply. Lu Zhuo smiled. After all, he is an S-class alpha, resilient to pain. Perhaps next time he could bite Huo Qinye as well, but the thought quickly dissipated. If he were to bite Huo Qinye, that petty person would surely retaliate tenfold. Every day, he just keeps bringing up old grievances. By the way, Lu Bao, he doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards Huo Qinye. He mentioned that Huo Qinye had helped him in his childhood, and upon hearing you speak ill of Huo Qinye, he reacted that way. They knew each other from their youth? Where did they meet? Why can't I recall him? Lu Zhuo pondered. He did not elaborate. Shun Zijin replied. Lu Zhuo responded with an O. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 9 o'clock. Huo Qinye would call him at 9:30. By the time Lu Zhuo returned and finished his shower, Huo Qinye's video call had come through. He answered it, grumbling, "You check up on me every day." "Yes. Just wanted to see my boyfriend before bed." Huo Qinye chuckled. "You seem quite cheerful today." "Just average," Huo Qinye replied. "Your mood remains average even after seeing an old classmate?" Huo Qinye settled onto his bed. "My mood is quite good now." "Umph," Lu Zhuo smirked. "Seeing my handsome face must have brightened your day. By the way, you helped Li Chun during our childhood. What did you do for him?" Chapter 70. Flowers from my boyfriend. Huo Qinye's voice came through. "I don't quite remember." "You don't remember? Do you not recall your childhood at all?" "Not entirely." "Not entirely?" Lu Zhuo scoffed. "Yet you remember me bringing you water, but you drank the ice water Li Hao brought. And you showed him your homework while forgetting his name during nap time, leaving me to sit alone in punishment." After saying this, Lu Zhuo abruptly ended the video call and tossed his phone onto the sofa. He clearly remembered everything, yet claimed to forget. Lu Zhuo noticed the video call ringing again. He used his foot to nudge the phone and saw that he had renamed Huo Qinye in his contacts to Huo Qinye 520. The number made him twitch his lips. It was precisely 520. Lu Zhuo swiped to answer. "Chief Huo, haven't you checked up on me already? What brings you here? Hurry, I need to sleep." "Well, you and Shun Zijin were whispering about me during your nap. Your voices were loud enough for me to hear." "Yes, that was meant for you." Lu Zhuo hung up the call, still feeling disgruntled, wondering how he fell short compared to Li Hao. Perhaps they were the ones gossiping together. The next day, a small cargo truck was parked at the entrance of the research institute. Inside the truck, 999 pink lychee roses were meticulously arranged into a massive bouquet, wrapped in layers of snow-white matte paper enveloping the delicate pink petals. Surrounding the bouquet were several milky white heart-shaped balloons, gently swaying in the breeze. A flower shop employee, clad in a neat uniform, raised a megaphone, clearly announcing the order. "Mr. Huo Qinye, your gentle, considerate, and handsome boyfriend has sent you flowers. Please come out and sign for them." "Mr. Huo Qinye, your gentle, considerate, and handsome boyfriend has sent you flowers. Please step out immediately to receive them." Huo Qinye had just emerged from the laboratory when Zhang Xian remarked, "Chief Huo, someone is outside delivering flowers for you." "Indeed, Chief Huo." Someone is shouting through a megaphone outside. The security guards have gone to disperse the crowd. They might get apprehended. Huo Qinye remained unfazed, leisurely washing his hands. Jiang Yu inquired, "Chief Huo, aren't you going to take a look? It seems your gentle and considerate boyfriend has quite the audacity to shout at the entrance of the research institute." Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow. He wiped his hands and called the security office. "I'll be there shortly." As he approached the door, the members of his team followed closely behind. "Wow, it's 999 roses. Chief Huo, hurry and bring your boyfriend over for us to meet. This is a declaration of love." A flower shop employee recognized Huo Qinye immediately and said, "Mr. Huo, you've arrived. Please sign for the delivery." Huo Qinye gazed at the extravagant and beautiful roses in the car, realizing he could not carry them alone. He took the signing board, his long fingers gripping the pen, and swiftly inscribed his name on the receipt, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Thank you. Please deliver them to my office." "Oh, Mr. Huo, there are also some fruit baskets in the vehicle for your research team." The members of Huo Qinye's laboratory exclaimed, "We have gifts too." It was worth coming. Each of them carried a large fruit basket filled with imported fruits. The enormous bouquet of roses drew countless curious glances along the way. When someone asked, without Huo Qinye needing to speak, his team members eagerly chimed in. These were sent by Chief Huo's boyfriend. Whispers cascaded through the corridors of the research institute like ripples. The aloof Chief Huo was indeed in a romantic relationship. This was undoubtedly a genuine romance. If it weren't, Chief Huo would not have accepted the flowers. Leo, standing behind him without his notice, asked, his voice slightly strained. You have a boyfriend now? Huo Qinye turned around, yes. Who is it? Do I know him? Li Hao tightened his grip on the experimental notebook, having heard no mention of anyone in Huo Qinye's life. You will meet him, Huo Qinye replied with a smile. Lu Zhuo stared intently at the photo sent by Qi Yao, clearly depicting Huo Qinye receiving the roses. A proud smile crept across his face as he lightly tapped the screen twice. You borrowed money from me just to buy flowers for Huo Qinye? When you raise an eyebrow, a teasing tone in his voice. Lu Zhuo lazily leaned back in his chair. Yes, didn't I say I wanted to pursue him? I want to see how he finds another partner. If he dares to be ambiguous with someone else now, I'll make sure both he and the third party come to ruin. Observing his authoritative demeanor, when you silently gave him a thumbs up, impressive. Suddenly, when you swiped open his phone and checked his moments, look at this. On the screen, Li Hao's latest update boldly declared, Qinye's flowers, dinner tonight. Accompanied by a photo of the 999 roses, resplendently displayed beside Huo Qinye's desk. Lu Zhuo squinted his eyes. What does he mean by that? The comments section has erupted. Wow. I heard you also went to the research institute. Did Qinye send that to you? Your relationship with Qinye is still so good. When you remarked with a hint of amusement, this person is really interesting. What kind of moments does he share on social media? It's as if Qinye has an affair with him. Lu Zhuo snickered. He merely sat next to Huo Qinye for a year in 6th grade, pretending to be very familiar with him. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo's phone screen lit up. Huo Qinye 510. Thank you for the flowers, my boyfriend. I really like them. Lu Baba, let's go out for dinner tonight. Silence enveloped the other side. Lu Zhuo glanced at the time. It was noon, and after his last class at 2, he would likely reach home around 6. Lu Baba, accepting my flowers means you agree to the date. If you stand me up, I will delete 100 photos. After a while, Lu Zhuo's phone vibrated again. When you nudge him with his elbow, aren't you going to check? Let's see if your esteemed Ho chooses an old classmate or you. Who cares about dining with him? Lu Zhuo retorted, I just want him to delete more photos. Huo Qinye 510. We don't need to come back, right? Lu Zhuo's temper flared instantly. I invited him to dinner, and he dares to refuse me? Very well. When you observed Lu Zhuo's irritated demeanor, just let go. Perhaps he had prior arrangements. He rarely attends gatherings. It must be Li Hao who invited him. Lu Zhuo analyzed. Reunion conversations drag on endlessly. His frustration mounted, and his finger hovered over the voice message button when his phone vibrated once more. Huo Qinye 510. I will come find you. I'll arrive by 6. Chapter 71. A twinge of pain, those words struck like ice into his simmering anger, extinguishing it with a hiss. Lu Zhuo stared at the screen, his throat constricting. He slowly released the voice button, his fingertip hovering over the chat box for a long while before finally responding with a cool indifference. Lu Baba, oh. When you chuckled knowingly. Huo Qinye is coming over. Our young master Lu is in for a long night. Should I help you prepare? What difficulty is there in having a meal? No need for preparation. We can just grab a bite, Lu Zhuo replied, lowering his head to scroll through his phone, the glow illuminating the slight upturn of his lips. He was comparing reviews of nearby Western restaurants. When you leaned closer, resting his chin on Lu Zhuo's shoulder. Is that true? Huo Qinye traveled all the way from the research institute just for a simple dinner? After the meal, aren't you supposed to show him some affection? Lu Zhuo paused momentarily, then playfully poked Wenyu's forehead. Stop talking nonsense. Don't overdo it. Now that he's here, he must be thinking the same thing. Why else would he drive 3 hours just for a meal? He might have to rush back in the morning, so he surely wants to share some intimate moments with you. Who doesn't understand the intentions of an alpha? Lu Zhuo's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Huo Qinye was coming to share intimate moments with him? Lu Zhuo lost his focus on the class. After returning home, Lu Zhuo stood before the mirror in the cloakroom, clad in an oversized black cotton t-shirt paired with simple jeans, as he raked his fingers through his hair. As he stepped out, the rain outside suddenly intensified, pattering against the glass. It had begun to rain. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 5 o'clock. Huo Qinye had mentioned arriving at 6. Lu Zhuo turned on the television and connected the game console. He and Huo Qinye had only completed 18 levels of their cooperative game, and he wondered when they would finally reach the end. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Zhuo strode over and opened the door to find Li Zhuo standing there. "I heard when you say Huo Qinye is coming. Is something the matter?" Li Zhuo kidat. "Since you're here, let us exchange contact information." With a smile, Li Zhuo noticed Lu Zhuo engrossed in his game. "This, I can play too. Would you like me to join you?" Seeing Li Zhuo enter and prepare to play, Lu Zhuo replied, "I'm not interested in this tedious game." He found a black remote on the sofa and turned off the television. "Why turn it off? We could play something else. It's been ages since we played together." Li Zhuo looked at Lu Zhuo eagerly. Without Huo Qinye, the four of them could have enjoyed a game together. However, with Huo Qinye's arrival, Lu Zhuo had returned home early, making it rather dull. "I'm not playing. I'm exhausted, and I still have to keep you entertained," Lu Zhuo said, smoothing his hair. At that moment, Li Zhuo rose from the sofa and playfully bothered Lu Zhuo. "You're being unreasonable. You have to play with me for a bit." "I refuse to play. You're so annoying." "Go find your Omega," Lu Zhuo retorted. As they tussled, there was a firm knock on the door. Huo Qinye stood at the entrance, damp from the rain, his gaze heavy as it fell upon the two of them. At that moment, Li Zhuo was tugging at Lu Zhuo's wrist, attempting to pull him back to the sofa to play a game. Huo Qinye's eyes slowly drifted to where Li Zhuo held Lu Zhuo's wrist and then turned to Lu Zhuo. "Am I interrupting? I thought you were arriving at 6. Lu Zhuo freed his wrist and approached Huo Qinye, noticing a few droplets of rain on his white shirt. "I thought you would be delighted to see me, arriving early." Huo Qinye spoke politely. "May I come in?" Lu Zhuo swallowed hard and stepped aside to allow him entry. "Why didn't he stop you? Who would prevent you from coming in?" Lu Zhuo sensed that Huo Qinye appeared somewhat displeased. "Since you're here, could I have your contact information? Last time, you left in a hurry, and I didn't get a chance to add you." Li Zhuo smiled as he approached. Huo Qinye retrieved his phone and handed it to Lu Zhuo. "You two can exchange numbers. I will take a shower first." Li Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye entered Lu Zhuo's room, taking out clothes from the wardrobe before stepping into the master bathroom. Was he sleeping on the sofa? Li Zhuo's breath quickened slightly. "You should go. I have something to discuss with him." Lu Zhuo pushed Li Zhuo out. "I haven't added you on WeChat yet." "No need to add it now. Just go back," Lu Zhuo declined. Feeling disheartened, Li Zhuo wondered if Lu Zhuo was being serious. What if Lu Zhuo truly had feelings for Huo Qinye? What would he do then? Their clothes were all mixed together. Li Zhuo clutched his head in distress. If Lu Zhuo were willing to be with him, he wouldn't mind taking the submissive role. However, it seems that he no longer has the opportunity to engage in the latter. The thought of the heavy rain today, with the two of them confined to a single room, weighed heavily on Li Zhuo's heart. He cried out in anguish, "Lu Zhuo, let me join you." "No, go find one you to play with," came the reply. Lu Zhuo glanced at the phone belonging to Huo Qinye, which he had placed on the table. But after a moment's contemplation, he powered it on. Messages from Li Hao flooded in. "Qinye, are you free later? Qinye, do you want to have lunch together? Qinye, you must come to the dinner tonight. Qinye, where have you gone? Aren't you coming to dinner? Qinye, are you busy? Do you want me to pick you up?" "No, I need to accompany my boyfriend," was Huo Qinye's terse response, after which silence ensued. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Huo Qinye's self-awareness. He settled back onto the sofa and turned on the television, which was airing a shower gel commercial. Before long, he caught a glimpse of Huo Qinye emerging in a black striped pajama set. He walked towards the balcony, depositing his discarded clothes into the washing machine. The glass window reflected his elongated silhouette. The hum of the washing machine mingled with the sound of the rain. As the downpour intensified, the glass curtain wall became obscured by cascading droplets, resembling a veil of flowing silk, while the distant lights of skyscrapers fragmented into countless shimmering points, crafting a backdrop for Huo Qinye. For a fleeting moment, Lu Zhuo felt as though he and Huo Qinye had been living together for an eternity. Huo Qinye, drying his hair, made his way to the kitchen. Lu Zhuo observed him as he retrieved a glass from the cabinet, placing it gently on the countertop with a soft thud. His movements were deliberate, the curve of his wrist accentuated by the light. With such heavy rain, Lu Zhuo remarked, shaking his phone at him, "Should we order takeout?" "Sure. What do you want to eat?" "You choose," Huo Qinye replied, sipping warm water. Lu Zhuo opened his phone. "Would you like to come over and take a look? They have Western cuisine and sushi." He listed a dozen dishes. "They all sound delightful." Huo Qinye responded, "As if you enjoy them all." Lu Zhuo's fingers danced over the screen. "You won't eat this spicy one, nor the cold dishes. And you don't eat barbecue either. How about we just order a steak?" Ultimately, Lu Zhuo opted for the most expensive restaurant, hovering his finger over the confirm button. "Is that all right?" Huo Qinye replied. After placing the order, silence enveloped them. Lu Zhuo heard Huo Qinye's footsteps drawing near. His throat felt parched. And when Yu's words echoed in his mind, Huo Qinye's visit surely wasn't merely for a meal. Chapter 72. The Art of Affection. Lu Zhuo unconsciously traced the edge of the game console with his thumb, the sofa sinking slightly beside him. Huo Qinye brought him a glass of warm water. "Would you like a drink?" Lu Zhuo set the game console down. The spacious sofa ample enough for two to maintain their distance. Yet, Huo Qinye sat close, near enough to catch a whiff of his subtle shower gel fragrance. As Lu Zhuo accepted the glass, their fingertips brushed, and he feigned indifference. Huo Qinye leaned back on the sofa, watching him drink, his gaze imbued with an almost tangible weight. Lu Zhuo hastily took a sip and then set the cup down, remarking, "It seems your timing today is rather unfortunate. We'll have to play games at home once again." Huo Qinye glanced at the hand that was close to him. He reached out and lightly touched Lu Zhuo's fingertips. "Your hands are so cold." "Not all," Lu Zhuo retorted. Huo Qinye said, still radiating warmth from a recent shower, enveloped Lu Zhuo's right hand entirely. Lu Zhuo's eyelashes fluttered, caught off guard. In an instant, Huo Qinye's fingertips slipped between his, and as their fingers intertwined, Lu Zhuo distinctly felt the gentle caress of Huo Qinye's fingertips gliding over his sensitive knuckles. "If you wish to hold my hand to take advantage, you could just say so," Lu Zhuo said with composure. "Indeed, I do wish to hold hands." Huo Qinye repeated. Lu Zhuo let out a soft huff and turned his face away, suddenly feeling the temperature in the room rise. He cast his gaze about in search of the air conditioning remote, and just as he attempted to withdraw his hand, it was grasped even tighter. Huo Qinye's fingertips continued to leisurely stroke his wrist, each gentle touch akin to plucking a hidden string. "Huo Qinye," he suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Yes, what is it?" Huo Qinye lifted his gaze. Lu Zhuo felt no need to make a fuss over the matter of holding hands. "Why did Li Hao post about the roses I sent you?" Lu Zhuo endeavored to keep his voice steady, yet a hint of concern seeped through. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. "I didn't mind. It must be that the flowers from my boyfriend are simply too exquisite. I noticed many people took photos of them. Now the entire research institute envies me for having such a gentle, considerate, and handsome boyfriend. As long as you know," Lu Zhuo shot him a glare. But the moment he met those smiling eyes, his resolve weakened. "I'm merely reminding you. Are you jealous?" Huo Qinye's thumb pressed against his pulse, which was racing. "Jealous?" Lu Zhuo snorted as if he had heard a joke. "What would I be jealous of?" "You're overthinking it. I wouldn't feel jealous about you, no matter how many omegas or alphas surround you." Huo Qinye's expression darkened slightly as he loosened his grip on Lu Zhuo's hand. "Yes, perhaps I am the one overthinking." As long as you understand," Lu Zhuo thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. Just as he intended to retract his hand, Huo Qinye leaned in closer, using Lu Zhuo's momentum. "I am the one who is jealous." Lu Zhuo froze, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Huo Qinye's lips, just inches away, were slightly pursed. He gently pressed his lips against Lu Zhuo's, a feather-like kiss. In that moment, Lu Zhuo comprehended the meaning behind his words. "He is my friend, not as you might think. I'm only interested in alphas. What if he likes you as well?" Huo Qinye inquired. "Huo Qinye, refrain from speaking such repulsive words," Lu Zhuo responded. "My relationship with Li Chu Xin is purely platonic, just good friends. Do you think everyone is like you, using photos to coerce me into doing things? You scoundrel." Huo Qinye chuckled softly, his gaze fixated on Lu Zhuo's flushed cheeks. "Yes, I am." This simple admission left Lu Zhuo momentarily speechless. "You even acknowledge it." Indeed, Lu Zhuo found himself pinned by Huo Qinye his back sinking into the soft couch, engaged in mischievous antics. The sound of rain pattered softly, accompanied by the rhythmic humming of the washing machine, while a languorous blues tune played on the television. As predicted, Huo Qinye kissed him, and Lu Zhuo was compelled to tilt his head back, his breath thrown into disarray as Huo Qinye firmly grasped his wrist. Lu Zhuo let out a soft hum, feeling a sting from Huo Qinye's grip. The pain prompted Huo Qinye to ease his hold slightly. Yet he still did not release Lu Zhuo's hand. Just then, the washing machine commenced its spin cycle. Lu Zhuo felt Huo Qinye's tongue glide over his sensitive palate, a sensation that was becoming increasingly pleasurable. After they had both resolved their desires, it was already past 8 o'clock. The delivered meal was still warm. Otherwise, it would have long cooled. Lu Zhuo savored the food, aside from the slight ache in his wrist, now marked with a red imprint from Huo Qinye's grip. I give you roses, and you give me a bright red bracelet. Is that it? Huo Qinye remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Lu Zhuo became more playful. Why the silence? Has your mouth been spoiled from kissing? Huo Qinye lifted his gaze, saying no, we can continue that in bed tonight. Lu Zhuo tossed down his fork, retorting, dream on. Once I'm done, you can take out the trash. The following day, Lu Zhuo drove Huo Qinye's SUV, pondering why, with so much money spent on earrings, he did not invest in a better car for himself. Let us go. I've asked Gulin to sign me in. I'll give you a ride. Huo Qinye took the passenger seat, saying, I'm tired. Let me switch with you. Lu Zhuo replied, do you think I'm you? It's not that easy to tire me out. Huo Qinye chuckled, but remained silent. Humph. Lu Zhuo turned the steering wheel and set off. By the time they arrived at the research institute, it was noon, and the silver-gray buildings shimmered in the sunlight. Lu Zhuo followed Huo Qinye with familiarity as they headed to lunch. Chief Huo, the family of Chief Huo has arrived. Lu Zhuo had spent quite some time there and had, to some extent, acquainted himself with many people. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Jiang Yu and Zhang Xian were seated by the window. Chief Huo, come sit with us. We have space. Jiang Yu moved beside Zhang Xian, leaving the opposite side for Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo. Long time no see, brother. Jiang Yu teased. Lu Zhuo smiled, busy, huh? At that moment, the glass door of the cafeteria swung open again, and Li Hao entered, holding a tray after collecting his food. His gaze quickly swept across the room, locking onto Huo Qinye's table, a look of delight spreading across his face. As he approached, however, he noticed that Huo Qinye's table was already full. Qinye, you're back. Li Hao took a seat at the neighboring table. Huo Qinye politely acknowledged him with a hum, continuing to pour orange juice for those beside him. It was then that Li Hao finally noticed the man seated next to Huo Qinye, whose indifference was truly unforgettable, with dark, bright eyes gleaming with mirth. Li Hao instinctively tightened his grip on his knife and fork. Lu Zhuo, what a coincidence, Li Hao. What brings you here? Lu Zhuo leaned over the back of Huo Qinye's chair. Have you graduated and started working? Li Hao replied that he had not performed well in his exams, attending a mediocre university, and was still in school. He was merely delivering some items to his uncle and was using the opportunity to spend a couple of days here. Chapter 73. Let us see you play the victim again. No, I merely have a relative working here, and he happens to be unwell, so I stayed behind to assist him for a couple of days. Oh, how fortuitous. Lu Zhuo chuckled. In his childhood, Li Hao often boasted about himself, particularly after he and Huo Qinye became desk mates. His ego soared to great heights. He would prance before Huo Qinye daily, bragging to others that it was Huo Qinye's inability to tolerate his temperament that led to their parting. How'd you come here? Me? Qinye insisted that I come to play, so here I am, replied Lu Zhuo. Hee. Li Hao let out a dry laugh. Is that so? He cast a suspicious glance at Huo Qinye, who was leisurely eating, not denying it. I never would have guessed you shared such a close relationship with Qinye. Back in 6th grade, you tore up Qinye's homework and stuffed a toad into his backpack. In retrospect, that was quite amusing. It's only because of Qinye's good temper that you weren't met with ire from anyone else, he said with a grin. Lu Zhuo chuckled. I've known him since childhood. Stuffing a toad was merely a reminder. I wouldn't do such things to just anyone. Huo Qinye turned his head. Catching a toad isn't an easy feat either. Ahem. I had Shin Zijin catch it for me. I specifically chose a large one. Huo Qinye cast a deep glance at Lu Zhuo. Thank you. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Older brother, do you perhaps harbor feelings for our esteemed Hua? Typically, such antics are indicative of an alpha attempting to garner an omega's attention. Who said that? At the time, I had just severed ties with him and found him thoroughly displeasing. Lu Zhuo asserted emphatically. What mischief could possibly attract his attention? It was purely a matter of bullying Huo Qinye. I had no intention of drawing his notice. So how did you reconcile later? Jiang Yu blinked. Her curiosity piqued. Li Hao turned his gaze toward them as well. Lu Zhuo straightened up, clearing his throat. Naturally, it was our esteemed Hua who took the initiative to apologize, and I reluctantly agreed thereafter. Is that true? I recall you being the one eager to reconcile with Qinye, Li Hao said, perplexed. Lu Zhuo inwardly cursed. Why bring up such matters? Huo Qinye lifted his gaze, offering Lu Zhuo a glass of orange juice, casting a glance at Li Hao. That's not accurate. Lu Zhuo finished the juice. Indeed, that never happened. It was you who clung to me. I'm full now. Please hand me the room card. I wish to return and take a shower, then sleep. Huo Qinye had previously given him a room card, which he noticed Lu Zhuo carrying today. Huo Qinye then handed over his own room card. The clothes and blankets have been aired out. Off you go. All right, bring me back some mineral water. Lu Zhuo stood up, patting Huo Qinye on the shoulder, saying, I'm leaving now, Li Hao, I'll take my leave. You all enjoy your meal. Lu Zhuo bade farewell to Zhang Xian and the others. Li Hao found himself unable to eat another bite. He picked up his tray and followed suit. Li Hao caught up with Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo twirled the room card. What is it? You rarely get to play. Eat a bit more. Their cafeteria serves quite delicious food. Li Hao had always looked down on Lu Zhuo, merely viewing him as someone with a bit of wealth. It's all right. There will be future opportunities. My bond with Qinye is strong, and I can visit him often. Shall the three of us dine together tonight? Perhaps not. Qinye insisted on treating me to a meal alone, and I am rather averse to dining with unfamiliar faces. Li Hao, with a grin that failed to conceal his disdain, remarked, Despite your growth, you remain quite like the child you once were. And you as well. Still pretending to be close with Qinye, I retorted. What about you, Lu Zhuo? What are you trying to prove? That anything I desire can be mine? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow defiantly. Go ahead and try to take it back, using your pitiful tactics. With a flick of his fingers, Lu Zhuo turned the room card and departed. At that moment, Huo Qinye was seated alongside Li Hao, and Lu Zhuo had surreptitiously stuffed his bag with snacks and his favorite chocolate. Unfortunately, Li Hao caught him in the act. Stop it. Who cares about your measly snacks? Can't you see that Qinye despises you? Mind your own business, Lu Zhuo glared back. He dismissed Li Hao entirely, but during physical education class, he noticed Li Hao indulging in his chocolate. Enraged, Lu Zhuo stormed over and snatched his chocolate back, throwing it to the ground and crushing it. Who gave you permission to eat my things? What you give to Qinye, he gives to me, so it's mine? You're talking nonsense. It was you who stole it. They grappled with each other, and when you and Shun Zijin witnessed the commotion, rushing to assist, Gulin stood by observing. Li Hao ended up in tears. The sound of crying caught the attention of Huo Qinye and the teacher. The four of them were subsequently punished with a standing detention. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye purchased a band-aid for Li Hao and only then handed the remainder to him. A scratch marred Lu Zhuo's face, and he fixed his gaze on Huo Qinye. You made me use what he had left. Huo Qinye replied, no, it wasn't used. You were the one who gave him the band-aid. In a fit of anger, Lu Zhuo seized the band-aid and flung it at Huo Qinye's face. Keep it for yourself. Tell your new desk mate that if he dares to take my belongings again, I will confront him each time we meet. Huo Qinye stared back. Next time, don't get into fights. Mind your own business. Lu Zhuo shot back, if you provoke me. We'll all gang up on you next time. Shun Zijin, standing beside Lu Zhuo, chimed in, Indeed, we'll come for you, Lu Bao, I'm quite formidable. Huo Qinye picked up the band-aid from the floor, glanced at Lu Zhuo's face, and left. Lu Zhuo did not inquire whether his face hurt or ponder why he had engaged in a brawl. The snacks he had thoughtfully purchased for Huo Qinye had been given to someone else. When you patted Lu Zhuo, who was struggling to hold back tears. Don't worry, we won't play with him anymore. Subsequently, Lu Zhuo never touched that particular chocolate again. Upon returning to Huo Qinye's residence, he took a shower and changed into clothes he had left there, which, as expected, smelled of sunshine from drying outdoors. Lu Zhuo lay comfortably on the bed and called Wenyu, informing her that he would not be returning for the next few days. He then covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already evening, and Huo Qinye had yet to return. Could it be that he had been duped by that boy's pitiful act into going out to eat? Lu Zhuo leaped from his bed and hurriedly set out in search of Huo Qinye. As he turned a corner on the road, he accidentally collided with an acquaintance. Ouch! Why don't you watch where you're going? With a sense of discomfort, Anqing couldn't help but voice his grievances. Apologies, it's dark. I didn't TC you. Lu Zhuo spoke, and then realized that the voice sounded familiar. Wait, is it you? Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on the Omega before him. Anqing, one of Li Qin's underlings. Clad in the attire of a laboratory technician, Anqing's head was shaven, and his frail figure made him unrecognizable at first glance. Chapter 74. The benefactor Lu Zhuo, what a coincidence. Anqing glanced at him, hesitating momentarily. Yet, he ultimately resolved to speak. Lu Zhuo, I apologize for my reckless words last time, saying you were promiscuous and filthy. Please don't feel the need to apologize on behalf of Huo Qinye. I don't require it. Lu Zhuo regarded the young bald head before him. Why are you out here alone at this hour instead of staying in your ward? Anqing smiled and replied, I'm scheduled for surgery in a few days. Chengge came to check on me and brought some items. Honestly, I lack for nothing here. Chief Huo has been very attentive to me. You look quite pale, Lu Zhuo observed. I've been like this from taking medication. It's somewhat endearing. Isn't it? Lu Zhuo scrutinized him for a moment. What if you faint halfway? Huo Qinye might think I'm the cause. Let us go. I'm heading to the entrance as well. As night fell, Lu Zhuo and Anqing walked side by side. So Lu Zhuo kicked a small stone at his feet. You guys are debt collectors, but you also deliver food? Is your boss in dire need of money? Anqing shook his head. Not really. One of our brothers got clipped by a car while delivering, and our boss happened to pass by and helped him ride the vehicle back. He stole a glance at Lu Zhuo, hesitating to continue. Regarding the financial troubles, he left his sentence unfinished. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, opting not to press further. Turning a corner onto the tree-lined path outside the research institute, a dim streetlight illuminated a sleek black motorcycle. Li Chun leaned against the bike, his tall figure accentuated by a fitted high-neck black outfit, twirling an unlit cigarette between his fingers. Lu Zhuo took a seat on a bench within the institute. Upon spotting Li Chun, Anqing hurried out, his bald head glinting under the lights. Li Chun tucked away his cigarette, and Lu Zhuo watched as he affectionately ruffled Anqing's bald head. 5 minutes later, Anqing wheeled a 20-inch suitcase through security, its wheels clattering along the ground. A hint of color returned to his previously pallid face, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips, making him appear much more vibrant. Lu Zhuo stood up. You seem quite pleased. It appears your Chengge brought you a substantial amount of delightful items. He brought me some of my favorite snacks and a few of my old clothes. Anqing beamed, with one surname being Li and the other in. You're not his biological brother, are you? Anqing paused, turning to Lu Zhuo. Indeed, I fell gravely ill, and my parents left me to fend for myself. While working, I met Chengge, who took me under his wing like a brother. He paused, suddenly breaking into a wide grin, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Lu Zhuo, I'm truly quite innocent. With such a handsome boyfriend, you certainly wouldn't consider taking me under your care. If this surgery goes well, perhaps you could introduce me to another benefactor? I assure you I would tend to them with utmost care. Lu Zhuo chuckled, all right. Let us first see if you can grow some hair on that bald head. He watched as Anqing entered the hospital building, standing still in his place. As night fell, the lights of the inpatient department flickered on one by one, revealing shadows of people moving within. This place housed many volunteer test subjects like Anqing, wagering their bodies in exchange for free medical care and meager compensation. A cold breeze swept by, prompting Lu Zhuo to instinctively pull his collar tighter. He regarded the building as akin to an immense cage. Feeling uneasy and hungry, he longed to seek out Huo Qinye. Slipping on his slippers, Lu Zhuo ambled toward Huo Qinye's office, noticing several researchers along the way cradling bouquets of flowers. A faint floral fragrance lingered in the corridor. What award is being presented today? He murmured softly. Turning around the final corner, he spotted Huo Qinye surrounded by a throng of people. the colorful floral arrangements nearly engulfing his tall figure, which stood out starkly under the laboratory's harsh white lights. Glancing down at his slippers, a reminder of his sleepy departure, Lu Zhuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Huo Qinye seemed to sense his presence, lifting his head amidst the layers of flowers and shadows, their gazes colliding in the air. Lu Zhuo hesitated for a moment before turning away. It was evident he wouldn't be able to join him for dinner. Huo Qinye watched Lu Zhuo's retreating figure and exchanged a few low words with Zhang Xian, who then took the congratulatory guest to a gathering. As Lu Zhuo walked, he focused on the elongated shadow at his feet, the night wind carrying the lingering floral scent brushing against his hair. "Forget it. I'll eat alone," he muttered. Then came Huo Qinye's voice from behind. "You're walking too fast. Wait for me." Turning back, Lu Zhuo saw Huo Qinye approaching him, the white coat billowing in the wind. The interplay of moonlight and electric light danced across his sharply defined features, causing Lu Zhuo's throat to tighten unexpectedly, and the earlier desire to leave dissipated without a trace. He decided to wait, albeit reluctantly. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly hurried up from behind, holding a beautifully packaged bouquet of blue roses. "Qinye, congratulations," he exclaimed, stuffing the flowers into Huo Qinye's arms. "You won again, and I heard there's a trophy presentation in a few days." Lu Zhuo, taken aback by Li Hao's abrupt appearance, positioned himself between the two. Why is he everywhere? He thought. It was then that Li Hao seemed to finally notice Lu Zhuo not far away. He glanced at Lu Zhuo's casual attire, a loose home t-shirt and those slippers. "Lu Zhuo, didn't you know Qinye won an award?" Raising an eyebrow, Lu Zhuo strode over confidently. "Doesn't he win awards every day? What is the big deal?" Upon reaching Huo Qinye, he playfully slapped him on the back. "Keep up the good work next time." Li Hao was momentarily stunned, his expression frozen. "Don't get too proud," he warned, then reached out to playfully fiddle with the flowers in Huo Qinye's arms. "Did you hear that?" Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo raised his eyebrow in response. "Did you hear that?" Huo Qinye returned the bouquet of blue roses to Li Hao, saying, "I appreciate your sentiment, but I shall not accept the flowers. Zhang Xian has reserved a table at the restaurant. You should hurry along." Li Hao clutched the rejected bouquet, his knuckles paling from the grip. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately turned away stiffly, his polished shoes clattering chaotically against the tiled floor. Once his footsteps faded entirely, Huo Qinye turned to Lu Zhuo, who had his hand resting on Huo's shoulder, remarking, "So now you're playing the rogue. What does it mean to play the rogue?" Lu Zhuo replied, "What's wrong with giving my boyfriend a little pat on the backside? Is it such a grand achievement that I'm forbidden from such gestures?" He couldn't resist teasing Huo Qinye, who appeared austere and refined in his white lab coat. Chapter 75. The Joy of Love, What a Precious Backside. Lu Zhuo scoffed lightly. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. "If you like it, that's all that matters." "Who likes it?" Lu Zhuo retorted, slapping his hand that had just playfully smacked his rear. He shot a glance at Huo Qinye, asking, "Aren't you going to join them for dinner?" "No. Let Zhang Xian treat them," Huo Qinye replied, looking at Lu Zhuo. "I want to accompany my boyfriend." "Surely you jest. Your favorite elementary school classmate is here. You should spend time with them." "Indeed," Huo Qinye nodded, as if conceding a valid point. Lu Zhuo's brows furrowed, irritation rising. "Then hurry along. First you want me to stay, then you tell me to leave." Huo Qinye's tone bore a hint of helplessness. "Do not be upset. Let's go out together." He gently squeezed Lu Zhuo's fingers. "I have no desire to dine with you. Go find your beloved elementary school classmate." Huo Qinye fell silent, trailing behind Lu Zhuo, who stomped heavily in his slippers. Lu Zhuo glanced back at Huo Qinye's shadow entwined with his own. "Huo Qinye," Lu Zhuo called, "if you wish to go, then go. I can find my way back alone." Huo Qinye smiled. "May we not delay returning home?" "Lu Zhuo, I wish to treat you to dinner." Lu Zhuo blinked in surprise. "What?" "Lu Zhuo, I wish to treat you to dinner. Is that acceptable?" Lu Zhuo gazed at Huo Qinye's face, delicate strands of hair falling between his brows. His thin lips pursed in a manner that exuded a certain restraint. Yet, the faint smile at the corners of his mouth lent him a tender appearance. "Not a chance." Lu Zhuo instinctively clenched his hand, feeling a pang of bitterness. He raised his eyes to Huo Qinye. "You do not truly favor me." "Indeed," Huo Qinye admitted. I have not forgotten how you gave the chocolate I gifted you to Li Hao, how you tended to him first when we quarreled, and how you insisted I use the leftover band-aids he had. Huo Qinye, you are a deceiver. At times, Lu Zhuo held a disdain for himself. Pondering how trivial these matters were, Huo Qinye had likely long since forgotten them. Yet, they lingered in Lu Zhuo's heart, never fading from his memory. He had never had the opportunity to inquire before, but now, as he looked at Huo Qinye, he wondered how he managed to say such things to him. How vexing. Lu Zhuo suddenly felt his own existence was tedious and utterly dull. Huo Qinye followed Lu Zhuo back to the room, where Lu Zhuo kicked off his slippers, declaring, I am returning to school. He tossed the room key to Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye replied, I have never given your belongings to another. How does chocolate come about? The chocolate was sent by my mother from abroad. You must be aware that I am the only one in the class indulging in that particular brand. And you certainly know I tucked it into your backpack. I only learned of your altercation afterward, and I informed the teacher that he had taken my belongings, which is why you disciplined him. Lu Zhuo certainly does not believe it. Otherwise, the four of you attacking him would have warranted a call to our parents. Lu Zhuo had just retrieved a piece of clothing from the cabinet to pack. He glanced at Huo Qinye. Why do you still play so well with him? I do not. Huo Qinye did not comprehend Lu Zhuo's standard of what constitutes getting along well. You still deny it. You gave him the adhesive bandage first. Didn't you? The teacher summoned me over. Huo Qinye looked at Lu Zhuo with a hint of helplessness, and besides, what I provided you was not the leftover from him. It was a different kind, which I merely unwrapped for you in advance. You're still making excuses. Clearly, in the past, he would come to help me massage my injuries, even if it was just from football or wrestling. That day, when my face was marred, you didn't pay me any attention, yet now you profess to be my favorite elementary school classmate. It seems you are merely flattering me now, intending to seduce me into your bed, aren't you? Lu Zhuo suddenly realized. Once he shared a bed with him, Huo Qinye might even mock him when they parted ways. The mere thought of this made Lu Zhuo feel utterly dazed. He and Huo Qinye had been on good terms for a while, yet the longer period was marked by his disdain for him, with both engaging in open and covert rivalry. Huo Qinye would surely seek retribution, just as he remembered the incident with the toad. Huo Qinye regarded Lu Zhuo's dark, probing eyes with suspicion. Unable to contain a chuckle, he wondered what absurdity Lu Zhuo was imagining. Upon hearing his laughter, Lu Zhuo's face flushed crimson. Are you laughing at me? Huo Qinye, are you mocking me? He lunged forward, ready to show Huo Qinye a piece of his mind. Huo Qinye caught his wrist. No, not at all. I'm simply very happy. Happy about what? Happy to see you after a long day, Huo Qinye remarked, as if savoring the joy of being in love. I have not experienced that, not at all. Huo Qinye released his hand and cradled Lu Zhuo's face, urging him to meet his gaze. My fault. What should I do to bring happiness to my boyfriend? Lu Zhuo remained silent, pushing his hand away. I don't know. As for being a boyfriend, just teach me, and I will learn diligently. Huo Qinye mused that if he learned well and they broke up, he would have lost greatly, leaving the advantage to someone else. Lu Zhuo snorted. Not teaching. I'll take a shower and change my clothes first. You aren't allowed to leave. Huo Qinye playfully tousled his uplifted hair. Wait for me. It won't take long. I know you are quick. Hurry up. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. Huo Qinye couldn't resist pinching Lu Zhuo's cheek. You are like a pufferfish. If I were pufferfish, I would poison you. I've tasted it. It's not toxic and I quite like it. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye, who had returned to his serious demeanor outside, now playfully teasing him. He abruptly tore off Huo Qinye's clothing, proclaiming, Do you truly believe I fear you? Allow me to demonstrate whether I possess venom, to show you that you cannot bully me. In a brief moment, what began as a solitary bath transformed into a shared experience. Shall we dine? Get lost. By the time they stepped out, it was already the hour for a midnight snack. Lu Zhuo comfortably settled into the passenger seat beside Huo Qinye, inquiring, Where shall we eat? Yunjinggu, the establishment favored by Lu Zhuo. Have you made a reservation? Though it is 10 o'clock, they still seem quite busy. Yes, I have. Has a bonus been issued? Have you the means to treat me to something extravagant? Indeed. By the way, today I encountered an excellent. He mentioned he is scheduled for surgery in a few days. His condition appears grave. I noticed he has lost all his hair. Will the operation be successful? 50-50. Huo Qinye replied. A 50% chance of success. If the surgery fails, will it be fatal? Huo Qinye explained. Conditions affecting the glands are typically challenging to treat. He has already waited too long for a matching donor and can only attempt partial removal to preserve basic functions. Lu Zhuo leaned forward, asking, is it possible to match for a gland transplant? We haven't settled the score for the previous matter. Let's keep that in mind. Chapter 76. The more one engages, the more exhilarating it becomes. Certainly, but the matching success rate is below 3, and the risk of post-operative rejection is significant. Huo Qinye adjusted the steering wheel. Then you could delve into this field, enhancing the likelihood of surgical success. Huo Qinye remained silent. Lu Zhuo glanced at him. The dashboard's blue light illuminated Huo Qinye's jawline. What is the matter? Am I mistaken? Or is this research particularly challenging? Many are already studying it. You seem disinterested. Indeed. Huo Qinye shot a glance at Lu Zhuo. I believe for most individuals, this may not represent good news. Why? Lu Zhuo queried, puzzled. What piqued your interest all of a sudden? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Just a casual inquiry. Is it not permissible to learn more about my boyfriend? What accolades have you received? Regarding the in vitro cultivation of gland stem cells. I do not comprehend, Lu Zhuo admitted candidly. Congratulations, nonetheless. No gifts? Thank you for the kind wishes, my boyfriend. I graciously accept. Lu Zhuo gazed out of the car window, reminiscing about elementary school. Huo Qinye consistently ranked first in exams, and Lu Zhuo felt even more elated than when he himself achieved top marks. He would treat the entire class and then present gifts to Huo Qinye. Occasionally, Huo Qinye would not secure first place. Lu Zhuo would remark that having held the top position for too long, it was only fair to grant others a chance. Of course, when he advanced from the bottom of the class to second last, Huo Qinye would gift him small tokens with his meager allowance. He recalled in second grade when Huo Qinye gifted him a beautifully crafted car-shaped eraser, which he cherished and refrained from using. Instead, he cut up the eraser his mother had bought to create a parking lot for his cherished car-shaped eraser. I shall procure even better gifts for you in the future. Huo Qinye posed superior presents. He gazed at the black earring adorning his left ear in the window's reflection, declaring, You are my favorite classmate from elementary school. What about middle school? High school? At that time, Huo Qinye no longer initiated conversations. Their exchanges were limited to mundane reminders from teachers. Lu Zhuo tapped his fingers against the window. Well, yes, I am listening. Could you possibly drive faster? I'm absolutely famished. As Li Hao departed from the research institute in the dead of night, he chanced upon Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye getting into a car together. Huo Qinye was not a superficial individual. It perplexed Li Hao to see him associating with Lu Zhuo during his elementary school years. He often felt like a mere shadow in the class. Yet ever since he began sitting next to Huo Qinye, numerous classmates had shown a keen interest in befriending him, merely by appearing to be close to Huo Qinye. This sensation was entirely foreign to him. He was acutely aware of Huo Qinye's camaraderie with Lu Zhuo, and the thought terrified him. He feared that Huo Qinye might request a seat change to sit with Lu Zhuo. He attempted to emulate Lu Zhuo by bringing Huo Qinye delicious treats, offering only the finest. However, Huo Qinye had never expressed a desire for them, often finding them bothersome. Eventually, Li Hao made a conscious effort to refrain from disturbing Huo Qinye. Instead, he would discreetly place his snack bag on his desk when Huo Qinye was absent, knowing that those who cared would always notice. Yet he could not fathom how, after all this time, Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo could still share such a bond. The sting of being ridiculed by Lu Zhuo lingered in his memory. Why should someone who already possessed so much be allowed to claim Huo Qinye as well? It seemed utterly unjust. Soon, Friday night arrived. As Li Chun returned home at 10 o'clock, he spotted someone squatting at the entrance. Upon hearing footsteps, Shun Zijin looked up, his curly hair peeking out from beneath his hoodie. Little Chunge. Li Chun cast a fleeting glance at him. Step aside. Little Chunge, I'm sorry. What are you pretending for? Weren't you quite formidable before? Li Chen's irritation flared as he observed Shun Zijin's pitiful demeanor, wondering who had bullied him. Initially, he believed Shun Zijin to be an ordinary alpha, but during the sensitive phase, he discovered that this seemingly pathetic fool was, in fact, a top-tier alpha. Indeed, There are no free lunches in this world. His reluctance to spend money made things even more complicated. The suppression of pheromones rendered Li Chun unable to retaliate. How ironic it was that Sun Zijin, while crying, seemed to revel in his predicament as if he were the victim. The moment Li Chun struck or bit him, Sun Zijin appeared even more exhilarated. Little Chingu, I like you. Truly, I like you so much. Li Chun felt a wave of goosebumps, thinking that even punishing him would be a disservice. Don't ignore me. Sun Zijin sent Li Chun a flurry of messages that went unanswered. Li Chun fixed a gaze upon him. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely throttled them by now. Yet, Sun Zijin's pheromones bore a striking resemblance to those of his younger brother, and when he cried out for him, it felt eerily familiar, accompanied by a pair of innocent eyes that made it impossible for Li Chun to be harsh. Instead, seeing him only stoked his pent-up frustration. Go away. You're being overly dramatic. Li Chun scrutinized the seemingly naive college student before him. Little Chingu, I miss you so much. I think about you every day, and I can't wait to see you during the break. Well, you're still alive. Li Chun opened the door, and Sun Zijin hurriedly followed him inside. Little Chingu, I brought you a cake. Sun Zijin held a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a small cake in the other. He had arrived at 6 o'clock, and the ice pack had already melted. I see. Just put it down and leave. Li Chun removed his shoes, preparing to take a shower. Sun Zijin inquired, Xiao Chingu, may I sleep at your place? No, came the reply. The sofa will suffice. Sofa? With a scoff, he glanced around, only to find that the once-present sofa had vanished. Xiao Chingu, I shall purchase a new one of good quality for you. Li Chun smirked, his long fingers deftly tugging at the hem of his shirt, effortlessly stripping it away. Under the warm glow of the lights, his taut abdominal contours were fully revealed, marred by several jagged old scars, most striking were the fresh claw marks on his side, radiating a suggestive red against his sun-kissed skin, while a lingering bite mark adorned his collarbone. Sun Zijin's breath faltered. Have you had your fill of staring, Xiao Chingu? Li Shen Tiasa. A mocking smile gracing his lips as he carelessly crumpled his soiled clothing into a ball. With his movements, the muscles of his back formed an exquisite arc in the light, the remnants of passion trailing red marks down to his lower back, disappearing beneath the waistband of his trousers. Sun Zijin grasped his shirt, saying, Xiao Chingu, I promise to be good and wash your clothes. I haven't sunk so low as to afford a washing machine. Li Chun yanked the shirt from his grasp, tossing it into the machine. Close the door on your way out, he instructed, retreating for a shower. Sun Zijin lingered for a few moments, then gently closed the door. He seated himself in a chair, his gaze unwittingly drifting toward the bathroom. The wooden door muffled the sound of rushing water, obscuring any view of the occupant within. Soon, the water ceased. Sun Zijin found himself at the bathroom door. Chapter 77. Qinye, be a good boy having finished a shower. Li Chun spotted the oblivious Sun Zijin lingering at the door. He bumped into him with his shoulder. Don't block the way, rubbing his shoulder where he was nudged. Sun Zijin followed with a smile. Xiao Chingu, are you tired or hungry? I bought you some little cakes. Would you like to try the strawberry flavor? Do I look like someone who enjoys cake? Sun Zijin nodded. You do. Li Chun, exasperated, replied, Stay away from me. I don't eat sweets at night. Very well. I shall bring you a new flavor tomorrow, Sun Zijin said before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Who told you to wash? The sound of water began to flow. I'll be quick. I won't use much water. No, I will pay the utility bills. Before long, a sliver of the bathroom door creaked open, steam billowing forth as Sun Zijin's damp head emerged, droplets still clinging to his hair. Xiao Chingu, he drawled, his voice syrupy, eyes sparkling with mischief. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. What is it? I have no clothes. Could you lend me something to wear? Li Chun stared at the damp head before him. You dare to shower without any clothes? I was afraid you would kick me out. How is it that I would throw you out just because you're nude? Xiao Chingu, I beseech you. Next time I promise to bring my own clothes. Next weekend, you want to find me at home. Come retrieve them yourself. Sun Zijin emerged, his bare body swaying before Li Chun. He stood boldly before the wardrobe, exclaiming, Xiao Chingu, may I wear this black tank top of yours? Go ahead, Li Chun permitted, begrudgingly relenting for the sake of money. Shen Zijin donned his little black vest and inquired, Xiao Chengge, what is it now? May I wear these underpants? Li Chen's temple twitched as he fixated on Shen's bare legs for a couple of seconds. Xia Tianyi, go ahead and wear them. Shen Zijin replied with gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Chengge. The trousers clung snugly to his rear as he beamed with delight. Li Chen's abode was quite small. It was nearly impossible to overlook. Put on another pair of pants. Shen Zijin then slipped into a pair of baggy shorts and merrily approached Li Chen on the bed. With arms crossed, Li Chen scrutinized him. Do you see for yourself? Can this bed accommodate 2 people? Of course. Shen Zijin reclined on his side. Xiao Chengge, I am very well behaved when I sleep. I assure you I won't disturb you. Li Chen rose from the bed, and Shen observed his retreating figure. Are you relinquishing the bed for me? In the next moment, a blanket was hurled in his direction, and Shen's vision went dark. Li Chen commanded, get down. Sleep on the floor. Shen Zijin pouted, but obediently spread the blanket on the ground and lay down. Fine then. Li Chen turned away, lying on his side as the lights went off. Xia Tianyi. What is it? Are you going to sleep so early? What else would I do? Li Shenufa. I wish to talk to you. All right. I will indulge you with a game. Really? Xiao Chengge, what games do you enjoy? I am quite skilled at playing. From this moment on, we shall play 1, 2, 3, wooden man, whoever speaks first is a dog. The room fell silent for a minute. Shen Zijin sat up on the floor and poked Li Chen's waist. Receiving no response, he poked again. Still, there was no sound. He gradually climbed onto the bed. Xiao Chengge, I have lost. Shen Zijin whispered softly in Li Chen's ear. Then, he embraced Li Chen, murmuring, should I bark like a puppy? Li Shen, both exasperated and amused, retorted, let go. But I wish to converse with you, Xiao Chengge. Does it still hurt? I can massage it for you. Li Chen firmly grasped his arm and coldly replied, move an inch, and I will toss you out. Go down. Xiao Chengge, the ground is so hard. Shen Zijin lamented, I do not like sleeping on it. Li Chen, growing impatient, turned and pinned Shen Zijin down. I see you are simply lonely and cold. Shen Zijin excitedly wrapped his arms around Li Chen's slender waist, pressing close. Yes, it is a bit cold. You are truly kind, Xiao Chengge. On a weekend evening, Lu Xing called to inform them that both families would dine together and urged them to return early. Upon their arrival, Lu Zhuo notijet Lin Muyuan bekoning Huo Qinye aside. The expressions on both of their faces were far from pleasant. Huo Qinye and Lin Muyuan stood in the courtyard, the dim yellow light casting elongated shadows of the two. Huo Qinye's demeanor was frosty. Xinye. Lin Muyuan's voice was soft and laced with a hint of pleading. Mother's research is just missing a final piece of data. She reached out to grasp her son's sleeve, but he deftly evaded her touch. This truly is the last time, all right? I have made myself abundantly clear. Lin Muyuan's smile froze on her face. What? You still haven't taken on the Lu surname? Regardless, I am your mother. My research is just a step away from completion. Are you truly unwilling to assist me with this final hurdle? I promise it will be the last time. Huo Qinye cast a glance at Lin Muyuan. You always say it's the last time. I will not acquiesce to any of your requests. Lin Muyuan chuckled. You're young and famous now. Do you genuinely believe it's all due to your own efforts? Huo Qinye ignored her, turning to leave. Through the brightly lit floor-to-ceiling window in the distance, he could see Lu Zhuo feigning concentration on his phone, yet unable to resist glancing over at them every few seconds. Huo Qinye, Lin Muyuan called, the efficacy of the inhibitors has been decreasing recently. I require your pheromone sample. I assure you, it will truly be the last time. Huo Qinye frowned slightly. Yet within the room, every face bore a smile. Have you considered Lu Zhuo? Huo Qinye invited. Of course I've considered him. You are all my children, Lin Muyuan replied. I merely need a bit of your pheromone. Why do you complicate things? Our families have always had a good relationship. Everything will be fine. Why are you behaving this way? How does this benefit anyone? You may not lack for money, but our actions are not motivated by wealth. It is about helping more people. You can rely on your own abilities. Huo Qinye's gaze was icy as he looked at Lin Muyuan. Do not speak to me in such a manner. Huo Qinye. Her voice suddenly rose before she quelled it, her fingertips digging into her palm. Do you truly believe I cannot make you comply? The night wind tousled her meticulously arranged hair, and she suddenly realized that the man before her, towering above her, was no longer the infant she once cradled. He was no longer that obedient little boy. You are aware of my aspirations as a mother. I cannot afford to fail at this moment. So many are counting on us. Qinye, could you please be more agreeable? Chapter 78. I want you to wait for me. Your mother's hospital will be entrusted to you in the future, Lin Muyuan continued. You didn't even inform your father and me about your entry into the research institute. Are you planning to remain there indefinitely? Everything I do is for your benefit. Why do you seem to understand less and less as you grow older? Huo Qinye interrupted. The locator was installed by you. Lin Muyuan paused momentarily. It was all Lu Zhuo's fault for being incompetent, and now Huo Qinye was aware of this matter as well. It was for your safety. You are an S-class alpha, and many are watching you. I must ensure your security. No need. It was unnecessary before. It will be unnecessary in the future. Vigne. Lin Muyuan's brow furrowed. It seemed he was resolute in his refusal to assist her. At that moment, Lu Zhuo emerged, calling out, "Dinner is ready." Huo Qinye glanced at Lu Zhuo, standing at a distance, and walked toward him. Perhaps Huo Qinye's expression was too grave, for Lu Zhuo jested. At your age, still arguing with your mother? Did Annie set you up for a blind date with an Omega again? As they turned the corner, Lu Zhuo felt a tug on his fingers. He looked at Huo Qinye. What's the matter? Huo Qinye replied, "You're walking too fast. I wanted you to wait for me." Lu Zhuo cast a glance at his long legs, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, as if he had pursued them in vain. Soon after, Lin Muyuan entered the room. Although there was little change in Huo Qinye's expression, Lu Zhuo sensed a lingering gloom that dulled his appetite. When the meal neared its conclusion, Lu Zhuo excused himself, stating he had a prior engagement with friends. Huo Qinye followed closely behind as they exited the living room. The bond between the two children had rekindled, much to Yin Yu's delight. Lin Muyuan smiled softly. Stepping outside, Lu Zhuo was greeted by the night breeze, fragrant with the scent of blooming roses. He glanced at Huo Qinye, remarking on his swift pace. Li Chu Xin has been urging me several times. They've organized a racing event tonight, and I intend to join. He paused deliberately, adding, I could take you along, but you must delete 10 photos. Agree, and we shall depart. Huo Qinye opened the passenger door for Lu Zhuo. The private racetrack owned by Li Chu Xin blazed with lights, the roar of engines echoing thunderously. Upon seeing them, Li Chu Xin exaggeratedly whistled. Finally, you two have arrived. Lu Zhuo strode toward a modified car, painted in deep crimson. The side bore the luminous letters LZ7, glowing subtly under the lights. He walked around the vehicle, his fingers gliding over the widened rear wing. You've outdone yourself. Absolutely. This baby can hit 128 seconds, specially tuned for you. Li Chu Xin proudly patted the hood, kicking the oversized semi-slick tires. It corners as smoothly as a track car. Lu Zhuo deftly opened the door and took his place in the driver's seat, nodding to Huo Qinye. Hop in. Huo Qinye settled into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. With a sudden press of the accelerator, a powerful surge pushed them back into their seats. Huo Qinye grasped the armrest tightly. Exciting, isn't it? Lu Zhuo shouted over the roar of the engine. This is speed and passion. Let me show you what I can do. The sports car shot forward like an arrow. Lu Zhuo's driving style fierce, tires screeching as they took sharp turns. Impressive. Of course. Just look at who I am, Lu Zhuo replied. Noticing Huo Qinye's mood brightened slightly as he stole a glance at him. How about it? After a few laps, I could offer you a turn. All right, you teach me, Huo Qinye responded, exiting the car to switch places with Lu Zhuo. Li Chu Xin observed, feeling left out of their exhilarating escapade. As the night deepened, his private racetrack remained as bright as day. 9 modified sports cars lined up neatly at the starting line, their engines growling low, exhaust pipes occasionally spitting out blue flames. Come on, everyone, gather for the draw. Li Chu Xin called from the center of the track, waving a glow stick, same rules as always, 2 laps to determine the winner. Leaning against the car door, Lu Zhuo watched Huo Qinye standing among a group of racing enthusiasts, his white shirt starkly contrasting with the colorful racing suits. Unable to resist, he approached and draped an arm over Huo Qinye's shoulder. What do you say? Shall we race against them? No, thank you. Though initially reluctant, Lu Zhuo chose to disregard Huo Qinye's refusal, proceeding to place the helmet upon his head. Having arrived, he mused that losing would not bring him disgrace. Why not give a try? Lu Zhuo's fingers brushed against Huo Qinye's jaw, lingering a moment longer to tease him, the fit just right. Through the visor, he observed Huo Qinye's eyelashes casting a delicate shadow in the light. Is there a reward for coming in first? Huo Qinye's voice emerged from the helmet. Lu Zhuo chuckled. You, a novice, aspire to take first place? Leaning closer to the visor, he lowered his voice. All right, if you secure first place today, tapping the helmet, I shall reward you handsomely this evening. Through the visor, Huo Qinye glimpsed Lu Zhuo's features mere inches away, his dark, luminous eyes outshining the stars in the night sky. With a subtle smile, he exuded an exuberance that rendered him captivating. Li Kushina pushed. Are you letting Qinye race? You wish for him to embarrass himself? Qinye, don't listen to him. Come with me instead. No need, I desire the reward. Huo Qinye replied, casting a glance at Lu Zhuo before taking the driver's seat in Lu Zhuo's racing car, his long fingers gripping the quick-release steering wheel. At the starting line, the car roared to life with a thunderous sound. Li Chuxian also climbed into his vehicle, declaring, All right, today you shall witness my speed. With the sound of the starting gun, Huo Qinye pressed the accelerator to the floor, launching forward with astonishing velocity. Lu Zhuo's eyes widened in surprise. As they approached the first sharp turn, Huo Qinye expertly balanced the brake and accelerator, guiding the car into the bend at a perfect angle. Lu Zhuo's mouth fell slightly agape. He had only just taught Huo Qinye moments ago, when he appeared somewhat inexperienced. Had he truly mastered it in such a short span? From his vantage point atop the platform, Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye within the car. Behind the black helmet, Huo Qinye's gaze remained calm, almost indifferent, as his long fingers deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, shifting gears and accelerating with precision akin to a finely tuned machine. The engine roaring deafeningly. Huo Qinye surged forward, squeezing between two cars, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Wow, incredible! Lu Zhuo couldn't help but exclaim. Li Chuxian was left dumbfounded. It was indeed Huo Qinye behind the wheel. Such a cultured individual could drive with such fervor. In the final S-curve, Li Chuxian gritted his teeth and executed a daring maneuver, the car nearly drifting sideways through the turn. Just when he believed victory was assured, Huo Qinye's modified car entered at an even more audacious angle, the tires emitting smoke as he flawlessly executed a textbook pendulum drift. Crossing the finish line a half-car length ahead, the crowd erupted in cheers, and Lu Zhuo found himself screaming with joy. Huo Qinye! He felt exhilarated beyond measure. Li Chuxian slumped in his seat, pondering if Huo Qinye was indeed a madman. As Huo Qinye emerged from the car, he calmly removed his helmet, his hair slightly tousled. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, he only noticed Lu Zhuo rushing toward him. In just a few strides, Lu Zhuo was before Huo Qinye. Without hesitation, he embraced him tightly, nearly hanging off him. Huo Qinye, you're amazing. Lu Zhuo laughed heartily, his voice brimming with unrestrained excitement. You had me fooled. Was it all an act? Huo Qinye was slightly pushed back by the impact, yet an involuntary smile graced his lips. The unique warmth radiating from Lu Zhuo enveloped him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Before he could utter a word, Lu Zhuo had already pulled him onto the hood of the racing car. Grabbing a champagne bottle handed to him, Lu Zhuo shook it vigorously, and with a resounding pop, the chilled liquid erupted, scattering sparkling golden droplets that glimmered under the lights. Drenching them both, Huo Qinye's shirt was instantly dampened, and a splash of wine adorned his face, prompting him to chuckle at the gleeful Lu Zhuo beside him. Lu Xiao. Who is he? Truly remarkable. The surrounding crowd gathered closer. Of course. Lu Zhuo proudly draped an arm around Huo Qinye's shoulder, tilting his chin towards the crowd. How could the person I brought not be impressive? Turning back to Huo Qinye, he noticed the latter gazing at him intently, his eyes filled with a fervent focus. Lu Zhuo paused momentarily, but surely Huo Qinye should be feeling joyful now. Li Zhuoxin squeezed his way in, settling beside Huo Qinye. Qinye, is this really your first time? I don't believe it. You must be playing the fool. Surely you've practiced before. He glanced at Lu Zhuo. Perhaps he was just lucky. Li Zhuoxin thrust a glass of bubbling champagne into Huo Qinye's hand. Cheers! Lu Zhuo was aware that Huo Qinye abstained from alcohol, so he took hold of the glass, intending to drink on his behalf. Oh, how curious. Even our Lu Xiao knows to help someone drink. He jested. If he drinks, I'm certain I'll be scolded when I get home. Will we even get to play tomorrow? This simply won't do, Li Zhuo interjected. Qinye, as champions, we must toast. Come, let us celebrate. An occasional indulgence is harmless. Huo Qinye took a sip from the glass held by Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo observed him closely. You won't be tipsy after just one sip, will you? I certainly don't want to face reprimands. I won't. The lights of the racetrack dimmed, replaced by flickering neon and deafening electronic music. The champagne bubbles still danced in the air as the crowd spontaneously formed a dance floor. Li Zhuo, somehow acquiring a DJ setup, stood atop a car, spinning tracks, the sound waves reverberating through the ground. Hey, aren't you the champion? Come dance. Someone shouted towards Huo Qinye. He shook his head until Lu Zhuo seized his wrist. With a carefree smile, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, What is the point of winning if we don't celebrate? We're here, we must dance. Without waiting for Huo Qinye to decline, Lu Zhuo pulled him into the heart of the crowd. They cast aside all trivial concerns. By the time they returned home, it was already 11 o'clock. Lu Zhuo guided Huo Qinye upstairs carefully. If his mother discovered he had taken Huo Qinye out for drinks, he would undoubtedly face her wrath. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo, who was crouching as he ascended the stairs, and reached out to grasp the hem of his shirt, following closely behind. Once they entered Lu Zhuo's room and locked the door, Lu Zhuo finally felt at ease. As he took a half step forward, a sudden warmth pressed against his back. Huo Qinye's chest was flush against him, enveloping him in the faint scent of champagne. Reward! Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. He turned around to find Huo's face mere inches away. You know I haven't forgotten, right? Close your eyes. If you don't close them, there will be no reward. Slowly, Huo Qinye shut his eyes. Lu Zhuo observed the obedient Huo Qinye, seemingly anticipating his reward. However, he took off his shirt and playfully draped the soiled garment over his head. Here is your reward, a commemorative outfit. He then turned to dash to the bathroom to wash up, but was abruptly stopped by a firm grip on his wrist. What kind of reward is this? Huo Qinye's voice was even more hoarse than before. You're being dismissive. He removed the dirty clothes. Who is being dismissive? This shirt must be worth nearly half a month of your salary. I don't want it. Huo Qinye fixed his gaze upon him. If you want to reward me, I shall reward myself. How do you reward yourself? Lu Zhuo found this rather curious. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, Huo Qinye reached for the back of his neck and leaned down to kiss him. At the moment their lips met, Lu Zhuo's pupils dilated. Huo Qinye's breath was laced with the faint intoxication of champagne. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo turned his head away, his ears flushed crimson. Huo Qinye, how can you do this? Is this what you call rewarding yourself? Huo Qinye chuckled softly. He pursued his lips again, his voice muffled within their mingled breaths. If you want a reward, you cannot deceive me. As the clamor faded, the room was enveloped in their presence alone, and Lu Zhuo found himself becoming increasingly entranced by the kiss. He had truly become Huo Qinye's reward. When it was time to bathe and retire to bed, Lu Zhuo felt utterly lethargic. However, in the middle of the night, he suddenly furrowed his brow in his sleep, jolted awake by a sharp pain. Huo Qinye had a habit of holding his hand while sleeping, but now he gripped it so tightly that it caused him considerable discomfort. Huo Qinye, he instinctively struggled. What are you doing? Not receiving a response, Lu Zhuo propped himself up slightly, discovering Huo Qinye's eyes tightly shut. Huo Qinye, he lowered his voice. Frowning, he instinctively tried to pull his hand free, but halted upon his pale complexion. With his eyes closed, Huo Qinye was drenched in cold sweat, his breathing rapid as if trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Lu Zhuo recalled hearing that waking someone from a nightmare abruptly could worsen their distress. He hesitated, refraining from waking him immediately. Yet Huo Qinye's fingers tightened their grip, his knuckles whitening and trembling slightly. Huo Qinye's lips moved as if to utter something. Lu Zhuo leaned closer. What? Huo Qinye's brow furrowed even deeper. Lu Zhuo reached out to touch his forehead, feeling an intense heat radiating from him. He was momentarily stunned. Could it be the champagne that caused this? Chapter Bashu, Huo Qinye, you leave. But that drink was not particularly strong, and Huo Qinye hardly seemed the type to be incapacitated by a single glass. Huo Qinye's eyelashes fluttered, yet he still did not open his eyes, unconsciously turning his head as if trying to evade something. Lu Zhuo had never seen Huo Qinye like this before. His heart tightened sharply. He did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he leaned closer and gently patted Huo Qinye's shoulder, saying, "If you are having nightmares while sharing a bed with me, it seems I should be the one plagued by nightmares. What kind of demons dare to haunt you?" Observing Huo Qinye's discomfort, Lu Zhuo contemplated whether to brighten the bedside lamp, fearing the dimness of the room might be the cause of Huo Qinye's troubled dreams. As he reached for the lamp, his fingertips barely brushed the dimmer knob when Huo Qinye trembled. "Get away," came a hoarse reprimand, resonating with unusual clarity in the stillness of the room. Huo Qinye's eyes snapped open, his dark pupils constricting, filled with a ferocity and resistance Lu Zhuo had never witnessed before. Lu Zhuo felt Huo Qinye's grip tighten around his wrist, causing him to gasp in pain. "That hurts." The moment their eyes met, Lu Zhuo was taken aback. Huo Qinye's gaze was not one of awareness, but rather that of a cornered beast, radiating aggression. "Qinye?" In the next instant, Lu Zhuo found himself forcefully thrown onto the floor, his elbow colliding with the bedside table, producing a muffled thud. He let out a pained grunt as Huo Qinye leapt off the bed. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye walked towards the door, neglecting to glance at him, igniting a surge of anger within him. How dare he push him, and then attempt to flee? Lu Zhuo stood up and seized Huo Qinye's arm. "Huo Qinye, stop. What do you mean by this? Don't touch me." Huo Qinye snapped, flinging his hand away. With a crash, Lu Zhuo knocked over the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. In the next moment, a wave of oppressive pheromones surged forth, their inherent aggression akin to a sharp blade, piercing through Lu Zhuo's nerves. Had Huo Qinye entered his sensitive period? He let out a muffled sound, his temples throbbing, the world around him dimming, and an uncontrollable rage surged within him, urging him to confront Huo Qinye. Yet, the weight of their rank disparity rendered him powerless to retaliate. He stood up, groping for the light switch. A sudden sting shot through him as shards of the broken lamp pierced his skin. Ignoring the pain, he gritted his teeth and fumbled for the wall switch, flipping it on with a decisive click. The blinding white light flooded the room. Huo Qinye stood just 2 steps away, motionless. The illumination momentarily disoriented him, his brows furrowing as his pheromones receded slightly. "Huo Qinye, I am angry." Lu Zhuo glared at him. "You dare to tell me to leave? How could you? You treat me this way again. Get out. You should leave. I never want to see you again." Lu Zhuo's eyes turned red as he shouted, "You leave right now." The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Lu Zhuo's rapid breaths. Huo Qinye's eyelashes fluttered, as if startled awake by those words. Slowly, he turned his head, his gaze gradually sharpening as it fell upon Lu Zhuo. It was Lu Zhuo, truly Lu Zhuo. His attention was drawn to Lu Zhuo's bloodied hand, and his pupils constricted sharply. Lu Zhuo." The whisper was almost inaudible, yet it gripped Lu Zhuo's heart fiercely. "Get away," Lu Zhuo exclaimed. Huo Qinye seemed to have exhausted all his strength to utter those 2 words. "Get out. Get out now." Lu Zhuo's voice erupted within the confines of the room, laden with suppressed fury and a barely perceptible quiver. Yet, Huo Qinye did not leave. Instead, he approached Lu Zhuo, his steps somewhat unsteady. "I'm sorry." His voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, his gaze fixed upon Lu Zhuo's injured hand, his eyes swirling with guilt and anguish. He reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly, halting just before making contact with Lu Zhuo's wound. Lu Zhuo glared at him with reddened eyes, his chest rising and falling violently. He had been the one wronged. So why did Huo Qinye present himself in this manner? "I refuse to accept this. I want you to leave. I never want to see you again." Lu Zhuo was consumed by rage. However, as he beheld Huo Qinye's condition, his breath caught involuntarily for a moment. Huo Qinye's forehead glistened with a fine sheen of cold sweat, his complexion pale to the point of translucence, even his lips nearly colorless. His lashes hung low, casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, exuding an indescribable sense of fragility, as if he might collapse at any moment. Lu Zhuo clenched his teeth resolutely. Damn it. Why was he feeling soft-hearted? I do not forgive you, leave. Lu Zhuo's voice was firm, yet his eyes betrayed him, growing hot with unshed tears. Huo Qinye's hand lingered in the air for a second before it slowly retracted. He silently turned away, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary in the dim light. Lu Zhuo was fixated on the direction of his departure, his heart sinking. The room was terrifyingly silent, with only the scattered shards of the lamp reflecting a cold light. Alongside the sound of Huo Qinye's retreating footsteps, he no longer needed the lamp to sleep. At that moment, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. Huo Qinye returned, carrying a medical kit. He knelt before Lu Zhuo and gently grasped his injured hand. This might sting a bit. Bear with it. His voice was lower than usual. Huo Qinye, why do you care? Do you not understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Does saying sorry make it better? The injury is already there. Huo Qinye lowered his head, strands of hair falling to obscure part of his brow and eyes, yet failing to conceal his tightly furrowed brow. He began to clear away the shards of glass, prompting Lu Zhuo to recoil slightly. I don't need your help. You just told me to get lost. Push me away, and now you're pretending to care. Huo Qinye's brow furrowed even deeper. Although Lu Zhuo was cut from the glass was not deep. It was a long gash. Indeed, saying sorry is futile. The injury has been inflicted. He had caused Lu Zhuo's pain. It was no one else's doing. The room remained quiet. Lu Zhuo recalled his childhood. Every time he returned home wounded from a fight, Huo Qinye would kneel before him, tending to his injuries. Back then, Huo Qinye had always been calm and gentle. Yet today, he had pushed him away, even ordering him to leave, with such ferocity. Lu Zhuo was furious. However, observing Huo Qinye's deeply furrowed brow and the slight tremor of his lashes, as if every breath he took was restrained, Lu Zhuo felt assured he was not mistaken. Huo Qinye's expression conveyed it all. He was filled with remorse. He felt pain, and he was sorrowful. It appears that Huo Qinye can indeed display such expressions. And it is because of him. Lu Zhuo suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself utterly speechless. Why must he exhibit such an expression, making it impossible for him to express his anger? Chapter 81. Insecurity. Huo Qinye's movements as he bandaged Lu Zhuo were gentle and noticeably slower than usual. He bowed his head, his lashes casting a shadow, and his slender fingers struggled with the bandage, tying it 3 times before managing to secure it. This was the first time Lu Zhuo had witnessed such a side of Huo Qinye. After completing the task, Huo Qinye did not rise immediately, instead maintaining a position on one knee, his head lowered, gently stroking the bandaged wound with his fingertip, as if confirming something. Don't push me away. Why are you holding me? Huo Qinye's voice was barely a whisper. What? Huo Qinye rested his forehead against Lu Zhuo's shoulder, his breath warm and penetrating through the thin fabric of the nightgown. Lu Zhuo was taken aback and instinctively supported him, only to realize that Huo Qinye's complexion was ghostly pale, nearly translucent, with only the corners of his eyes tinged with an unnatural redness. That was not directed at you. I thought it was yet another falsehood. What falsehood? What is real? Lu Zhuo struggled to comprehend. But it was the first time he had heard Huo Qinye utter the word roll. Throughout their years together, Huo Qinye had never resorted to cursing, nor had Lu Zhuo witnessed him lose his temper. His recent demeanor was indeed out of character. Lu Zhuo steeled himself to remain calm. Was that truly not directed at me? It was not. Then who was it? Lu Zhuo pressed on. Someone other than you. Huo Qinye seemed to regain his composure, supporting Lu Zhuo's arm, his voice husky. Can you rise? You should rest in bed. Lu Zhuo allowed himself to be assisted back onto the bed, watching as Huo Qinye silently collected the shards of glass scattered on the floor. Once finished, Huo Qinye stood by the bedside, his gaze lowered upon him. Rest well. I must return to the research institute. Lu Zhuo scrutinized his pale visage. How can I rest well? My hand is in excruciating pain. You must stay and attend to me. Huo Qinye paused, silent. Lu Zhuo snorted derisively, deliberately raising his voice. You were so cordial just now, and now you wish to leave? Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo's angry expression. There are no suppressants available here. I must return to the car. It is a sensitive period. Huo Qinye added, it is unsafe for you to be with me. You should rest early. Lu Zhuo glared at the closed door, then impulsively grabbed a pillow and hurled it toward the entrance. "What do you mean, unsafe? We have spent time together before." He ground his teeth. "Are you suggesting I might perish?" Yet, as the words escaped his lips, his mind flooded with the image of Huo Qinye's pallid face. The drive back to the research institute would take an hour and a half. In his current state, Lu Zhuo flung off the covers, hastily donned a jacket, and dashed out the door. He was certainly not concerned for Huo Qinye. It was Huo Qinye who had injured his hand. How had he possibly let him off the hook so easily? Not a chance. As Lu Zhuo changed his clothes and sprinted to the stairwell, his footsteps suddenly halted. On the steps lay a few drops of blood. A pang of anxiety gripped Lu Zhuo's heart as he quickened his pace down the stairs. In the parking space, Huo Qinye's car still had its lights illuminated. Through the car window, Lu Zhuo witnessed him administering the suppressor. As the first needle pierced his arm, blood trickled down the syringe. Lu Zhuo observed a ghastly wound that had inexplicably opened in his palm, staining half of his sleeve crimson. Yet, it seemed that Huo Qinye remained oblivious to the pain as he extracted the needle and grasped the second syringe. Lu Zhuo stood frozen in place, helplessly watching him prepare the third dose of the suppressor. Huo Qinye, had he lost his mind? Lu Zhuo rushed forward, pressing his hand against the car door, only to realize he was trembling uncontrollably. He watched as Huo Qinye injected the third dose into his vein, tilting his head back against the seat, his throat convulsing violently. Cold sweat trickled down his chin, dampening the collar of his shirt. The car door swung open, allowing the night breeze to rush into the vehicle. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo's voice trembled with an unfamiliar fragility. Huo Qinye slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze hazy as it met Lu Zhuo's. Cold sweat clung to his eyelashes, and the syringe clattered to the floor at his side. Besides the emptied suppressor syringe, a blood-stained shard of glass lay on the car mat, the very piece that had injured Lu Zhuo when the lamp shattered moments ago. Lu Zhuo's pupils constricted. During his particularly arduous sensitivity period, a single dose of the suppressor sufficed. Yet, on the very first day of Huo Qinye's sensitivity period, he had taken 3 doses at once. Even for an S-class alpha, such a high dosage was utterly unnecessary. Get out of the car. Lu Zhuo had already donned the suppressor wristband and seized Huo Qinye's wrist. Huo Qinye's fingers gently brushed against his fingertips, lightly grazing his knuckles. Lu Zhuo's heart jolted. He pushed Huo Qinye into the passenger seat and took the driver's seat himself. With a firm press on the accelerator, he sped off to return Huo Qinye to the research institute. The roads were nearly deserted at night, allowing him to drive at a swift pace. At that moment, Lu Zhuo noticed several black sedans trailing him in the rearview mirror. Initially, he dismissed it as paranoia. However, after several turns, they continued to follow closely, flashing their high beams and blinding him painfully. Stealing a glance at Huo Qinye, who was still asleep, he grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and dialed Li Zhuo's number with the other. "Track my location. Someone has been following me. Bring the convoy over. Who dares to provoke me? I will deal with them in 10 minutes. Li Zhuo's voice crackled through the phone. Lu Zhuo abruptly ended the call. Suddenly, a black car accelerated and slammed into their rear. The two were thrust forward by inertia, only to be yanked back by their seatbelts. Damn it. A surge of anger ignited within Lu Zhuo. He downshifted and accelerated. Had it not been for Huo Qinye's presence and the fact that it was his car, he would have collided with them head-on. At the next intersection, Lu Zhuo found himself flanked by 2 vehicles. He glanced at the slumbering Huo Qinye, who was oblivious to his impressive maneuvers. The tires screeched in protest as Lu Zhuo sharply turned onto the emergency lane. Sparks flew as the mirrors grazed the guardrail. Without hesitation, he spun the wheel, veering into a narrow alleyway. 5 minutes later, the unmistakable roar of a familiar engine echoed from a distance. Li Zhuo safeguarded Lu Zhuo's vehicle with his convoy, while simultaneously encircling the group that had been tailing them. Driving a sports car, Li Zhuo signaled to Lu Zhuo to roll down his window, eager to ascertain the intentions of their pursuers. With an assuring gesture, he indicated that there was no need for concern. They would not escape unscathed. The harsh sound of collision erupted in the night air. Lu Zhuo returned to the research institute with Huo Qinye, gently assisting him onto the bed and changing his soiled clothes. He panted as he gazed at the unconscious Huo Qinye. Is this what you meant by danger? Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye, who lay helplessly on the bed. Who could you possibly contend with in this state? He plopped down onto the bed, lifting Huo Qinye's arm. Humph. Is this how you fare during your sensitive period? When you had mentioned that an S-class alpha in their sensitive phase is akin to a fighter jet, what kind of fighter jet is this? It would be amusing to capture this moment on film for those alphas and omegas to see, and then let them reconsider their affections for you, you frail little thing. Chapter 82. Perhaps his life is not so pleasant. Lu Zhuo rose to rummage through Huo Qinye's room, locating the medical kit. Upon opening it, his fingers froze. Half a box of suppressants, all with the latest expiration dates. A tightness gripped Lu Zhuo's chest. He seized the gauze and antiseptic and returned to the bedside. Huo Qinye lay with his eyes closed, his complexion so pale it was nearly translucent, his lips a color so faint they were almost imperceptible. His right hand dangled weakly over the edge of the bed, a wound on his palm, still oozing blood, the dark crimson stains having dried within the creases of his skin. Lu Zhuo firmly grasped his wrist, using a cotton swab dipped in antiseptic to cleanse the wound, which was deeper than his own. It was clearly the result of his own forceful grip on shards of glass. As Lu Zhuo examined him, he was struck by a profound unfamiliarity with Huo Qinye. He feared that shards of glass might still be embedded in the flesh, and, as he cleaned the wound, it seemed to worsen slightly. Huo Qinye's eyelashes fluttered gently as he slowly opened his eyes. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? Huo Qinye remained silent. Lu Zhuo noticed that he was gazing intently at him. What are you staring at? I'm not your free caregiver. If you delete some photos, I want you to have to deal with these troublesome matters. During the bandaging, Huo Qinye grasped his fingertips. Just stay with me like this. Lu Zhuo paused in his movements, tightening the gauze with force and tying a crooked knot. You have quite a few demands. He feigned annoyance as he attempted to withdraw his hand, but Huo Qinye gently held on. The injured hand lacked strength, still wrapped in gauze, yet it clung to his fingers, reluctant to let go. Huo Qinye's fingertips were warm, radiating the distinctive heat of his sensitive period. Lu Zhuo wished to free himself, yet ultimately he did not. Fine, just this once. At that moment, a phone call came in. It was Lin Mu Yuan. Lu Zhuo silenced his phone, staring at the incessantly flashing screen. Ultimately, he pressed the answer button. Aunt Lin, is there something you need at this late hour? He softened his voice, his gaze resting on the slumbering Huo Qinye. On the other end of the line, Xiao Zhuo, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? The susceptible period for Qin Yi has arrived. If he feels unwell, he must inform me, and I shall fetch him to the hospital, all right? Understood. How is he faring now? Has his susceptible period commenced? Auntie, such a private matter regarding his susceptibility is beyond my knowledge. Lu Zhuo replied nonchalantly, suggesting you might call him directly. Lin Mu Yuan sighed, her voice tinged with concern. This child, Qin Yi, keeps everything bottled up. Even when discomfort arises, he endures it stoically. Prolonged use of suppressants can be quite detrimental to one's health, and you surely understand this, Xiao Zhuo. Therefore, if anything arises, he must be brought to the hospital. Do you comprehend? Understood. I will be vigilant. Lu Zhuo was about to end the call when Lin Mu Yuan suddenly called out to him again. Is there anything else? He cannot continue to endure. After the call ended, silence enveloped the room once more. Lu Zhuo stared at the darkened screen, an unsettling sensation gradually spreading within him. He was not foolish. When Huo Qinye's susceptible period flares, his first instinct is not to return home, but rather to head to the research institute, even going so far as to administer an overdose of suppressants. Moreover, Lin Mu Yuan's words clearly indicated her awareness of their relationship. How could she possibly know? She always seemed unable to reach Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo turned to the person lying on the bed. Huo Qinye's brow was furrowed, his unrest evident even in slumber, his damp hair clinging to his pallid skin due to cold sweat. His fingers unconsciously intertwined with Lu Zhuo's. Something was amiss. Everything felt wrong. Lu Zhuo initiated a video call with Shun Zijin. After a prolonged wait, the call was finally answered. Shun Zijin whispered, Lu Bao, what is the matter? Would you administer 3 doses of suppressants during your susceptible period? No, 3 doses? That seems excessive. At that moment, Li Chen's voice resonated from the other end. Did Huo Qinye administer 3 doses to himself? Sorry to disturb you, Xiao Chun. Li Chen seemed to grunt in response. Yes. Lu Zhuo recalled Li Chun's prior warning. Zijin, could you inquire with Li Chen about how he knows that Huo Qinye dislikes the pheromones during an Omega's heat? Has something occurred in the past? Could he possibly elucidate? Li Chen's voice came through the phone. Not really. Why not? Lu Zhuo queried, puzzled as to why there was something he could not divulge. You may ask him, is there something troubling? Lu Zhuo's throat felt parched. On the other end, Li Chun had already ended the call. A call from Li Chu Xin came through as well. Huo Qinye stirred slightly, and Lu Zhuo instinctively clasped his hand. Who is it? Lu Zhuo whispered. That group claimed they weren't following, yet they were all dealt with. I noted down the license plate numbers. We should investigate them all. All right. I noticed Qin Yi seemed unwell. Is he all right? Yes, thank you. Come on, Lu Zhuo, don't be so formal with me. I'm feeling a bit upset. I'll treat you to a meal another day. All right, it's a deal. Li Chu Xin cheerfully hung up, eagerly anticipating that meal. Lu Zhuo's thoughts churned. That group was not trailing him, but rather Huo Qinye. After all, he was driving Huo Qinye's car. He recalled the moment he stealthily took Huo Qinye's phone to decrypt it, mentioning it was equipped with a location tracker. At that time, he had unwittingly found himself entangled in this predicament. Upon reflection, it was clear that Huo Qinye had long been under surveillance. Yet, this notion seemed implausible. Huo Qinye held the esteemed position of chief at the Alliance Research Institute, a role of such distinction that few would dare to overtly follow him, let alone collide with his vehicle. Unless Lu Zhuo's growing agitation led his gaze to Huo Qinye's arm. He hesitated momentarily before gently rolling up Huo Qinye's sleeve. His arm bore numerous minute pinpricks, some already scabbed over while others still exhibited shades of dark bruising. The contrast of these marks, both fresh and old, clearly indicated a history of prolonged injections. Most alarming were the 3 newly inflicted puncture wounds, surrounded by an abnormal discoloration of bruising. Lu Zhuo's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. His throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, making each breath labored. Huo Qinye was a premier alpha. What omega could he not have? There were pheromones on the market specifically designed to soothe alphas, and the Alliance Research Institute had even developed several specialized calming agents. Yet, Huo Qinye had opted for suppressants. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo averted his gaze, pulling Huo Qinye's sleeve down to conceal those distressing marks. He dare not look again, instead focusing on the small night lamp on the bedside. In its warm, golden glow, Lu Zhuo felt an unexpected heaviness in his chest. Perhaps Huo Qinye had endured considerable hardships over the years. This realization cut through his heart like a dull knife. Chapter 83. Do not bite me. Lu Zhuo took 3 days off from school. Lin Muyuan would call, but Lu Zhuo chose not to answer. Although she was his biological mother, her concern for him was minimal. Her calls were merely inquiries about Huo Qinye, clearly directed at him only because she could not reach Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo leaned over the bed, his gaze settling on Huo Qinye's hand resting outside the covers. That hand was long and elegantly shaped, gleaming with a cool, porcelain-like hue under the nightlight, akin to a meticulously crafted piece of art. He could not resist the urge to gently trace the pronounced wrist bone with his fingertip. It felt warm, yet it involuntarily summoned memories from long ago. In his childhood recollections, Huo Qinye's hands were particularly beautiful. He remembered a sunlit afternoon when Huo Qinye sat by the window at his desk, helping him with his homework. Sunlight filtered through his fingers, casting dappled shadows on the paper. The slight rise of his wrist bone as he wrote, and the delicate curling of his fingertips as he turned the pages. Each moment lingered in Lu Zhuo's mind for what felt like an eternity. Lu Zhuo squeezed Huo Qinye's fingers gently. Next time, you must refrain from using suppressants. You're a PhD, yet you lack this basic understanding. Taking suppressants and expecting me to care for you. What a nuisance. The following afternoon, Lu Zhuo fed Huo Qinye some nutrient solution and kept him company as he slept. Once he confirmed that Huo Qinye was in a deep slumber, he quietly rose from the bed. He intended to head to the cafeteria for a meal, planning to bring back some food for Huo Qinye, as the demands of the sensitivity period were too great. Merely consuming nutrient solutions would not suffice. The cafeteria was relatively empty, and as Lu Zhuo focused on selecting his meal, a voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. Lu Zhuo, where is Qinye? Li Hao had unknowingly positioned himself behind him. Why haven't you left yet? Lu Zhuo remarked, as he indulged in a meal, feeling the need to nourish himself adequately. I will leave this evening. I just wanted to bid farewell to Qinye. He is unavailable. You might as well depart directly, Li Hao replied, his expression darkening noticeably. As Lu Zhuo was about to exit, he inadvertently collided with Li Hao. Whether by intention or accident he could not discern. Lu Zhuo frowned. Watch where you're walking. He was too famished to quibble over the matter. Once satiated, he prepared a takeout meal for Huo Qinye, along with his beloved chocolate cake. However, as he strolled halfway, he sensed something was amiss. Reaching into his pocket, he discovered that Huo Qinye's room card was missing. Instantly, he retraced his steps to the cafeteria, searching fruitlessly for it. At that moment, an alpha interjected. So that was your room card. Did you see it? I noticed you bumped into another alpha earlier, and the card fell. The other alpha picked it up. Another alpha? Who? I don't know, much like you. He wasn't wearing our institute's attire. Realization dawned on Lu Zhuo. It was Li Hao who had collided with him. Damn it. He wouldn't have taken my room card to find Huo Qinye, would he? He abruptly turned and hastened toward Huo Qinye's room, his pace quickening to a near run. At the end of the corridor, Huo Qinye's door stood closed, muffling any sounds within. Huo Qinye, Li Hao, you shameless wretch, open the door this instant. Just as he contemplated calling for help, a wave of anger surged through him. Damn it, Leo, if you dare to lay a hand on Huo Qinye, I swear I will end you. As he prepared to kick the door, it unexpectedly swung open. Leo, bloodied and slumped against the door, weakly clawed at it. Before Lu Zhuo could enter, he caught a whiff of an Omega's sweet, cloying pheromones, indicative of a heat cycle. Li Hao was evidently aware that Huo Qinye was in a sensitive state. His intentions to entice Huo Qinye with Omega pheromones were glaringly obvious. You must be out of your mind. Lu Zhuo felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he seized Li Hao, dragging him outside and throwing a punch. Li Hao writhed in pain on the floor, looking even more disheveled. In the next moment, Lu Zhuo noticed the impassive figure of Huo Qinye standing at the doorway. Despite wearing a wristband, he could still sense the primal instincts of Huo Qinye being forcibly provoked, his pheromones spiraling out of control. Qinye, I was wrong. I was wrong, Li Hao stammered, trembling, blood streaming from his mouth. He crawled, then staggered to his feet and fled. You fool, Lu Zhuo seethed. I'll call someone to deal with him. His chest heaved with anger as he stepped inside. Checking on Huo Qinye and gently nudging him, he didn't harm you. Did he? Are you all right? The door clicked shut behind him. Within the room, only Lu Zhuo and Huo Qinye remained, amidst an array of peculiar pheromones. Huo Qinye took a step forward, pressing Lu Zhuo against the door. Huo Qinye's heated body pressed closely against him, his scorching breath brushing against the side of his neck. Lu Zhuo could sense the tremors in the other's tensed muscles, as if he were exerting every ounce of strength to restrain himself. Are you all right, Huo Qinye? Are you feeling unwell? Let me open the window. Huo Qinye's nose was nearly touching his exposed gland. Huo Qinye? Lu Zhuo felt that something was amiss with him. He had stolen my room card. It wasn't given to him. You go to bed first. I brought you something delicious. Huo Qinye remained silent, unwilling to release Lu Zhuo's hand, clinging tightly instead. Lu Zhuo could feel Huo Qinye inhaling his scent. Suddenly, a sharp canine tooth grazed his skin, causing him to stiffen. Huo Qinye. He struggled, but Huo's strength was far too great for him to move. I'm not an Omega. The moment the canine pierced his skin, Lu Zhuo let out a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Huo Qinye, that hurts. The cry of pain was like a bucket of cold water dousing him. Huo Qinye froze abruptly, his teeth poised just above the skin, ultimately refraining from biting down. Lu Zhuo, he rasped his name, his voice laden with suppressed emotions. Yes, it's me, don't bite me. Lu Zhuo's forehead was slick with cold sweat. Being an alpha, if he were an Omega, a bite would have been permissible, but an alpha could not, as their instincts vehemently oppose anyone encroaching upon their territory. Huo Qinye rested his forehead against Lu Zhuo's shoulder inhaling his pheromones like a drug addict, yet appearing as if he might bite down at any moment. Lu Zhuo's throat constricted. He was ensnared by Huo Qinye. One moment he was weak, the next ferocious. It was all that foolish idiot's fault. Once Huo Qinye's sensitive period concluded, he would certainly seek out Li Hao for a proper reckoning. Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye's lips brushed against the skin of his nape, each word imbued with scorching breath, sending tingling shivers down Lu Zhuo's spine. Let me go. Lu Zhuo's voice tightened. Don't bite me. Huo Qinye offered no reply, merely tightening his embrace, pressing Lu Zhuo further into his chest. His nose grazed the back of Lu Zhuo's ear, his breath heavy and labored, repeatedly calling his name. Lu Zhuo, it's me. Lu Zhuo's heart raced painfully as he turned to meet his gaze. Those eyes, usually so calm and composed, were now dark and frightening. Chapter 84. I heard his gaze was that of a beast fixated on prey it had long coveted. Lu Zhuo's breath hitched, the glands at the nape of his neck pulsating. Huo Qinye's fingertips caressed his cheek, his thumb brushing heavily across Lu Zhuo's lower lip before kissing him. Lu Zhuo felt his breath being stolen away in an instant. This was no gentle kiss. It was unlike any before. His fervent lips and tongue forcefully pried open Lu Zhuo's mouth, as if intent on devouring him whole. Lu Zhuo's head pressed against the door, supported Huo Qinye's palm, yet the kiss brought him pain. The unique pheromones of an alpha in their sensitive period mingled with saliva, leaving Lu Zhuo feeling both discomfort and inexplicably exhilarated. He hazily recalled the sight of Li Hao, bloodied and crawling out moments ago, yet at this moment, Huo Qinye pressed him against the door and kissed him. This realization sent Lu Zhuo's heart racing. Huo Qinye desired no one else but him. Overwhelmed by the kiss, Lu Zhuo felt his legs weaken, oxygen stolen from his lungs, and only when darkness threatened to engulf him was he momentarily released. The next instant, Huo Qinye's kiss descended upon him once more, fervent and insatiable, as if he could never have enough. Lu Zhuo found himself dazed, clinging to Huo Qinye as he was pinned against the door. A sharp pain surged through him, causing his toes to curl and tears to spring to his eyes. The whimper that escaped him, tinged with anguish, felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Huo Qinye. His movements abruptly halted, a flicker of clarity piercing through the crimson depths of his gaze. He staggered back as if shocked, retreating 2 unsteady steps. Lu Zhuo leaned against the door, gasping for breath, his eyes reddened, and his trousers having slipped down to his ankles, revealing his long legs. Huo Qinye's throat convulsed violently, fingers digging deeply into his palm until the previously bandaged gauze began to seep crimson. His breathing remained heavy and labored, yet he remained rooted in place, refraining from advancing further. Turning to rummage through the drawer for a suppressant, Huo Qinye skillfully unwrapped a syringe, driving the needle into his arm with force. Lu Zhuo snapped back to reality. Huo Qinye! He watched helplessly as the clear liquid was injected into his vein. As Huo Qinye reached for a second syringe, Lu Zhuo quickly pulled up his trousers and rushed over, slapping the suppressant from his grasp, sending the syringe clattering to the floor. Stop it! Lu Zhuo's voice trembled. Are you out of your mind? One injection isn't enough, and you need a second one? How many suppressants do you plan to take during your sensitivity phase? Huo Qinye still attempted to retrieve another syringe. Huo Qinye! Lu Zhuo's eyes brimmed with anger as he pointed at the broken syringe on the ground. Look at the needle marks on your arm. Do you think you're test subject? If you dare to inject yourself again, I swear. Huo Qinye met Lu Zhuo's gaze, his voice low and troubled. Did I hurt you? I'm an alpha too. I'm not that fragile. Lu Zhuo's voice still carried remnants of breathlessness. It's not about pain. It was too sudden. Who could withstand such a shock? His words faltered, a flush creeping up his neck. The room fell into an abrupt silence. Huo Qinye's heavy gaze lingered on Lu Zhuo. With a sharp clap, Lu Zhuo slammed the drawer shut, the force rattling the entire desk. No more suppressants. He glared at the bloody bandages he had wrapped around Huo Qinye's arm. He was keeping himself alert by inflicting harm. What if something goes wrong after you take so many suppressants? If that happens, we'll be in the same room. And I want to even have the words to explain. It won't happen, Huo Qinye replied, his tone calm and assured. This assurance ignited Lu Zhuo's fury. How many times had he injected himself to speak so lightly of it? The sensitivity phase for an alpha is a normal physiological phenomenon. These are natural needs. Are you a fool? Lu Zhuo, in a fit of anger, stumbled over his words. It's merely a sensitive period. You've assisted me before. His ears flushed with heat. You wouldn't threaten me, would you? If you insist on it. He felt helpless. After taking the suppressants, Huo Qinye regained a degree of clarity. He grasped Lu Zhuo's wrist, feeling it, and remarked, I fear that the photos may not suffice. I cannot continue to pursue a romantic relationship with you. He was boasting again. Lu Zhuo scoffed, replacing the old bandage on his hand with a fresh one. If you bleed again, I shall disregard you. With that, Lu Zhuo pulled Huo Qinye off the chair and onto the bed. I had brought you some food, but in your haste, I dropped it all into the trash. Are you hungry? I could go get you something else. Huo Qinye shook his head, wanting Lu Zhuo to stay. At that moment, he desired nothing but Lu Zhuo's presence. Lu Zhuo, somewhat unwilling yet compliant, remarked, if you insist on my company, I have no choice. At some unknown moment, Huo Qinye removed Lu Zhuo's wristband and donned it on his own wrist. Lu Zhuo's pheromones began to uncontrollably seep out, and Huo Qinye seemed to relish them, holding him close and kissing the nape of his neck. However, this left Lu Zhuo feeling quite uncomfortable. The sensation of being nibbled had heightened his anxiety. Turning to face Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo found himself unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze. As he attempted to lie down, Huo Qinye kissed him again. Perhaps due to the effects of the suppressant, Huo Qinye's kisses became somewhat gentler. He gazed at Lu Zhuo as if he were a precious treasure. To be honest, receiving such attention from Huo Qinye made Lu Zhuo feel rather alluring. In light of Huo Qinye's previous assistance, he decided to show him a measure of kindness. Once this sensitive period concluded, he would hold him accountable. As night fell, Huo Qinye grew restless and began to bite. After Lu Zhuo cried out in pain, Huo Qinye attempted to rise and take more suppressants, but Lu Zhuo yanked him back. Gasping for breath, Lu Zhuo glared at him, establishing a rule. No biting the glands, the rest could be endured. Huo Qinye gazed at him intently, desire swirling in his eyes, his throat bobbing slightly. The sheets were changed multiple times, and Lu Zhuo, exhausted, could barely move his fingers, sinking into the soft bedding. Half his face buried in the pillow, drifting into a deep slumber. Eventually, Huo Qinye's sensitivity subsided and rationality returned. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gazed down at the sleeping Lu Zhuo, still harboring lingering possessiveness, yet his heart felt full because of Lu Zhuo. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Lu Zhuo's forehead, his fingers brushing through his slightly disheveled hair. It was not the coldness of suppressants. It was Lu Zhuo's companionship that warmed him. He picked up his phone and glanced at the screen. It illuminated with a cascade of unread messages, all sent by Lin Muyuan. Qinye, Mom is waiting for you at the hospital. Qinye, don't waste time. Answer the phone. The messages continued to flood in. Huo Qinye's expression hardened as he pressed the screen off. By the time Lu Zhuo woke, it was already the third day of his leave. With classes early the next morning, he needed to return. In the room, Lu Zhuo found that Huo Qinye was nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhuo, dragging his weary body, rose and stood before the bathroom mirror, glancing sideways at the myriad of bruises adorning his waist and hips. What a peculiar habit, he muttered, his ears aflame, hastily twisting the faucet to let the water flow. As the warmth enveloped his body, Lu Zhuo's mind finally cleared. Now that Huo Qinye's sensitive phase had passed, the thought of their reunion after a few intimate days in bed was nothing short of excruciatingly awkward. It would be prudent for him to make an early exit. He hurriedly dried himself and wrapped a towel around his form, searching for his clothes. Just as he clumsily slipped on a t-shirt, the door swung open unexpectedly. Huo Qinye stood at the threshold, a takeout bag in hand, his expression serene. His shirt was buttoned all the way to the top, restoring his appearance of composed restraint, entirely devoid of the previous playfulness that had marked his sensitive face. Awake? Lu Zhuo replied, donning his pants and feigning calmness. I have class tomorrow. I must return. Let's dine together. Afterward, I shall drive you home. No need, Lu Zhuo exclaimed, tugging at his waistband, nearly biting his tongue. I've asked Qi Yao to pick me up. No sooner had the words left his lips than Huo Qinye stepped closer. With a graceful motion, his long fingers deftly caught the waistband of Lu Zhuo's pants, lifting it effortlessly. Observing the drawstring hanging from Lu Zhuo's athletic shorts, Huo Qinye's articulate fingers tied it into a neat bow. As Lu Zhuo gazed at those hands, which had left their indelible marks upon him over the past few days, his ears flushed with warmth. I am not a child of 3. I can tie it myself. It was my intention to assist my boyfriend, Huo Qinye replied, raising his gaze. I am grateful that you did not abandon me during my sensitive phase. Humph, Lu Zhuo retorted. It was not without its own costs. You know that well. Understood, Huo Qinye said, taking hold of Lu Zhuo's hand. What are you doing? Examining Lu Zhuo's wounds, Huo Qinye remarked, they've gotten wet. Allow me to bandage them. Lu Zhuo sat down, watching intently as Huo Qinye solemnly tended to his injuries. That day, when Li Hao threw himself at you, why didn't you just accept him? Lu Zhuo quipped. Huo Qinye tied a butterfly knot on Lu Zhuo's hand. I do not permit others to touch me. Lu Zhuo's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Such pretense. I'm leaving. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Zhuo winced at the discomfort radiating from his backside. Just as he lay down and retrieved his phone, he noticed a video call from Huo Qinye. He answered it. I've arrived. Yes, I see. Lu Zhuo remembered Huo Qinye's tracking device. By the way, during your sensitive phase, a car was tailing us. I've had them compensated. Also, about that incident when you and I took your phone, that was not my tracking device, I assure you. Understood, I will handle it. They must not escape unscathed. How dare they ram into our car? Had he not been inside, I would have surely sent their vehicle flying. Yes, do not dismiss this lightly. It is a grave matter, and also... Huo Qinye listened attentively. What is your relationship with Aunt Lin? Lu Zhuo inquired, reclining on his bed. Silence lingered on the other end for several seconds. Huo Qinye, if my relationship with her were poor, what would you do? Lu Zhuo scoffed. Me? What can I do? Your relationship with her is of no concern to me. Indeed. Huo Qinye seemed to chuckle softly. Still sore, are we? Now I know you belong to the canine family. Lu Zhuo felt his ears redden and quickly shifted the topic. I've been quite the qualified boyfriend these past few days. Haven Ti? How many photos did you delete? Huo Qinye's voice was laced with indulgence. You tell me. Lu Zhuo's eyes sparkled. Having accompanied you for 3 days and served you well, it must be at least 300 photos, right? He boldly made his demand, preparing for Huo Qinye to negotiate. All right. Huh? That straightforward? Lu Zhuo was taken aback. With 300 photos, that would leave only 200 left. As this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. Wait, what was he thinking? Deleting the photos would be a liberation, wouldn't it? Why did he suddenly feel it was too much? Absurd. Utterly absurd. 3 days later, as Li Hao stepped outside, he was momentarily blinded by a striking red convertible. Lu Zhuo lounged lazily in the passenger seat, while Wen Yu and Shen Zijin occupied the back, and Li Xiuxin gripped the steering wheel, whistling at him. Hey! Lu Zhuo raised his hand in greeting, smiling radiantly. Thief! Li Hao's complexion turned pale instantly. When you propped her chin up, grinning as she added, after all these years, Li Hao, have you turned to thievery? Still stealing room cards? What do you have to be proud of? Li Hao tightened his grip on his backpack, his voice trembling. Lu Zhuo leaped from the car, advancing step by step. Stealing room cards is one thing, but spraying omega pheromones? Feeling lonely? Liaus brad kikanat. Lu Zhuo, don't overstep your bounds. He had already been humiliated by Huo Qinye, and now he faced Lu Zhuo's ridicule as well. Overstep? You were always a little thief in elementary school. You stole the chocolate I gave to Huo Qinye. Did you think I wouldn't know? Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on Li Hao. Or do you believe Huo Qinye would fancy a thief? Who do you think you are? Lu Zhuo. Enraged, Li Hao reached out to strike him. But Lu Zhuo dodged and retaliated with a punch. I don't need a gang to take you down. Li Hao fell to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. Li Xiuxin cheered from behind. Lu Xiao, teach him a lesson. I saw him strike first. Enough. I don't want to dirty my hands. Delete that rose photo from your friend's circle. It was a gift for Huo Qinye. Do you have no shame? I have no shame. Do you? Yes. I like Huo Qinye. What does it matter to you? What are you to him? If he rejects me this time, there will be a next time. Lu Zhuo, are you afraid he might like me? Bringing so many people to find me from so far away. Haha, Lu Zhuo, Liu. I came to find you today for two reasons. To inform you that I have the video of you stealing my room card, and also the footage of you spraying yourself with pheromones, which got you kicked out by Huo Qinye. I have that quarter video as well. You care about your reputation, don't you? Lu Zhuo slowly opened his phone. Li Hao's desperate attempt to collide with himself and retrieve his room card appeared on Lu Zhuo's screen. What if I were to release all this footage? Liu Panika. Lu Zhuo, let us talk this over calmly. Don't do this. Chapter 86. Completely settled with Li Hao, Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow at Li Hao, his gaze imbued with blatant mockery. What will you do? Dare to act, but not to own up? Li Hao's face turned pale, his fingers tightly gripping the strap of his backpack. He understood that Lu Zhuo was capable of anything when he lost his composure. Lu Zhuo, I was wrong, truly wrong. His voice trembled. I apologize. Lu Zhuo sneered. Stepping forward, what good is your apology? I heard you just said you would seek out Huo Qinye in the future. No, I want tea. Li Hao fervently shook his head, his back pressed against the wall. I will not seek out Qinye again. Phone, Lu Zhuo commanded, extending his hand. Li Hao remained frozen in place. Phone, Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes, repeating himself. This time his tone turned icy. Reluctantly, Li Hao trembled as he retrieved his phone, unlocking it before handing it over. Lu Zhuo swiped the screen and swiftly deleted the post boasting about the flowers Huo Qinye had sent him. He then rapidly composed a new message. I, Li Hao, due to my persistent harassment of Huo Qinye, hereby reflect deeply. I forge an Omega identity to infiltrate the Alpha dormitory to illicitly obtain a room card. Under the ideological education of Chief Huo Qinye, I have come to a profound understanding of my mistakes. Here, I sincerely apologize to Chief Huo. I shall never dare to do so again. Accompanying the post was a photo of Li Hao kneeling, his face not visible. After sending it, he threw the phone back to Li Hao. Just as Li Hao intended to delete it, Lu Zhuo warned, think carefully. If you delete it from your moments, I will post all your videos online. Pinned for 3 days. Lu Zhuo turned and climbed into a flamboyant red convertible. Li Quixin pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away, leaving Li Hao standing in place. Gazing at the coerced post, his face ashen. It seemed that some individuals needed to endure hardship to learn their lesson. When you remarked, as he liked Li Hao's post, daring to act against Huo Qinye in front of me. Lu Zhuo finally vented his frustration. Did he truly think his grandfather was a sickly cat? Oh, it appears your relationship with Huo Qinye has grown increasingly close, not allowing others to interfere, when you noted. In elementary school, Huo Qinye was Lu Zhuo's Achilles heel. He could endure disparagement aimed at himself, but anyone who spoke ill of Huo Qinye would find themselves on the receiving end of his wrath. When you observed Lu Zhuo returning to that familiar demeanor, what is this? Even if it's a fake romance, he is still mine, and he must remain unblemished by others. Shun Zijin interjected. Lu Bao, you accompany Huo Qinye during his sensitive periods, don't you? When you grew animated, what is Huo's sensitive period like? Fierce or not? Just a weakling. Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow, taking it all in stride. When you, noticing Lu Zhuo's spirited demeanor, gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I underestimated you before. Beside them, Li Quixin, feeling jealous, remarked, if you don't like Huo Qinye, why not introduce him to me? Get lost, abandon that thought. Even rabbits want to eat the grass near their burrows. Who do you think you are? Back at their place, Lu Zhuo found Wen Yu, who looked as if he had something to say. I believe Huo Qinye is quite taken with me, Lu Zhuo said, his brows lifting slightly, a hint of pride evident. Indeed, when you concurred, I think so too. You feel the same? Lu Zhuo's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly, he is a top-tier alpha, and being with you every day is not mere fondness. During his vulnerable moments, he only wishes to be with you. When you gazed at Lu Zhuo with a gleeful expression, he intentionally remarked, when you eventually break up with him, he will certainly be heartbroken, and you shall have your revenge. Lu Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. There aren't too many photos left, just about 200. 200 is still a considerable number. If you delete 10 a day, you'll be liberated in 20 days. You claim he likes me, yet he hasn't confessed. That leaves me devoid of any sense of accomplishment. What if my brother helps you devise a plan? What sort of plan? Find someone to make him envious. Once he feels jealousy, he'll confess to you. When you suggested while chewing on a straw, no way, Lu Zhuo firmly declined. After spending so long with Huo Qinye, he knew him well. In front of outsiders, that guy would ensure to save face, but once they were home behind closed doors, it would be Lu Zhuo who would bear the brunt. Besides, such a juvenile tactic would be utterly ineffective against Huo Qinye. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 9:30. I must head back. You think of a reliable plan for me. Lu Zhuo hurried home, and just as he laid down after a shower, his phone screen illuminated at the scheduled time. Huo Qinye, 200 video call invitation. Checking up again. Lu Zhuo scoffed as he answered. Can't you see my location? Must you call every day? Huo Qinye glanced at the video of Lu Zhuo already in bed. Then I 1T call tomorrow. Lu Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, abruptly ending the video call and tossing his phone to the foot of the bed. What does that mean? He glared at the darkened screen, gritting his teeth. If you say you 1T call, then why did I rush home at 9:30? Is it necessary to be so obedient? The following night at the bar, Lu Zhuo slammed his phone onto the table, tilting his head back to down his 5th glass of whiskey that evening. When you have been watching since 9:30, noticing Lu Zhuo had glanced at his phone screen no less than 20 times. I'm staying here until dawn. Lu Zhuo suddenly exclaimed, startling Wenyu. As if to validate something, he raised his hand to order another drink. Just then his phone vibrated. Lu Zhuo opened it to see it was a call from Li Zhuo. He grimaced and answered, begrudgingly informing Li Zhuo of their drinking location. Li Zhuo settled beside Lu Zhuo, saying, had I known you were treating today, I wouldn't have made plans with anyone else. It's not too late for you to join now. On the dance floor, Lu Zhuo swayed to the music but still stole glances at his phone. We agreed not to check up on each other, he thought, irritated that he hadn't received a single call. Even more frustrating was the fact that he was still waiting. As he danced, the excitement began to wane, and he recalled the image of racing and dancing with Huo Qinye. At midnight, Lu Zhuo stumbled upstairs. Li Zhuo offered to escort him, but he declined. Sitting in the elevator, he took out his phone, glancing at it repeatedly. It was midnight. Not a single call or message. Damn it. Lu Zhuo, feeling discontented, exited the elevator and dialed Huo Qinye's number. The familiar ringtone echoed in his ears, yet Huo Qinye still wouldn't answer. He must be sleeping soundly. Damn you. Huo Qinye, just wait until you confess your feelings for me. Then I'll show you how to let go. Lu Zhuo shouted into his phone. Huo Qinye, Lu Zhuo paused, surprised that the call connected. Why did it take so long? I also want to check in. I'm here. Lu Zhuo felt that the voice did not seem to emanate from the phone. Chapter 87. A confession. Lu Zhuo lifted his head, the alcohol blurring his vision. In a daze, he saw a tall, slender figure clad in white standing at his doorstep, beside which stood a white suitcase. Drunk already? The familiar deep voice sent a shiver down Lu Zhuo's spine. He blinked vigorously, confirming that he wasn't imagining things. Huo Qinye was indeed there, dressed in his usual white shirt. What are you doing here? Lu Zhuo swayed slightly, his voice unsteady from intoxication. Huo Qinye stepped closer, steadying the swaying figure. I came to crash. Lu Zhuo fixated on the suitcase, stammering, will you be staying long? Huo Qinye looked at him earnestly. So there's no need for a video check-in. He paused for a moment before adding, however, who asked you that? Lu Zhuo's ears turned crimson, and he demanded, what did you say? Huo Qinye bent down, drawing near. But your boyfriend has been a bit naughty, returning home at midnight and keeping me waiting for quite a while. In an instant, Lu Zhuo's drunkenness faded significantly, and he instinctively retorted, last time someone was following you, Li Zhuo helped out. I had to treat him at dinner. He lifted his chin, defiantly glaring back. Whose fault is that? Huo Qinye chuckled softly. It seems it's my fault. Indeed, it is. Lu Zhuo turned to enter the password, but his inebriated fingers kept pressing the wrong numbers. Huo Qinye approached from behind, his long, knuckle-defined hand covering Lu Zhuo's as they pressed the numbers together, one by one. The warmth of Huo Qinye's chest pressed against Lu Zhuo's back, and he could distinctly feel the rhythm of the other's heartbeat. With a click, the door unlocked. Lu Zhuo, feeling dizzy, tilted his head, his voice thick with alcohol. Since you arrived so early and know the code, why didn't you just go in? Standing there like a fool, without even calling me? Huo Qinye placed the suitcase by the entrance. I needed your consent to enter. I initially intended to surprise you, but seeing your location indicated you were with friends. I didn't want to rush you. Why would I want a surprise when you show up? Oof. What if I don't agree to you staying? Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes, his gaze landing on the suitcase. Are you threatening me again? Oof. Lu Zhuo turned his face away, though his ears betrayed him, turning a subtle shade of red. Fine, come in then. What can I do? He mumbled softly. Once your photos run out, let us see what you'll use to threaten me. Huo Qinye chuckled lightly, dragging the suitcase into the living room. Lu Zhuo was sprawled on the sofa, watching as Huo Qinye hung his shirts in the wardrobe, placed toiletries on the sink, and set his notebook on the desk, his space being gradually encroached upon. Yet, to his surprise, he didn't mind it at all. Aren't you working at the Research Institute anymore? No. Huo Qinye handed him a glass of warm water, his fingertip brushing against the rim. There's a research project on the island seeking assistance, and the Institute sent me over. He paused briefly. I'll probably trouble you for a month. Warm water gently swayed in the glass, reflecting Lu Zhuo's stunned expression. A month. Starting tomorrow, he would see Huo Qinye every day after class. This realization made Lu Zhuo's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly lowered his head to drink water, concealing the slight upward curve of his lips. What a hassle. After finishing his drink, he decided to take a bath. Lounging lazily on the sofa, Lu Zhuo felt a reluctance to move. Should I carry you to wash? He asked. With a huff, he remained still. You go ahead. I need a moment to rest. In the bathroom, warm water quickly filled the bathtub, and amidst the rising steam, Lu Zhuo was gently placed into the water by Huo Qinye. The hot water enveloped him entirely, prompting Lu Zhuo to close his eyes. Huo Qinye rolled up his sleeves, his long fingers weaving through Lu Zhuo's hair, tenderly lathering it into foam. His fingertips pressed delicately on Lu Zhuo's scalp, eliciting a soft sigh of contentment from him. Open your mouth, Huo Qinye murmured after rinsing his hair. Lu Zhuo slightly opened his eyes, and through the mist, he saw Huo Qinye leaning closer, instinctively thinking he was about to kiss him. His Adam's apple bobbed, and feeling a bit parched, he tilted his head back. The next moment, a toothbrush was inserted into his mouth. The minty toothpaste melted within, causing Lu Zhuo to widen his eyes and mumble a protest. Huo Qinye. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Huo Qinye's eyes as he firmly held Lu Zhuo's chin. Don't move. Brush thoroughly. Frustrated, Lu Zhuo wanted to bite him, but found his cheeks pinched, leaving him no choice but to comply. After brushing, a soft sensation suddenly graced the corner of his mouth. Huo Qinye had kissed him. I like you. Those simple 4 words left Lu Zhuo frozen in the bathtub. Water droplets trickled from his hair, sliding past his widened eyes. As he questioned if he had truly heard correctly. Had Huo Qinye just confessed to him? His heart raced like thunder. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo's stunned expression, a smile blossoming in his eyes. His fingertips gently brushed against Lu Zhuo's lips, wiping away the remaining droplets, and he softly repeated, I like you. His voice was gentle, yet it resonated within Lu Zhuo's heart, creating ripples like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. I have confessed to you, Huo Qinye stated, gazing into Lu Zhuo's eyes, a barely there smile gracing his lips. Are you going to break up with me now? Lu Zhuo opened his mouth, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. What kind of confession is this? He suddenly turned his face away, his tone revealing clear displeasure. This is clearly insincere, nonsensical, and superficial. You're mocking me. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. No, this is a confession. Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? What sort of confession is this? I can't even break up with you now, Lu Zhuo muttered, the alcohol flushing his cheeks and clouding his gaze. Not yet. Huo Qinye responded, his hand gently caressing Lu Zhuo's hair, his voice deep and tender. Let me show you a little more, all right? My good boyfriend. Lu Zhuo looked up, his vision hazy from the drink, gazing into Huo Qinye's captivating eyes. They were beautiful, deep, and focused, and his lips were equally appealing, slightly pursed when he spoke. Moreover, he was quite skilled at showing affection. By some mysterious twist of fate, Lu Zhuo raised his damp hands and playfully slapped his face. Fixating on his lips, then show me now. Comfortably sprawled on the bed, Lu Zhuo's bare feet rested casually on Huo Qinye's thigh. his toes wiggling with a hint of pride. Huo Qinye glanced down at the fair ankle, his fingers gently caressing it, eliciting a languid hum from Lu Zhuo. "How's my performance?" Lu Zhuo turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Huo Qinye's slightly flushed lips. "Mediocre." Chapter 88. The photograph mediocre suggests at least 50 points, indicating I have made significant progress, Huo Qinye remarked with a smile. Lu Zhuo felt a bit lightheaded, his cheeks flushed, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Observing this state, Huo Qinye placed his warm palm against Lu Zhuo's cheek. "Now it's your turn." Before Lu Zhuo could fully comprehend what was happening, Huo Qinye's lips brushed softly against his, and as his tongue swept over the palate, a soft gasp escaped Lu Zhuo's throat. It turned out he was now settling his debts. The alcohol dulled yet heightened Lu Zhuo's senses, and Huo Qinye's overwhelming breath made him dizzy with desire for more. Instinctively, Lu Zhuo tilted his head back, wrapping his arms around Huo Qinye's neck, his fingertips unconsciously exploring the ends of his hair at the nape. Huo Qinye tightened his hold around Lu Zhuo's waist, kissing him deeper. Sunlight poured through the sheer curtains into the bedroom, where Lu Zhuo was still curled under the covers, half of his face buried in the pillow, lost in a hazy slumber. Huo Qinye stood at the bedside, gently brushing aside the bangs that fell across Lu Zhuo's forehead. "Lu Zhuo, it's time to get up. Just 5 more minutes," Lu Zhuo mumbled, rolling over, his voice raspy and thick with sleep. "You have class at 9. If you don't get up, the professor will take attendance." Warm breath brushed against his ear, causing Lu Zhuo's eyelashes to flutter. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, meeting Huo Qinye's amused gaze. He instinctively turned his face away, murmuring, "I know. Don't lean so close." Huo Qinye ruffled his hair before turning to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The dining table was set with fried eggs, toast, and warm milk. Lu Zhuo slowly bit into the bread, though his gaze often wandered to Huo Qinye's phone resting nearby. Noticing his glance, Huo Qinye raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Lu Zhuo replied, lowering his head to sip some milk, clearing his throat in an attempt to disguise his curiosity. He then casually asked, "Are you taking the boat to Xidao?" "Yes, the boat leaves at 9. I'll be home by 6, and we'll cook for you. I might not come back for dinner. You're almost done deleting the photos. Can't you spend more time with me?" Huo Qinye propped his chin on his hand, his gaze heavy upon him. "Depends on the situation. I'm quite busy. Many people at school want to treat me to dinner and hang out with me." "All right, but if you're not coming back, let me know in advance. Otherwise, I'll be waiting for you." Waiting for him. Lu Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. "Do as you please. If you want to wait, then wait. I won't send any messages." After finishing his meal, Lu Zhuo slipped away. When he arrived at school, when you noticed Lu Zhuo in an unusually good mood. "Hey, what is the good news?" Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Qinye came over, insisting on doing my laundry and cooking for me. I truly can't do anything about him. "Certainly. This evening, let us dine at your place, so that I may savor Chief who has culinary skills." "Absolutely not," Lu Zhuo swiftly declined. "Why not?" When you squinted at him, scrutinizing his response, "His cooking is notoriously unpalatable. I have no desire to partake," Lu Zhuo retorted. "Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. It seems you simply do not wish for us to enjoy the meals prepared by Huo Qinye," when you asserted. "Who said that?" "This evening, I shall dine at your residence. Huo Qinye is quite obedient to your wishes. Simply instruct him to prepare a bit more. It is hardly a significant matter." "Well, how many meals have you enjoyed at our home? Moreover, you are not suggesting that Huo Qinye should be treated like a deity. Despite your kindness towards him in your youth, he still departed. Sometimes, one must not indulge excessively, you know?" When you remarked with a smile, Lu Zhuo found a semblance of reason in when used words. "Then I shall inform him." Lu Zhuo messaged Huo Qinye. A minute later, "Huo Qinye, all right, how does steak sound?" "Lu Baba, yes indeed." "Huo Qinye, how many people are expected?" Lu Zhuo glanced at Wen Yu. "Just you and Gulen." When you blinked. "Ah, but I just informed Shen Zijin that he will also be joining us." Lu Zhuo. Shan Zijin peered from the front table. "I just mentioned it to Li Xiuxin, and he too intends to come." He inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. "Wen Yu, are you doing this on purpose?" Wen Yu feigned innocence. "How could I? I merely thought it would be more lively with more people." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Besides, did you not claim Huo Qinye's cooking was dreadful? With more people to share, it would be better. Lu Zhuo scoffed. Very well. Then you shall take responsibility for the dishes. When Lu Zhuo returned home with the four of them, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Huo Qinye stood at the counter, casually donned in a loosely tied dark gray apron, the fabric accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His sleeves rolled to the elbows revealed his well-defined forearms. He slightly bowed his head, deft fingers wielding a spatula as the steaks sizzled under his skilled touch. The fragrance of oil mingling with the piquancy of black pepper filling the room. Li Zhuo leaned against the kitchen doorway, whistling. Qinye, that apron style is rather unique. Huo Qinye's lips curled into a subtle smile. Lu Zhuo chose it. Lu Zhuo, who had been feigning engagement with his phone on the living room sofa, abruptly lifted his head at this remark. Who picked it? That was a promotional gift with a water purchase. It is my first experience of our academic prodigy's culinary prowess. When you expressed with anticipation. Huo Qinye turned his head. Lu Zhuo prefers his steak medium. What about the rest of you? Shen Zijin leaned in. I prefer it medium rare. When you cheerfully raised his hand. Medium, thank you. While seated on the living room sofa. Lu Zhuo's ears perked up at Huo Qinye's accurate recollection of his preference, causing his lips to involuntarily twitch upward, only to swiftly flatten again. Soon, the group settled at Lu Zhuo's home. He opened a bottle of red wine for them. All except Huo Qinye sampled it. When you remarked, Huo's culinary skills are quite commendable. Li Zhuo agreed. Indeed, I concur. Lu Zhuo previously stated it was unappetizing. How is this unpalatable? If you dislike it, why not have Qinye stay with us? Lu Zhuo regarda Li Zhuo, who appeared to be making an attempt to encroach upon his territory. Is there even space for him at your residence? 1 omega per day, huh? Lu Zhuo, you must not wrong me. I certainly do not indulge in an omega each day. Oh, perhaps 2? Lu Zhuo replied nonchalantly. Is that truly how you perceive me in your heart? What other conclusion could there be? A few of them exchanged light-hearted banter, and before long, their meal came to an end. Just before departing, when Yu and Li Quixin clung to the doorframe, insisting they would return next time, only to be unceremoniously kicked out by Lu Zhuo. After closing the door, Huo Qinye began to tidy up the dishes. Leave that, Lu Zhuo interjected. The aunt will come to wash them shortly. Lu Zhuo turned his face away. Huo Qinye chuckled softly. Why do you call her aunt? Are you worried that your washing won't suffice? Come over and play games. I wouldn't want you to find excuses to cling to me after a breakup because you Haven T completed the game. 10 days passed in a blink. Lu Zhuo glanced at the number beside Huo Qinye's name on his phone, which had turned into 90. Chapter 89, A Heroic Rescue. Deleting 10 photos a day meant that his relationship with Huo Qinye would conclude in just 9 days. At that point, Huo Qinye would have no reason to continue staying at his home, would he? What are you thinking? When you casually inquired. Are we going out to have some fun tonight? Fun. Lu Zhuo suddenly raised his head, his voice elevated by an octave. One you nearly choked on his drink. While Shen Zijin and Li Quixin turned to stare at him in unison. Are you serious about having fun? We scrutinized him skeptically. Since Huo Qinye moved in with you, how long has it been since you last went out to indulge? Fun. Why not have fun? Lu Zhuo tilted his chin upward, a challenging smile gracing his lips. Not only should I invite you, but I ought to bring along a few Omegas as well. He paused, his tone light. I'm tired of just looking at him every day. Have you two quarreled? Li Quixin's eyes sparkled. Not at all. Lu Zhuo stretched lazily, his tone casual. Huo Qinye has a very good temperament. He wouldn't argue with me. For Lu Zhuo, the most severe words Huo Qinye had uttered were simply, I no longer wish to be friends with you. Huo Qinye seldom grew angry with him. Fine, then I'll organize a gathering, when you declared, pulling out his phone with enthusiasm as he scrolled through his contacts, knowing a few lively new Omegas. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the bar pulsated with neon lights and deafening music. Lu Zhuo sat in a booth, his fingertips tapping against his glass. Huo Qinye inquired about his return time. I'm not coming back. You can eat alone, Lu Zhuo replied. How could you need to report back, while out having fun? When you leaned closer, playfully nudging his shoulder. It's only natural to reply when he asks, to avoid endless back and forth. What time should I expect you? How can I pick you up? Lu Zhuo chose to ignore him. After several rounds of drinks, The Omega-S when you had brought had gathered around Lu Zhuo, smiling as they offered him drinks and struck up conversation. Lu Zhuo accepted them without reservation, his lips curling into a nonchalant smile. Yet his gaze remained unfocused on anyone in particular. Are you truly tired of it? When you whispered, with all this Omega pheromone clinging to you, won't Huo Qinye get jealous? As long as it isn't during an Omega's heat period, a little pheromone is inconsequential. I'm a normal alpha. It's quite difficult for me to endure his pheromone every day. Indeed, Lu Zhuo found it somewhat peculiar. He rarely detected Huo Qinye's pheromones, having only caught a hint during the last period of susceptibility. Very well, tonight shall be a sleepless one. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck midnight, Lu Zhuo felt a bit tipsy, yet his mind remained exceptionally clear. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Fire! Run! Thick smoke billowed suddenly from the corridor, and chaos erupted among the crowd. Lu Zhuo staggered to his feet, his vision obscured by the smoke, instinctively reaching for his phone. He was jostled by the fleeing throng. Lu Zhuo, over here! Li Zhuo tugged at him. Lu Zhuo stumbled towards the emergency exit, surrounded by frantic screams and the cacophony of hurried footsteps. The acrid smoke stung his eyes, and his throat burned painfully. Damn! How did the fire break out so suddenly? When you covered his mouth and nose, his voice muffled. Li Zhuo spat in disdain. I heard the owner of this wretched bar has a penchant for extravagance. He ditched a reckless mistress, and she set the place ablaze. Just as they burst out of the emergency exit, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Young Master Lu, save me. Lu Zhuo turned sharply, spotting the Omega who had accompanied him earlier, collapsed on the ground, his leg bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The man's face was ashen, desperately reaching out to him. Lu Zhuo, the fire is coming. Li Guxin shouda. Flames licked at the bar's doorframe as thick smoke billowed towards the night sky. Gu Lin had already carried Wen Yu out of the bar. Shen Zijin's face was smeared with soot, coughing incessantly, his eyes red from the smoke. Where's Lu Zhuo? Wen Yu exclaimed, having dismounted from Gu Lin's back. Glancing at Shen Zijin, they are a bit behind us. At that moment, Li Zhuo burst out as well, turning back towards the inferno, his throat tightening. Lu Zhuo, he returned to save that Omega. Li Zhuo failed to restrain him. As he attempted to go back, the flames surged forward. Huo Qinye, who had been waiting for Lu Zhuo outside, alighted from his vehicle, scanning the crowd. Checking his location, he noted Lu Zhuo was still nearby. Just then, Huo Qinye caught sight of Wen Yu and the others. He hastened towards them. Where's Lu Zhuo? Li Zhuo opened his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a word, a thunderous explosion erupted from the second floor of the bar. Boom! The entire glass curtain wall shattered, flames leaping skyward. Lu Zhuo! Li Zhuo covered his mouth, exclaiming, What were you thinking, going after that Omega? Suddenly, Wen Yu pointed toward the side door, screaming, Over there! Through the smoke, Lu Zhuo emerged unsteadily, one sleeve charred, cradling the unconscious Omega, his exposed arms marred with burn marks and blood. Huo Qinye's breath hitched momentarily. Li Zhuo was the first to rush forward, his voice cracking with concern. Are you all right? Look at you. You're insane. Do you want to die? He called out for my help. I couldn't just abandon him. Lu Zhuo coughed twice, his throat raspy. Yet he managed to smile. You ran away far too quickly. After all, he did keep us company all night. All right. You're impressive. Li Zhuo was both furious and anxious as he took the Omega from the arms of the arriving medical personnel. Lu Zhuo shook his numb arms and walked towards Wen Yu and the others. Then he spotted Huo Qinye, who stood just a few steps away, his silhouette flickering in the firelight against the dark night. He gazed silently at Lu Zhuo, his eyes as profound as a frozen lake, calm on the surface yet turbulent beneath. Lu Zhuo's steps faltered momentarily. Wen Yu and Shen Zijin had already gathered around him, bombarding him with questions about his condition and whether he was hurt. Lu Zhuo responded absently, his gaze drifting past them to land on Huo Qinye. Just moments ago, he had felt immensely brave, rushing into the flames to save lives, carrying the Omega out while even Wen Yu and the others looked on in astonishment. Surely, this would be a story to boast about for some time. That was until he laid eyes on Huo Qinye. Suddenly, Lu Zhuo felt a pang of guilt. The night breeze carried ashes towards him, and he became acutely aware of the fiery sting in his arm's wound. Huo Qinye remained motionless, silent. "Hey," he called out softly, his voice barely rising above a whisper, yet Huo Qinye surely heard him. Finally, Huo Qinye moved, approaching steadily, his gait reminiscent of the oppressive calm before a storm. When he stood before Lu Zhuo, his gaze traveled from the charred cuff of his sleeve to the wound on his arm, ultimately resting on his face. In Chapter 90, First Love, under Huo Qinye's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Zhuo weakly muttered, "Ah, my hand hurts so much." Huo Qinye grasped him by the wrist and led him toward the ambulance, the grip firm and unyielding. Noticing Huo Qinye's apparent lack of concern, Lu Zhuo expressed his displeasure. "Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Why did you come to pick me up in the middle of the night? If it weren't for the incident, I had no intention of returning." Came the indifferent reply from Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo felt the chill in Huo Qinye's demeanor. While everyone else had crowded around him, it was Huo Qinye who stood apart. Huo Qinye brought him to the ambulance, where a nurse instructed Lu Zhuo to sit at the rear while she began to clean the burns on his arm. The moment the alcohol swab touched his wound, Lu Zhuo gasped sharply, instinctively recoiling, "Ouch, be gentler." Huo Qinye stood nearby, his expression somber as he fixated on the grotesque injury, his lips pressed tightly together. "Nurse, please be careful," Lu Zhuo implored, raising his eyes pitifully. The nurse responded with a hint of exasperation. "If I go too easy, the wound won't be cleaned properly, and that could lead to an infection." Ah, Lu Zhuo exaggeratedly exclaimed, stealing glances at Huo Qinye from the corner of his eye. Seeing Huo Qinye standing there in silence, offering no words of comfort, he suggested, "Nurse, he studies medicine too. Why not let him do it?" The nurse glanced at Huo Qinye, puzzled. The air thickened for a moment. Just as Lu Zhuo thought Huo Qinye might refuse, he reached out and took the alcohol swab. "I'll do it." "All right, but once we're done here, you still need to go to the hospital for 4 fluids and medication," the nurse advised. Lu Zhuo replied quietly. Watching as Huo Qinye's eyelashes cast a shadow under the ambulance light, the curve of his nose strikingly beautiful. His movements were delicate yet efficient, and his fingertips occasionally brushed against the uninjured skin, sending a slight chill through Lu Zhuo. Yet, he remained silent. "Did you just see me save an Omega? Quite impressive, isn't it? If it weren't for me, he might have lost his life." Lu Zhuo initiated the conversation, unable to suppress his desire to boast. Huo Qinye remained silent, methodically packing away the medical supplies. "Huo Qinye, I saved someone." Noticing his lack of response, Lu Zhuo reiterated, "I should be awarded a commendation for bravery." "Lu Zhuo, do you wish for me to praise you?" Huo Qinye's tone was icy. "Who needs your praise? Why are you being so fierce?" "I'm not fierce. Your voice is simply louder than mine." Huo Qinye lifted his gaze to meet his. "Your tone just now was off. Then how would you like me to respond? Should I say, 'You're amazing, well done for saving an Omega in the middle of the night instead of returning home'?" Huo Qinye scrutinized him intently. Lu Zhuo looked into Huo Qinye's eyes, ready to retort, but was interrupted. "Let us head to the hospital. I'll have when you and the others take me. You need not feel obliged to accompany me." "Lu Zhuo, if I were feeling obliged, I wouldn't be here. I'm still your boyfriend. You hardly resemble my boyfriend. Everyone rushed over to check on me, and you just stood there." Without giving Lu Zhuo a chance to argue, Huo Qinye pulled him into the car. "Huo Qinye, if I were injured while saving another Omega and lying in the hospital, would you praise me?" Huo Qinye finally turned to face him, a tempest of repressed emotions swirling in his eyes. "Of course not," Lu Zhuo blurted out, then froze. He wished Huo Qinye had not saved that Omega. He wanted Huo Qinye to remain unscathed. Huo Qinye gazed at him quietly. "Neither would I." He closed the car door. Throughout the journey, Huo Qinye remained silent, yet Lu Zhuo's dissatisfaction began to dissipate with that last statement. Huo Qinye arranged for a private room for Lu Zhuo, while a nurse administered in 4 drip, and he personally fetched the medication. Before long, when you and the others arrived to visit, chattering animatedly, "You've really stirred things up." I noticed Huo Qinye's expression wasn't too pleasant. "You should make it up to him." "Make it up? Why would I do that?" "You're right. I shouldn't spoil him." Lu Zhuo huffed. "Cough, cough." Shen Zijin cleared his throat. "What are you coughing about? Look at you. You should learn from me. What kind of relationship are you in? An alpha shouldn't spoil, or they become insufferable." Lu Zhuo couldn't help but boast in front of his friends. After all, Huo Qinye had been quite attentive to him. Qinye, Li Chu Xian greeted him. Huo Qinye acknowledged and stepped inside. Lu Zhuo stole a glance at Huo Qinye. Li Chu Xian remarked with a smile, "If I were in a relationship, I'd definitely pamper my partner. Must spoil them." Shen Ziji nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Lu Zhuo. He glared at the two traitors, perplexed by their words. Was boasting now forbidden? Huo Qinye approached Lu Zhuo's bedside, the rustle of the medication bag filling the air. With his long fingers, he retrieved 2 white pills and looked at Lu Zhuo. "Open your mouth." Instinctively, Lu Zhuo complied, and in the next moment, the slightly bitter pills were gently placed on his tongue. Before he could frown, Huo Qinye had already unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and brought it to his lips. Lu Zhuo took a couple of sips from his hand, and as his throat moved, the bitterness of the medicine was somewhat alleviated. The room fell into a sudden silence. When you abruptly felt that the presence of the 3 of them was somewhat superfluous, particularly since only Lu Zhuo bore the wounds. It was reminiscent of a group of rascally friends who led someone into mischief, only for that individual to be injured, followed by the arrival of their spouse. Though outwardly polite, one could easily imagine them cursing the friends in their heart 100 times over. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated on the ward door. An Omega clad in a beige knitted sweater entered. When Su Luoyin recognized the person at the door, he clearly paused for a moment. "Lu Zhuo, is that really you?" "When you," hearing the familiar voice, inquired. "Su Luoyin, what brings you here?" Su Luoyin, the male Omega Bell from their high school, had been pursued by Lu Zhuo for 2 months during that time. Lu Zhuo suddenly looked up. Su Luoyin. As Su Luoyin stepped into the ward, his gaze lingered for a moment on Lu Zhuo's arm, which was bound in bandages. "Lu Zhuo, thank you for saving my brother." The air thickened for a second. "Your brother?" Lu Zhuo's voice shifted in pitch. "That Omega earlier today was Su Yang, my biological brother." Su Luidanzitke Lu Zhuo et lai. He insisted on meeting his savior as soon as he woke up, but the doctor wouldn't allow it, so I came first. "I never anticipated it would be you." Li Zixin nudged Wen Yu beside him. "What is going on? Do you know each other?" Wen Yu whispered. "Lu Zhuo's first love." "First love?" Li Zixin's voice suddenly rose. "Now that you mention it, I recall that Omega, who worked part-time selling alcohol, bears quite a resemblance to him. No wonder you were so reckless in saving him." Chapter 91. Drunken ramblings. Lu Zhuo shot them a glare. "Cease your nonsense." He couldn't even recall the face of that Omega. Moreover, Su Luoyin was not his first love. That was merely because he had stolen a glance at Huo Qinye, who had twisted the cap off a bottle of mineral water and placed it on the bedside table. Su Luoyin stood there, visibly startled upon seeing Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo had always been at odds during high school, and now it appeared that Huo Qinye was caring for Lu Zhuo. Huo Qinye turned around and nodded at Su Luoyin, acknowledging him. He barely remembered this individual's name, only vaguely recalling that he was the strawberry-flavored Omega whom Lu Zhuo had pursued back in the day. "What a coincidence to find you both here." Su Luoyin smiled gently. Approaching Lu Zhuo's bedside, "Lu Zhuo, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." "It's nothing, just a trifle." Lu Zhuo waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. "I would save anyone." Li Zixin interjected with a hint of jealousy. "I beg to differ. It seems you have quite an affection for that Omega, as you insisted on having him accompany you all night." Lu Zhuo's throat moved, casting another sidelong glance at Huo Qinye. "I did nothing. I merely had him pour drinks." "I understand," Su Luoyin sighed. "My brother works part-time at a bar, and I've always advised him against it, but he refuses to listen. This incident serves as a lesson for him." Li Zixin appraised Su Luoyin from top to bottom. He was indeed a strikingly beautiful and appealing Omega. He cast another glance at Huo Qinye, whose profile appeared particularly cold under the light of the hospital room, yet undeniably exquisite. Su Luoyin was like sweet strawberry ice cream in the summer, while Huo Qinye resembled a snow-covered pine in winter. 2 distinct styles. It seemed that Lu Zhuo appreciated all kinds, so perhaps he would also favor this one. Li Zixin felt he still had a chance. Indeed, when everyone else had fled, it was only Lu Zhuo who rushed back to save him, anxious lest he arrived too late to rescue him. Lu Zhuo truly wished to express that the Omega named Su Yang had called out to him for help. Had he not cried out, he would have simply run away. Yet, he had called out directly, using his name. Enough, enough, Lu Zhuo interjected. It's all trivial, and we are all acquainted. Su Luoyin said, once you feel better, I shall treat you all to a meal. No need, no need, Lu Zhuo waved his hand. You saved my brother. This meal is a must. Surely, Lu Xiao, you wouldn't refuse my hospitality? Su Luoyin replied with a smile. And what about us? Will it just be the two of you dining? Li Kuxin blinked in confusion. Naturally, everyone is invited. Su Luoyin opened his phone. Lu Zhuo, you still have that WeChat, right? Indeed. Su Luoyin sent Lu Zhuo a message, and he glanced at his phone to see a thank you emoticon. I shall take my leave now. We shall be in touch another day. All right. Lu Zhuo waved his hand. When you smiled lightly, then we shall also take our leave. I am utterly exhausted. Lu Zhuo, I shall not accompany you any longer. Lu Bao, I too am fatigued. Let us depart. Everyone, hurry along. No one asked you to stay, just go. Lu Zhuo flopped back onto the bed. Li Xiuxin cleared his throat. Qinye, why don't you head back to rest? I could keep an eye on him. No need. I'll stay. You all should return home carefully. Very well. We shall take our leave. Until next time. The room was left with only Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo. Will I be able to go home after the 4? You wish to go home? Lu Zhuo said, I want to sleep at home. Understood. What time do you think you can return? 4 o'clock, perhaps. 4 o'clock? Lu Zhuo fiddled with his phone. Why don't you head back first? I could take a taxi home. That's unnecessary. You need not indulge me so. Huo Qinye observed him. If you are tired, then rest for a while. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye took out his phone, displaying a disinclination for further conversation, igniting a surge of unnameable frustration within him. Aren't you supposed to be going to the island? That's none of your concern. I've already taken leave. Lu Zhuo turned his face away. I'll have the aunt come. After all, when you and the others are still here. Huo Qinye's fingers hesitated on the phone screen. You saved your first love's brother, and now you are eager to distance yourself from me. I have no such intention. Lu Zhuo sat up abruptly, causing the 4-tube to sway. Huo Qinye remained silent, simply observing him, and that gaze made Lu Zhuo feel inexplicably guilty. Fine. Lu Zhuo resigned himself, lying back down. If you must take care of me, then so be it. The effort is yours, and the sarcasm is yours as well. He paused, then added, by the way, didn't Su Luoyin confess to you? He likes you, not me. I don't recall. Huo Qinye's gaze deepened. Have you confessed to many people? How could I? Lu Zhuo felt a warmth enveloping his ears, a consequence of someone confessing their feelings for him. Was he intoxicated? He pondered the question, concluding that inebriation would render any confession utterly implausible, as drunkenness often leads to nonsensical ramblings. No sooner had he voiced this thought than he noticed a shadow of discomfort etched across Huo Qinye's face. The atmosphere in the hospital room seemed to thicken with tension. I understand now, Huo Qinye declared, rising from his seat. I shall step outside to make a phone call. You should rest well. Lu Zhuo watched Huo Qinye's retreating figure, a dawning realization creeping in. Had he mistakenly shared something while under the influence? Specifically, had he divulged anything to Huo Qinye? A wave of inexplicable agitation washed over him. Regardless of the specifics, his memory was a blur. By the time he returned home, the hour was well past midnight. Lu Zhuo was settled on the edge of his bed, staring at the bandaged state of his left forearm. The doctor had diagnosed it as a minor burn, and he gingerly touched the edge of the gauze with his fingertips. I suppose I cannot get this hand wet, he mused, glancing at Huo Qinye. Could you assist me in washing my hair? I'd rather not go to bed feeling unkempt. Very well, came the reply. In the bathroom, Lu Zhuo reclined in the bathtub, the water gently rippling around him as he tilted his head back, raising his arm high to keep the bandage dry. Huo Qinye patiently washed his hair. When they emerged from the bath, the sky outside had begun to lighten with the dawn. Clad in a nightgown, Lu Zhuo sank into the sofa as Huo Qinye retrieved a hairdryer, his fingers weaving through Lu Zhuo's soft locks. The warm breeze hummed soothingly, lulling Lu Zhuo into a drowsy state, his head unconsciously leaning against Huo Qinye's abdomen. This moment felt blissfully relaxing. Had I known, I would have simply returned home. He mused. Are you still planning to delete the photos from today? Lu Zhuo asked tentatively. What do you think? If you choose not to delete them, then so be it, Lu Zhuo replied. To be honest, I did not perceive my behavior as particularly objectionable. Huo Qinye set aside the hairdryer. It's time for sleep. The curtains effectively blocked out the light, leaving the room shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of a bedside lamp. The mattress beside Lu Zhuo sank slightly as Huo Qinye climbed in, closing his eyes without uttering a word or showing any inclination to hold him. Chapter 92. Huo Qinye's first love. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo called out in the darkness, his voice tinged with feigned grievance. My hand hurts terribly. What should I do? The mattress quivered slightly as Huo Qinye threw off the covers and got out of bed. Where are you going? To fetch some painkillers. Lu Zhuo watched his retreating silhouette, a knot of confusion tightening in his chest. Despite his evident concern, why did Huo Qinye become so distant when it was time to sleep? After taking the medication, silence enveloped the room once more. Logically, having just bathed, one should not feel an immediate urge to sleep. Huo Qinye, he tried again. I'm going to sleep. Are you not off work today? You're sleeping already after just having bathed? Lu Zhuo nudged him with his foot. Yes, I can't sleep. Tossing and turning, Lu Zhuo observed Huo Qinye, who seemed uninterested in engaging. Propping himself up on one arm, he addressed Huo Qinye. I can't sleep. My hand hurts. You occupy such a large space, leaving me little room for my arm. Huo Qinye, do not pretend you cannot hear me. Have you no desire to sleep next to me upon meeting your first love? Huo Qinye opened his eyes. Who met their first love? No, you're acting rather oddly today. Huo Qinye sat up. I'm not a fruity omega. After spending these days together, Lu Zhuo must be tired of me, right? What nonsense is this? Who is tired of whom? He would rather spend an entire night at the bar than return home to see me. Lu Zhuo, gazed at Huo Qinye's mournful eyes. They insisted on calling me. What could I do? I certainly wouldn't neglect my friends for the sake of romance. Wait, of course, you don't fall into that category, but that's the gist of it. Lu Zhuo swallowed hard. Huo Qinye picked up his pillow. I clearly slept on the edge. Yet you still want to drive me away. When did I ever say I wanted to push you out? It's because I confessed to you that you wish to tell me it's impossible. I assenti it? Huo Qinye hugged the pillow and stood up. When did you confess to me? Lu Zhuo was taken aback. That casual remark of yours counts as confession? I hardly believe it. Indeed, I am not a fruity omega. I wouldn't dare to rush into a fire just to resemble an omega who looks like my first love. An alpha at home doesn't need to be coddled, Huo Qinye stated. I have said he is not my first love. Lu Zhuo sat up, glaring at Huo Qinye. You've been rambling nonsense all night. How many more times must I repeat myself? Then who is it? Huo Qinye looked at him earnestly. Why should I tell you? Oh. Huo Qinye clutched the pillow and walked out. Come back. My shoulder hurts. You ought to take care of me when I wake up. Huo Qinye returned and lay down again. Lu Zhuo stared at him. Who is your first love? Do I know them? You do. Who? Who? Lu Zhuo's brow furrowed in confusion. An alpha who likes fruity omegas. An alpha who doesn't love returning home. I want to sleep now. Oh. Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye covered himself with the blanket and closed his eyes to sleep. Huo Qinye turned away from him. Lu Zhuo scrutinized him. The alpha he mentioned must be himself. He kicked Huo Qinye playfully. What does it mean for you to turn your back to me? It means nothing. I'm neither angry nor jealous. I am an alpha. You need to appease or pamper me. Chapter 93. Not just any pheromone, this thought made Lu Zhuo's heart inexplicably flutter with a hint of pride in his tone. Huo Qinye, do you truly like me? Am I your first love? Huo Qinye remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly. Lu Zhuo rested his elbow on Huo Qinye's shoulder, leaning in closer. When did you start feeling this way about me? Is it for real? He squinted, deliberately elongating his tone, wondering if he was just saying this to gauge my reaction. Huo Qinye. Lu Zhuo called him again, gently poking his arm. So, when did you start liking me? After spending these days together, are you utterly captivated by me? Lu Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Speak up. Why are you silent? You aren't waiting for me to coax you, are you? No. Huo Qinye finally spoke, his lips parting slightly, his tone casual. He ignored everything else, choosing to respond only to that. Lu Zhuo gazed at Huo Qinye's profile, feeling a delightful itch in his heart. Huo Qinye's visage was one he had admired since childhood. His long, dense eyelashes framed a high, straight nose, while his lips were pressed tightly together. Devoid of any hint of mirth today, He gently tapped Huo Qinye's cheek with his fingertips, playfully provoking him. Are you truly upset? How could you be? It's merely that your boyfriend has not returned home, having spent the night with another Omega, and now, having played the hero, he is injured. What is there to be angry about? Lu Zhuo couldn't suppress a smile. I can't just find an alpha to keep me company, and even if I called you, you wouldn't come anyway. You didn't call, Huo Qinye replied. Next time, I shall invite you, Lu Zhuo continued. No need to force it. Lu Zhuo chuckled. It was the first time he had witnessed Huo Qinye like this. Not forcing it, Lu Zhuo remarked. But your behavior is quite unbecoming. You should know that many people admire me. Once the photo is deleted, if you wish to continue our relationship with your current demeanor, that will be impossible. Do you understand? Since you like me, you must behave well. Perhaps I may even consider supporting you. Huo Qinye grasped the hand that was playfully exploring his face. Sleep. My hand hurts, Lu Zhuo complained. I can't fall asleep. You must think of a solution. Huo Qinye opened his eyes. You can't rub the wound. Speak less and rest more to heal quickly. Even if you say that, I still can't sleep. Lu Zhuo fixed his gaze on Huo Qinye. I simply cannot fall asleep. And you're not permitted to sleep either. They locked eyes for a couple of seconds. Huo Qinye wrapped his arm around Lu Zhuo's waist and, with a slight exertion, pressed him back onto the pillow. Lu Zhuo, taken by surprise, fell into the familiar embrace, his nose brushing against the collar of Huo Qinye's sleepwear. The faint scent of shower gel mingling with body warmth, enveloping him like a gentle web. Why did you hug me? Lu Zhuo protested softly, yet his forehead remained nestled against Huo Qinye's collarbone. It was my own doing, Huo Qinye sighed in resignation, his palm gliding over Lu Zhuo's back before resting at the edge of the bandaged arm. His voice was gentle. Lu Zhuo, I don't care how you play, but please do not injure yourself again. His fingertips lightly traced the edge of the bandage. Lu Zhuo froze, a bittersweet ache spreading through him. He felt the vibrations of Huo Qinye's chest, the warmth of his breath, and the almost imperceptible kiss that landed atop his head. They slept until the afternoon, and Lu Zhuo awoke to the pangs of hunger. Huo Qinye was no longer in bed, so he got up to find him. The gentle clink of the pot lid echoed from the kitchen as Lu Zhuo shuffled over in his slippers. He found Huo Qinye bent over, skimming the froth from the surface of the soup, the pot bubbling with heat, filling the room with a rich aroma. Are you making soup? Lu Zhuo inquired, moving closer. Black fish soup, Huo Qinye replied, scooping a spoonful to blow on it, beneficial for the healing of wounds. Lu Zhuo observed the creamy broth in the spoon. Taste the seasoning, Huo Qinye said, bringing the freshly filled spoon to Lu Zhuo's lips. Lu Zhuo opened his mouth to savor the spoonful. It was exquisitely delicious. Your culinary skills are quite impressive. I never realized you could make soup. Wash your face first. Dinner will be ready shortly. By the time Lu Zhuo finished freshening up, the table was set with bowls and chopsticks. Brightly colored stir-fried broccoli and carrots adorned the table, while the black fish meat had been meticulously deboned. The creamy fish soup steaming in a porcelain bowl. A small bowl of fish soup was neatly placed before Lu Zhuo, who was indeed quite considerate, earning 2 extra points for his kindness. Thank you, generous Lu Zhuo, for bestowing those 2 points. After the two of them finished a plate of broccoli, the fish soup was gone as well. Once they had eaten, Lu Zhuo reclined on the sofa while Huo Qinye washed the dishes. Unable to resist, he took out his phone, discreetly aiming the lens at the kitchen. Framed within the viewfinder, Huo Qinye rolled up his sleeves as he washed the dishes, resembling a masterpiece steeped in the essence of life. Huo Qinye had a fondness for himself, which is why he used photographs to threaten Lu Zhuo into being with him. In retrospect, it seemed quite reasonable. He was gay, and with such striking looks, he couldn't help but be attracted to himself. At that moment, the phone lit up. Su Luoyan, is your shoulder feeling any better? Does it still hurt? Lu Zhuo glanced at Huo Qinye, who was still washing the dishes. Lu Baba, it doesn't hurt. There's no need to worry. Su Luoyan, are you free on the evening of the 30th? Lu Baba, no need to treat us. We all know each other. Su Luoyan, then on the evening of the 30th, we'll be waiting for you all at room 789, Yunshangjin. Bring when you and the others, including Qinye. Huo Qinye, having dried his hands, approached. Su Luoyan mentioned inviting us to dinner on the 30th, and asked you to come along. If you don't want to go, I can tell him you want to be attending. I'll go. Aren't you busy? I'll make time. Huo Qinye sat beside Lu Zhuo with ointment in hand, gently lifting his injured arm. The layers of bandages were carefully unwrapped, revealing the scar beneath. No need to make a special effort. Lu Zhuo feigned nonchalance, suggesting that if Huo Qinye didn't want to go, he needn't. Huo Qinye raised his gaze to meet Lu Zhuo's. His actions unceasing. You don't want me to go? His eyes fell upon Lu Zhuo's scar, his voice low. I want to see what kind of Omega is worth this. A well-behaved, adorable, and obedient Omega, though I didn't pay attention to what scent they bore. Lu Zhuo, curious, inquired. By the way, Huo Qinye, why can't I smell your pheromones? I can't even remember what they were. An S-class alpha S pheromones must be unique. Huo Qinye hesitated slightly, his expression darkening. Not particularly S-class alpha pheromones aren't that's special. How many Omegas would be enchanted by your pheromones? Nothing remarkable, quite ordinary. Huo Qinye's voice was muffled. You are anything but ordinary, Lu Zhuo insisted, unable to comprehend why Huo Qinye would describe himself that way. The term ordinary should never be applied to Huo Qinye. Do not be modest. I have no need to enchant Omegas. Huo Qinye expertly tied a beautiful bow for Lu Zhuo. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wen Yu and the others had arrived, bringing an abundance of fruits and health supplements. My goodness, I'm not even at the age for health supplements yet. You must eat, Wen Yu insisted with a smile. Without them, your wound will take longer to heal. Lu Zhuo shared the news of the dinner on the 30th with Wen Yu and the others. All right, we're all going. We can't let you dine alone with your first love. What if old feelings reignite? What about arch-nemesis? Li Quixin exclaimed loudly. Why do you keep undermining me? Don't speak nonsense. Lu Zhuo glared at Li Quixin. He lowered his voice, saying, regardless of anything, he is still my boyfriend. If you keep saying such things, he will be displeased. Please refrain from speaking so much. Oh, considering his feelings now, are we? When you teased. Lu Zhuo's gaze fell upon Huo Qinye, who had just entered the room, sensing that Huo did not appear particularly pleased. He cooked for me every day, Lu Zhuo remarked. I can't be entirely heartless. 10 days swiftly passed, and it was now the 30th. The injury on Lu Zhuo's arm had healed remarkably well, and throughout these days, none of them had mentioned deleting the photos. He dressed with care, donning a long t-shirt to keep the wound concealed. Lu Zhuo and Wen Yu arrived at the venue first, while Huo Qinye would drive over directly after finishing work. Upon reaching the Yun Shang Jin Hotel, Su Luoyan was already waiting for them, looking refreshing and sunny in a light beige shirt paired with jeans. Unable to contain herself, Wen Yu complimented. We think Su is becoming more and more attractive. Wen Yu, you still have a way with compliments, Su Luoyan replied. Have you found a boyfriend yet? Who is the time to date? Su Yang, pushed in a wheelchair, joined them. Lu Xiao? Lu Zhuo inquired about his well-being, and Su Yang appeared quite pleased. Li Quixin glanced between Su Yang and Su Luoyan, commenting, you two brothers really resemble each other. However, if I must choose who is more handsome, it would be Su Luoyan. Is Qinye not coming? Su Luoyan asked. He is on his way. He still has some work at the Research Institute, but should arrive before 6, Su Luoyan noted. Yes, I often see him in news reports. He remains as formidable as ever, Su Yang remarked. Lu Zhuo returned to Su Yang. You know him too? Of course, Su Yang replied. And once Su Luoyan and the others moved ahead, he tugged at Lu Zhuo's sleeve. Lu Xiao, does Huo Qinye have a boyfriend? Why do you ask? He leaned in closer, whispering, I must tell you this in confidence. Do not share it with others. He is the one my brother has liked since high school and still does. Whenever he sees him on television, he stops and watches for a long time. He is my brother's first love. Oh, so Huo Qinye has a boyfriend, Lu Zhuo concluded. Su Yang's expression dimmed a bit. Well, it can't be helped. It seems one cannot end up with their first love. First loves are meant for reminiscence. Not necessarily. Su Yang glanced at Lu Zhuo, his cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Xiao, do you have a boyfriend? I do. However, that day, I heard Li Xiao say that your relationship with your boyfriend is a facade, claiming there are photos in that person's possession, which is why you are with him. He was drunk and loves to babble nonsense. Do not heed his words. They entered the private room, where Su Luoyan and many of Su Yang's friends awaited. A large round table accommodated nearly 20 people. Su Luoyan urged them to sit. I'll go to the entrance to wait for Qinye. Chapter 94. Huo Qinye likes you when you and Li Zhuo settled on either side of Lu Zhuo. Only 2 empty seats remained at the table, meaning Huo Qinye would inevitably sit next to Su Luoyan. Lu Zhuo glanced at Li Zhuo and said, "You should sit over there. This seat is for Huo Qinye." "Why is that?" Li Zhuo raplia, sumawat puzlat. "Perhaps you're unaware, but Su Luoyan's first love is Huo Qinye," when you chuckled. "Isn't that splendid? I find our campus belle quite charming. Let them be together." "I shall not move," Li Zhuo retorted, visibly displeased. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Huo Qinye and Su Luoyan entered side by side, one exuding an aura of cold restraint, the other radiating pure beauty. Under the soft glow of the lights, they indeed appeared to complement each other. "See, they're quite a match," Li Zhuo whispered teasingly. "If your vision is lacking, perhaps you should seek treatment," Huo Qinye remarked, scanning the seating arrangement. His gaze lingered momentarily near Lu Zhuo, but he did not reserve a seat for himself. Instead, he took a seat beside Su Luoyan. "How remarkable, Huo Qinye! Su, you're truly impressive. You even managed to invite him," a friend of Su Luoyan exclaimed. Most of Su Luoyan's companions were Omegas. At this moment, an Omega gasped with excitement, covering their mouth. "He is the youngest recipient of last year's Lind Award in gland biology. You are even more handsome in person than on television." "Thank you," Huo Qinye replied politely. Su Luoyan introduced Lu Zhuo to them, saying, "They're all my high school classmates. By the way, this is Lu Zhuo, the one who saved my brother. This gathering is also to express our gratitude to him." "Lu Zhuo," an Omega suddenly exclaimed. "The only heir of the Lu group? I have seen him on the cover of financial magazines. It is said that the Lu group is immensely wealthy, and his grandfather is a prominent figure in the alliance." With an unfathomable background, a friend whispered, "Su, your high school classmates are all so impressive." A friend nudged Su Luoyan with their elbow, envy gleaming in their eyes. Su Luoyan managed a wry smile, glancing over the elegantly dressed old classmates, and lifted his glass, softly declaring, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the feast." The servers began to bring out the dishes. Su Yang, supported by someone, stood up, his complexion still somewhat pale, yet his demeanor was notably solemn. He raised his glass and bowed deeply to Lu Zhuo, his voice slightly hoarse yet sincere. "Mr. Lu, I owe you my gratitude. When everyone fled the bar, you were the only one who stopped to save me. Otherwise, I fear I would never have escaped and would no longer see my brother." Lu Zhuo stood up as well, saying, "Do not be so sentimental. It was but a small matter. The important thing is that you are safe." "Thank you, Mr. Lu," Su Yang said appreciatively, then proceeded to toast and express his thanks to the others present. Lu Zhuo's gaze shifted to Huo Qinye. He noticed that Su Luoyan had not poured wine for Huo Qinye, but had instead prepared a non-alcoholic beverage for him. At the far end of the expansive round table, the voices of Huo Qinye and Su Luoyan were completely drowned out by the chatter in the room. Lu Zhuo could only catch glimpses of their occasional smiles. Uncertain of the topic they were discussing, Su Luoyan suddenly lifted his gaze towards Lu Zhuo, the smile on his lips deepening. A tightness gripped Lu Zhuo's heart. He tilted his head back and downed a glass of liquor. The icy liquid slid down his throat, but did nothing to quell the restlessness within. Was it not said that he had feelings for him? Why was he so engrossed in conversation with someone else? Lu Zhuo narrowed his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of his glass. As the dinner gathering concluded, the clock struck 8. Su Yang, seated in a wheelchair, turned to Lu Zhuo and said, "Lu Xiao, once my legs are healed, I shall express my gratitude to you once more. It was merely a trifling matter. There is no need for further thanks. Focus on your studies and do not let your brother worry," Lu Zhuo replied. Su Luoyan approached. "Thank you, Lu Zhuo, for coming to this dinner. We are all classmates." "Such formality is unnecessary," he responded. "As for expressing gratitude, I shall not interrupt your gathering any longer. Qinye is waiting for you over there." "He is not waiting for me." The last time we were at the hospital, I thought you two were already together. Was I mistaken?" Su Luoyan inquit, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "We are both alphas. How could I possibly be with him?" Lu Zhuo glanced into the distance where when you and the others had already departed, leaving only Huo Qinye standing beside the car. waiting for him. Yes, brother. Please do not make reckless statements. They both have boyfriends, Su Yang interjected. So that's the case. My apologies for misunderstanding. I had thought you two might end up together. It seems rather unfortunate. This misunderstanding is quite significant. Lu Zhuo mused, feeling a twinge of guilt. Su Luoyin chuckled. I always believed you two had mutual feelings for each other. After all, being alphas should not pose a problem. What makes you think he likes me? He treats everyone the same. I disagree. I believe the way he looks at you differs from how he gazes at others. There is no difference. He smiles at everyone alike. Su Luoyin gazed at Lu Zhuo, a gentle confusion flickering in his eyes. It was evident they harbored mutual affections. Why had they not come together? Moreover, the affection seemed to linger even now. In the past, we were not in the same class. But when you want to play football, I noticed, Jean, you would often watch you from the corridor. He watched me? Really? Lu Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. During high school, he and Qinye had been in the same class, yet their conversations had dwindled. In elementary school, they played football together frequently, but in high school, Huo Qinye had withdrawn from sports activities. Indeed, Su Luoyin confirmed. After all, I often observed him in secret, so I naturally knew where his gaze lingered. Lu Zhuo, he likes you. The declaration fell like a stone into a tranquil lake. Lu Zhuo felt his heart skip a beat, then race violently, resonating in his ears. Huo Qinye liked him? Since high school? How could that be possible? Lu Zhuo's thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. If Huo Qinye truly harbored feelings for him, why had he never taken the initiative to speak with him? Seeing Lu Zhuo's bewilderment, Su Luoyin could no longer suppress his laughter. He had never understood why Huo Qinye would be drawn to Lu Zhuo, who seemed like a carefree and unruly rich heir. Yet, he had saved his younger brother. While everyone else fled or shoved each other aside, he was the only one who rushed to save him. Lu Zhuo, to be honest, your pursuit of me back then was likely influenced by Huo Qinye, wasn't it? Lu Zhuo ran a hand through his hair. No, that is not it. Su Luidan Smai. It was common knowledge throughout the school when Lu Zhuo pursued him, and of course, Huo Qinye was aware of it as well. Despite having no prior connection with Lu Zhuo, he suddenly began to court him, professing feelings of love at first sight and expressing a desire to enter into a romantic relationship. To be candid, Su Luoyin found Lu Zhuo's flamboyance unappealing. However, he observed that ever since Lu Zhuo began his pursuit, Huo Qinye's gaze had begun to linger on him. Lu Zhuo would also proclaim his affections in the presence of Huo Qinye. Chapter 95. Huo Qinye. Let me try it, he had inquired about the two of them, learning of their animosity towards one another. Yet, Su Luoyin did not share this sentiment. It seemed as though Lu Zhuo's actions were intentionally performed for Huo Qinye's benefit. Each time Lu Zhuo professed his feelings, Su Luoyin noticed Huo Qinye's expression remained indifferent, though his eyes appeared as turbulent as storm clouds. Eventually, Su Luoyin rejected Lu Zhuo and summoned the courage to confess to Huo Qinye, aspiring to be the one who brought him joy. It was evident that he was not the one capable of doing so. Su Luoyin harbored feelings for Huo Qinye, and even now, his affection remained. Simply being able to share a meal with him today brought him immense happiness. What? Lu Xiao, you pursue my brother? Su Luoyin playfully tapped Su Yang's head. Mind your own business. Now that they both had boyfriends, he felt he had spoken out of turn. I wish both you and Qinye happiness. Until next time. Lu Zhuo nodded, watching as Su Luoyin escorted his younger brother away, waving them goodbye. He stood there for a moment before turning his gaze toward Huo Qinye, taking deliberate steps in his direction. Lu Zhuo recalled the reasons behind his pursuit of Su Luoyin. During a school commendation ceremony, they had stood together, and the crowd remarked on their compatibility, speculating that Su Luoyin was preparing to confess to Huo Qinye, who would surely accept. In a moment of impulsiveness, Lu Zhuo decided to pursue Su Luoyin, driven by a desire to seize anything that Huo Qinye favored. Lu Zhuo found himself before Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye liked him. He had liked him since high school, and yet he had been completely oblivious to it. Why are you looking at me like that? Huo Qinye found Lu Zhuo's gaze somewhat peculiar. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhuo resolved that in this game, he would emerge victorious. You're quite handsome. Is it wrong to admire you a little longer? Lu Zhuo felt a surge of delight. Once in the car, Lu Zhuo playfully traced his fingers along Huo Qinye's thigh. With a squint and a teasing tone, he remarked, "Why are your legs so long?" Huo Qinye tightened his grip on the steering wheel and secured his seatbelt. Lu Zhuo tilted his head, his gaze hazy. "I've already buckled my seatbelt." Huo Qinye leaned over to assist him with it, drawing their faces closer together, allowing Lu Zhuo to inhale his scent. Leaning in closer, Lu Zhuo whispered into Huo Qinye's ear, "You smell wonderful." Huo Qinye paused momentarily, fastening Lu Zhuo's seatbelt before discreetly retracting his hand to offer him a bottle of honey lemon water. "Take a sip," he said, twisting off the cap and presenting it to Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo turned his head slightly, the tips of his hair brushing against Huo Qinye's wrist. "Feed me," he said. Huo Qinye lowered his gaze to the face so close before him, lifting his hand to press the bottle's mouth against Lu Zhuo's lower lip. Lu Zhuo swallowed the tangy liquid, his throat bobbing. "Huo Qinye, if only you were an omega." Huo Qinye's eyes flickered downwards, remaining silent. Being an alpha would suffice. Lu Zhuo did not miss the change in Huo Qinye's expression. Evidently, his words elicited a different reaction from him. Once they returned home, and after a refreshing shower, Lu Zhuo reclined comfortably on the bed, his hand gliding to Huo Qinye's waist. Huo Qinye had noted the amount of alcohol Lu Zhuo consumed earlier, yet it was not enough to intoxicate him. Lu Zhuo was feigning drunkenness. "What's wrong?" "Huo Qinye, it's been ages since I've touched an omega." "Let me try it, will you?" "Try what?" Huo Qinye fixed his gaze on him. "What do you think?" Lu Zhuo's hand wandered downwards. He was inebriated now and could easily feign forgetfulness later. He might as well give it a shot. Huo Qinye grasped his hand and pulled it from under the covers. "No, I'm going to sleep." Lu Zhuo was taken aback. He had harbored feelings for Huo Qinye since high school, and now he was being told to sleep? "You can't sleep?" Lu Zhuo chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "Who doesn't already know?" Huo Qinye replied. "That's all just pretense. If you act on it, it becomes reality, and they will naturally find out." Huo Qinye refused. "You can sleep with me, but I cannot with you. I have nothing to lack compared to you." "Huo Qinye, I feel great today. Trust me, I have ample experience and will ensure your comfort." Huo Qinye gently pushed Lu Zhuo away. "I'm going out to sleep." "Wait, Huo Qinye, what do you mean? Why go to sleep? Come here. Your performance is declining, and I no longer wish to sleep with you," Huo Qinye said earnestly. "What? You like me, not the other way around?" Lu Zhuo grew anxious. "What do you mean you don't want to sleep with me? If anyone is to feel disdain, it should be me. Yes, I like you, but my experience is not as extensive as yours, and I don't wish to be a mere substitute for an omega, nor merely a vessel for your desires." Lu Zhuo was taken aback, watching as Huo Qinye truly walked away. "What do you mean by a vessel for desires? That's uncivilized." Huo Qinye, fuming. Lu Zhuo followed him. "Who gave you permission to leave?" "Myself." "Huo Qinye, is this how you express affection for someone? With this attitude, how can I like you? You show no awareness." Lu Zhuo stood before the sofa, staring at him. "You want me to be someone else's substitute? I neither like it nor can I do it. If you like me, you must heed my every word." "I will not listen." Huo Qinye lay down. "You're drunk. We'll talk when you're sober tomorrow." "I'm not drunk." Lu Zhuo yanked Huo Qinye's blanket away. "Who gave you the right to sleep?" "Myself." Lu Zhuo was infuriated. He would not like Huo Qinye, who was so disobedient. He tugged at Huo Qinye's blanket and then grasped his sleep pants. "Lu Zhuo." Huo Qinye caught Lu Zhuo's hand. "I have already rejected you." "Rejected?" Lu Zhuo was provoked by the word. "Rejected? You reject me? No way. Only I possess the power to refuse you. You cannot refuse me. It is your affection for me, not the other way around, and you cannot deny this." This scenario diverges entirely from what he had envisioned. It should have been a casual flirtation, after which Huo Qinye would find himself unable to resist, only to mock him later. This, however, is not the case. Lu Zhuo, feeling indignant, tackled Huo Qinye, pinning him to the sofa and exploring him with his hands. "Do not do this," Huo Qinye groaned softly. "What do you mean by do not do this? I shall treat you this way. Are you still pretending a home?" "I am well aware of your worth," Lu Zhuo retorted, glancing down with a smirk. Huo Qinye's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "Do not cause a ruckus. The scars on your hands may reopen. Then why not cooperate with me a little?" Lu Zhuo's chest heaved. Chapter 96. Comforting Huo Qinye gazed at him with a solemn expression. "How would you like me to cooperate?" I thought we were going out for a meal today, and I expected you to allow me to sit beside you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuo felt a pang of jealousy, recalling how Huo Qinye had been affectionate with another Omega while he had yet to confront him about it. Surprisingly, Huo Qinye initiated the confrontation. With a scoff, he grasped Lu Zhuo's collar and leaned in to bite his neck gently. "Did you not say you disliked sitting next to me?" Lu Zhuo challenged. "Who was it that insisted on changing seats? You have no idea how much I detested you then, and yet you dare to hold me accountable now." As the words escaped his lips, he momentarily froze, as if pierced by his own statement, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Huo Qinye embraced him. "If I were willing to cooperate with you, would you forgive me?" Lu Zhuo, who had been slightly miffed moments ago, felt his heart blossom at Huo Qinye's words. He nodded eagerly. "If you're willing to be mine, I shall naturally overlook past grievances and grant you my forgiveness." Very well, very well. Truly, you must not deceive me." Lu Zhuo's voice brimmed with excitement as he swiftly removed his clothing, neglecting the wounds on his wrists, fearful that Huo Qinye might change his mind at any moment. Huo Qinye observed Lu Zhuo's exhilaration, his gaze darkening as he reached out to caress his waist, whispering, "Will you kiss me and comfort me?" Without hesitation, Lu Zhuo leaned in, nearly colliding with his lips, yet softened his touch at the last moment. He captured Huo Qinye's lower lip gently, his voice laced with seduction. "Kiss, comfort, Huo Qinye, you are so obedient. I shall surely cherish you." Huo Qinye regarded the intoxicated Lu Zhuo, who bore a resemblance to a charming, flirtatious sprite trying to seduce him. He pursued Lu Zhuo's lips with a kiss, asking, "How will you cherish me? Will you reciprocate as I do?" Lu Zhuo's throat tightened, wavering in response. Unwilling? Huo Qinye's fingers wove through Lu Zhuo's hair, drawing their faces closer, deepening the kiss. Each gentle sweep of Huo Qinye's tongue against Lu Zhuo's palate sent shivers through him, his hands that had once supported themselves against Huo Qinye's ear losing strength. "Did you not say to cherish and comfort me? Is this reluctance?" Lu Zhuo, captivated by Huo Qinye's alluringly distressed expression, felt inclined to comply with any request. Willing. I am amenable to whatever you propose." Huo Qinye noted the intoxicated Lu Zhuo's increased assertiveness and amiability. Lu Zhuo mimicked Huo Qinye, planting a kiss on his lips before burying himself in the crook of his neck. "Huo Qinye, you truly smell divine." Lu Zhuo could not resist the temptation to inhale Huo Qinye's pheromones, urging him to let him indulge a little, perhaps to elevate his excitement further. "You are already quite exhilarated. I do not wish for you to finish too soon." Lu Zhuo retorted with irritation. "Is this how you speak? Just wait until I deal with you properly today." Moments ago, he had promised to pamper him, yet now he intended to reprimand him, showing no tenderness at all. Huo Qinye pushed him away as if to leave, but Lu Zhuo held him back, exclaiming, "All right, it's my fault. He found himself at an impasse. Yet the mere thought that Huo Qinye would soon belong to him filled him with uncontainable excitement. Perhaps he should appease him for now. Huo Qinye gazed at Lu Zhuo, his eyes deep and dark as the night, his Adam's apple gently bobbing. He raised a hand to caress Lu Zhuo's hair, his voice husky and laced with desire as he murmured, "Baby." Those two syllables, tenderly bitten, brushed against Lu Zhuo's heart like a feather, imbued with an indescribable intimacy. Chapter 97. Huo Qinye's stamina. A moment later, a soft sigh escaped Huo Qinye's throat. Lu Zhuo looked up, his voice filled with delight. "Is this where you falter?" His tone was jubilant, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Allowing Huo Qinye to mock him was not such a formidable task after all. Huo Qinye sealed his lips with a fervent breath, transforming Lu Zhuo's playful banter into a soft whimper. Yet even amidst this, he remained resolute about the night's paramount business. "Don't get up," he gasped, pressing down on Huo Qinye's shoulder. "Just lie still." At that moment, the doorbell rang abruptly. Someone was at the door. Huo Qinye tilted his head towards the entrance. Lu Zhuo swiftly turned his face back, his eyes urgent. "Even if the king of heaven himself arrives, do not open the door." Lu Zhuo was unconcerned with anything else. He had already placated Huo Qinye, and now it was his turn to revel in pleasure. He desired to mark Huo Qinye as his own, showcasing to the world that he was taken. He wanted to see if Huo Qinye would still dare to attract attention from others. Lu Zhuo, open the door. Yin Yu's voice pierced through the door. Lu Zhuo stiffened, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly wilting. What? Why is my mother here? Should he open the door for his mother? Perhaps it was a mistake. He must have misheard. Lu Zhuo panted. Shall we pretend we are not home? Well, that doesn't seem quite right. The lights are on. Huo Qinye reminded him. Fine. Fine. We'll wait until mother leaves to continue. You must not act unreasonably. Lu Zhuo cast a reluctant glance at Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye slowly began to fasten his buttons from the bottom to the top, presenting himself with an air of normalcy. However, Lu Zhuo was in turmoil, feeling as though he might explode from discomfort. He slumped onto the sofa, devoid of spirit. Nothing was more distressing than a cooked duck flying away. Huo Qinye dressed himself, then assisted Lu Zhuo in putting on his clothes and adjusting his trousers. Calm down. Huo Qinye tousled Lu Zhuo's disheveled hair. I'll wash my face and then open the door. Lu Zhuo lamented. You're the one enjoying yourself. Huo Qinye bent down to plant a kiss on Lu Zhuo's rosy lips, saying, Thank you, baby. That single word, baby, detonated within Lu Zhuo, igniting a fire within him. Who is your baby? You truly have no shame. Lu Zhuo nearly fled into the bathroom, burying his face in cold water. The icy water cascaded over his burning cheeks, and it was only then that he belatedly realized the extent of his actions. He must be out of his mind. As the door swung open, Yin Yu's furrowed brow instantly relaxed upon recognizing Huo Qinye. Qinye, what brings you here? Aunt Yin, he replied. Yin Yu mumbled. I will be delighted to hear you call me mom someday. Soon enough, he assured her. Yin Yu joyfully linked her arm through Huo Qinye's shoulder, exclaiming, We've been waiting for you and your father. Where is that little rascal of mine? He has kept me waiting at the door for far too long. Lu Zhuo emerged from his room at a leisurely pace. Mom, I've been ringing the doorbell for ages, and you didn't here? Mom, why are you here so late? Lu Zhuo grumbled. Oh, it seems you don't want me around, Yin Yu remarked, placing her bag on the sofa and glancing at its slightly wrinkled fabric. I went out for a bit and happened to pass by here. Annie mentioned she hadn't cleaned in a while, so I thought I'd check if you've been off gallivanting. Yin Yu observed that the house was quite tidy. No, I haven't been gallivanting. She noticed that Huo Qinye and Lu Zhuo wore matching slippers. Are there no other slippers? None left. I'm staying here tonight. I'm utterly exhausted, Lu Zhuo replied, frowning slightly. Lu Zhuo, have you grown up so much that you no longer need your mother? What kind of expression is that? You haven't called home in days, and now that I'm here, you want to send me away? Yin Yu said, feigning displeasure. No, Lu Zhuo replied. But Yin Yu didn't bother to press him further, merely adopting a sorrowful demeanor. Is Qinye staying here too? Mom, Lu Zhuo injured a classmate a few days ago and has been worried about you, so he didn't call. I came over to take care of him for a few days. What? Little Zhuo, you're hurt? Let me take a look, Yin Yu said as she approached. It's nothing. I'm nearly healed. I just didn't want you to worry, Lu Zhuo assured her. Yin Yu examined Lu Zhuo's injury. Such a large wound. I'll inform your father that I'll be staying to take care of you properly. Mom, I don't need anyone to look after me. Lu Zhuo insisted, glancing at Huo Qinye, who was still preoccupied. If she were here, would he still be able to deal with his matters with Huo Qinye? No, I must take care of both of you, Yin Yu declared as she surveyed the two guest rooms, noting they didn't seem occupied. You're not making Qinye sleep on the sofa, are you? It's a misunderstanding. Auntie, a couple of days ago, he wasn't feeling well, and I shared a bed with him. Oh, I see, Yin Yu replied, her mood lifting. Qinye must not sleep on the sofa. You're nearly well enough. So don't let Qinye look after you tonight. Qinye, you'll take the larger room. Yin Yu carried her bag into the smaller side room. Lu Zhuo approached Huo Qinye and said, Why did you tell my mom we shared a bed? What is wrong with that? Everything. You'll make people think all sorts of things. Only you are thinking such things, Huo Qinye replied as he picked up his pillow and moved to another room. Lu Zhuo entered quietly and lowered his voice. What do you mean? Don't think you can play tricks. Do not lock the door. I will come to find you later. Huo Qinye glanced at the time. It's 10 o'clock. I'm feeling sleepy. Hey, why are you shouting? Little Zhuo, why are you following Qinye? He has things to do tomorrow. Let him rest early. Lu Zhuo fixed his dark eyes on him. Do not lock the door. Huo Qinye chuckled at his adorable demeanor. Understood, my boyfriend. I will leave the door open for you. As Lu Zhuo walked into the room, he noticed a lamp on his bedside table. He unplugged it and brought it to Huo Qinye, ensuring he wouldn't stumble in the dark later. "Why are you throwing away your new lamp? Don't you like it?" Yin Yu inquired, holding a cup of water. "I'm giving it to Huo Qinye. Everyone's asleep. What do you need a lamp for? It's not a good habit to sleep with the light on." Lu Zhuo whispered, "Mom, keep your voice down. Huo Qinye is afraid of the dark." Yin Yu's smile faded. "Is that true? How could he be afraid of the dark?" "It is true. After all, he is your son. So, don't pretend you don't understand him," Lu Zhuo murmured softly. "Why would he be afraid of the dark?" Yin Yu was puzzled. Huo Qinye was an S-class alpha. How could he possibly fear darkness? "I don't know. I've never asked him." Yin Yu furrowed her brow. "Then you should take him a lamp." Lu Zhuo pushed the door open. Huo Qinye was taking a blanket from the closet. He placed the lamp on the bedside table, and as Huo Qinye spread the blanket, Lu Zhuo playfully slapped his backside. "How is it? Your boyfriend treats you well, right?" Huo Qinye gazed deeply at Lu Zhuo. "Yes." "Do not lock the door," Lu Zhuo insisted, fearing Huo Qinye might act out. "Understood. I will lock it only when you arrive," Huo Qinye said, leaning down to kiss his cheek. "You." Lu Zhuo felt his face heat up. "What? You slapped my backside, so I kissed you. It's only fair. All right. Tonight, I will let you kiss me as much as you want. Even when you're asleep, I'll let you off." Lu Zhuo watched as Huo Qinye turned on the lamp. When he left, he turned off the main light and gently closed the door. Yin Yu sat on the sofa, and Lu Zhuo joyfully approached her. "Mom, aren't you tired? You should rest early. Come here." "What's up?" Lu Zhuo sat beside Yin Yu. "Did you ask why Qinye is afraid of the dark?" "I didn't ask. It's not a big deal to be afraid of the dark, right?" Lu Zhuo replied with a smile. Perhaps yes, just a bit timid. "How could a normal person be afraid of the dark?" Yin Yu's gaze shifted, her voice slightly raised. Lu Zhuo froze. Yin Yu asked, "How do you know Qinye is afraid of the dark? Does he need to keep the light on every night?" Lu Zhuo nodded and recounted the incident from their childhood at the Earthquake Museum, recalling how Huo Qinye had been too frightened to move, curled up in that moment. As Yin Yu's eyes gradually reddened, her fingertips sank deeply into the sofa cushion. "How could this happen?" "Mom, I have a friend." Yin Yu's voice trailed off. Her friend's child had gone missing at the age of 5, locked away in a dark wooden box by a drunken man for 2 days. After being found, the child could no longer bear to be in dark places. Sometimes, when the power went out, he would freeze in fear, drenched in cold sweat. "You often mention Aunt Hua and Uncle Hua being strict with Qinye. It can't be. Yet, Lin Miyuan had saved her once. If it weren't for her, her child might not have been born safely. Mom, please don't overthink it. I'll find an opportunity to ask Qinye. All right?" She nodded. Images of her friend's child curled up in a corner, soaked in sweat, unable to cry out, involuntarily surfaced in her mind. The thought of Qinye experiencing the same discomforted her. Lu Zhuo accompanied Yin Yu back to her room and closed the door behind her, lingering at the doorknob for a long moment. A sense of unease settled in Lu Zhuo's heart. Would a normal person react to darkness in the same way as Huo Qinye? He stepped into Huo Qinye's room. The bedside lamp was dim, but not overly so, and Huo Qinye sat on the bed, replying to messages. With a click, Lu Zhuo locked the door behind him. Huo Qinye switched off his phone, a smile playing on his lips. "You came back so quickly. Are you not afraid Annie will find out?" "I was worried you might be impatient," Lu Zhuo replied, moving closer, his fingers teasing the buttons of Huo Qinye's sleepwear. "Hey, Huo Qinye, do you still fear the dark? I thought we could turn off the lights. The darkness would create a perfect atmosphere, allowing us both to relax." Chapter 98. Lu Zhuo studies Huo Qinye grasped Lu Zhuo's hand. "That won't do." "Why not? I want you to look at me, to truly see me. Otherwise, it makes no difference if the lights are off. Who would know whom you might mistake me for? Who could I possibly mistake you for? I'm not that kind of person." Lu Zhuo attempted to turn off the light, but Huo Qinye did not release his grip. "Who knows?" Huo Qinye's voice was hoarse. "Perhaps I could be a fruit-flavored omega. I don't like fruit-flavored omegas, and you are Huo Qinye. Who could ever confuse you for someone else?" Lu Zhuo leaned forward, their noses nearly touching, their warm breaths mingling. Huo Qinye gently nudged him. "So, what shall we do next?" Lu Zhuo gazed at Huo Qinye's face, suddenly feeling deflated as he sat at the edge of the bed. "What's wrong? You can't even agree to this small request." Lu Zhuo turned his face away, his voice muffled. You just want to play tricks. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, squeezing his fingers. You know I fear the dark. Who's really trying to play tricks here? How old are you? Still afraid of the dark? Lu Zhuo looked at him, dissatisfied. Only those with deep-seated trauma would have such quirks. Were you abused as a child? Lu Zhuo's breath unconsciously softened as he stared at Huo Qinye. Huo Qinye laughed lightly. What is so funny? I've heard on television that's how these things go. Did your parents lock you in a dark room, withholding food and water, making you fear the dark? Lu Zhuo's heart raced. Yes. Lu Zhuo froze, his hands and feet turning cold. Huo Qinye grasped his hand. Yes. They locked me in a dark room, deprived me of sleep, food, and water. Lu Zhuo's heart tightened painfully. How outrageous. How could this be? If I don't secure the top position, I will face consequences. Huo Qinye chuckled softly, placing his hand over Lu Zhuo's. You see how pitiable I am. You ought to pamper me a little. Huo Qinye, I'm speaking earnestly. Are you jesting with me? Huo Qinye's arm encircled Lu Zhuo, drawing him into an embrace. My dear boyfriend, it's late. Do not be angry. His voice was warm, brushing against Lu Zhuo's ear. Let go. Lu Zhuo struggled, but to no avail. The door is locked. Do you wish to kiss? Kiss what? Why are you afraid of the dark? Surely, one cannot be born with such a fear, nor could it manifest in such a way that you sleep with the lights on every night. A glimmer of amusement danced in Huo Qinye's eyes. You want to understand me. Do not flatter yourself. Who wishes to understand you? I certainly do not wish to sleep with the lights on every night. Do you know, if it weren't for sleeping beside you, I wouldn't need the light at all, as it disrupts my slumber. Noticing Huo Qinye's silence, Lu Zhuo turned to face him. So, why exactly are you afraid of the dark? If there is no psychological ailment, why can't you sleep with the lights off? You claim to like me, don't you? You wish to be together always, yet I cannot be the one to accommodate you every day. When I was a child, I accidentally got locked in a box. How foolish of me. Did you not call for help? I fell asleep. Lu Zhuo suddenly recalled that both his parents were busy doctors. How long were you locked inside? A day or two. I cannot quite remember. Huo Qinye leaned in closer. Lu Zhuo, you are feeling pity for me. Who cares about you? Lu Zhuo rose to leave. I'm going to sleep. His wrist was caught firmly. With your words, I am reminded of my childhood, and I feel a bit frightened. The light is on. What is there to fear? Lu Zhuo returned to the bed, shifting inward. Huo Qinye made room for him, and once Lu Zhuo lay down, he wrapped his arms around Lu Zhuo's waist, inhaling his scent. Having you here brings great comfort. Do not take advantage of me. I've suffered a great loss today. You are pretending to be pitiful to elicit my mercy, aren't you? I do not think that much. Huo Qinye smiled. If it pleases you, I can say such things. You only know how to say these things. Lu Zhuo huffed softly, turning away. Neither spoke further. After Lu Zhuo fell asleep, Huo Qinye slowly opened his eyes. He adjusted his position, pulling Lu Zhuo closer, ensuring his face was turned entirely towards him. The warm light tenderly illuminated the contours of his beloved, the long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyes, fluttering slightly with each breath, while his lips formed a relaxed, adorable pout. Huo Qinye's gaze lingered on that serene visage, and he tightened his embrace around Lu Zhuo's waist, resting his chin atop his head. This is sufficient. There are some matters Huo Qinye wishes Lu Zhuo would never discover. The next morning, Lu Zhuo jolted awake. He needed to return to his own room. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Zhuo sighed in relief. He was indeed back in his own space. At that moment, Yin Yu's voice resonated from outside. Hurry and get up. They have arrived. Lu Zhuo yawned and stepped outside. Mother, Qinye has already finished eating and left. You should hurry as well. Lu Zhuo approached Yin Yu and recounted the events of the previous night concerning Huo Qinye. Upon hearing, Yin Yu felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Yin Yu glanced at Lu Zhuo and said, Mom knows, and little Zhuo, you should be a bit kinder Qinye. Help your mother take care of him. If your relationship improves, it will bring me joy. I know. I've already invited him to stay over, Lu Zhuo replied. Yin Yu cupped Lu Zhuo's face in her hands. My son has grown so thoughtful. Mom, can I take my sports car out now? When Qinye is busy and tired, I could pick him up. It's inconvenient without a car. All right, I'll have Qi Yao bring it over later. Thank you, Mom. You are the best. For 3 days, Yin Yu stayed, preparing breakfast and dinner for the two of them, feeling particularly delighted, especially as she observed their relationship blossoming. Lu Zhuo took his long-neglected sports car out for a spin. He messaged Huo Qinye, saying he would pick him up after he disembarked that evening. "No, I have matters to attend to these days and won't be returning." Lu Zhuo felt displeased. Because of his mother's presence, they had not shared a bed for several nights. Yinyu enjoyed watching television in the evenings, occupying the living room, leaving Lu Zhuo with no opportunity to slip in and attend to more intimate matters. At last, his mother had left, yet Huo Qinye was still absent. "What do you mean by this? Is it deliberate? You still owe me." "It's not that. There was an issue with the research data. I need to stay here to assist with it, at most for 2 days. "Fine, I'll grant you 2 days. Otherwise, I might have to seek out Omega." Lu Zhuo couldn't help but smile. 2 days would suffice. He could prepare thoroughly during this time. Lacking experience, he worried that any misstep would lead to Huo Qinye's mockery. He requested some films from Yinyu, who sent him 100 excellent selections. Upon returning home, Lu Zhuo projected the films onto the television, ready to study diligently.